Year 6616 Titan Star, Domain Whala Star. Sky City Qiming Tower. In the top floor office, suspended 10,000 meters in the air, an entire wall, was a single one-way floor-to-ceiling viewing port. Beyond it, streams of starships flowed endlessly past, like a long river woven from countless star-like lights. An elderly butler with impeccably combed hair and a perfectly pressed suit stood bowed at attention. Master, the family's financial system detected that the seventh young master's personal account incurred an expenditure of 30 billion star coins 2 days ago. In the main seat, the middle-aged man addressed as Master did not even lift his gaze a fraction from the ancient paper book in his hands. 30 billion. For the Qiu family, which controlled half the economic lifelines of the Titan Star domain, that sum was not even enough to cover a single day's maintenance costs for this sky city. He asked casually, "Where's little Seven now?" In answer to Master, the seventh young master is currently on the third planet Zebo, Star saying he went to clear his mind. Counting today, he has already stayed for 13 days, the butler reported truthfully. The middle-aged man finally closed the book. He raised his head, those deep eyes that had seen through the world's vicissitudes resting on the butler. Inform him that he must return within 7 days. For his second brother's promotion ceremony, as Star Region Governor, as a younger brother, he cannot be absent. Yes, Master. The butler nodded slightly and quietly withdrew from the office. At this moment on Zebo Star, far away across several star systems, in an extravagantly luxurious presidential suite, the seventh young master, mentioned by the two great figures of Whala Star's Sky City, was lying quietly on a soft, enormous bed. He was not asleep, his eyes were merely narrowed, his consciousness wholly immersed in an ancient and mysterious golden wheel within his mind. It was the Fajin Wancang. Qiu Tianzi silently recited this name in his heart, feelings a tangled mix. This object was his collection in his previous life, and also the harbinger of his death in that life. It was for this very thing that his most trusted subordinate meticulously orchestrated an accident, sending him and his aircraft plummeting from 10,000 meters only for him to awaken in the body of this unfortunate wastrel. Unfortunate was no exaggeration. This seventh young master of the Qiu family, in a bid to forcibly expand his spiritual power, had actually dared to use the 6th-level star domain's strictly prohibited drug, Xinyu. The result was as one might expect. The medicinal force was too ferocious, and the original owner's spirit collapsed outright, his soul scattered to nothing. As for Qiu Tianzi, the moment he crossed over, before he could even grasp his situation, he was dragged into the abyss of death by that rampaging medicinal power. Just when he thought he would follow in that wretch's footsteps, the Fajin Wancang activated. This golden wheel that had crossed over with him granted him at the brink of death another chance at life. A chance worth 30 billion star coins. Almost by instinct, he used all the money in the original owner's account to participate in a covert auction within the Fajin Wancang, acquiring a cultivation method entitled the longevity art. Relying on this very cultivation art, he barely managed to reach a subtle equilibrium with the forbidden drug rampaging through his body, keeping this fragile life dangling by a thread. The price, however, was immense. To keep the longevity art running, he had to spend 100,000 star coins every single day. What an extravagant money burner. Qiu Tianzi could not help cursing inwardly, unsure whom he was scolding. This money burned even faster than the rockets he had played with in his previous life, and yet he had no choice but to burn it. He opened his eyes and sprang up from the bed in a single motion, walking barefoot to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay Zebo Star's famed sea of neon light, countless strangely shaped aircraft shuttling between skyscrapers, composing a dynamic cyberpunk tableau. He had no mood to appreciate it. These 3 days apart from extending his life, he had been frantically absorbing the original owner's memories. This was a colossal interstellar clan, and the original owner was the most neglected, most inconspicuous seventh young master of the family. Mediocre, timid, of average talent. That was how most in the family evaluated him. Ding dong. A soft chime sounded from the personal terminal on his wrist, and a virtual light screen unfolded before him. It was that meticulous old butler Fubo. Seventh young master orders that you must return to Whala Star within 7 days to attend second young master's inauguration ceremony as Star Region Governor. Fubo's virtual image appeared on the light screen, his tone as steady as ever. Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, rummaging through the original owner's memories for information about this second brother. Qiu Rongzi, the outstanding figure among the younger generation of the family, a favored child of heaven, and also one of those who looked down on the original owner the most. His inauguration ceremony. Having this good-for-nothing younger brother return. Was it to humiliate him in public, or simply to parade a facade of brotherly harmony? The corner of Qiu Tianzi's lips curled into a playful smile. Understood, he replied blandly. Seventh young master, the remaining balance in your personal account is no longer sufficient to sustain your expenses for continuing to stay on Zibo Star. Fu Bo's voice sounded again as if stating a simple fact, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. The family's financial system will freeze your spending authority in 24 hours. That was essentially in order to get out. Qiu Tianzi shut off the communication, the smile on his face growing even wider. No money. To him, did that even qualify as a problem? He turned and once more plunged his consciousness into the Fajin Wancang within his mind. The longevity art he had bought for 30 billion was merely a drop in the ocean. The true treasures within this wheel were enough to drive the entire star domain mad. For now, all of them temporarily bore the surname Qiu. So I'm out of money, he muttered to himself as if genuinely troubled. Looks like I need to find a place to drum up some pocket money. His gaze once again fell upon the flourishing sea of neon outside the window. In his memory, Zibo Star seemed to be the largest underground black market and roughstone gambling hub in the entire third planet sector. Fu Bo's warning was more like a final ultimatum. Yet Qiu Tianzi merely gave a soft chuckle, not a trace of panic in his eyes. No money. Impossible. As he paced about the room, he sorted through the original owner's memories. Whatever else might be said, though the seventh young master's brain had been somewhat lacking, his taste was nothing short of extraordinary, albeit delightfully skewed. He did not care for luxury vehicles or private starships, nor did he chase after celebrity beauties. What he loved was scouring various underground auctions and black markets for bizarre and curious oddities. For this, he had often been scolded harshly by his stern, rigid father. At a thought from Qiu Tianzi, the light on his wrist terminal flickered, and a beehive-like virtual storage space, visible only to him, opened up. Inside it was crammed with all sorts of clutter. A lump of meteorite from beyond the heavens that looked suspiciously like dried cow dung, 300 million star coins. A charred piece of so-called ancient divine wood, 500 million. And a palm-sized rusted metal disc supposedly dug out from some primordial ruin for which he had paid a full billion. To outsiders, these things were nothing but a pile of ruinous loss-making junk. But in Qiu Tianzi's eyes, they were something else entirely. His eye for such things had been razor-sharp even in his previous life, not to mention that he now had the Fajin Wancang in his mind, which could easily analyze their true nature. That piece of dried cow dung. It was clearly the excrement of a rare void beast, a supreme material for refining space-stabilizing anchors, something that would have top interstellar adventurer groups scrambling to tear each other apart at the Star Mercenary Guild. That charred wooden coal. It was thunderstruck soul-wood priceless for forging spiritual power attributed. As for that broken disc, he had bought for 1 billion. With a wave of Qiu Tianzi's hand, the Fajin Wancang appraised it, and in an instant he knew its use. A fragment of a star map locator. And it points to a hidden star domain not recorded by the Federation. He could not suppress a laugh. This prodigal's taste did show some discernment after all. At least he had not wasted every credit. Any one of these items taken out and sold would be enough for him to live freely and in comfort. Just as he was weighing which one to sell, first a more important memory fragment surfaced. All right. Qiu Tianzi slapped his own forehead. It seemed he was due to receive his salary next week, a living allowance as high as 50 billion star coins. But this money did not come from the Qiu family. It came from the clan of the original owner's mother, whom he had never once met. In his memories, the original owner's mother doted on him to an extreme, and precisely because of this, she had the fiercest quarrel with Qiu Tianzi's father, the head of the Qiu family. The outcome was that in a fit of anger she returned to her maternal clan, and from then on never set foot on Wayla Star again. Yet her care for this son had not diminished in the slightest. Every month, without fail, 50 billion in pocket money was punctually transferred to the original owner's private account, as regular as clockwork. Precisely because of this, his 6 older half-siblings would mock him as a useless wastrel, even as they secretly envied the way he spent money like water. 50 billion a month. Qiu Tianzi smacked his lips, half amused, half exasperated. In the words of my past life, this mother is the very definition of a supreme whale spender. Still, distant water could not quench present thirst. The salary would only arrive in 7 days, whereas his daily 100,000 for keeping death at bay was an altorial expense, not a single coin less. All right then. Qiu Tianzi closed the storage space, and once more turned his gaze to the view beyond the window. Let's go earn a bit of pocket money first. He grabbed a jacket and strode straight toward the door. The door swung open at once. 3 figures stood there like walls of iron sealing off his way out. Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept over them, his eyes narrowing slightly. These three were the personal bodyguards the Qiu family had assigned to protect the original host, each of them emanating a steady, restrained aura. In this world, martial experts cultivated a technique known as the art of the stars to draw upon the power of the cosmos and temper their bodies. This was the mainstream path. The known realms were in order: Stardust, Nebula, Galaxy, Starry, Sky Star System, and Star Domain, each realm divided into 9 tiers. Moreover, the power displayed at each realm differed as vastly as heaven and earth, endlessly variable. The 3 men before him were all elites of the Stardust realm, and at the very least had reached the 7th tier. Such strength would make them absolute powerhouses on an ordinary planet. The captain at their head possessed an even more formidable aura. His cultivation had already reached the 9th tier. And precisely here lay the problem. The doubts in Qiu Tianzi's heart did not disperse. Instead, they grew ever heavier. How keen must the senses of 7th tier experts be? The original host had swallowed forbidden drugs inside the room, his mind collapsing, soul scattering. Such a commotion, and yet with these 3 guarding the door, they had noticed nothing at all. Even if they had all gone deaf at the same time, what about the personal terminal? It was the pinnacle product of Star Domain technology, monitoring vital signs around the clock. The instant its wearer's heartbeat ceased or their life indicators dropped below the safety threshold, its alarm should roar through the entire hotel and simultaneously dispatch top-level alerts to the family and all emergency contacts. Yet it too had fallen mute. It was as if an invisible hand had secretly severed every line and erased every trace, merely waiting for the original host to die silently in that room. Had he not happened to transmigrate here, this so-called accident would likely have already concluded to perfection. Thus, this karmic entanglement was his to shoulder whether he wished it or not. The experiences of his previous life had made him extraordinarily sensitive to killing intent that lurked in the dark. They wanted him dead. Wearing this face of the Qiu family's 7th young master, he had inherited not only the original host's identity, but also this mortal calamity. Unfortunately for them, human schemes could never surpass the designs of heaven. The one who died had had his soul scattered. The one who lived on just happened to be someone whose greatest specialty and greatest taboo was precisely this. His gaze swept blandly across the faces of the 3 bodyguards. To the black market, he uttered calm. The captain Ruan Tiangong frowned almost imperceptibly and said in a low voice, 7th young master, the black market is a chaotic place, not a safe one. The implication was a dissuasion. Qiu Tianzi did not even lift his eyelids. His voice was so calm that no joy or anger could be heard. Since when have my decisions required your approval? The captain's body stiffened at once, a flicker of astonishment crossing that ever-placid face before he hastily lowered his head. I would not dare. If you do not dare, then lead the way. Qiu Tianzi's voice was not loud, yet carried a majesty that brooked no dispute. It was the aura of one long accustomed to standing above others, utterly different from the original host's cowardly demeanor. The 3 bodyguards exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of astonished doubt in the other's eyes. Today, the 7th young master seemed somewhat different. But they asked no questions, merely bowed in acknowledgement, silently made way, and followed closely behind Qiu Tianzi. As they walked along the luxurious hotel corridor, Qiu Tianzi's thoughts had already drifted toward that legendary underground world. Zibo Star's black market. Then let us start with you and see what surprises you can offer me. The entrance to the Zibo Star black market was far more low-key than one would imagine. It hid deep within a chaotic, noisy flea market, no more than an inconspicuous alloy door. The mottled rust on its surface blended perfectly with the surrounding mountains of discarded electronics. Without a guide, one might pass it 100 times without sparing it a second glance. Ruan Tiangong stepped forward and verified his identity on the access panel. The alloy door slid inward without a sound, and a rush of hot air laced with metal energy and unfamiliar spices surged out to meet them. Beyond the door was not the dim passageway one might expect, but a high-speed, levitating elevator plunging straight down into the earth. The 4 of them stepped inside and the lift dropped at extreme speed. The feeling of weightlessness lasted less than 3 seconds before their view suddenly opened up. This was no mere black market. It was clearly a fantastical underground city-state. Above, the vault mimicked a resplendent river of stars. Below lay tier upon tier of staggered buildings. Innumerable neon billboards and holographic projections intertwined into a sea of flowing multicolored light. Prohibited gene serums. The upper city dared not sell military-grade assault mechs, even smuggled alien slaves. Here all had become openly priced commodities, giant animated billboards brazenly suspended in midair. The air was saturated with a distinctive scent, the stench of money, the incense of desire, and that exhilarating tang brewed from opportunity and danger intertwined enough to send one's adrenaline surging. Qiu Tianzi drew in a deep breath, his entire being relaxing. He liked it here. Compared to the oppressively orderly sky city of Velastar, where even the air seemed precisely calculated, the raw vitality surging amid this chaos made him feel as if he had returned to his true homeland. He felt as though he had been born for a place like this. Seventh young master, this is a no man's land. The rules protect only the strong. Yuan Tiangong's voice sounded behind him, more warning than reminder. Qiu Tianzi did not look back, his gaze roaming with interest. Everywhere he looked were mercenaries with energy guns at their hips, cloaked brokers exuding mystery, and cyborgs whose bodies were half human, half machine, thanks to illegal modifications. Oh, he chuckled softly. Is that not perfect? Yuan Tiangong's remaining words were instantly cut off. Staring at his young master's back, the doubt in his eyes only deepened. Was this really the same seventh young master who used to tremble at the sound of gunfire? This composure was as if he had become a different person altogether. However, Qiu Tianzi's attire, obviously worth a fortune and so immaculate it clashed violently with the surroundings, combined with the three steadyard bodyguards behind him, made their group glow like fireflies in the night, impossible to ignore. In an instant, countless malicious gazes converged from all directions. In their eyes, this delicate, pampered young master was nothing more than a fat sheep delivering itself to the slaughter. A man as skinny as a bamboo pole with two wispy mouse-like mustaches immediately hurried over with a fawning smile. Young master, first time in our city of no light, isn't it? One look, and I can tell you're a dragon among men, extraordinary in bearing. Looking for some entertainment, or hoping to dig up a treasure? I have connections everywhere. From Starcore fragments to out-of-print antiques. So long as you speak, there's nothing I dating can't get my hands on. Qiu Tianzi halted and gave him a sidelong glance. That steady, tranquil gaze made the man's heart jolt. Then Qiu Tianzi suddenly smiled. He extended a finger and pointed toward a building not far away, the most luxuriously decorated one in sight, flanked by two massive stone statues of exotic beasts at its entrance. What is that place? Oh, young master, you truly have an eye for things. Dating instantly brightened, his voice pitching higher. That is the most thrilling spot in our city of no light. Wanyuan Stone Workshop. Rubbing his hands, he lowered his voice mysteriously. Stone gambling. Raw or hauled in from unknown star domains. No one knows whether a cut will reveal a priceless rare vein or nothing but a heap of worthless rock. Overnight riches, a single step to the heavens. It all hinges on that one stroke of the blade. So young master, care to try your luck a couple of times? Greedy light danced in Dating's eyes as though he could already see this gullible young master squandering a fortune under his guidance while he pocketed a hefty commission on the side. Stone gambling. The smile on Qiu Tianzi's lips grew increasingly amused. Excellent. Saved him the trouble of searching. In his previous life, armed with his viciously discerning eye, he had driven countless so-called stone gambling masters into utter ruin. Now, with the heaven-defying Fajin Wancang also lodged in his mind, if he still managed to lose, he might as well bash his head against a block of tofu. Lead the way. Even as the words fell, he took the first step himself, heading straight toward Wanyuan Stone. Upon hearing those words, Dating's face lit up with a broad grin, so wide that his wrinkles seemed ready to collapse into one another, and he bent at the waist even lower, as if striving to press his entire body against Qiu Tianzi. This way, young master. This way, please. He fawned forward, reaching out to support Qiu Tianzi's arm, as though terrified this wealthy patron might vanish before his very eyes. But the moment his hand extended halfway, it froze midair, as if locked in ice. An invisible pressure descended upon him, crushing him down with suffocating weight. 1 inch closer, and his life would surely end. Dating's smile instantly hardened, his pupils contracting sharply. A flicker of concealed ruthlessness flashed deep within his eyes. Gone in an instant, so swift it could easily be mistaken for illusion. In the next breath, his expression grew even more abject. He smoothly retracted his stiffened hand and offered a deeper, more reverent gesture of invitation, as if nothing whatsoever had occurred. Young master, please step inside. Qiu Tianzi observed every nuance, a quiet amusement stirring within him. How intriguing. A local underworld figure who made his living in the black market ought to possess sharp instincts for reading people, but to suppress instinctive fear, recalibrate emotion, and mask inner turmoil within a heartbeat in the face of Yuan Tiangong's lethal aura. Such composure was far beyond the reach of common thugs. Indeed, this city of no light teemed with hidden tigers and coiled dragons. He uttered not a word, only stepped forward, following Dating's lead. Within moments, their silhouettes vanished into the colossal mall-like entrance of Wanyuan Stone Market. No sooner had they disappeared inside than several figures, who had been feigning busyness at their stalls, immediately converged, their glances sharp and hostile, fixed unblinkingly upon the stone market's great gate. "Damn it! That bastard Bao Daiting stole our chance again," growled a thick-necked brute, spitting contemptuously onto the ground. "Tell me about it. Looked like prime prey, a greenhorn straight from the upper district. Now we won't even get to sip the broth." A one-eyed man sighed heavy with regret. "Prime prey." A wiry monkey-faced man sneered, coldly, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Whether that prey yields fat or bone depends entirely on whether he walks out whole or is dragged out in pieces. You didn't see the 3 hounds trailing behind him. They're no ordinary dogs. Just body." The thick-necked brute scoffed, dismissive. "Dangerous." The wiry man lowered his voice further, his gaze edged with wary respect. "I slipped a scanner their way just now. The lowest energy signature among them nearly matches our black market guard's deputy captain. So tell me, how dangerous is that?" A collective gasp rippled through the group. The deputy captain of the black market guard, a bona fide 8th-rank Stardust warrior. "What? Are you serious? A green kid flanked by 3 monsters above 7th rank. Which elite clan spoiled heir is this, slumming it for kicks? His entourage is absurdly extravagant." In an instant their stares at the stone market's gate shifted. Not just greed remained, but reverence, calculation, and quiet awe. "So what if he's untouchable?" The thick-necked brute's eyes darted shrewdly before breaking into a vicious grin. "We can't touch the lamb. But those 3 loyal hounds. They're walking vaults of stellar currency." He licked his cracked lips and continued, "Think about it. 3 warriors above 7th rank. Their gear alone must be priceless. And if they clash inside, get bloodied and half dead before being hauled out, well then, we get to scavenge the spoils." His words struck like cold water into boiling oil, igniting the gang's rapacious hunger instantly. "Right? Why didn't I think of that? Huh. Black Bear, your mind moves fast. Let's stake out right here. Wanyuan Stone Market. Tingo and 9 come out readied." A brawl is inevitable. Laughter erupted, harsh, hungry, cruel, as their gazes turned toward the gate, now resembling vultures circling carrion, patient, pitiless, and utterly ravenous. They already envisioned the lamb staggering forth hollow-eyed and stripped bare, while his 3 formidable guardians became the feast they'd divide amongst themselves. Inside Wanyuan Stone Market, a world apart unfolded. Less a stone market, more a vast, hollowed-out mountain cavern. The vaulted ceiling glittered with embedded crystals mimicking day and night stars and constellations, casting a soft celestial light over the frenzied scene below. Shrill grinding sounds, cries and curses from the crowd, the shrill chirps of energy scanners, all assaulted the nerves like sharpened needles. Countless massive holographic screens hovered midair, broadcasting live feeds of raw stones being sliced open. Some fell to their knees in ecstatic prayer upon revealing radiant crystals. Others crumpled lifelessly, faces ashen, when only dust spilled from the split stone. Here lay paradise, and also hell. No sooner had Qiu Tianzi crossed the threshold than his wrist terminal pulsed faintly. He glanced down. A vivid crimson, signal-jamming icon flickered silently on the display. Within this subterranean city-state, all contact with the outside world had been severed. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Yuan Tiangang behind him. This 9th-rank master, and the 2 7th-rank bodyguards flanking him, showed no reaction whatsoever, as if such isolation were perfectly natural. Qiu Tianzi understood instantly. Clearly these men knew the rules of this place far better than he did. He gave no sign, no flicker of surprise, merely continued walking forward unruffled. "Young master, look here." Seeing no sign of hesitation, Bao Daiting's eyes gleamed anew, and he launched into an even more fervent exposition, gesturing toward 2 starkly contrasting zones. "This side is called Bright Window, stones pre-cut with viewing apertures offering glimpses of their inner contents. Lower risk naturally, yet higher price. Ideal for refined patrons like ourselves seeking mere diversion." He then pointed toward a towering heap of rough, uncut stones, where the atmosphere crackled with feverish chaos. "That side, leave it to heaven. Utterly unprocessed blind lot stones, ruin or riches in a single cut. All rests on fate. Pure exhilaration." Bao Daiting spoke with such animated zeal that his face practically radiated the unspoken plea. "Go gamble in, leave it to heaven, spend lavishly." As if commissions were already clinking into his palm. He watched Qiu Tianzi expectantly awaiting the young master's decision. Instead, Qiu Tianzi halted and turned, his gaze resting on Bao Daiting with a faint, inscrutable smile. "It's my first time here." Bao Daiting's grin faltered. Qiu Tianzi's voice was unhurried, laced with subtle irony. "You ask which I prefer. Then perhaps you'd care to teach me. Which one should I prefer? Silence fell, thick and sudden. All the polished lines Bao Daiting had rehearsed vanished choked off before they could escape his throat. He'd encountered countless heirs of wealth, some pretending knowledge they lacked, others shouting bravado, still others stubbornly arrogant, but never one like this. Openly admitting ignorance, then flipping the question back like a slap across the face. This wasn't some plump, naive lamb. Real lambs didn't wield such cunning. Even Ruan Tiangong, trailing behind, allowed a fleeting, almost imperceptible shift in his gaze. Yes, my tongue is clumsy. I deserve a beating. Bao Daiting reacted instantly, raising his hand to deliver a light, self-chastising tap to his own cheek, bowing even lower. I'll explain everything in detail. No need. Qiu Tianzi cut him off, his gaze sweeping past the dazzling, exorbitantly priced, bright window section, settling instead upon the most inconspicuous corner of the hall. There, haphazardly piled, lay a heap of dull, misshapen black stones, resembling construction rubble. Not a single proper price tag graced them. Only a crooked wooden sign jutted crookedly from the pile. Qiu Tianzi tilted his chin toward the heap. Let's begin there. At those words, not only Bao Daiting, but even Ruan Tiangang and his two companions held their breath imperceptibly. Bao Daiting's facial muscles twitched violently. He nearly blurted it out. Young master, that pile, it's scrap. Waste material. Qiu Tianzi repeated the two words softly, a faint, inscrutable smile curling at the corner of his lips. His deep-set eyes at that moment seemed to reflect 10,000 stars, brilliant, piercing, and unfathomable. In this world there is no such thing as true waste, he said, voice low, yet crystalline, carrying effortlessly to every ear present. It is merely your vision that remains too narrow to perceive their slumbering majesty. He paused, his gaze sweeping slowly from Bao Daiting's wildly shifting expression across the three bodyguards standing behind him with distinctly divergent demeanors, and finally settling upon the mound of pitch-black rubbish before them. They are only waiting for someone capable of awakening them. Before the final syllable faded, he had already stepped forward, striding deliberately toward the forgotten corner. Bao Daiting's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, this young master's mind must be unhinged. Why ignore the open-lidded specimens, some even faintly radiating auspicious light, only to reach for this heap of refuse not even dogs would sniff? These were offcuts from raw or shipments across countless mines, discarded after rigorous screening by legions of appraisers and stone-cutting masters, unanimously deemed utterly worthless. Piled here solely to evoke the atmosphere of an authentic mining origin, they weren't even worth the labor cost to remove. Yet Qiu Tianzi now stood before the mountain of stone. Up close, the heap loomed far larger than it had appeared from afar, nearly a small hill exuding the heavy, musty scent of long-sealed antiquity. A single glance sufficed, his mind had already charted its essence. The interior of this stone workshop had been vastly expanded using spatial technology. He extended his hand, gliding it lightly over the irregular stones. His fingertips met cool, coarse resistance. To all others, these were mere inert rocks. But deep within his consciousness, the ancient golden wheel, Dharma gold myriad treasures, began to turn ever so gently. With each rotation, streams of golden light surged through his mind, bearing the complete data of every stone. Impurity rock, value 0 in, low-grade iron or byproduct stone, value 0 in. A cascade of zeros blurred past his perception. Bao Daiting trailed closely behind, mouth opening and closing like a gasping fish, until at last he could bear it no longer, and pleaded, face twisted in despair. Young master. My dearest young master. This truly isn't the place to play around. If you wish to test your luck, let me take you to the Fates Whisper section. I'll personally select several fine specimens. Guaranteed profit. Ruan Tiangong, bringing up the rear, furrowed his brow into a tight knot. He simply could not fathom the seventh young master's intent. If this were mere caprice, then why did the young man exude such serene, unshakable composure? Just then Qiu Tianzi's fingers stilled upon a fist-sized stone, its shape uncannily resembling a shriveled potato. Pitch black and pockmarked, it blended seamlessly into the surrounding debris, utterly unremarkable. Faint energy fluctuation detected. Analysis in progress. N. Designation stellar sand associated crust. N. Core stellar sand approx. 3 grams. N. Value 30 million stellar credits. Na subtle lift graced Qiu Tianzi's brow. 30 million. A triumphant opening. Ni's expression remained perfectly impassive as he lifted the potato, weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then turned. addressing Bao Daiting, whose face was already verging on tears. How much for the whole pile? Bao Daiting froze, blurting instinctively, "Sell? Young master, it's not for sale. You're welcome to take any you like. And take freely." Before Qiu Tianzi could respond, a disdainful voice sliced through the air from the side. "Bao Daiting, have your hands grown too long? Since when has Wan Yuan Stone Workshop's business become your domain to dictate? Mere outside broker." Though quiet, the words sent Bao Daiting's entire frame into rigid discomfort. His usual affable mask vanished. He hunched forward as if spineless head nearly buried in his chest, voice trembling. "And Master Lu, I've erred. I've gravely erred. It was my tongue, my fatal tongue." Yet Master Lu, the middle-aged manager, did not spare him a glance. Instead, he strode directly to Qiu Tianzi's side. The moment the party of four entered the workshop, his subordinates had relayed the news. At first, he'd paid it no heed, until the workshop's signal shielding system activated autonomously, and its internal security network flashed an alert that made his heart skip. The alert signaled no intrusion, but rather an anomaly in guest identity. Scanning the towering bodyguard shadowing the youth, registered an energy signature of terrifying magnitude, a 9th-rank Stardust warrior. And when he attempted to access the youth's own profile, his personal terminal displayed only 4 stark crimson characters: insufficient authority. A 9th-rank warrior, as personal guard. Identity classified at the highest tier. After decades navigating the black market's treacherous currents, Master Lu instantly reached one irrefutable conclusion: this was no easy mark. This was a god he dared not provoke. Now he wore a flawlessly polished commercial smile, bowing slightly before Qiu Tianzi. "Esteemed young master, my subordinate acted without due decorum, disturbing your refined leisure. I offer my deepest apologies on his behalf." Master Lu's words were impeccably diplomatic, discreetly underscoring Bao Daiting's lapse, while humbling the workshop's posture to the utmost. His gaze flickered to the grimy potato resting in Qiu Tianzi's hand. Then he continued, smiling warmly. "This heap holds negligible value, but our workshop observes strict protocol. As a distinguished guest, allow us to present this stone as a token of welcome. Might we have the honor?" With those words, the contrast became unmistakable. Bao Daiting's "take freely" reduced the guest to a scavenger, laced with cheap condescension. Master Lu's "token of welcome," however, signified mutual respect, an elegant gesture granting Qiu Tianzi full dignity while honoring the workshop's integrity. Qiu Tianzi idly rolled the stone between his fingers, letting out a soft, knowing chuckle. His gaze drifted from Master Lu's shrewd countenance to Bao Daiting, now paralyzed with terror. "A token of welcome." His voice, slow and measured, sent a ripple of tension through the room. "Is your welcome truly worth no more than this single worthless stone?" A fractional stiffness tightened Master Lu's smile. Behind him, Ruan Tiangang, who had remained silent until now, flickered with sudden sharp curiosity in his eyes. Yet Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious to their reactions. His gaze swept past Master Lu, fixing instead upon the hill-sized mound of discarded stone. Casually, he tossed the 30 million credit potato back into the pile, its dull thud echoing quietly. Then, under the weight of everyone's stunned, uncertain stares, he brushed his palms together and remarked, tone disarmingly mild, "Don't be so stingy. Today I'm in a generous mood. Name your price. The entire heap is mine." At the utterance of those words, a corner of the large stone hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on Qiu Tianzi. The mouth of the gossip-monger was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes vacant, and his brain had complete. Having mingled in the black market for many years, he had seen extravagant spenders and gamblers who threw money around, but he had never seen anyone wanting to buy an entire heap of scrap. This was no longer just profligacy, he was a madman. Even Ruan Tiangang, who had always followed him like a shadow, showed a hint of rigidity on his resolute face. In his deep-set eyes, for the first time, there was an unmistakable display of astonishment and confusion. However, the one who reacted the fastest was Lu Guanshi. His pupils first constricted sharply, instantly filled with vigilance, but his face transformed into a practiced business smile. Lu Guanshi's gaze swiftly swept over Qiu Tianzi, then over the 3 bodyguards behind him, finally landing on the potato that Qiu Tianzi had casually tossed back onto the stone pile. Something was off. Too off. The merchant's instinct told him there was definitely a problem. No one would buy a whole pile of recognized garbage for no reason. Was he burning money out of boredom? A young man who could afford to have a 9th-tier powerhouse as a bodyguard could not possibly be a complete fool. This young man, from the moment he entered until now, had exuded a sense of calm and control through his actions and words, further confirmed by their earlier conversation. Thus there could only be one truth. Hidden among this heap of scrap that all the appraisers of Wanyuan Stone Hall had given up on lay treasures even they had failed to discover. But how could that be possible? Wanyuan Stone Hall's reputation as the best in the Zibo star system was built on the most advanced detection equipment and the most experienced appraisal team. How could this young man see what they had overlooked? Lu Guanxi's mind raced as he recalled every action the young man had made. It seemed he had only touched a few of those stones from start to finish. Could it be? The secret lay within those few stones. A bold thought emerged in his mind. This young man was bluffing, using the gimmick of buying the entire pile of scrap to cover up what he was truly interested in. Thinking of this, Lu Guanxi suddenly felt more at ease. The astonishment on his face quickly retracted, replaced by a troubled expression, and he slightly bent his body, though his tone was no longer as humble as before. "Young master, you jest," he said, pointing at the mountain of scrap, sighing. "This is no garbage. These are all stones painstakingly transported back from the mine. Look at this massive pile. If you were to price it, it wouldn't be cheap. Are you really intending to buy it all?" Qiu Tianzi watched as this old fox's face changed instantly, nearly laughing out of anger. "Goodness, truly remarkable. Just a moment ago he was calling it scrap, but now that I said I wanted it all, he immediately switched to stone materials. Does he think of me as a naive rookie just entering society, a perfect target for a scam? Who knows?" He didn't say a word, just looked at Lu Guanxi with a half-smile, his eyes filled with a playful, "Let's see your performance." Lu Guanxi felt a shiver down his spine under that gaze, but continued to force himself to maintain a businesslike demeanor. He was gambling. Gambling that this young man was merely interested in one or two stones, and didn't have enough money to buy the whole heap of scrap, ultimately having to settle for the few pieces he wanted at a high price. At that time the initiative would return to him. "What?" Qiu Tianzi finally spoke, casually digging in his ear, and said slowly, "Did you not just say it was a gift for me, as a meeting present? Now you're trying to charge me. You at Wanyuan Stone Hall do business, and your face turns quicker than flipping a book." With a single sentence he put Lu Guanxi on the hot seat. Some onlookers among the gamblers had already gathered around, and upon hearing this they all displayed expressions of amusement. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Lu Guanxi's forehead. He knew he absolutely could not retreat. In this city of darkness, retreating even a step meant plunging into an abyss. To sit in the position of manager at Wanyuan Stone Hall, he had never relied on humility, but rather on a sharp eye and a heart willing to gamble everything. Today he was going to gamble that this mysterious young master was merely bluffing. Seeing Lu Guanxi silent, his smile growing stiffer, Qiu Tianzi instead found it amusing. As if he had not noticed the other's embarrassment, he stepped forward, patted Lu Guanxi on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Lu Guanxi, business should be conducted with integrity. Just now you called it scrap, and now that I say I want it, it's become something you can't bear to part with. This won't do." He withdrew his hand, glancing around at the ever-growing number of gamblers, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. "If someone didn't know, they might think your Wanyuan Stone Hall can't afford to lose." This sentence struck Lu Guanxi like an invisible slap, harshly hitting his face. Can't afford to lose. If Wanyuan Stone Hall were to gain that reputation, they could close their doors for good tomorrow. Lu Guanxi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fluctuating thoughts, and managed to squeeze out a smile that was more painful than crying. "Young master is joking. We are in business. There is no reason not to sell." He had already made up his mind that even if he offended this revered figure today, he must reclaim the scene. He pointed at the mountain of scrap, his voice suddenly rising, carrying a tone of cold formality. "However, as you can see, this pile of stones has at least 1,000,000 pieces, each one carefully selected and eliminated from the mining star. Even if the value is not high, the transportation and labor costs combined amount to an astronomical figure. You are a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush with you." Lu Guanxi's eyes flashed with a hint of crazy gambling spirit as he extended a finger and firmly stated a number. 10 billion star coins. If you are sincerely interested, you can have it all moved for that price. 10 billion. Those 3 words detonated like an energy bomb, instantly causing the entire area to erupt. Madness. This Lu is truly mad. 10 billion for a pile of garbage. I've been gambling here for 10 years. The money I've lost doesn't even add up to 1,000,000. And he's asking for 10 billion. Hey, this is going to be a good show. If this kid can really come up with it, I'll eat this stonecutter on the spot. Laughter and exclamations rose and fell in succession. Even the gossipmonger, who had been following Qiu Tianzi closely, rolled his eyes at that moment and nearly fainted. He pinched his own philtrum hard, looking at Lu Guanxi not as if he were looking at a person, but rather gazing up at a monument of shamelessness. What does professionalism mean? This is what it means. The little tricks of deception and cheating that he knew were absolutely kindergarten-level play in front of this lion's open mouth. You damn. A low growl suppressing endless fury erupted behind Qiu Tianzi. Wancang could no longer hold back. A terrifying pressure erupted like a tsunami, instantly locking Lu Guanxi down. The oppressive aura of a ninth-tier Stardust martial artist caused the pressure around to surge dramatically. Lu Guanxi's face turned pale in an instant, his legs softened, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, a hand gently rested on Wancang's shoulder. "All right, take it easy." Qiu Tianzi's voice was calm, yet seemed to carry a magical power, instantly dispelling Wancang's violent aura. He didn't even turn to look at his bodyguard, merely gazing with interest at the pallid-faced Lu Guanxi, then slowly began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed sharply in a corner of the silent stone hall. He walked up to Lu Guanxi, wearing an appreciative smile, looking at him meaningfully. 10 billion, impressive, truly impressive. He nodded, his tone sincere, as if seeking advice. "I hope you can sell this good stone material." After speaking, he didn't even bother to glance at the stone pile again, turning to leave. "Let's go see elsewhere." This series of reactions left Lu Guanxi utterly stunned. Not negotiating, not angry, not even a single threat. Just walked away like that. This script didn't match. He watched Qiu Tianzi's indifferent back, his mind blank, cold sweat soaking his back. Could it be? He guessed wrong. Qiu Tianzi strode into the bright window area, followed by a large crowd behind him. The recent commotion in the waste material area had spread throughout the entire stone shop like it had grown wings. Everyone wanted to witness firsthand what this unconventional big spender young master could possibly. Watching the excitement is an instinct ingrained in human genes, and no matter how technology evolves, this remains unchanged. Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious to the curious and somewhat mocking gazes from those behind him. However, the nerves of Wancang and his two companions had quietly tensed up. Their positions shifted subtly, forming a protective circle around Qiu Tianzi. Their seemingly casual glances were sharp, scanning every face nearby like hawks. This was the Wanyuan stone shop, the place with the strictest rules in the black market. Theoretically, no one dared to cause trouble here. But theory is, after all, just theory. In Wancang's memory bank, there was a bloody old case stored. It involved another young master from a prominent background, accompanied by powerful bodyguards, who was killed in the black market amidst gasps and chaos. After the investigation, the murderer vanished without a trace, and even the registered personal terminal information was forged. That incident became the greatest unsolved case in the black market in nearly 100 years, and a cautionary tale that all top security personnel had to study. A bloody lesson from the past. Every muscle in Wancang's body was poised to explode at any moment. In contrast to the tension of the bodyguards, Qiu Tianzi was in a surprisingly good mood. With his hands behind his back, he strolled leisurely past the opened raw stones, as if wandering through his own backyard. The prices of these bright window materials ranged from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Most of the windows had been meticulously polished, revealing alluring hues of green and purple, prompting gasps of admiration from the surrounding gamblers. Heavens, look at this piece, the heart of the emperor. The water quality, the color, if it can be cut well, it could fetch tens of millions, right? Stop dreaming, this thing is priced at 30 million. Can you afford it? Hey, just looking at it is Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept past the crowd around the heart of the emperor, and the feedback from Fajin Wancang was instant. Name violet crystal associated or core inferior amethyst contains a large amount of asbestos value, approximately 500,000 star coins. Qiu Tianzi felt speechless. Good grief, something that costs 500,000 is packaged to look like it's worth 30 million just because of its shiny skin. This Wanyuan stone shop truly breeds talent. He shook his head and continued walking, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the dazzling bright materials. Golden silk Tianjiao fossil value 800,000, blood silk hymen stone value 6 million. Most were ordinary goods that either broke even or had a slight profit. Clearly, the truly good items had already been extracted by the shop itself, so there was no way they would be left here for others to find. Just when everyone thought this young master was merely browsing, he suddenly stopped in an inconspicuous corner. There stood a huge stone taller than a person, completely black and extremely irregular in shape. This stone had also been opened, but the window revealed not enticing colors, but a hazy gray substance that looked like a massive block of inferior cement. There was not even a decent electronic price tag nearby, just a lone metal sign covered in dust, crudely inscribed with a line unknown or priced at 10 million star coins, no refunds upon sale, consequences borne by the buyer. This was almost a blatant declaration to everyone. This is a piece of waste stone. I buy it if you like. This stone is too ugly. Ugly. You look at that window, it's all gray. Who knows what's inside? 10 million. I doubt anyone would want it for even 1,000. The surrounding gamblers were buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked at the stone. However, a strange light flickered in Qiu Tianzi's eyes. Detected high-purity spiritual energy source. Analyzing. Name Taiyuan stone, core Taiyuan steel, value 12 billion. Note, can be used to forge spiritual energy devices, enhancing spiritual energy conduction by 28. Spiritual energy devices. The mainstream cultivation system in this world is the Star Sutra, but with sufficiently powerful mental strength, one can derive an extremely rare branch, the spiritual energy user. Spiritual energy users are 1 in a million. The basic requirement is a mutation in mental strength that allows them to manipulate matter with their minds, controlling objects from a distance and killing without a trace. And this Taiyuan steel is the ultimate material tailor-made for spiritual energy users. Weapons forged from it can boost the spiritual energy conduction efficiency by a full 28. What does this mean? It means that a spiritual energy user who could originally lift 300 pounds could, with this equipment, instantly overturn a small hovering vehicle. If this item were placed in an interstellar auction, not to mention 120 billion, even doubling, that would cause top spiritual energy families to fight over it. With this thought, Qiu Tianzi's heart burned with excitement. He had almost regarded this ugly black stone as his own. He slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Lu Guanshi, who had been following closely behind him, wearing a half-smile expression. Lu Guanshi, this stone is currently priced at 10 million. He pointed to the gray metal sign and asked slowly, I've stood here for a while. It won't suddenly increase in price like that pile of waste materials, will it? This sentence was like a needle piercing Lu Guanshi's most sensitive nerve. The muscles on Lu Guanshi's face twitched uncontrollably and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He finally realized that this young master was not a fat sheep at all, but someone out to ruin his business. His little commercial tricks were like a 3-year-old child waving a big knife in front of this young master, utterly laughable and pathetic. Young master, you're joking, you really know how to joke. Lu Guanshi forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, bending even lower. Our Wanyuan stone shop is a legitimate business. Since we have clearly marked the price, there is naturally no reason for sudden changes. One price, 10 million, fair and honest. This time he was wise enough to speak without leaving any gaps, fearing that the other party would find any flaw. Oh, is that so? Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, his expression as if to say, I believe you not. He looked around at the spectators' expressions of amusement and deliberately raised his voice. All right, then I'll take this stone. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanshi not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but felt a heavy dread suddenly surge within him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qiu Tianzi spread his hands, looking innocent, yet infuriating. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money on me. He paused and looked at Lu Guanshi with sincere eyes, asking, what should I do? Uffed. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This ignited a fuse and laughter filled the surroundings. What the hell? He dares to act so arrogantly without money. I thought he was such a big shot. Turns out he's just a penniless person here to amuse us. Ha ha ha, Lu Guanshi is going to go mad. He's being played around in circles. Lu Guanshi's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He felt a lump of fire burning in his chest, causing his internal organs to ache. Humiliation. This young man was clearly toying with him. He stared hard at Qiu Tianzi's smiling face, his teeth grinding together as he forced out a few words. Young master, are you making fun of my Wanyuan stone shop? Hearing the last sentence, Qiu Tianzi seemed to ignore the surrounding mockery and leaned in with a serious expression, patting Liu's stiff shoulder. He lowered his voice to a volume only the two could hear and lightly asked, What's wrong? Are you unhappy with how I'm entertaining you? This sentence struck Liu like a resounding slap, leaving his face darkened. A flash of undisguised killing intent flickered in the depths of his shrewd eyes. However, as soon as that killing intent emerged, 4 blood-red characters, insufficient permissions, exploded in his mind. The surge of blood instantly froze. He forcibly swallowed the anger that was rising in his throat, his face turning a deep purple, his chest heaving violently, nearly causing him to faint from lack of breath. Qiu Tianzi watched his splendid expression and felt it was about time. He leisurely withdrew his hand and ignored the nearly injured Liu, lightly tapping on his personal terminal. Buzz! A surreal blue light unfolded before everyone, revealing a complex honeycomb structure hovering in midair. This was the storage compression space inherent to the personal terminal, with each cell in the honeycomb representing an item stored in a compressed form. The onlookers instantly quieted down, curiously watching this scene. What is this? Is he about to reveal his assets? Let's see what he brings out. It better not be some worthless junk. Ignoring the murmurs, Qiu Tianzi lightly tapped a cell on the virtual honeycomb structure. One of the cells was activated and a vague outline of an item popped out. He confirmed it, and with a slight thought the hazy item instantly solidified, materializing in midair amidst a gentle glow. It was a crystal the size of a basketball, flowing with an indescribable profound luster, as if it contained a condensed starry sky, with countless tiny light points flickering within, mysterious and magnificent. What is this? So beautiful. Is it some kind of gemstone? I've never seen one like this. That looks quite valuable, right? The surrounding gamblers erupted into bewildered discussions. They had never seen such a peculiar crystal. However, Lu, who had just been furious with a purple face, was suddenly frozen in place upon seeing the crystal, as if hit by a spell. He stared intently at the crystal, his eyes widening, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and his breathing. He looked as if he had witnessed a miracle. Qiu Tianzi observed his reaction and smiled. What's wrong? Do you recognize it? Lu didn't hear what he was saying at all. He leaned forward, trembling, and with a voice nearly in a daze squeezed out a few dry words. This is the eye of the void serpent. These words seemed to hold some magic, and as soon as they were spoken, the curious crowd erupted. The void serpent. The legendary star beast that roams the subspace rifts. Let me see. What does it look like? Get back. Don't block my view. The entire scene descended into chaos as countless people surged forward, their eyes sparkling with fervor and greed, eager to press their faces against it. Tiangang and the others stepped forward, their invisible aura suddenly spreading out, keeping the frenzied crowd at bay, 3 meters away. And as the instigator of all this, Qiu Tianzi appeared unfazed with a thought. He recalled the explosive eye of the void serpent back into the storage space. He looked calmly at the completely disheveled Lu and slowly repeated his earlier question. I have no. This item, will you take it? Take it. Yes, of course. The 2 words jolted Lu awake from his previously lifeless face instantly came alive, shining with unprecedented brightness, staring intently at Qiu Tianzi, his expression more eager than seeing his own father. Frustration, humiliation. Those emotions vanished in an instant when the eye of the void serpent appeared. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. I must acquire it. I must acquire it. This was the eye of the void serpent. As the manager of Wanyuan Stone Workshop, his perspective was broad, and his mental database of rare treasures was racing. The last time such a treasure emerged was 5 years ago at the highest level auction in the Titan Star Domain Skywatch Tower. That one, which was less than 2/3 the size of this one, fetched a staggering 72 billion star coins. This one before him was even larger, of better quality, with denser and more active star flecks inside. What did this indicate? It meant this void serpent was of a higher tier. If he could acquire it, the commission he would earn would be enough for him to roll in gold for the rest of his life. Young Liu's voice trembled with excitement. He leaned forward half a step, but halted abruptly, intimidated by Tiangang's cold aura. Young master, our Wanyuan Stone Workshop will definitely purchase it at the most sincere price. How? How do you plan to sell it? After asking this, he held his breath, his heart racing. Qiu Tianzi smiled at his anxious demeanor. This is my first time selling this item. He extended a finger and lightly tapped his temple, in action that seemed both casual and infuriating. How about you give me a quote first? Let me hear it. Lu almost spat out old blood on the spot. Here we go again. This kid hadn't made an offer once, always kicking the ball back to him, forcing him to reveal his cards first. He looked at Qiu Tianzi's excessively youthful face, feeling as if 1,000 star beasts were stampeding in his mind. This was no naive young master. This was clearly an old hand who had been navigating the black market since birth, and the top-tier kind. If he quoted too high, he would be a fool. If he quoted too low, he might anger this young lord and leave without a deal. He would have nowhere to cry. Cold and hot sweat mixed on Liu's forehead, streaming down his cheeks, nearly causing him to faint. He gritted his teeth, knowing he had to cut a piece of flesh today, otherwise he wouldn't get out of this predicament. Young master, how about this? He extended 8 fingers, his tone exceedingly sincere. 80 billion. Our workshop will offer 80 billion star coins. This price was already the highest he could offer within his authority. However, Qiu Tianzi merely raised an eyebrow, too lazy to speak, his playful gaze saying it all. Liu's heart sank to the bottom. He understood the other party found it insufficient. But going higher was beyond his authority. Just as he was sweating profusely and preparing to consult his superiors, Qiu Tianzi suddenly spoke up. 80 billion. He repeated it, then shook his head. Just when Lu and everyone around thought he was about to refuse, all right then. Lu was taken aback thinking he had misheard. Okay. Yes, 80. Qiu Tianzi nodded, then pointed at a nearby, unsightly black stone taller than a person. However, that stone will serve as a bonus. Hearing this, Lu the manager's mind buzzed. In addition, he instinctively wanted to refuse. This kid had been acting strangely since he entered, first eyeing a pile of junk, and now fixating on this incomprehensible ugly stone. If there was no trickery involved, he would write the character Lu backward. Yet the words of refusal stuck in his throat, unable to come out. The scene from the junk area flashed uncontrollably in his mind. The kid was like this too, casually tossing out the phrase, "I'll take it all," cornering himself, and then without a second thought turning to leave after making an outrageous offer. That nonchalance, that complete disregard for the 1 billion, was deeply etched in his heart. He truly feared that this gentleman would employ the same tricks again, clapping his hands and walking away casually. The Void Snake's eye. If he missed this, not only would the owner behind the stone workshop not spare him, but he himself might regret jumping off the underground city. One was a bizarre waste stone appraised by countless appraisers at 10 million. The other was a priceless treasure that would yield several hundred million in profits if put on the table. Even a 3-year-old could do the math. Lu the manager's face shifted between shades of green and white, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His mind wore his features nearly twisting together. The surrounding gamblers also held their breath. They couldn't understand the true value of the Void Snake eye, but they could comprehend Lu the manager's expression at this moment. It was a face of extreme struggle and extreme desire. Finally, in the suffocating silence, Lu the manager, as though drained of all strength, slowly nodded heavily. Good. He squeezed out this word between his teeth, his voice dry and hoarse, as the young master wishes. He dared not gamble any longer. Seeing his demeanor, Qiu Tianzi finally smiled. He extended his hand, gesturing for Lu to lead the way. Lu the manager immediately understood, and the look of near injury vanished, instantly replaced by an almost obsequious respect. He quickly bent down, leading the way ahead, his posture even more humble than before. The surrounding gamblers were utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Were they here to gamble on stones? The crowd automatically parted, and their gazes towards Qiu Tianzi shifted from mocking and jesting to awe and shock. Wancang and the others followed behind, watching their young masters back, their initial surprise turning into deep contemplation. As they passed by the junk dealer at the edge of the crowd, Qiu Tianzi's footsteps did not pause. His lips moved slightly, and a voice that only two could hear penetrated the ears of the junk dealer. The 3 pieces I just tossed back in the junk area, buy them all. Then wait for me outside. The junk dealer trembled all over, suddenly lifting his head, but Qiu Tianzi and his group had already walked far away, leaving him with only a silhouette. He stood there in a daze, a storm raging in his heart. Just now, that gentleman was not joking. From the very beginning, his target was the items in that pile of junk. The junk dealer felt a chill shoot up from his soles to the top of his head, and his gaze towards the pile of junk had completely changed. He dared not hesitate, even slightly, immediately lowering his head, slipping away like a slippery loach, quietly disappearing against the tide of people. Under Lu the manager's almost obsequious guidance, Qiu Tianzi and his group passed through a hidden door, completely isolating themselves from the deafening clamor of the casino behind them. Before them opened a spacious and luxurious private room. The floor was covered with a soft, unknown animal skin carpet that sank beneath their ankles, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance that calmed the mind. In stark contrast to the chaotic and filthy underground world outside. Young master, please take a seat. Lu the manager bowed and personally opened the chair carved from a solid crystal block for Qiu Tianzi. Qiu Tianzi sat down with a relaxed demeanor, while Wancang and the others stood like 3 iron towers behind him, scanning every corner of the room vigilantly. Soon 2 enchanting and lightly dressed female attendants entered, holding trays and placing several cups of differently colored drinks in front of each person. In front of Qiu Tianzi was a cup of pink liquid with tiny silver specks floating within, refracting a mesmerizing glow under the light, looking extremely enticing. Lu the manager introduced with a beaming smile. Young master, this is our stone workshop's special star dream, dew made from a dozen rare flower nectars, perfect for soothing the spirit. Qiu Tianzi raised the wine glass, but did not drink. He merely swirled it gently, watching the dreamlike glow within. Suddenly he smiled. Lu the manager. Yes. What can I do for you, young master? Lu the manager quickly bowed. Qiu Tianzi brought the glass to his nose as if sniffing it, then slowly spoke. T21 heart pulse, can this thing now be served as an ordinary drink? Lu the manager's smile instantly froze. His eyes nearly bulged out his mouth, half open, unable to utter a single word. T21 Heart Pulse. This was not Star Dream Dew at all, but an expensive and illegal stimulant from the black market. It was their secret weapon used to entertain top-tier customers, making them more excited and easily intoxicated during gambling. The formula for this stuff was extremely confidential, never used its real name in public. How did this kid recognize it at a glance? Seeing Lu the manager's ghostly expression, Qiu Tianzi's smile widened. Don't be so nervous. He leisurely set the glass down, lightly tapping his fingertip on the glass wall. Lower heart rate, increase adrenal secretion, allowing the spirit to gain a mutated thrill and high tension. Good stuff. Especially suitable for use at the gambling table. Winning doubles the thrill, losing allows one to experience extreme stimulation in the moment of losing everything right. Lu the manager's cold sweat poured down instantly. This was not praise, it was clearly exposing his secrets. Young master is joking wee-wee. He stammered, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, feeling that this young man was scarier than all the old foxes he had ever met. All right, enough with the act. He lounged back in the crystal chair, barely lifting his eyelids. I don't like these flashy things, you might as well keep them for yourself to savor slowly. As for me, he paused, finally raising his gaze, his eyes landing on Lu the manager, whose heart quaked under his calm stare. I'm afraid, if I drink this cup, I'll start to amuse myself at your expense again. One sentence caused Lu the manager's already pale face to turn even paler. This was not a refusal, it was clearly an insult directed at his nose. No, I wouldn't dare. It's my fault for not recognizing such greatness. Do I deserve to die? Lu the manager nodded and bowed, cold sweat soaking through his back. He had only one thought now: to quickly complete this transaction and send this disaster away. Can we? Qiu Tianzi tapped the table impatiently. I'm very busy. Yes. Right away. Lu the manager, as if granted amnesty, retreated 2 steps in a hurry, clumsily pulling out his personal terminal. A dark red trading interface, starkly different from the outside world, projected in midair, with only a contract icon visible. This was the black market's rule: anonymous trading, immediate delivery, money and goods exchanged, no responsibility taken. As Lu the manager confirmed with trembling fingers, an encrypted link was sent to Qiu Tianzi's terminal. Qiu Tianzi couldn't be bothered to look and directly clicked agree. Buzz. In his honeycomb-shaped storage space, the compartment holding the void snake eye flashed with light and then dimmed instantly. At the same time, a crisp and pleasant prompt sound came from the personal terminal on his wrist. Ding. Transaction completed, amount credited 80,000 star coins. The series of zeros brought a pleasant mood. Opposite Lu the manager's terminal finally displayed a basketball-sized radiant crystal shimmering with starlight. He stared at that eye, feeling utterly drained, slumping in his chair, gasping for breath, his heart finally at ease. He finally understood that doing business with this young man could not involve those shabby tricks from before. It wasn't that he didn't understand, he simply couldn't be bothered to haggle. But if you truly treated him like a fool, he would show you what true cruelty was. Young master, your addition. A staff member cautiously pushed over a hovering card, which prominently featured the ugly black stone taller than a person. Qiu Tianzi waved his hand, and that worthless waste stone in others' eyes instantly vanished, stored in his space. Done. In his mind, the stern and serious face of Uncle Fu automatically emerged along with the emotionless notification. The family financial system will freeze your spending privileges in 24 hours. Freeze. Qiu Tianzi looked at the 80 billion balance on the terminal, his smile growing increasingly playful. His cheap old man truly liked to assert his control in such a manner, just as he had in his previous life. As for Uncle Fu, a mere butler dared to speak to him in such an unquestionable tone. Uncle Fu, oh Uncle Fu. Qiu Tianzi chuckled lightly in his heart, his gaze turning cold. Has the old dog been at it for so long that he truly believes he can make decisions for his master? It seems it's time to find an opportunity to teach you how to wag your tail for the new master. Under the gaze of Lu Guanshi's complex expression, which resembled more of a cry than a frown, Qiu Tianzi and his 3 companions strolled leisurely out of the Wanyuan stone workshop. The hot air outside, mixed with the scents of machine oil, sweat, and inferior spices, rushed towards them, forming a stark contrast to the cool and tranquil atmosphere inside the workshop. Almost the moment they stepped out the door, a thin figure darted out from a corner, hastening to meet them. It was the informant who had been waiting outside. At this moment, however, his face bore no trace of the cunning slickness from before, but rather an awe akin to that of a pilgrim. Young master, he bowed slightly, carefully presenting 3 black stones in his hands. Qiu Tianzi casually accepted them, feeling their slight weight. He hardly examined them closely, merely weighing them with his fingertips as the golden wheel deep within his consciousness had already provided feedback. Star dust accompanied mineral shells value 30 million star coins. That's it. He stored the stone, which resembled a shriveled potato, in his storage space. As for the other two, he couldn't be bothered to look at them. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed them behind him as casually as throwing away trash. With a clatter, the two stones landed on the ground, rolling a few times before stopping beside a puddle of foul-smelling oil. The muscles on the informant's face twitched violently, and he froze in shock. Just moments ago, he had treated those stones like ancestral treasures, fearing they would be damaged, and yet the young master had thrown away two of them. How much did it cost? Qiu Tianzi asked casually. Oh, no money. This is a gift for you. The informant jolted, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification chime sounded from his personal terminal. Received 100,000 star coins. Staring at the long string of zeros, the informant's eyes widened instantly, and his breath momentarily halted. 100,000. Usually when he lured clients for those fat sheep, even if he landed a deal worth several tens of millions, his commission at most amounted to 10,000 star coins. When dealing with stingy clients, it was common to receive nothing. Today he merely ran errands to buy a few pieces of junk, and the young master casually offered him 100,000. A rush of warmth flooded his face, making him blush like a freshly cooked shrimp. This is a reward for you not being sly, and for handling the matter well, Qiu Tianzi said seriously, observing his expression. Yes, I understand. They'll serve you like a cow and a horse. The informant stammered excitedly, nodding vigorously, bending even deeper. Qiu Tianzi ignored him further, directing his gaze toward the deeper street. This city of no light should have some peculiar shops, right? He asked, almost casually. Selling things that shouldn't be on display. With this statement, the three companions who had been silently following behind finally exchanged glances. Their expressions were complex and inscrutable. Ever since they left this morning, the young master had become utterly incomprehensible, his ruthlessness and cunning sparking doubts that their master might have been swapped. But now that familiar taste had returned. Wancang could even recall that the last time on Vela Star, the young master had spent 200 million star coins just to buy a rusty iron rod said to be an ancient civilization communication antenna. This knack for rummaging through junk was truly one of a kind in the entire star domain. At this moment, the three of them, who had been tense all along, oddly felt a bit more relaxed. It was still the same young master with unchanged preferences. However, his boldness and methods seemed to have changed slightly. Qiu Tianzi had already noticed the expressions of relief on the three bodyguards behind him, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. That silent assassination had made him realize that these so-called top experts were equally untrustworthy. This was no longer negligence, it was complicity. If it weren't for their 9th and 7th tier powers still being useful as decent shields for now, he would have kicked these three useless ones back to Velastar long ago. Keeping them around was just to see what tricks that hand behind the scenes wanted to play. Meanwhile, the informant's eyes darted around, suddenly slapping his thigh. Oh, young master. Now that you mention it, I actually remembered a place. He winked mysteriously, leaning closer and lowering his voice. There's an old man called Bo Lu in the western part of the city. His shabby shop specializes in selling the kind of a junk you like. As he uttered the last three words, he suddenly realized and slapped himself hard, his face instantly beaming with a fawning smile. Look at my foul mouth. I meant rare items. Unique rare items. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi lifted an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. Lead the way. Of course. Right this way. The informant seemed to be granted a divine command, bowing even lower as he quickly led the way, with the four following closely behind. After they left, those thugs and brokers who had gathered at the stone workshop waiting for the show all expressed their disappointment with hisses. Damn it, I took my pants off just to see this. I thought there would be a fight, but Lu Guanshi was like a grandson, not even letting out a peep. What's that kid's background? He even made Lu Guanshi suffer a loss. It's bizarre. Who cares about his background? In any case, we can't enjoy this ruckus anymore. Oh, let's disperse. The crowd grumbled as they dispersed, none noticing the cold gaze that had emerged from the darkest corner of the street, fixated firmly on Qiu Tianzi's retreating figure. Under the informant's guidance, the group traversed the bustling main street, turning into narrower and darker alleys. The splendor and brightness of the city of no light seemed to be separated by an invisible wall. The hot breath of money and desire gradually faded, replaced by a musty odor that mingled with damp earth and old metal. Pipes crisscrossing overhead occasionally dripped an unidentifiable liquid, hitting the ground with a light drip. After walking for about 10 minutes, the informant finally stopped in a corner that was almost overwhelmed by guards. Before them stood a dilapidated shop, its entrance narrow with large patches of peeling paint revealing the rusty metal framework inside. A crooked sign hung above the door, and the neon lights had long since fallen into disrepair, with only the first and last characters still glowing faintly, casting a dim light. Golden right hand. Now only the words golden hand remained lit. This is the place, young master. The informant wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile, though his eyes clearly carried a hint of hesitation even he could not comprehend. Without waiting for Qiu Tianzi to speak, he stepped forward and pushed open the creaking alloy door with force. Old beau, hurry out to meet the guests. I've brought you a big client. His voice echoed in the empty alley, tinged with an eagerness to claim credit. Upon hearing the words meet the guests, Qiu Tianzi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, looking at the informant with a strange expression. As soon as he finished, a voice like a rusty gong erupted from the darkness deep within the shop. You damned old man calling for souls. Are you calling your mother or your father? The voice was filled with anger and disgust. With your pathetic connections, what big client could you possibly bring me? If someone really came today, I'd perform a handstand and eat shit right here. The malice of his words was matched only by their coarseness. The smile on the informant's face vanished, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Even Ruan Tiangong, a 9th-tier Stardust martial artist who had long since honed his mind to a rock-solid state, felt his perception shaken by those words. The two 7th-tier bodyguards behind him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Ruthless. To make such a poisonous vow against oneself, this old man was definitely a tough character. In the silence that followed, Qiu Tianzi let out a low laugh. Now this is interesting. Much more entertaining than Lu Guanshi's roundabout manner at the Wanyuan Stone Workshop. He stepped forward, directly bypassing the now statue-like informant, and leisurely walked into the shop. Inside the dimly lit store, a hunched shadow slowly stood up from behind a mountain of clutter silhouetted against the light, obscuring its features. Qiu Tianzi paused, his gaze lingering on that figure for a moment before he spoke in a very certain tone. I'm here. He paused, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. You can start preparing now. I'm quite curious, do you prefer it wet or dry? As I prepared to say, I am going to. The habitual foul language was abruptly cut off as the stooped figure in the darkness froze suddenly. His murky old eyes squinted hard, as if trying to pierce through the dim light of the shop to discern the appearance of the visitor. When his gaze focused on the carefree face of Qiu Tianzi, the wrinkled old face trembled slightly, struggling to force out a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. You. Yes, it's me. Qiu Tianzi completed his sentence, glancing around the cluttered shop, filled with garbage, showing no sign of disdain. I am the big client that Baodatin speaks of. This statement finally made the old man react. His murky eyes scanned Qiu Tianzi from head to toe, and finally 2 words escaped from between his teeth. Fat sheep. Once he finished speaking, his gaze passed over Qiu Tianzi and landed on the 3 bodyguards behind him, who were like iron towers. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched violently, and he slowly spat out a few words. A spiny fat sheep. Uffed. Standing at the door, Baodatin nearly choked on his breath. This old man really isn't afraid of death. But Qiu Tianzi was thoroughly amused. He appreciated such understanding individuals. They were much more pleasing to the eye. Whether I am fat or not depends on the goods you have here, and whether they are worth it. Qiu Tianzi took a step forward, kicking aside an unknown metallic piece that made a crisp sound. If there is indeed something that catches my eye, what harm is there in being a fat sheep once? As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of brilliance suddenly glimmered deep within the old man's murky pupils. His hunched back seemed to straighten by half. I definitely have good things here. His voice remained hoarse and unpleasant, but there was less irritation and more seriousness, just afraid some people do not recognize the value. In the past, there were fools who pretended to understand, but didn't. They insisted that something worth a manor was just scrap metal. The old man curled his lip in disdain. I don't even want to deal with such blind fools. After saying this, as if to prove his words, he rummaged through a pile of junk that resembled a mountain of garbage in the corner. After a moment, he straightened up, tossing a dark object onto the oil-stained counter with a loud thud. Here, show me what this thing is. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, lifting his chin, ready to watch the performance. If you can't even recognize this, then don't waste my time here. The door is over there, get out yourself. Baodatin strained his neck to take a glance, and felt his heart sink. What was that thing? A black round disc covered in holes, looking like the burnt coal from his past life. If this thing were thrown on the street, even the garbage collector would be too lazy to pick it up. However, Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell on that object, revealing a hint of unnoticed peculiarity in his eyes. Deep within his consciousness, an ancient golden wheel, Fajin Wancang, was silently spinning. A line of faint golden information clearly floated in his mind. Name primary nest of the wood larvae. Core nest, core juvenile value 300,000 star coins 300,000. Qiu Tianzi understood in his heart. This old man was testing him. He did not immediately speak, but extended 2 fingers, leisurely picking up that piece of burnt coal and bringing it to his eyes, as if he were genuinely examining it. Seeing Qiu Tianzi's pretentious demeanor, the old man's lips curled into a hint of sarcasm, and he was about to speak to chase him away. Just then Qiu Tianzi suddenly spoke up. The nest of the wood larvae is rather rare. The sarcasm on the old man's face instantaneously froze. However, Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious to his reaction, gently rubbing his finger over the rough surface, causing a bit of black powder to flake off. What a pity. He shook his head, a hint of just the right amount of regret appearing on his face. The larvae have just built their nest, and the secretion of nest glue is insufficient. The core's activity is a bit lacking. This thing can only fool the layman. Upon hearing this, the old man's sarcasm completely vanished, and his murky, old eyes finally focused genuinely on Qiu Tianzi. He chuckled softly, nodding his head, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of approval. Not bad, it seems you're not just a blowhard. He casually tossed that piece of burnt coal back into the pile of junk under the counter, his actions so nonchalant, as if what he had just picked up was really just a piece of trash. So what do you want to exchange for? Qiu Tianzi's eyes brightened. The old man's tone suggested that there were probably many good things here. I need quite a few things. He surveyed the dilapidated shop that had nearly no room to stand, speaking in a flat tone. Anything that interests me I want. The old man's murky eyes turned, glancing past Qiu Tianzi and landing on the 3 towering bodyguards behind him, his brows instantly furrowing into a knot. He extended his bony finger, pointing unceremoniously at Wancang and the others. That's fine, but I have a rule when doing business. First, take your guard dogs out. Oh, I don't like the smell on them. As soon as he finished speaking, the already stagnant air in the shop seemed to drop in temperature by several degrees. Seeking death. A 7th-tier bodyguard behind Wancang could no longer hold back, shouting fiercely. A fierce aura instantly locked onto the stooped figure. Yet the old man didn't even bother to raise an eyelid, merely snorting disdainfully from his nose. Wancang's face also darkened. As a dignified 9th-tier Stardust warrior, the core protective force of his family, wasn't he respected as Captain Wan wherever he went? Today, however, he was being called dog by a dying old man in a shabby black market store. Just as he prepared to speak, Qiu Tianzi's voice sounded devoid of any emotion. You all out. Wancang froze, instinctively opening his mouth. Young master, this old man. I said out. Qiu Tianzi slowly turned around, his profound gaze coldly sweeping over Wancang's face. It was this very gaze. Wancang's body stiffened. It was a sense of undeniable authority, as if the head of the family were looking at a servant who had botched a task. That absolute feeling of control over his life and death sent shivers down his spine. He recalled his own identity, remembered the dignity of a 9th-tier warrior, but under that gaze he found himself utterly powerless to argue. The words he had prepared in his throat were completely blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Finally, under Qiu Tianzi's calm gaze, this 9th-tier master, for the first time in his life, without any form of coercion, struggled to lower his proud head. Yes, the single word seemed to exhaust all his strength. He waved his hand, leading the other 2 equally shocked and reluctant bodyguards silently exiting through the creaking alloy door. Bao Datin huddled at the door, watching this scene, forgetting even to breathe. He felt as if he were not witnessing a young master reprimanding bodyguards, but rather a young dragon revealing its claws, capable of tearing everything to its guardian bare for the first time. Inside the shop, silence was finally restored. The old man looked at Qiu Tianzi, who had turned back around, and for the first time there was a genuine seriousness in his murky old eyes. Qiu Tianzi appeared to have accomplished something trivial, a faint smile gracing his face. Now can we take a look at some real goods? Old Bo's cloudy, aged eyes gazed deeply at Qiu Tianzi, his expression shifting, suddenly grave and focused. He let out a soft, dismissive hum, an implicit acknowledgement, then waved his withered arm. Follow me. With that, he hunched his frail frame and turned, vanishing into the deeper, denser shadows at the rear of the shop. Qiu Tianzi followed closely, his gaze sweeping casually, yet keenly, across the towering heaps of objects crowding the space. Haphazardly strewn about, some items were thick with rust, others shrouded in layers of dust, each exhaling the quiet, melancholic scent of time long forgotten. As he walked, his pace faltered for a heartbeat. His eyes locked onto a wooden rack leaning against the far wall, upon which rested a metallic object roughly 1.2 meters long shaped like an elongated olive ball. Its surface was pitted and corroded, bearing the battered, discarded look of a useless scrap torn from a derelict starship. So unremarkable, it would be scorned even as roadside clutter. Yet deep within Qiu Tianzi's consciousness, the ancient golden disk spun wildly, faster than ever before. Detected anomalous life energy signature. Analysis in progress. Access denied. Warning. Analysis failed. Designation Saint Larona's compassion. Core unknown humanoid automaton, threat level undetermined. Value incalculable. Qiu Tianzi's heart lurched violently at the cascade of crimson warning glyphs flashing across his mind. Incalculable. It was the first time the Fajin Wancang system had ever rendered such a verdict. He realized instantly. He had stumbled upon a treasure beyond the bounds of current comprehension. He had to acquire it. That conviction surged through him, fierce and unrelenting, yet his face betrayed nothing. He paused for only a second, as if tripped by a loose component beneath his foot, then calmly withdrew his gaze and resumed following Old Bo without a flicker of hesitation. Up ahead, Old Bo seemed to sense something. His steps slowed almost imperceptibly, and his voice rasped dry as desert wind hum. Nothing, Qiu Tianzi replied, tone placid as still water. Just wondering. If your shop caught fire, the losses would be staggering. A wry twist tugged at Old Bo's lips. He said nothing more, only pushed aside a concealed door hidden behind a mound of clutter. The sight beyond left Qiu Tianzi momentarily speechless. Compared to the front shop, a chaotic dump rivaling a landfill, this chamber was a private museum in miniature. Though compact, every artifact stood arranged with meticulous precision, some cradled within climate-controlled energy fields, others polished to gleam softly under gentle illumination, each radiating its own quiet singular luster. Qiu Tianzi's eyes darted across the collection. Reverse scale of the deep-sea dragon lizard, valued at 80 million stellar credits. Core of the extinct and tamer species, valued at 300 million stellar credits. Ritual dagger of the ancient god clan fragment, valued at 8.2 billion stellar credits. His eyes twitched involuntarily. Good heavens. He'd originally hoped to exploit the edge granted by Fajin Wancang to uncover a few overlooked masterpieces, but now he saw clearly he'd vastly underestimated the situation. This old man wasn't just a collector. He was a legend, his discernment razor-sharp, his judgment honed to terrifying perfection. What Qiu Tianzi could perceive, the elder had likely scrutinized down to the last molecular flaw and priced with unnerving accuracy. Find a bargain. More likely he was the bargain, waiting to be plucked. Well, Old Bo's weathered face glowed faintly in the lamplight, every crease alight with quiet pride. Does this humble place meet the standards of so distinguished a patron? Qiu Tianzi inwardly cursed the old fox, but smiled warmly, dazzlingly sincere. It does. Profoundly. He pointed first to the 8.2 billion credit dagger, then to several nearby artifacts, each valued in the tens of billions, and asked, earnest as a novice scholar, how about bundling them all for me? I'll round it up, 10 million credits. At this preposterous offer, Old Bo's deeply furrowed face froze. Then slowly a strange, knowing glint shimmered in his clouded eyes. Rather than rage, he gave two sharp, brittle claps, the hollow sound jarringly loud in the antiquity choke chamber. Not bad. Not bad at all. Nodding slowly, his gravelly voice carried an inscrutable timbre compared to those brutes who once barged in, shouting, "You giving it away. You, at least, have the decency to offer a round number." That remark struck even Qiu Tianzi, whose composure was legendary, into fleeting rare embarrassment. The old man didn't curse, he carved insults with surgical elegance. Yet Qiu Tianzi showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, seizing the opening with practiced ease, grinning with disarming innocence, "Since you approve, shall we seal the deal?" "Young man." Old Bo cut him off, his smile vanishing as if erased. His cloudy eyes fixed on Qiu Tianzi, penetrating, unwavering, as though peeling back flesh and bone to inspect the soul within. "We're both sensible men. Pretend ignorance, and this conversation ends here." Qiu Tianzi exhaled softly, his playful mask dissolving, replaced by a gravity he rarely displayed. "Grandfather, I'll speak plainly." Meeting the elder's gaze without flinch, his voice rang with sincerity. "I came today, seeking a true bargain." He gestured around the chamber toward the priceless treasures lining its walls, palms open in mild exasperation. "But look at these. Every piece polished to perfection, not a trace of patina, not a single flaw. You know they're worth better than anyone. If I offered anything near market value, wouldn't that betray my ignorance and insult the very excellence of your collection?" It sounded like twisted logic, yet delivered with such bold, unapologetic candor it landed with undeniable force. Old Bo was utterly stunned. He'd spent a lifetime navigating black markets, seen arrogance haggling tantrums, but never witnessed anyone declare, "I intend to take advantage of you," with such startling charm, or so deftly flatter the mark while doing it. After a long silence, he jabbed a trembling bony finger at Qiu Tianzi, then burst into a hoarse, delighted laugh. You're something else. Truly damnably extraordinary." He lowered his hand. The icy wariness that had cloaked him dissolved, replaced by something warmer, almost paternal. "Fine," he declared, sweeping his arm wide with theatrical generosity. "For that remark alone, I'm in a splendid mood today. Forget finding bargains here, you won't." But his tone shifted sly as moonlight on water, his cloudy eyes gleaming with sudden mischief. "I'll gift you one item, no strings attached. A token of friendship. As for what you truly wish to buy," he paused, flashing yellowed teeth in a grin, "I'll simply take slightly less profit. How's that?" Qiu Tianzi's eyes flickered, ready to respond. But Old Bo raised a hand, halting him, then tilted his chin meaningfully toward the front shop, toward the iron rack. "Say, that rusty lump you lingered on for precisely 1 second when you first entered." Upon hearing these words, it was Qiu Tianzi's turn to be astonished. The playful expression on his face revealed a hint of seriousness for the first time. He had only lingered for a second, not even a full second. How did this old fellow manage to catch that? Those murky old eyes were sharper than an eagle's. For the first time, he felt a crack in the control he prided himself on in front of this unassuming old man. However, he preferred this feeling. Dealing with intelligent people was far more interesting than wasting words. The hint of seriousness on Qiu Tianzi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. He took the initiative, completely ignoring the other person's words, instead pointing to the ceremonial dagger of the ancient god clan in the center of the secret chamber, valued at 8 billion. "Since you've said that, I won't be polite anymore." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Are you preparing to gift me this as a meeting present?" The old man glared at the direction he pointed, his eyes twitching violently, and his old face darkened instantly. "You young brat, daydreaming and thinking you can have what you want." The old man grumbled as he rummaged around in the corner as if digging through trash. He finally grabbed a square, translucent object and tossed it directly at Qiu Tianzi without even looking. "Catched." Qiu Tianzi was quick to react and caught it in one hand. The object felt cool to the touch, like polished glass with intricate patterns inside. "This is a fossilized dung of a groundhog, ground to powder. It's a high-quality healing medicine that can be sold for hundreds of thousands outside," the old man said ungraciously, as if dismissing a beggar. Qiu Tianzi inspected it closely, and the identification result of the law gold 10,000 treasures flashed in his mind, matching exactly what the old man had said. He nodded earnestly, bringing the dung fossil closer to his eyes to examine. The color is clear, the internal structure is tight, and there are no impurities. It's a good find. Look at its quality. This groundhog must have been nearing the peak of the Stardust realm when it was alive, right? Just one step away from breaking through. What a pity." Upon hearing this, a genuine look of appreciation finally shone in the old man's murky eyes. "An expert. This kid was definitely an expert. As long as you know," the old man's attitude softened considerably. "Now let's talk about the item you're really interested in." He gestured towards the junkyard outside. "How much are you willing to offer for that iron lump?" Qiu Tianzi casually pocketed the fossilized dung worth hundreds of thousands, wearing a harmless smile as he returned the question. "Old man, how much do you want?" The old man's eyes twitched violently. Here we go again. He realized that in dealing with this kid, whoever quoted first would lose. "All right." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes sparkling with a crazed gambling spirit. "Since you let me quote, I'll be bold for once." He extended a bony finger and pointed in the air, almost shouting the number. 1 billion. Star coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the secret chamber seemed to be sucked out. 1 billion. Qiu Tianzi's smile froze. He had expected the old man to ask for an exorbitant price, but he never anticipated that this lion would open its mouth so wide. Qiu Tianzi genuinely wanted to shove the dung fossil he had just pocketed right into the old man's mouth. This old fellow was even more shameless than himself. Looking at Qiu Tianzi's stunned expression, the old man's heart felt immensely satisfied. "Letting you pretend." He squinted his murky old eyes and said leisurely, "What? Too expensive. Something you set your sights on should be worth this price, right?" Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to curse, and his smile returned to a radiant state, though it appeared increasingly sinister. He understood that when negotiating with this old fox, he couldn't play by the usual rules. Old man, you're being unreasonable here. Qiu Tianzi shook his head, displaying a look of disappointment. We just said we would be friends, and you turn around to fleece me. I'm hurt. Saying this, he turned to leave. Enough, enough. The old man grabbed him, cursing impatiently. Stop with this nonsense. If you can tell me the ins and outs of the matter today, I'll sell it to you cheaply. If not, it'll be at my price. Qiu Tianzi's heart stirred. He sensed an opportunity. He halted his steps, reassessing the old man in front of him. After their previous exchange, he was increasingly certain of one thing: this old fellow definitely did not know the true secret hidden within that iron lump. The old man could sense that this object was extraordinary based on his sharp eyes and decades of experience. But he would never guess that what lay within was an invaluable human puppet. If he knew, he would never treat it carelessly, leaving it outside to be exposed to the elements. Since he was unaware of its true value, the initiative was still in Qiu Tianzi's hands. However, he had to control the price and his own desire to buy. Otherwise, with the old man's shrewdness, he would definitely be skinned alive. Thinking of this, Qiu Tianzi extended 5 fingers, a look of pain and reluctance on his face. I firmly declare a number sounding like I've put in a lot of effort. Old man, for that iron lump outside, 50 million star coins, I'll buy it. This is my greatest sincerity. The old man squinted his eyes, showing almost no hesitation, shaking his head. Too little. Qiu Tianzi gritted his teeth, as if making a greater resolution. 60 million. No more. If I go over, I'll truly be bankrupt. The old man still shook his head. This time a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his murky old eyes. Kid, you like me are the kind who won't let go until you see the hair. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Although I don't know what that thing specifically is, you certainly see it as worth more than 60 million. I admit your insight is sharper than mine. You recognized its essence, and in this regard you're better than me. The old man's tone shifted, revealing a sly smile. However, it's impossible for you to acquire it at this price. He patted Qiu Tianzi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Even if you don't buy it after today, I will respectfully bring it into this secret chamber, clean it, and keep it safe. Then I'll wait for the next fateful person like you. Qiu Tianzi looked at the old fox's smug expression, nearly laughing in anger. He suddenly felt an impulse to deal with fools. These damn intelligent people were truly annoying. Seeing that Qiu Tianzi was silent, the old man grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, smiling like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Kid, don't struggle. I won't make it hard for you. Let's play something exciting. How about a gamble? All right, then we gamble. He stepped forward, and the lights in the private chamber seemed to dim, concentrating their glow on only him and the old man between them. I will make only one offer, Qiu Tianzi said with a heavy heart and a low voice. Just once. If you deem it worthy, it is yours. If you deem it unworthy, I will turn and leave without another word. This was no longer haggling, but a wager. They were gambling on a human heart. Elder Boss' murky old eyes locked onto Qiu Tianzi for a full 3 seconds. He had conned more people in his long life than Qiu Tianzi could imagine, yet he had never seen a ploy like this. It was intoxicating. All right. Elder Boss' gaunt chest rose and fell from his hoarse throat came an almost youthful bravado. If you truly have that courage, old man, Bo will play you to the end. Call your price. He slapped the counter before him, rattling the antiques atop it. If your price makes me feel satisfied, that lump of scrap is yours. The air in the chamber froze utterly. Qiu Tianzi's thoughts spun. The appraisal Fajin Wancang had labeled the object unable to be measured, meaning its value far exceeded his present 80 billion fortune. At the same time, the 4 words danger unknown hung over him like a drawn sword. To wager everything on an unknown was the act of a fool. If he bid too high, this old fox's shrewdness would detect the anomaly. He would rather let the item rot in his hands than part with it. He would balk. If the price was too low, it would never pass the old man's eye, and there would be no chance to negotiate. It had to be a figure that both stirred greed and seemed reasonable. A price that made him feel he had fleeced a naive fool, not one that made him realize he had let a mountain of gold slip through his fingers. Qiu Tianzi looked at Elder Boss' face, written with the thought, what the hell are you hiding? And in an instant reached a decision. He slowly raised 3 fingers. There were no words, only the gesture. Elder Boss' eyelids twitched violently, his breath caught for half a beat as he fixed his stare on those 3 fingers. 300 million. He tested, already primed to sneer. Qiu Tianzi only shook his head, then parted his thin lips and spoke 3 syllables. 3 billion. Elder Boss' murky eyes narrowed to slits. He turned instinctively and peered through the crack of the chamber door toward that lump of iron he had regarded as refuse for 70 years. That motion made Qiu Tianzi's heart skip. His first impulse had been 50 billion, but the number had been snuffed as soon as it surfaced. 50 billion was too high. For an object, even Fajin Wancang had marked danger unknown, risking more than half his fortune was reckless. More important, this old fox was not Lu the steward from Wanyuan Stoneworks. 50 billion for such junk would be too conspicuous. It would alert the old man to a value beyond his imagination. He would back out, preferring to let the iron rot in his hands rather than be cheated by something he could not fathom. Therefore, Qiu Tianzi offered 30 billion. The figure sat precisely at a delicate point of balance. It was a gamble and an attack on the heart. Just as Qiu Tianzi felt his pulse being stretched towards silence by the stillness, Elder Bo slowly turned his head back. He looked at Qiu Tianzi, and his lined face suddenly opened like a chrysanthemum. A dry horse chuckle squeezed up from his throat. The laughter swelled raucous and unrestrained, rattling dust from the rafters as it echoed through the... With a clap, the old man's skeletal palm came down hard on the counter with a dull thud. Deal. He practically roared, a light never seen before flaring in his murky eyes as he stared fixedly at Qiu Tianzi. I don't give a damn what the thing is. For 30 billion from you, I'll sell this lump of scrap. The tension in Qiu Tianzi's back finally eased the instant the words fell. Done. Transfer it, Qiu Tianzi said, without ceremony, pulling up his personal terminal. Elder Bo, equally brisk, did the same, and the two of them completed the huge transaction in short order. A chime announced the completion. The account was debited 3 Shinkong coins. Sheng Liruona's care was added into the storage space. Qiu Tianzi glanced at the 50 billion remaining in his account with no visible emotion, though the relief of having the object in hand finally settled over him. With the transaction done, Elder Boss' manic exhilaration slowly ebbed. He regarded Qiu Tianzi with a complicated look and finally let out a heavy sigh, a sound laced with fatigue. That thing had lain there before I took over this shabby shop, he murmured, his gaze growing distant, as if recalling it. 70 years, he said, tracing circles on the grease-stained counter with his finger. Back then I thought I'd dug up some world-shattering treasure. I cut it, burned it, even hammered it with an energy cannon. He shook his head, a self-mocking smile at the corner. It was useless, hard as a demon. I once considered selling it, but no one would pay high for something of mysterious origin. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Qiu Tianzi, anew, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Left long enough, I almost forgot it was here. Never expected you kid to dig it up today. He leaned forward, lowering his voice until his dry lips were almost at Qiu Tianzi's ear, the tone carrying an inscrutable meaning. 30 billion to buy a riddle I've puzzled over for 70 years, kid. I hope your luck is better than mine. At those words, Qiu Tianzi's smile shifted oddly. He cast a meaningful glance at the chamber and then at Elder Bo and said slowly, old man, I'm a good man. Good men tend to have decent luck. That smile carried sincerity with a touch of mockery. Elder Bo was momentarily choked, the corner of his mouth twitching, in the end, he gave a grudging thumbs up. Kid, with that shameless nerve of yours, your luck can't be that bad. He waved a hand and reverted to his habitual indifference. Find the things bought. Want to see anything else? Qiu Tianzi shook his head decisively. Enough. This old fox was too troublesome. Staying longer would only bleed more of his assets. No, that's it for today, he said, then turned and left without hesitation. He had just reached the hidden door when, as if recalling something, he halted, turned, and looked back at Elder. Old man, I have a question. Spit it out, came the curt reply. Qiu Tianzi merely glanced about at the priceless wares in the chamber and asked leisurely, all your good things together must be worth a few 100 billion, right? Left like this on display, aren't you afraid of being robbed? He paused, then his tone turned playful. Wuguang City is not a place of peace. At that, Elder Boss' lined face curved into a most uncanny grin, a smile that made Qiu Tianzi's skin crawl. You heard an old saying. The old man's hoarse voice echoed through the room with a hint of menace. When friends come, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are hunting guns. Others have had designs on my place over the years. The old man bared yellowed teeth. Sadly, none have ever walked out of this alley alive. As he spoke, a flicker of oddity caught the corner of Qiu Tianzi's eye. In a dim corner of the chamber, a nondescript metal conduit wept tiny beads of silvery liquid. They crawled across the dust-dimmed wall, as if alive, slipping into shadow and vanishing. Liquid metal, an autonomous, intelligent defensive system. Qiu Tianzi's heart tightened, his gaze over the chamber altered completely. Elder Bo took in his reaction and his smile deepened. Besides, if a tough customer really showed up and I couldn't beat him, I would simply let him take the goods. He drew out the words slowly, someone will come looking for him. Qiu Tianzi immediately jumped to a conclusion and blurted, those things aren't all yours. Heh. Elder Boss' face opened into a chrysanthemum of a grin. I sometimes do consignment sales, helping those who cannot show their faces to dispose of hot items. At that, Qiu Tianzi understood. He drew back his gaze, looked the old man up and down, and any lingering hope of a bargain had evaporated. Indeed, to run such a hidden shop in a place like Wuguang City, no one here is a simple player. Point taken. Qiu Tianzi cupped his hands in a gesture of thanks, and this time truly turned away, leaving the shop without hesitation. When his back vanished beyond the door, Elder Boss' smile faded. He hunched over an ancient dagger worth 82 billion, reached out with a gnarled finger, brushed away non-existent dust, and the blade trembled as if in response. His murky eyes watched the direction Qiu Tianzi had taken as he murmured to himself, "There is an interesting little fellow." The moment Qiu Tianzi stepped through the groaning alloy door, he sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. 4 individuals awaited him outside, each wearing a distinctly different expression. Bao Daiting wore an obsequious smile, his very footsteps radiating shrewd alertness. In contrast, Wantiangang and the 2 other bodyguards looked grim, faces clouded with suppressed irritation as though they had just swallowed a fly. Qiu Tianzi paid no mind to their emotional turbulence. He merely gestured casually toward Bao Daiting, preparing to issue instructions. "Young master." Wan Tiangang finally broke the silence, his voice low and deliberately restrained. "We've just received a transmission from Chief Steward Fu. He commands us to terminate this trip immediately and escort you back to Veristar." Qiu Tianzi froze mid-motion. Slowly he turned his head, his gaze settling upon Wan Tiangang. Calm, placid, utterly still. Yet that quiet stare tightened the veteran's chest despite his 9th-rank Stardust martial cultivation. "Return to Veristar." Again and again, a faint wry amusement flickered across Qiu Tianzi's lips. A steward, a mere servant, had begun issuing orders to his master. His so-called father truly had raised a loyal, obedient hound. Recalling the original host's timidity, bordering on abject cowardice, Qiu Tianzi felt another ripple of irony. He could scarcely fathom how such a spineless weakling had ever emerged from the Qiu clan of Veristar, a viper's nest where even breaths were measured in betrayal. Logically, growing up amidst such cutthroat scheming should have forged at least a ruthless young tyrant, if not a dragon among men. How then had he been silenced so effortlessly in his own chamber, without a whisper? What an anomaly! "So, you intend to drag me back by force?" Qiu Tianzi asked, voice serene. Wan Tiangong's face darkened further, his lips parted, yet no sound emerged. To bind him? He dared not. Yet to disobey the steward's command was equally unthinkable. Within the Qiu clan, Chief Steward Fu occupied a singular position. His words carried the weight of the patriarch himself. "Young Master, Elder Fu acts solely for your safety." One of the 7th-rank bodyguards interjected stiffly. "The city of Unlight teems with rogues and shadows. You've already..." His sentence died midair as Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell upon him. That look held no anger, no threat, only profound stillness. Yet it choked the rest of his words deep within his throat, silencing him utterly. Qiu Tianzi swept his eyes across the surroundings, the dim alleyway, dripping pipes, the pervasive cloying scent of damp decay. A sudden weariness settled over him. "How tedious. Let's go back," he said, tone indifferent. All 3 bodyguards blinked in stunned disbelief, then exhaled, inwardly relieved. They'd prepared a litany of persuasive arguments, never imagining the young master would acquiesce so readily. Qiu Tianzi did not glance at them again, instead casting a brief appraising look at Bao Daiting, who remained respectfully bowed. With a flick of his fingertip across his personal terminal, a holographic interface shimmered into existence, generating a temporary contact credential. "Here, take it." Bao Daiting, flustered and honored, caught the fading light point with both hands. "I'll need you again. Do well, and your reward will be generous." Bao Daiting's face crinkled into a radiant, florid grin. He'd assumed this commission ended here. Now he'd unexpectedly grasped a golden lifeline, a stroke of celestial fortune. "Young master, rest assured. From this day forth my life is yours. Summon me anytime, anywhere." He pounded his chest, half ready to kneel then and there. Having dismissed the overjoyed Bao Daiting, Qiu Tianzi and his 3 escorts turned and retraced their steps, not toward the hotel, but straight to the interstellar spaceport. When the private cruiser appeared in view, jet black, sleek, ferociously angular, like a slumbering leviathan coiled amid the starfields, a wave of unfamiliar memory surged into Qiu Tianzi's consciousness. This 300-meter vessel, the Night Raven, had been a birthday gift from his late mother, the woman whose name he'd never spoken aloud. Its extravagance ignited fierce envy across the clan of factions, even united to pressure the patriarch into revoking the gift, an honor far exceeding the station of any junior heir. Yet they failed utterly. Even his elder brother, the presumptive next sector governor, whose prestige eclipsed all others, commanded a vessel less than 1/10 as magnificent. A faint knowing curve touched Qiu Tianzi's lips. Intriguing. It seemed his long-absent mother was no ordinary figure after all. Young master, what shall we tell Elder Fu? Ruan Tiangang murmured cautiously from behind. Let him wait. Without turning, Qiu Tianzi ascended the boarding ramp. His voice, soft yet resonant, halted all three in their tracks, staring at each other dumbfounded. Wait. Let Elder Fu wait. Such a declaration would be met with disbelief across Veristar. Watching Qiu Tianzi vanish into the ships, Hatch Ruan Tiangong's stern features twisted into a tapestry of awed doubt and dawning apprehension. He sensed it. The storm was coming. Who was Elder Fu? The undisputed sovereign of the Qiu clan's inner court. So formidable, even the patriarch granted him deference. And this seventh young master had dismissed him with a single airy phrase. Was this truly the same youth who once trembled before Elder Fu like a mouse before a serpent? Unbidden, Ruan Tiangong's mind replayed the past half-day in the city of Unlight, the Wan Yuan Gemstone Workshop, where Qiu Tianzi had effortlessly outmaneuvered manager Lu, laughing all the while, netting 80 billion credits. And those glances, those unervingly steady gazes. A chill ran down Ruan Tiangong's spine. That detachment wasn't feigned, it was bone-deep absolute. Such cold indifference could not be summoned by mere shock or trauma. Instinctively, he rubbed the nape of his neck, where goose flesh prickled beneath his collar. Chief, how do we report this to Elder Fu? One of the 7th rank guards leaned in, voice strained. Report everything, exactly as it happened. Ruan Tiangang drew a slow, steadying breath, his gaze sharpening into something ancient and unyielding. Not a single word omitted. The guard paled. But if Elder Fu holds us accountable, then let him hold us accountable, Ruan Tiangang cut in, voice glacial. We were dispatched by the patriarch to protect the young master, not to serve as Elder Fu's mouthpiece. This 7th young master has become beyond our comprehension. With that, he strode forward without another word, stepping aboard the cruiser. Inside, opulence and cutting-edge technology merged seamlessly, luxury sculpted by precision engineering. 3 biomechanical maids glided forward in silent unison, clad in form-fitting black uniforms, faces sculpted with flawless ethereal symmetry. Welcome home, master. Their voices were honeyed, harmonious, and utterly devoid of inflection. Qiu Tianzi raised his arms without hesitation. With elegant efficiency, the maid removed his outer garment, still faintly redolent of the city of Unlight's grime, and guided him to the cleansing station, offering warm silk towels. The ritual unfolded with seamless grace. Once draped in loose charcoal black silk robes, Qiu Tianzi felt the squalor of that subterranean world recede, replaced at last by the ordered elegance of civilization. He bypassed the common areas entirely, heading directly to his private suite at the vessel's prow. The moment he crossed the threshold, a gentle synthetic voice chimed beside his ear. Master, the Night Raven has completed full system diagnostics, ready for departure upon command. It was the ship's central AI. Destination Veristar. Qiu Tianzi issued the order, calm and concise. Course confirmed. Requesting port departure clearance. Clearance granted. Anti-gravity drive engaged. Estimated arrival 24 standard hours. A barely perceptible tremor passed through the hull as the 300-meter black Leviathan detached from its berth, sliding silently into the abyssal starfield like a drop of ink dissolving into infinite night. Qiu Tianzi approached the vast one-way viewport. Beyond the glass, Veristar receded, a tarnished ashen orb suspended in cosmic rust. His expression remained utterly unruffled. He lifted a goblet of fermented grape wine freshly delivered by the biomechanical maid, swirling the deep crimson liquid slowly. Veristar, I'm coming. At the very moment Qiu Tianzi boarded the patrol ship and merged into the sea of stars deep within the starry sky, a completely silent circular space station constructed entirely of pure white crystals awaited. A stream of encrypted information silently swept across the central holographic screen. First plan failed. No abnormalities detected in the target's vital signs. Should we initiate the second plan? After a brief pause, a more concise directive appeared, carrying an undeniable resolution. Cease all actions. Continue observation. Await further orders. The screen dimmed, and the space station fell once again into eternal silence, as if nothing had ever occurred. Inside the front room of the Night Crow ship, Qiu Tianzi held a wine glass, took a sip of the grape brew, and gently set it down on the side table. His mind stirred, and his consciousness sank deep into his mind. The ancient and weathered golden wheel known as the Fajin Wancang slowly emerged. He focused his attention on the most central area of the wheel. There a 3x3 grid quietly floated with all 9 squares currently displaying a profound blackness that swallowed light akin to 9 tiny black holes. Only at the center of the grid did a line of faint golden numbers silently count down. 715812. This was the cooling time. To be more precise, it was the time until the next opening. The Fajin Wancang would randomly illuminate 9 squares every 7 days, conducting a dark auction. The last time was just as he crossed over at the moment his life was about to fade. At that time, one of the squares contained the Changsheng Ju, the only item he recognized by its name. The starting bid was 100 billion star coins. To survive, he hesitated not at all, directly investing all 300 billion star coins left in the original owner's private account. Then he survived, and all 9 squares turned into the same pitch blackness. 300 billion was his life-saving money. Now that Qiu Tianzi thought back, he felt a bit of fear. But what frustrated him more was this damned dark auction mechanism. It meant that if his bid was not high enough, that treasure would slip away from him forever lost. Changsheng Ju was just 1 out of 9. What might the other 8 items be truly extraordinary treasures? The mere thought of it made Qiu Tianzi feel a twinge of bitterness. The 50 billion he currently had in his account sounded like a lot, but when the next opening came, he feared he wouldn't even have enough to cover the starting bid. Damn it, I need to make money. Qiu Tianzi took a sip of wine. His gaze became profound. He looked at the constantly ticking countdown, feeling no anxiety, but rather ignited an unprecedented interest. He finished the last sip of wine in his cup, pulling his thoughts away from his desire for money. A sudden thought floated into his mind. That item he had bought for 30 billion star coins, the one he had dug out from the old man Bo, called Sheng Lai Luona's care. Just a casual glance in the shop earlier, now, on the absolutely secure Night Crow, he could properly. With a thought, that elongated metallic lump appeared out of nowhere in his storage space, emitting an ancient metallic aura, thudding heavily onto the table made of solid obsidian. It measured 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length, resembling an elongated rugby ball covered in rust with a thick layer of petrified shell, looking as if it had just been dug out from some long-abandoned garbage planet. Qiu Tianzi reached out and tapped it with his finger, producing a dull bang-bang sound entirely different from the metallic feel he had imagined. He sank his mind again, connecting with the Fajin Wancang in his consciousness. Buzz. Within his mind, the golden wheel appeared, and streams of information cascaded like waterfalls. Detected superspec energy response. Analyzing. Insufficient permissions. Warning. Analysis failed. Name Sheng Lai Luona's care core unknown humanoid puppet danger unknown value inestimable still these. Qiu Tianzi's brows furrowed. Had he really wasted 30 billion on a useless hunk of iron? If it was unusable, then this transaction looked like a loss. Just as he was about to give up and wait until he had enough permissions to study it, the golden wheel in his mind suddenly underwent a transformation. The 9 pitch-black squares that had been floating in the center of the wheel along with the countdown vanished in an instant. In their place was an enormous, slowly rotating golden question mark. Qiu Tianzi was taken aback. What was going on? Did the system update? Or was there a bug? He tentatively focused his consciousness on the golden question mark. The next second, a new line of small text appeared beneath the question mark. Would you like to spend 100 star coins to obtain activation clues for Sheng Lai Luona's care? Qiu Tianzi stared at the line of text, his eyes twitching sharply. 10 million. To analyze an answer they wanted to charge separately. He cursed in his heart. When did this damn wheel learn to charge for knowledge? Cursing aside, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Yes. Ding. Before the personal terminal could even emit a deduction notification, the golden question mark in his mind shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless light points that reformed into a line of brief golden text. To activate Sheng Lai Luona's care, the blood of her descendants is required. Below the text was a note, daughter of Sheng Lai Luona. Then what? There was no further information. That line of text hovered in the air for 3 seconds before completely dissipating, and the entire interface of the Fajin Wancang returned to the previous state of 9 black squares and the countdown. As if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion of Qiu Tianzi's. He stood silently in the center of the room. After a full half-minute, he slowly and heavily exhaled, an extremely peculiar expression emerging on his handsome face. The daughter of Sheng Lai Luona. He almost burst out laughing in anger. Who was Sheng Lai Luona? His cheap old man's study contained books that rivaled the Star District Library, yet he had searched the original owner's memories and had never heard this name. Was this person male or female? Human or ghost? How many years had they lived? Are they alive or dead now? Even if alive in the vast sea of stars among billions of stars, where could he find the daughter of someone whose surname might even be fabricated? 10 million star coins for such loneliness. Qiu Tianzi felt his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. He paced irritably around the room, his gaze eventually returning to the interface of the Fajin Wancang in his mind. In an extremely inconspicuous corner of the main interface, there was a function entry he usually considered non-existent now flashing with a cheap and gaudy neon light effect. With a thought he clicked in. Buzz! A huge and extravagantly decorated wheel instantly occupied his entire consciousness. The wheel was divided into countless fan-shaped areas of varying sizes painted in 9 different colors. Super lucky wheel below this name was a line of small text 100 per attempt. The corner of Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Super lucky. He preferred to call it the black hand filling the pit big turntable. On this wheel, the black area representing thank you for your patronage occupied almost 2/3 of the entire disc, as wide as a swindler's face. The remaining gray, white, and green areas were sparsely dotted throughout like salt sprinkled by a miser. As for the higher-level blue and purple areas, their size had shrunk to the point that one had to squint to see them. The orange, gold, and the legendary rainbow colors were so thin they resembled hair, strands hardly noticeable without careful searching. A typical casino scam. A few days ago, when he was short on cash, he wouldn't even touch this thing. But today he had a surge of restless fire with nowhere to vent. Spending 10 million for loneliness, spending another million to hear a sound didn't seem too excessive, right? When a person gets carried away, they tend to do foolish things. Damn it. Qiu Tianzi cursed softly and directly selected 10 consecutive draws in the lottery option below the wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 star coins for 10 attempts at the lucky wheel? Yes. 1 million star coins instantly vanished from his account, not even a splash. The enormous wheel before him began to spin wildly, radiating brilliance with a cacophony of sounds, afraid that others might not know how much money it burned. Moments later, 10 beams of light shot out from the wheel, lining up in front of him. Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath and clicked on the first one. A black light flashed. Thank you for your patronage, the second. Black light. Thank you for your patronage, the third. Still black light. Thank you for your patronage. 7 in a row, all black, not even a consolation prize. Qiu Tianzi's face was now indistinguishable from the black area on the wheel. He felt as though he was not participating in a lottery, but rather paying an intelligence tax to this damned system. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the 8th one. Finally, it was no longer black light. A gray light lit up. Received Universal Screw X1 pack. Qiu Tianzi stared at the ordinary-looking pack of screws in silence. He clicked on the 9th one. A white light. Received Refreshing Liquid X1 bottle. Note: this product is prepared using ancient methods and can effectively relieve mental fatigue. Main ingredient: caffeine. Qiu Tianzi's fists tightened. He spent 1 million, drew a pile of thank yous plus a pack of screws and a bottle of energy drink. Only one left. He no longer held any hope, purely wanting to end this self-torture quickly. However, when he clicked on the last light sphere, an unprecedented, brilliant blue light burst forth. This shade of blue was so pure, so dazzling, entirely on a different level from the 9 previous gaudy ones. Qiu Tianzi was momentarily stunned. As the light faded, an old, somewhat worn notebook quietly floated in midair. On the cover, in a hasty handwriting, were the words, "The repentance of the old swindler Qiu Tianzi." What is this? With a belly full of doubts, he opened this repentance worth at least 100,000 star coins. He took a deep breath and opened the carelessly covered letter of regret. What caught his eye was a heartfelt confession akin to those of the greasy protagonists in third-rate night novels. The words were twisted and the phrases cheesy, each stroke exuding a sense of impatient lewdness. "Oh my goddess, whom I think of day and night, Willis Anna. That towering peak is the holy land I aspire to climb for a lifetime. That deep valley is the resting place my soul longs for." Qiu Tianzi's face darkened. He felt as if his eyes were subjected to some indescribable physical assault. A letter of regret. What the hell is this nonsense? This old fool is merely regretting that he couldn't personally touch it. This is hardly a letter of regret. It's clearly an unfinished manuscript of a risque novel. 100,000 star coins, and this is what I got. He suppressed the urge to tear the wretched book to shreds, his fingers pressing down as he flipped directly to the last page. He wanted to see which shameless old fool penned such disgraceful content. In the corner of the title page, there was only a flamboyant signature. "Your everlasting admirer, Duke Ireland Pa." Qiu Tianzi spat and mentally cursed the Duke's ancestors for 18 generations. He wanted to throw this eye-watering thing into the trash can. However, just as his wrist lifted ready to toss this eye-soaring object into the molecular disintegrator, his action suddenly froze. He looked down at the letter of regret. In his hand, the expression of disgust on his face gradually replaced by a more complex indifference. 1,000,000 star coins. Although it was a bonus from a 10 consecutive draws, the cost of this thing was indeed a solid 100,000 star coins. Money was trivial, but feeling like the system was treating him like a fool left him quite displeased. No matter what he spent his money on, even if it were a pile of dung, he had to find a way to extract its value rather than just throwing it away. Moreover, Qiu Tianzi suddenly recalled some sordid secrets circulating in certain interstellar noble circles. There are always some self-proclaimed elegant individuals with unspeakable peculiarities. Perhaps this yellow manuscript from some duke could actually fetch a decent price in the eyes of certain uniquely tasteful collectors. With this thought, the feeling of disgust in his heart faded significantly, and he began to calm down. He casually tossed the eye-soaring broken book onto the obsidian crystal cabinet beside him, then leaned back, lying down on the soft and spacious bed, arms resting behind his head as he began to count his greatest assets. Fajin Wancang. This item had not been in his possession for long, yet he had already figured out 4 of its functions. The first was identification. It could penetrate the essence of all things, a truly divine skill, with the only drawback being that if it encountered something beyond his current permissions, it would render him blind, like that iron lump he spent 3 billion to obtain. The second was the dark auction, held once every 7 days. This was fundamental to his survival, but also a bottomless pit swallowing his wealth. Just thinking about how he spent 300 billion overnight for the longevity technique made his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. Now there were only 71 hours left on the countdown, and the 50 billion remaining in his account was probably not enough for the entry ticket to the next auction. The third was the black hand roulette, a pure money sink, a trick for fools. Aside from this broken book, the previous 1 million didn't even make a sound. In the future, unless he had money piling up, touching it again would be considered a sign of insanity. The fourth was the recently unlocked knowledge payment. He preferred to call it 10 million bounty. 10 million star coins exchanged for a sentence of nonsense, the daughter of Saint Lerona. With his thoughts settled, Qiu Tianzi slowly exhaled a breath of murky air and irritably closed his eyes. Short on cash. For the first time, he was desperately short on cash. All his foundations were built upon this damned money. He had to make money, and quickly, a large sum of it. He began calculating his assets. The most valuable asset, without a doubt, was the luxurious Night Crow cruiser beneath him. But just as this thought emerged, he extinguished it himself. This was the only memento left to him by his estranged mother, and one of the few protections he had in this. Selling it would be akin to severing his own limbs. He couldn't touch it unless he was at the end of his rope. As for the remaining, his thoughts suddenly veered into a corner long sealed away by the original owner's memories. A massive private treasury located deep within the Qiu family estate on Vera Star. Treasury. The mere thought of that term made Qiu Tianzi's lips involuntarily curl upward. To the family's brothers, sisters, and even servants, that place was not called a treasury, but rather the 7th young master's dump. Countless mocking and disdainful faces flooded into the original owner's memories. Every time he eagerly returned with a pile of junk from outside, he became the latest joke in the family. Look, the 7th young master is back with trash again. That thing's not wanted even on Garbage Star, yet he treats it like a treasure. What a useless piece of mud, destined to be nothing but this for his whole life. These piercing voices were once the source of the original owner's inferiority and cowardice. Yet now, as these memories passed through Qiu Tianzi's mind, they brought him an unprecedented sense of joy. Trash. Rubbish. His smile grew increasingly playful. Yes, it's all trash. A pile of trash that might be worth a fortune. Under the examination of Fajin Wancang, he suddenly felt a sense of excitement. Excited to return to Vera Star, excited to open the treasury door that everyone laughed at. Even more excited to see the expressions of those in the family when he turned that trash into dazzling star coins. Time quietly passed amidst his contemplation. When Qiu Tianzi opened his eyes again, the scene outside the porthole had completely changed. A cerulean planet floated silently in the pitch-black universe, akin to the most perfect sapphire, radiating the brilliance of life and civilization. Vera Star, with an area of 1,718 billion square kilometers. Ocean area approximately 1,261 billion square kilometers, accounting for 73.41% of the total area. Land area approximately 457 million square kilometers, accounting for 26.59% of the total area. Its area was over 3 times larger than that of Earth in his past life. Vila Star headquarters of the Wanqiu Star Group. At the top level of a circular skyscraper, suspended 1,000 meters in the air, this is the office of Qiu Rongzi, the second young master of the Qiu family. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, a river of suspended vehicles forms a steel current, showcasing the prosperity of the entire city. Ding! A nondescript icon flickered briefly on the holographic screen before his desk. Qiu Rongzi was reviewing a development report on a new mining star, not lifting his eyelids, even once, merely tracing the edge of the holographic screen with his fingertips. A message popped up. Target ship Night Raven has entered the Vila Star spaceport channel. Estimated arrival time is 29 minutes. Night Raven. Upon seeing this name, a faint smirk of sarcasm tugged at the corners of Qiu Rong. He halted his work, leaning back into the expensive chair made from deep-sea dragon lizard skin, his gaze drifting towards the boundless skyline outside the window. He's back. His younger brother, who only hides under their mother's wings, relying on an annual allowance of 300 billion to collect junk worldwide, has finally returned. Why? This thought, like a poisonous thorn, had pierced his heart for over a decade. Just because he has a good mother. That strong woman Qiu Yutong, who runs the Waning Star Group, and even makes their father wary. So he can sit comfortably on that Night Raven, which even he envies. So their father can indulge him in exchanging astronomical amounts of star coins for heaps of scrap metal salvaged from junk stars. Qiu Rongzi's expression turned cold. That money, if given to him, would be enough to double the fleet under his command. If given to any other sibling, they could achieve remarkable results in their respective fields. But instead it all went to that fool who merely clutches garbage and smiles foolishly. Second young master. A neatly attired assistant approached silently, whispering a report. There's a briefing from Uncle Fu. It seems the seventh young master is behaving unusually in the City of Darkness. Unusual? Qiu Rongzi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What ridiculous treasure has he dug up this time that could make people laugh out loud? The assistant's expression was somewhat peculiar. It is said that the seventh young master spent 30 billion to buy a rusty iron lump. Qiu Rongzi burst into laughter, his mirth filled with unabashed disdain and delight. 30 billion. For an iron lump. Good, splendid. This fool's mind has not only failed to improve, but it has worsened. What else? Qiu Rongzi asked with keen interest. Also, Uncle Fu mentioned in the briefing that the seventh young master's demeanor seems quite different from before even. Scolded Captain Wan Tiangang. The assistant felt somewhat absurd saying this. However, the smile on Qiu Rongzi's face gradually faded, and after a moment of silence he let out a more disdainful sneer. Has he grown some courage? He stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the streams of vehicles below resembling ants. After a few days out in the wild, he suddenly starts to have a temper. Does he dare to show off in front of family members who are ninth-tier warriors? He knew his brother too well, born with timidity ingrained deep in his bones. It's all just pretentious posturing. Keep a close eye on him. Qiu Rongzi turned around, his voice carrying a relaxed tone as if playing with prey. Make a detailed list of all the treasures he brings back this time, the more detailed the better. The assistant bowed slightly yes. Qiu Rongzi's gaze returned to the window, the mocking smile returning to his face. Just in time for my inauguration ceremony as the governor of the Rongxing Star District, I will have an additional amusing joke to share. He could already imagine the splendid expressions on the faces of the guests in the hall, including his eternally composed father, when he presented the list of the 30 billion iron lumps. As for his useless brother, he would probably be frightened into a corner crying. At this very moment, the seventh brother, whom the second brother expected to be crying, unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! Qiu Tianzi rubbed his nose, frowning slightly. Who the hell was cursing me from behind? He stood at the gangway of the Night Raven, his gaze sweeping over the familiar, yet strange spaceport before him. The original owner's resentment and disgust surged up uncontrollably, like dark currents from the deep sea, causing a heaviness in his chest. Damn it, this is not what coming home feels like. How much humiliation did my predecessor endure in this damned place to accumulate such intense negative emotions? Qiu Tianzi quickly suppressed this alien emotion, but a deeper question arose. Given the original owner's character so timid to the bone, how could he dare to touch that life-threatening forbidden drug? He tried once more to dig into that crucial memory, but his mind remained shrouded in fog, as if a piece had been forcefully carved out. All he remembered was a named divine domain. As for how this drug came to be and why it had to be sought out on the remote Zibo star, all clues were thoroughly severed. Young master, Wan Tiangang's voice came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Qiu Tianzi came to his senses, seeing at the end of the VIP passageway in the spaceport an elderly man dressed in a black tailcoat with meticulously groomed hair, standing quietly, with 2 rows of bodyguards in black. Even from 100 meters away, Qiu Tianzi could feel the scrutinizing gaze directed at him. Uncle Fu, the Qiu family's chief steward. The man whom the original owner feared like a venomous snake, not daring to make eye contact. Upon seeing him, Qiu Tianzi's resentment belonging to the original owner surged strongly again. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he walked down. Chief Steward Tiangang and the others quickly approached and bowed slightly to the elder, their demeanor respectful. However, the elder, referred to as the chief steward, didn't even spare them a glance, his sharp eyes locked onto the slowly approaching Qiu Tianzi. 7th Young Master. Uncle Fu's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a machine that had undergone precise calculations. The master asked me to come and pick you up. Qiu Tianzi stopped in front of him, looking directly at him, wearing an appropriately timed smile. Thank you, Uncle Fu, for making the trip personally. A hint of barely noticeable surprise flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes. The 7th Young Master before him showed no signs of the usual timidity and avoidance. His straightened posture and calm gaze made him feel an unfamiliar sense of incongruity. It's my duty. Uncle Fu still spoke in a businesslike tone. The car is ready, please follow me. As he spoke, he stepped aside, making a gesture to invite Qiu Tianzi. However, Qiu Tianzi did not move. He merely shook his head with a smile. No rush. Uncle Fu frowned slightly. 7th Young Master. I have some garbage that needs to be dealt with first. Qiu Tianzi turned to glance back at the massive night raven, his smile growing even brighter. Uncle Fu, you wouldn't mind waiting a little longer, would you? Upon hearing this, not only Uncle Fu, but even Tiangang and the others behind him instantly changed their expressions. Garbage. This young master is about to start his ridiculous garbage-picking hobby again. And right in front of the chief steward. Old Fu's weathered face bore no trace of emotion as he stated flatly, 7th Young Master, the master is waiting for you. He paused for a moment, his gaze seemingly wandering over the night crow behind Qiu Tianzi, his tone carrying the weight of a senior advising a younger, less wise individual. Those trivialities of yours can be dealt with at any time. With these words, the air around them fell into a profound silence. Tiangang's eyelids twitched in unison, silently cursing the situation. Trivialities. This steward was still looking at people with outdated notions. Amidst the silence, Qiu Tianzi laughed. He slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes devoid of any emotion as they fixed on Old Fu. Old Fu. He spoke softly, yet his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Trivialities can indeed be disposed of at any time. However, some trivialities have lingered in the same place for decades, basking in the owner's glory, witnessing too many good things, and genuinely believing they have become treasures themselves. Tell me, shouldn't such garbage who has nearly forgotten what it is be prioritized for removal to prevent it from stinking and harming the owner? The moment his words landed, the temperature in the entire VIP passageway seemed to plummet to zero. Tiangang felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Brutal. It was incredibly ruthless. The implication of his words was simply a direct insult to Old Fu. A trace of change finally appeared on Old Fu's old face. His eyes, which sparkled with intensity, suddenly narrowed, locking onto Qiu Tianzi as an invisible pressure erupted like a landslide and tsunami. The 2 7th-tier bodyguards following him instantly turned pale, feeling as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed against their chests, making even breathing incredibly difficult. Even Tiangang, a 9th-tier Stardust warrior, felt a wave of dread, instinctively tensing his muscles to resist. The Nebula Realm. This old man had 1 foot already in that realm. This was the first time in decades that Old Fu had shown true fire in front of a junior. In his life, he had assisted 2 generations of the Qiu family heads, which of them had not treated him with utmost respect. Never had he faced such an affront, especially from a waste that the entire family looked down upon. Yet at the center of the pressure, Qiu Tianzi appeared unfazed, his smile not losing a fraction of its warmth. The aura that could terrify 7th-tier warriors washed over him like a spring breeze, causing not a ripple, and only Qiu Tianzi knew that to withstand this pressure his account was rapidly depleting. He merely gazed quietly at Old Fu, a hint of pity shining in his eyes. Old Fu, it seems you have not only forgotten your identity over the years, but your hearing has also dulled. Qiu Tianzi shook his head, the smile on his face finally fading into a mask of indifference. I said I want to deal with my garbage first. Do you not understand, or do you simply not wish to comprehend? Outrageous. Old Fu could no longer contain the anger boiling within him, shouting sharply. His voice crashed like thunder, causing the alloy walls of the passage to reverberate. Seventh young master. Mind your words and your status. My status. Qiu Tianzi laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He pointed at himself, then at old Fu, and finally at the pitch-black night crow. I am the master, you are the servant. It is my ship, not yours. Now I command the people on the ship to unload all my belongings. Without even glancing at old Fu, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple, he turned and walked toward the gangway of the night crow. Whoever dares to stop me, break their legs. That's what I said. The last 3 words floated lightly in the silence of the VIP passage. Ruan Tiangang's throat involuntarily rolled. He instinctively glanced at old Fu beside him, only to hear a series of sharp cracks as the old steward's fingers clenched behind his back creaked under excessive force. It's over. This chief steward is about to explode. Ruan Tiangang instinctively took half a step back, his muscles tensing as he braced for an imminent storm of destruction. However, the expected thunderous wrath did not descend. Old Fu's chest, which had been heaving with anger, took 2 deep breaths, almost to the extreme. That furious fire which could incinerate the heavens was forcibly suppressed. When he raised his eyes again, his bright old gaze was devoid of emotion, fixated coldly on Qiu Tianzi's back. Something is wrong. Too wrong. This is not the 7th young master he knew. Old Fu, expressionless, activated his personal terminal, his fingers moving like lightning on the screen, sending a highly confidential message with the highest authority across space to the core of the Qiu family estate. The content of the message was simple, just a few numbers. Master, I suspect the 7th young master has been swapped. Recommendation: immediate gene tracing and soul verification. Meanwhile, on Vela Star, in a study room that felt antiquated and out of place with the external technology, Qiu Mo Yuan was savoring a cup of hot tea, eyes closed in meditation. Buzz. A faint vibration came from the terminal on his wrist, a scarlet priority alert directly overriding all the information he was processing. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the screen. Upon reading the 2 lines sent by old Fu, this master of a vast interstellar conglomerate, who had long ceased to show emotions, felt his pupils contract suddenly. In an instant, the temperature in the study plummeted several degrees. Swapped. A powerful killing intent flashed across him. Yet that killing intent was immediately suppressed, his brows knitting tightly. What if he wasn't swapped? What if this was his true self? Qiu Mo Yuan's mind involuntarily conjured the face of that woman, the one who had single-handedly established the waning star group, whose formidable demeanor had made even him feel challenged during their parting. Qiu Yutong. After a full half-minute of silence, he finally raised his hand and pressed the only red button on the control panel of the desk. A brief command was sent back through the previous communication channel. At the spaceport, old Fu watched as Qiu Tianzi ascended the gangway, his old face dark enough to drip water. He did not move. He was waiting for the master's decision. As long as the master gave the order, he would not hesitate to act, capturing this dubious 7th young master on the spot, even if it meant dismantling the Night Crow. Standing at the top of the gangway, Qiu Tianzi glanced back at old Fu, who stood like a statue, grumbling internally. Damn, playing the part of a noble costs money. Just a moment ago, when old Fu's aura erupted, his mind's log old vault went into overdrive, his account balance visibly plummeting, evaporating nearly 1 million star coins in mere seconds just to counter that pressure. The Nebula realm truly is terrifying. As he pondered, old Fu's terminal lit up. Old Fu glanced down, and a slight change finally flickered across his old face. A complex expression mixing shock and confusion. He raised his head again to look at Qiu Tianzi, and his gaze changed. Then, under the astonished eyes of Ruan Tiangang and the others, this chief steward, who held an extraordinary position in the Qiu family, slowly bowed his proud head, which had been held high for decades. It was this old servant who overstepped. Please, young master, make yourself at home. Huh, just like that. Qiu Tianzi's expression remained unchanged, but he was momentarily taken aback. In his original plan, Uncle Fu would either fly into a rage or forcibly take him away. He had already gone through 100 different responses in his mind, even including how to use the situation to his advantage, completely escalating the conflict to that cheap old man. And the result? I had everything set up, the stage ready, the knife sharpened, and yet you didn't take the stage, instead bowing to me from the sidelines. And you say you've overstepped? This left Qiu Tianzi at a loss. What does that make me look like? A spoiled child throwing a tantrum just because of my status. Damn, that's high evil. This old butler is indeed no ordinary person. This tactic of retreating to advance is executed beautifully. But soon Qiu Tianzi figured out the underlying reason. Uncle Fu bowing was definitely not because he was intimidated by a few of my half-hearted words, nor could it be due to a guilty conscience. The only reason is that he received an order from the family head. But that makes it even more interesting. That indifferent old man Xiao Mo Yuan who regarded him as nothing would actually suppress Uncle Fu for his sake. Why? The deep-rooted loneliness and fear from the original owner's memories surged back, clearly telling Qiu Tianzi that in this family, he had no one to rely on, including his biological father. Precisely because of this, he dared to make such a scene today. Since they are all enemies, why hold back? Worst case scenario, both sides suffer. He had a protective mother behind him who managed the waning star group. Even if he caused a ruckus on Vela, who would truly dare to do anything to him? And he himself, relying on the Fajin Wancang, could also stir up trouble. However, this situation seemed to be a bit more complicated than he had imagined. Qiu Tianzi's thoughts raced in his mind, but his face remained calm and unruffled. He looked at Uncle Fu, who was bowing his head and appeared respectful, yet was likely grinding his teeth in frustration, and found it somewhat amusing. All right. He spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but carrying a tone of command. Since you know you've overstepped, just wait on the side. After saying this, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at Uncle Fu again, turning directly to wave at the bioengineered maid of the night crow. Move all that garbage from my room down piece by piece. He deliberately emphasized the word garbage. Be careful, don't bump or damage anything. Those are all my treasures. Receiving the order, the two bioengineered maids turned and returned to the ship, their movements showing no hesitation. Soon within the VIP passage, a scene unfolded that could only be described as the most bizarre since the establishment of the Vela starport. A 3-meter-long metal rod covered in green rust was carefully lifted out by two maids, one in front and one behind, as if it were not scrap metal, but a scepter of some ancient emperor. Next came a piece of engine debris burned down to half and pitted on the surface, placed on a specialized anti-gravity tray and smoothly transported down. Then a pile of tangled wires emitting a burnt smell was sorted out by the maids with silk gloves neatly arranged on the ground. One item after another. Each item was uniquely ugly and broken in its own way. The two rows of black-clad bodyguards following Uncle Fu looked as if their eyeballs would pop out. They exchanged glances, their faces wearing an expression of bewilderment, as if asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They could hardly hold it together. Ruan Tiangang's eye twitched violently. He could no longer bear to watch. So embarrassing, so damn embarrassing. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Only Uncle Fu from start to finish remained quietly watching. His old eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth, as if this was merely an absurd farce. Qiu Tianzi watched the scene resembling a garbage dump, and Uncle Fu's increasingly grim face, and a long-lost ridiculous sense of pleasure, truly rose within him. This feeling was childish, even somewhat boring, something he would have scoffed at in his past life. But thinking of the original owner's memories filled with frustration and tears, he felt that what he was doing was truly worth it. Let this be a way to collect some interest for that poor unfortunate soul. Finally, that iron lump St. Lyrona's care that cost him 30 billion star coins was pushed out separately. It was securely fixed on a large anti-gravity cargo board, gently landing on the ground with a dull. Thus all collections belonging to Qiu Tianzi on the Night Crow were completely moved out, piled into a small mountain within the VIP passage, exuding a sense of poverty and mildew. The wind from the port blew into the passage, lifting a tattered fur, the origin of which was unknown, swirling around before landing on Uncle Fu's polished shoes. Uncle Fu's eyelids finally twitched imperceptibly. Qiu Tianzi captured this moment, and his smile brightened once again. He brushed off the dust on his hands as if he had just completed a remarkable feat, then slowly turned around to look at Uncle Fu again. Uncle Fu, he pointed to the impressive pile of garbage at his feet. Come, let's admire this treasure of the universe together. Uncle Fu's lips pressed together. Qiu Tianzi, however, seemed not to notice his expression, continuing to ask with an innocent tone. Where's the vehicle? Hurry up, what are you standing there looking dumb for? Move it. Be careful that my treasures don't see the sunlight and lose some mildew, affecting their value. Uncle Fu tightly closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the last trace of emotion had vanished. He no longer looked at Qiu Tianzi, but simply uttered a word to the group of bodyguards who already felt like they were on pins and needles. Move. With a single command, the two rows of elite bodyguards who usually exuded an intimidating aura moved stiffly apart, walking toward the pile of peculiar-smelling garbage. They were the blades of the Qiu family, able to take on 100 foes, yet at this moment their expressions were more serious than when they first went into battle. One bodyguard took a deep breath and reached for the 3-meter-long rusty metal rod. The moment he touched it, the rough, cold texture and the unknown sticky substance on it made his hand tremble instinctively. Hey, hey, hey. Qiu Tianzi's voice rang out inappropriately. He had already approached, circling the bodyguard like a supervisor, and tapped the metal rod twice with his finger. Be gentle. He looked heartbroken. This is a totem pillar from a lost civilization, not a dumbbell for you to practice with. Do you see this green patina on it? It's the sediment of time. Do you understand art? The bodyguard's face instantly turned a shade of liver, his movements growing increasingly stiff, not daring to exert force, nor let go. His square face flushed red. Qiu Tianzi ignored him and slipped over to the other two who were working together to lift the piece of engine debris. You, the one on the left, lower your waist. Do you think you're moving bricks? Feel it. Feel the energy patterns contained within it. Though it has already lost its function, the beauty remains. Beauty, he said while shaking his head and swaying, making sounds of appreciation as if he were admiring a masterpiece rather than a piece of scrap metal dug from a junkyard. An atmosphere of extreme awkwardness began to pervade the air around them. Wancang stood nearby, his eye twitching wildly. He had already turned his head to the side, unable to bear to witness this scene any longer. Finally, it was time for the piece de resistance, that oval-shaped iron lump. St. Lyrona's care. All the bodyguards halted their movements, staring in unison at this treasure. Why are you all just standing there? Are you waiting for it to grow legs and walk? Qiu Tianzi clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, then walked casually over to the iron lump, using an exaggerated gesture to gently brush off non-existent dust. He cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but clear enough for everyone in the passage to hear. This one, you all better be on high alert. He extended 3 fingers, waving them in front of everyone, his expression unusually serious. Star coins. He articulated each word, deliberately glancing at Uncle Fu not far away, grinning widely, revealing a dazzling smile. If you break it, you'll have to pay out of your pension for the next few decades, and that won't even cover the tip. This was directed at the group of bodyguards, but his gaze was fixed squarely on Uncle Fu. Boom. All the bodyguards were instantly dumbfounded. 30 billion. Just for this piece of junk. They stared at the rusty iron lump, their expressions shifting, as if they were no longer looking at an object, but at a supernova that could explode at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from each of them, unsure where to place their hands and feet. Watching their ghostly expressions, Qiu Tianzi finally felt a sense of relief from the accumulated frustration. He nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. All right, move it. Remember, treat it as gently as if it were your own father. At this moment, the previously silent Uncle Fu finally moved. His murky old eyes slowly shifted away from the pile of garbage and returned to Qiu Tianzi, revealing an extremely stiff smile. 7th young master. He spoke, his voice hoarse. Since we are going to move, why not take everything out of it? He paused, the peculiar smile on his face widening a bit, his eyes revealing a sharp, penetrating shrewdness. I remember, young master, you didn't just buy these treasures this time, did you? I heard. You have an even more precious collection that hasn't been revealed yet. Once these words were spoken, the smile in Qiu Tianzi's eyes instantly vanished, and his heart sank. Here it comes. He knew that this old man wouldn't easily back down. The earlier apologies were all just a prelude. The real strike was waiting here. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at him without saying a word. The two locked eyes, and invisible sparks crackled in the air. Uncle Fu seemed oblivious to the overwhelming chill, continuing to speak as if he were a junior sincerely seeking guidance. Yet every word felt like a poisoned needle. This old servant dares to request the 7th young master to enlighten me. Let this old servant appreciate the unparalleled treasure worth 300 billion star coins, what it truly looks like, so that this old body can gain some knowledge. 300 billion. These 3 words crashed through the entire VIP corridor like a tsunami. The bodyguards, who had been stifling laughter and waiting to see the 7th young master's joke, suddenly froze, their expressions turning as if they had been choked, their eyes nearly popping out. They thought 30 billion for a piece of iron was already outrageous. Now another 300 billion. Is this 7th young master insane? Qiu Tianzi's heart also raced uncontrollably at the sound of these words. He knew that this amount of money couldn't be concealed, it was too large. Any private transfer exceeding 100 billion would leave a trace in the Qi family's financial monitoring system. But he never expected that this old man would choose this moment in front of so many people to reveal the trump card directly. How ruthless. However, the momentary shock lasted less than half a second. Qiu Tianzi's mind raced. Uncle Fu only mentioned 300 billion, but didn't utter the words Changxingju. Given this old fox's cunning nature, if he truly knew what he had bought, he would certainly have shouted it out clearly, leaving no room for changing the item. Since he didn't know, It meant that they had only traced the funds, but did not know where the money had been spent. The confidentiality of Fajin Wancang was even higher than he had imagined. In that case, the initiative returned to him. With this realization, the last trace of fluctuation in Qiu Tianzi's eyes vanished. He looked at Uncle Fu's face, which was filled with the words, "Let's see how you explain this time," and suddenly, ha ha. He laughed so hard that he nearly fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. His laughter echoed in the spacious VIP corridor, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Uncle Fu's expression darkened visibly. "What are you laughing at?" Qiu Tianzi finally managed to stop laughing. He wiped away the non-existent tears at the corner of his eyes, glancing around at the dumbfounded bodyguards before his gaze returned to Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, oh Uncle Fu, I laugh at your age, having lived like a dog." He shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. "Is something worth 300 billion something you can look at?" He took a step forward, closing in on Uncle Fu, his voice low but piercing. "Don't say you, even if my father were standing here, I would only let him see if I felt like it. Just you all." Qiu Tianzi's gaze cut through the faces of everyone present like a sharp knife, finally landing on Uncle Fu's eyes, which seemed ready to burst into flames. "Do you even qualify?" The last two words were light, yet carried more humiliation than any heavy words. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence, even the sound of breathing vanished. Ruan Tiangang's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. He felt that this seventh young master was not just crazy, he was definitely insane. Uncle Fu's chest heaved violently, the knuckles of his hands behind his back cracking ominously. A terrifying aura brewed wildly within him, as if he were about to tear this oblivious young man to pieces at any moment. However, Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious. He even leaned closer to Uncle Fu, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "Old man, do you guess that my 300 billion was spent on your accident insurance?" After saying this, he stood upright, patted Uncle Fu's stiff shoulder, and smiled like an innocent child. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." He turned around and waved impatiently at the group of bodyguards who were already dumbfounded. "What are you all standing there for? Don't disturb others, hurry up and move." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards felt as if they had been granted amnesty, each moving swiftly and energetically. Yet their eyes occasionally darted towards Qiu Tianzi and Uncle Fu, as if watching two deities that might explode at any moment. Qiu Tianzi, however, couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to anyone. He even hummed an off-key tune and strode past the grim-faced Uncle Fu without a care. One step, two steps. As he brushed past, he didn't stop or even give a glance from the corner of his eye. Uncle Fu stood frozen in place until Qiu Tianzi's figure disappeared into the luxurious flying car beside him. Only then did he slowly, inch by inch, turn his head. Deep within his murky old eyes, a flash of bloodshot appeared and quickly suppressed. He merely stared silently at the pile of garbage being carefully transported. The journey was silent. The convoy silently traversed the bustling aerial routes of Veristar, eventually arriving at a magnificent complex floating above the sea of clouds. The Qi family ancestral residence, Sky Garden. The flying car landed smoothly, and Qiu Tianzi was the first to get out, not even glancing at the servants waiting to welcome him, walking straight towards a remote area deep within the estate. As for meeting his cheap old man, no rush. After that group of bodyguards struggled to carry the pile of treasures into his private courtyard, Qiu Tianzi finally waved his hand impatiently. "All right, you all can leave now." He casually swiped 1,000,000 star coins from the terminal and tossed it to Ruan Tiangang, as if dismissing a beggar. "Buy some food and drinks for the brothers to calm their nerves." Ruan Tiangang's face instantly turned. Having dismissed everyone, Qiu Tianzi focused his thoughts and stored the few truly good items into his storage space before turning and walking towards an inconspicuous building in the corner of the courtyard. This was the original owner's true secret base, the so-called seventh young master's garbage dump that the entire family mocked. He stood in front of an unremarkable, yet heavily reinforced door made of thick alloys, extending his hand to press his fingerprint on the verifier beside the door. Ding, fingerprint verification passed. Please enter the iris password. Please enter the voice command. After a series of extremely complex biometric recognition processes finished, the long, silent, heavy protective door finally opened slowly with a deep caw-caw sound. As the door opened a crack, ooh, a strong odor, a mixture of rusty metal, decaying dust, and the transformation of unknown materials surged forth like a flood from the crack, hitting Qiu Tianzi in the face. The smell was overwhelming. Qiu Tianzi instinctively took a half-step back, looking at the darkness completely covered in dust behind the door, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Garbage. Rubbish. The light in his eyes grew brighter. Come on, it's time to open the inventory. He took a deep breath, drawing in the pungent, almost tangible stench of decay into his lungs, then the suffocation and frustration accumulated over more than 10 years belonging to the original owner seemed to dissipate with that breath. Rubbish. He did not entirely agree with that assessment. The original owner, that unfortunate soul, truly had poor taste. 9 out of 10 items he purchased were genuine scrap. However, it must be acknowledged that sometimes that fellow's luck was astonishingly good. Like a habitual loser in gambling, he would always manage to win a consolation prize with a random lottery ticket just before losing everything. Let's see if this time he could dig out a grand prize from this heap of consolation prizes. Qiu Tianzi raised his hand and gently pressed a button on the control panel of the wall. With a low hum, the long silent energy pipeline stirred, and the old lights flickered a few times before finally illuminating one by one, dispelling the darkness of the warehouse. As the light spread, Qiu Tianzi's pupils slightly contracted. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. This was no warehouse. It was clearly a small mountain constructed of scrap metal. Various oddly shaped metal components, discarded mechanical arms, and energy cores burnt down to their shells were haphazardly piled together, nearly filling the entire space, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle. Qiu Tianzi's gaze moved beyond the small mountain before him to the most conspicuous object at the door. There stood an enormous figure. A humanoid statue carved from a single massive stone, standing over 5 meters tall. It sat regally on a throne made of the same stone, its shape rugged and simple, covered in dust and signs of weathering, resembling a totem of worship commonly found in primitive planetary tribes devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Qiu Tianzi clicked his tongue, walking around the statue. This thing was bought by the original owner for 200 million star coins from a Sunto bankrupt interstellar smuggler. At the time, he was ridiculed by his second brother at a family banquet for this foolish transaction for a full half hour. Looking back now, it did seem rather foolish. He reached out and tapped the cold pedestal of the statue, producing a dull thud. With a thought, he commanded identification. Deep within his consciousness, the ancient golden wheel, Fajin Wancang, quietly appeared, and streams of information rapidly flowed by. Detected spatial ceiling energy. Analyzing. Buzz. A row of clear golden characters exploded in his mind. Name: Emperor's carving of the Qiu clan, sealed type, one-time clan, suppressing artifact effect. After unsealing, it can awaken the Emperor's war soul attached to the statue, granting peak combat power at the 9th level of the Nebula realm for 30 minutes. After the time passes, the carving will completely collapse. Value 600 billion star coins. Qiu Tianzi's playful expression instantly froze. His breath caught. He felt as though he had been struck by a paralysis spell, standing frozen in place, staring intently at the string of zeros in his mind. 1, 10,000, 10,000. 600 billion. He blinked hard, thinking he had misread. No, it was indeed 600 billion. A sense of absurdity surged within him. Just like this, right at the entrance, and as the first find. Huh. A dry laugh escaped from his throat. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, echoing wildly in the garbage-filled warehouse, causing dust to rain down. He pressed his hand against the cold statue, feeling its rough texture, the smile on his face shining to its fullest. Peak at the 9th level of the Nebula realm. 30 minutes were enough to turn the entire Qiu family estate upside down. 600 billion. This amount of money was sufficient for him. 30 minutes were enough to turn the entire Qiu family estate upside down. 600 billion. This amount of money was sufficient for him to acquire all the good items at the next auction of Fajin Wancang. Qiu Tianzi exhaled a heavy breath, forcibly suppressing the wild beating of his heart. His gaze slowly shifted away from the invaluable statue and scanned the surrounding mountain of scrap metal. At that moment, the heart that had lain dormant for many years within his chest beat heavily, without warning. Bang! Blood rushed to his brain, bringing a momentary dizziness and shudder. How long had it been since he took the position overlooking the underground world in his previous life? He thought he would never again feel that primitive and pure excitement. Unexpectedly today, in this garbage dump, ridiculed by everyone, he found it again. He took a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. With a sweep of his fingertip through the air, the statue worth 600 billion instantly vanished from its place, securely deposited in his storage space. With the greatest treasure in hand, his confidence instantly thickened by 3 points. His gaze, like the most precise scanner, began to scan the mountain of scrap before him inch by inch. Soon he stopped. His gaze locked onto an inconspicuous corner in the wall where a black stone resembling a coal ball lay quietly. Anyone else would probably have kicked it aside. However, just moments ago, the corner of Qiu Tianzi's eye captured a nearly imperceptible energy fluctuation. He walked over and bent down to pick up the coal ball. It felt cold and rough to the touch, coated in a layer of greasy filth. He frowned and rubbed it with his fingers. Just as the grease was wiped away, a faint, otherworldly glow flickered from within the stone. With another thought buzz, the Fajin Wancang in his mind gave feedback once more. Name Abyssal Eye Type Biological Material Special Item Description. One of the compound eyes of the Abyssal Eye Demon, containing twisted psychic power, is a core material for crafting mental equipment. Value 2.8 billion star coins. Heh. The corner of Qiu Tianzi's mouth curled into a sinister arc. Another large sum. He casually tossed the coal ball worth 2.8 billion into his storage space, feeling increasingly elated. This sensation was addictive. No longer hesitating, he dove straight into the heap of garbage like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. This iron rod treated like a fire poker. Atlantis by energy conduction rod, incomplete, valued at 3 billion. This trampled circuit board. Star map fragment of the pioneer civilization, valued at 5. This ragged collar which even dogs disdain. Beast tamer's soul shackles can forcibly enslave any star beast below the nebula realm, valued at 12 billion. Collect. 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 One after another, items that seemed worthless to outsiders revealed their astonishing true value under the identification of Fajin Wancang. Though individually they couldn't compare to the Emperor's carving, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Qiu Tianzi felt like a rat that had stumbled into a grain warehouse, with everything around him exuding the intoxicating aroma of money and power. He stood in the center of the garbage mountain, looking around at the unblessed scraps, a childlike smile unconsciously emerging on his face. This feeling was simply addictive. Awesome. However, this fervent excitement did not last long. After Qiu Tianzi identified another item as ordinary civilian-grade alloy scrap, recyclable, value 3. 5-star coins, and tossed it aside, the smile on his face had completely vanished. He straightened up and surveyed the area. The once towering heap of garbage had been turned upside down by him, leaving only the bottom layer of truly worthless industrial waste. A full 3 hours. Following the initial half-hour of frenzied hunting, he had not found a single item worth over 10,000 star coins in the subsequent 2.5 hours. The feeling was akin to a bored friend who had prepared all the necessary elements to watch an adult film only to be disappointed by 2 pixelated characters. Damn it. Qiu Tianzi muttered, the fiery enthusiasm in his heart cooling rapidly. Suddenly he realized. The items in this warehouse had been gradually collected by the original owner over several years. The invaluable treasures at the entrance were likely bought recently, when that unfortunate soul's luck was at it, while the worthless items at his feet were his earliest collections, bought recklessly, with sheer enthusiasm and countless pocket money, eyes shut tight. Thinking of this, Qiu Tianzi grimaced, completely losing interest. It seemed that today's treasure hunt had come to an end. He dusted off his hands and turned to leave this foul-smelling place. Thinking of this, Qiu Tianzi grimaced, completely losing interest. It seemed that today's treasure hunt, it was a door. An ancient-looking stone archway that stood in stark contrast to the modern alloy style of the warehouse. It quietly embedded in the wall, its surface covered with strange and intricate patterns, as if it were not a creation of this world. Initially, Qiu Tianzi thought it was merely a maintenance passage of the warehouse. But as he approached and inspected it closely, his brows furrowed sharply. Something was off. This door was made of entirely different material than the alloy door behind him, lacking any electronic locks, with not even a visible seam, as though it had grown directly out of the wall. Was this thing also bought back by the original owner? What did he buy a door for? As a decoration. He reached out and gently brushed the cold, rough surface of the stone door, feeling a strange energy sensation travel along his fingertips. A thought flashed through his mind. Identification. Buzz. The Fajin Wancang, in his consciousness, reacted like never before. The information flow did not flash by as usual, but instead paused for a full 3 seconds, as if conducting some extremely complex calculation. Then a row of mysterious golden characters slowly emerged. Name: Selva's space, door type, special dimensional item effect, can open a one-way spatial passage to an unknown location with the destination completely random. Cooldown time 72 standard hours. Qiu Tianzi's breath instantly halted. His gaze locked tightly onto the last line of small text. Value unknown. Unknown. Qiu Tianzi stared at the 2 characters in his mind, his breath momentarily stalling. The last time he saw such an extraordinary evaluation was on the iron lump he bought for 3 billion, titled The Love of Saint Lyrona. But that evaluation was immeasurable. Immeasurable means the value is so high that it exceeds his current authority to assess, yet it still falls within the realm of value. But what is unknown? This has surpassed the value system and entered a realm he completely does not understand. Qiu Tianzi fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling something. He focused his thoughts and his consciousness sank into a corner of Fajin Wancang. That which he jokingly referred to as the 10 million level bounty is essentially a knowledge payment function called 100,000 Ys. Last time he spent 10 million just to get the useless Qiu daughter of Saint Lerona, which still made him feel frustrated about that expenditure. But now facing this bizarre stone door, it seemed that this was the only way. He focused his consciousness on the stone door and decisively activated that function. Buzz. The familiar golden question mark slowly emerged in the depths of his consciousness. In the next moment, beneath the question mark, a new line of small text coalesced. Would you like to spend 100 star coins to obtain the activation clue for the space door of Selvis? Qiu Tianzi's eyelids twitched violently. He stared at that string of zeros, counting them back and forth twice. 100 million. Not 10 million, but 100 million. Has this damn thing learned to raise prices on the spot? Last time it was only 10 million, and this time it jumped tenfold. Qiu Tianzi almost couldn't hold back from cursing out loud. Is this thing dynamically adjusting prices based on his account balance? Seeing that he just came into a fortune, it couldn't wait to come and fleece him. One question, 100 million. It's not even this fast to rob someone. He felt a mix of anger and amusement, but the desire for exploration within him was completely ignited by this outrageous price. The more expensive it is, the greater the secret hidden behind this door. 100 million star coins. Just a few hours ago, that amount of money could have made him lose sleep from anxiety. But now, having just assessed his assets worth over 600 billion, his confidence was completely different. What's just 100 million? Damn it, consider it a ticket to a new world. I'm betting on it. Yes. Qiu Tianzi bit down on his back molars and shouted that word in his heart. Yes. As soon as that word settled in Qiu Tianzi's mind, he didn't even have time to feel sorry for that money. Ding. The personal terminal's deduction prompt arrived belatedly, while the world in his mind had already turned upside down. The floating golden question mark neither shattered nor dissipated. Countless thin golden lights as fine as dust ultimately coalesced into a passage of ancient and profound text. This door opens here and now, yet exists in another time and place. I do not open it, I merely acknowledge its existence. I do not move, the destination comes to me. Chengkai. Qiu Tianzi stared at the few lines of text, his brows furrowed into a knot. What does this even mean? 100 million just to buy such a cryptic philosophical saying. He chewed it over several times before he began to grasp its flavor. This thing is the incantation to activate this door. Moreover, the last two words, Chengkai, should be the core keywords for activation. However, knowing the incantation, the fiery eagerness in Qiu Tianzi's heart was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing instantly. This door has 3 fatal pitfalls. First, the arrival location is completely random. Random? To what extent? Is it random teleportation on Velastar, or a lottery across the entire known universe? What if his luck runs out, and he gets teleported directly into the core of a star for a bath? Who would he complain to? Second, it's a one-way spatial passage. If he goes, he can't come back. That's not called teleportation, that's called exile. Third, the cooldown time is 72 standard hours. That is to say, even if he is truly teleported to a paradisiacal haven, he would have to stay there for 3 days before he could open this door again, and then be randomly exiled to the next unknown location. The corner of Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched. 100 million star coins buying a one-way ticket to an unknown destination with no accommodation, no return, and not even a guarantee of survival at the destination. This deal is a loss beyond measure. It cannot be left here. The uncertainty of this thing is too great, leaving it here is like a ticking time bomb. It must be put away. He focused his thoughts and directed his consciousness to that ancient stone archway. Buzz, a strong pulling force emanated from the storage space. Qiu Tianzi's heart leaped suddenly. He was afraid that this thing was a spatial attribute item that would repel the storage space, causing it to be non-collectible. Fortunately, the worries did not come to pass. The massive stone archway along with the surrounding wall flickered slightly before vanishing into thin air, being securely stored in a corner of the storage space alongside the 600 billion value imperial stone carving. Qiu Tianzi let out a long breath of stale air. Finally, he had dealt with this hot potato. He looked around. The warehouse, once piled high, was now mostly empty, with only some truly worthless industrial waste left. Inventory complete. He pulled up his personal terminal and began to tally this haul. Kiwi clan imperial stone carving valued at 600 billion. Eye of the Abyss valued at 28 billion. Beast Tamer's soul shackles valued at 12 billion. Pioneer's star map fragment valued at 5 billion. Atlantis energy conduction rod valued at 3 billion. All totaled, not counting that door of unknown value, his haul this time was worth over 670 billion star coins. Qiu Tianzi looked at this number, yet felt little joy, because he immediately clicked on the interface of Fajin Wancang. In the center of the 9 pitch black squares, the countdown had already reached 684501, less than 3 days left. 600 billion sounds like an astronomical figure, but facing the next dark auction, Qiu Tianzi felt not an ounce of confidence. Last time a single longevity sutra cost him 300 billion. This time around, who knows what even more outrageous items might pop up. What if there are 2 or 3 items he wants? What can this money even do? He must quickly turn these treasures into solid star coins. A glint of determination flashed in Qiu Tianzi's eyes as he turned and strode out of this dust-laden treasure trove. It's time to meet his old acquaintance. 3 hours earlier, inside Qiu Mian's study, silence reigned so profound that the faint whisper of clouds drifting beyond the window could be heard. He was reviewing a development report on a newly discovered mineral-rich planet, yet his finger lingered motionless over the holographic interface for an unervingly long time. A concise briefing from Fu Bo meticulously documented every word and gesture Qiu Tianzi had displayed at the orbital spaceport. I am the master, you are the servant. Even my father standing before me would have to gauge his favor by my mood. Worthy. Qiu Mian stared at those words, his brows knotted into a deep, rigid furrow. This was not mere arrogance, it was madness. How could his own son, timid to the point of flinching from direct eye contact, utter such words? At that moment, the study door slid open without a sound. Wan Tiangang entered, followed closely by 2 other 7th-tier martial cultivators, all bowing their heads and stepping forward with swift, deferential strides. Lord of the household, the 3 murmured in unison, bowing lower than they had at the spaceport, hundreds of times more reverent. Qiu Mian did not lift his gaze. His eyes remained fixed on the holographic report, his voice flat, devoid of discernible emotion. Speak. A chill shot through Wan Tiangong's spine. He dared withhold nothing, recounting in meticulous detail everything that had transpired, from the desolate city of Lightless Haven to the orbital port. From the sharp rebuke he'd endured to the 30 billion credit hunk of inert metal to that final unforgettable gaze. With each sentence, the air in the study thickened, growing heavier, denser, charged with unspoken tension. When Wan Tiangang reached the line, "So you intend to bind me and drag me back right now?" Qiu Mian's fingers, still hovering over the report, finally stilled completely. Slowly he raised his head. His deep-set eyes held no ripple of emotion, only stillness, absolute and unnerving, as they settled upon Wan Tiangang. Did he truly say that? Word for word. Beads of sweat glistened along Wan Tiangong's temples. Qiu Mian fell silent. His mind flashed to Fu Bo's encrypted message, suspecting that the 7th young master had been replaced. An absurd explanation, yet the only one that fit. Yet if someone had indeed usurped Qiu Tianzi's identity, wouldn't they strive for invisibility, mimicking the original down to the smallest mannerism, concealing themselves with utmost caution? Instead, this impostor wore his divergence like a banner, brandishing the declaration, "I am not the Qiu Tianzi you knew," across the entire Verlis system, as though ringing bells and beating drums. It defied logic, profoundly, irrevocably. Just then another knock sounded at the door. A man in a white research coat and gold-rimmed spectacles entered. So hesitant, he dared not meet Qiu Mian's gaze. He hurried forward and presented with both hands a freshly printed report, still warm to the touch. "Lord of the household, here is the 7th young master's comprehensive biometric assessment." Qiu Mian took the report. Genetic lineage analysis. Match probability 99. 99. Confirmed paternal relationship. Soulprint scan. Frequency patterns stable. No signs of external infiltration or blood composition analysis. No detectable traces of psychoactive substances or genetic modification. Page after page turned. Each datum, each conclusion spoke with cold, irrefutable scientific authority. This was his son, Qiu Tianzi. Authentic. Unmistakable. Setting the report aside, Qiu Mian looked at the pale-faced researcher before him, his voice unchanged, calm, measured, utterly neutral. No anomalies whatsoever. None, Lord of the household, the bespectacled man replied, adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. From both biological and soul sciences perspectives, all parameters fall strictly within natural variance. As for the radical shift in temperament, clinical psychology classifies such phenomena as post-traumatic transformative growth. Perhaps, the seventh young master underwent a profound, undisclosed psychological catalyst beyond our knowledge. A profound catalyst. Qiu Mayuan's thoughts flickered to that singular acquisition, the legendary artifact he had purchased for 300 billion credits in Lightless Haven, whose origins even his own intelligence network could not trace. He remained silent, for so long that Yuan Tiangong's legs began to tremble. That will be all. You may withdraw. Qiu Mayuan waved them away. Once the chamber emptied, silence reclaimed the study. He picked up the report again, and held his gaze on the figure, 99 inch, for a long contemplative moment. What if he had not been replaced? What if this was his true nature all along? Unbidden, another face surfaced in Qiu Mayuan's mind. The woman who had founded the myriad Shadow Stellar Group. A force so formidable, even he chose discretion over confrontation. Qiu Yutong. Could the son of that woman truly be a pliant, hollow vessel? He leaned back into his chair, fingertips tapping idly, rhythmically against the desk. Tap, tap. After a long pause, a low, quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Could it really be so? He activated his terminal and pulled up internal surveillance feeds. There on screen walked his son, the one who now felt utterly alien, striding purposefully toward the derided compound everyone called the junkyard. On his face bloomed an expression Qiu Mayuan had never witnessed, fervent, almost ravenous anticipation. Very well. Watching the feed, Qiu Mayuan's lips curved into a faint, inscrutable smile. Let us see what game you intend to play. He was already consumed by impatience to discover what kind of surprise this suddenly transformed son would deliver. Yet that surprise kept him waiting 3 full hours. Reclined in his chair, Qiu Mayuan scrolled through confidential corporate files on his holographic interface, but not a single word registered. How many decades had he ruled this vast commercial empire? A single utterance from him redirected billions of stellar credits. A single thought sealed destinies across star systems. Never, not once, had anyone dared make him wait like this. 3 hours was enough for an asteroid to plummet from deep space into the atmosphere, and enough time to sign over a dozen interstellar decrees capable of reshaping planetary sovereignty. Yet now he sat motionless, awaiting his son who had inexplicably shed his old skin and Suddenly the study door burst open. No knock, no warning, just a sharp, jarring clang as it swung inward without restraint. In that instant, the simmering fury Qiu Mayuan had banked for 3 hours, along with every prepared accusation, every poised display of authority, deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. He forgot to rage. Qiu Tianzi strode in his gait, unapologetically defiant, unburdened by filial protocol or inherited hierarchy. He didn't glance at Qiu Mayuan seated on the dais. Instead, he marched straight to the obsidian crystal command desk, the very symbol of dynastic authority, and pulled out the opposing chair, the one reserved exclusively for sector governors, and dropped into it without ceremony. His posture was casual, like returning to his own private chamber. Then, under Qiu Mayuan's unfathomable gaze, he casually crossed his legs. A barely perceptible twitch flickered at the corner of Qiu Mayuan's eye. He studied the face before him, familiar yet alien. The timidity, the evasiveness had vanished entirely, replaced by a placid stillness, beneath which churned something ancient, predatory, and deeply territorial. That gaze unsettled him, a visceral, instinctive discomfort. It wasn't the look of a son meeting his father. It was the look of a creditor sizing up a debtor long overdue. An uncanny silence descended, broken only by the steady metronomic tick of an antique clock, each beat tightening the invisible wire between them. Finally, Qiu Mayuan broke the silence, his voice devoid of inflection, neither warm nor cold. So your junkyard appears to hold more treasures than we imagined. It seems you've grown bolder. Qiu Tianzi smiled. Not bad, he replied, voice low but crystalline in its clarity. Though the space is rather cramped, some newly acquired treasures simply won't fit. A subtle spasm tugged at Qiu Mayuan's temple. Treasures? With feigned curiosity, he pressed further. Oh, is it the 30 billion credit slab of inert metal, or perhaps the 300 billion credit surprise? The moment the words left his lips, the temperature in the study plummeted several degrees in an instant. It was both inquiry and ultimatum. Yet Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, responding instead with a radiant, disarming grin. Neither. He met his nominal father's gaze, deliberate, unhurried, and spoke each word with quiet precision. I'm here to propose a business transaction. A business transaction. Qiu Mayuan's brows drew together at last. You dare negotiate terms with me? I'm short on funds. Qiu Tianzi declared it with unblinking candor, as if the 50 billion stellar credits in his personal account were mere phantom currency. So I plan to sell some things. His smile deepened, playful knowing edged with quiet challenge. Items others dismiss as junk, but which I suspect might interest a discerning buyer. Are you interested? Qiu Mo Yuan was almost amused to the point of laughter by his own son. A discerning buyer. Did he really need to ask if he was interested in such trash? He had lived for so many years presiding over a business empire spanning dozens of star systems, and this was the first time someone dared to sit across from him and talk about business in such a tone. It was still his son, the one who had been made a laughingstock by the entire family. Insane. Yet he couldn't help but feel that Qiu Tianzi before him had a calmness in his nearly indifferent eyes that hinted at a disconcerting clarity. A clarity that seemed to manipulate everything at will. Was it true madness or merely an act? Once this thought arose, it sprouted like a seed wildly germinating in his heart. Qiu Mo Yuan leaned back, sinking deeply into the large chair unexpectedly, revealing a hint of solemnity. He looked at Qiu Tianzi, his voice steady, devoid of emotion. Since you want to do business, then we can. But I have no interest in ordinary trash. Qiu Mo Yuan's fingertip lightly tapped the smooth surface of the obsidian table. You must present something that I find appealing. Done. This was precisely what Qiu Tianzi had been waiting for. The smile on his face instantly transformed into one that was genuine and radiant, revealing a set of white teeth. Selling to anyone is still selling. But selling to the family holds entirely different significance. It's not just about making money, it's about vindication. It was a way to throw back the label of garbage picker on those who had once ridiculed him, both for the weak and unfortunate soul who had already passed, and for himself in the present. Of course, some things were absolutely not for sale. For instance, that 30 billion iron lump, St. Lyrona's affection, and the unknown value of Selva's spacegate. His intuition told him that these two items would surely have great use in the future. As for the others, Qiu Tianzi looked at his nominal father, already formulating plans in his mind. That 600 billion Kawi clan emperor's stone carving was his trump card, which he needed to hold back until the end to create the loudest bang. For now, let's start with some appetizers to give this cheap old man a taste. With a thought, his wrist terminal flashed with light, and before him on the obsidian table appeared a stone that looked like a blackened coal ball. As soon as the stone appeared, it rolled around for a couple of turns, stopping beside a galaxy development proposal worth over 1,000 billion, leaving a greasy mark on the otherwise pristine table. The corner of Qiu Mo Yuan's eye twitched again. His desk was usually so clean that not even a speck of dust would dare to linger. This brat just tossed garbage on his desk. Is this what you call something I would find appealing? Qiu Mo Yuan's voice took on a hint of coldness, and he couldn't even be bothered to glance at that coal ball. Don't rush, Dad. Qiu Tianzi shifted into a more comfortable position, crossing his legs and shaking them. Good things need to be savored slowly. He raised his chin, signaling Qiu Mo Yuan to take a look. Qiu Mo Yuan suppressed the impulse to throw both that stone and this unfilial son out, finally focusing on the coal ball. Ordinary and unremarkable, one would think it too dirty to even throw on the roadside. Yet the next second, Qiu Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Just a moment ago, he had caught a glimpse of an extremely faint, ghostly light flickering within the stone. That light did not belong to this dimension, filled with connotations of distortion and chaos. As someone who presided over a vast empire, his mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he was exceptionally sensitive to energy. This thing was no ordinary object. A ripple stirred in Qiu Mo Yuan's heart, but his face remained expressionless. He didn't reach out to take it, he simply stared at the stone and asked in a low voice, "What is this?" "This thing is called the Eye of the Abyss." Qiu Tianzi noted the slight change in his eyes, his smile widening. He had bitten the hook. The effect is quite singular. It's the core material for creating mind-related equipment. As for the value, you should know better than I. So how about it, Dad? Is this appetizer to your taste? Upon hearing this, Qiu Mo Yuan finally moved. He reached out and pinched the blackened coal ball between his fingers. With a slight pressure, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, and the stone, which appeared incredibly hard, shattered into fine powder, cascading onto the smooth obsidian table. A deep, dark glow, seemingly able to devour all light, burst forth from his fingertips. It was a true eyeball. It lay quietly in Qiu Mo Yuan's palm, and within its pupils it seemed as if a twisted vortex was slowly rotating, emitting a chaotic and sinister aura. Qiu Mo Yuan examined it for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it can only be considered an appetizer. His voice was flat, as if what he held was not a rare material worth 28 billion, but merely a pebble picked up by the roadside. This statement left Qiu Tianzi momentarily stunned. The series of grandiose lines he had prepared got stuck in his throat, unable to rise or fall. Indeed, he almost forgot who the man sitting across from him was. This was the ruler of the Wanqiu Interstellar Group, a leviathan whose assets were calculated in trillions. Perhaps for ordinary people, or even for those peripheral siblings in the family, tens of billions of star coins would be an amount that could drive them mad. But for Qiu Mo Yuan, this amount of money likely didn't even qualify for him to personally review it. The contracts he signed often involved galaxy development projects worth hundreds of billions. In his eyes, this 28 billion eye of the abyss was indeed just a barely presentable appetizer. With this thought, the little pride that had just risen in Qiu Tianzi's heart instantly cooled. He suddenly realized that his original plan might have been wrong from the start. He had thought of presenting things one by one, gradually increasing the stakes, and finally bringing out the 600 billion trump card to completely impress this cheap old man. But now it seemed too petty. In the face of absolute wealth and power, this kind of slow reveal was akin to a child showing off their beloved marbles to an adult. What difference was there? Not only would it fail to create a shocking effect, but it would also make him appear shallow and small-minded. Qiu Tianzi, oh Qiu Tianzi, how did your once formidable means become so diminished after your reincarnation? In a single breath, he figured out all the keys. Since slow cooking was uninteresting, then simply set the pot on fire. In a single breath, he figured out all the keys. Since slow cooking was uninteresting, then simply, Qiu Tianzi lazily leaned back in the chair as if he had made up his mind. Then I will put it all on the line. With his words barely spoken, the light from his wrist terminal flickered wildly. Clang! A rusty green copper-stained metal rod appeared out of thin air and crashed onto the table, causing a contract worth several hundred billion to lift at the corners. Atlantis Energy Conduction Rod valued at 300 million. Smack! A circuit board the size of a palm, nearly destroyed and emitting a burnt smell, followed closely behind. Pioneer Star Map Fragment valued at 500 million. Bang! A tattered metal collar radiating a strange odor fell heavily beside the eye of the abyss. Beast Tamer's Soul Shackles valued at 12 billion. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Mo Yuan's obsidian desk, usually so clean that not even a speck of dust would dare to linger, was completely piled high with a mountain of garbage that exuded various strange odors. Each of these items, when taken individually, could cause a sensation at any auction. Yet at this moment, they were haphazardly piled together by Qiu Tianzi, forming a visually striking mountain of refuse akin to street vendor clearance goods. The entire study was instantly filled with a complex aroma, a mix of metallic rust, decaying materials, and dissipating energy. Qiu Tianzi watched with amusement the face of his cheap old man, which had turned completely dark. He pointed at the magnificent mountain of garbage on the table, grinning like a mischievous child who had just pulled off a prank. So, Dad, is this enough? Food for thought. Qiu Mo Yuan gazed at the imposing mountain of garbage on the table, then looked at his son, whose eternally unchanged face displayed a complex expression for the first time. This impatient demeanor was akin to a child who had scored high marks laying the exam paper before their parents while saying, "Just take a look," the light in their eyes eager to blind the onlookers. He had changed, yet he seemed unchanged. The stubbornness and flamboyance inherent to Qiu Yutong seemed to be catalyzed by something bursting forth in a crude and childish manner. The pent-up anger within Qiu Mo Yuan inexplicably dissipated. He even felt a hint of amusement. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Forget it, perhaps this child has truly experienced some tremendous shock outside. Since all the dishes are... Qiu Mo Yuan leaned back against the wide chair, his tone as indifferent as if he were commenting on an ordinary business report. "Then I shall accept it." He extended a finger and casually traced it across the light screen. "I won't haggle with you." 100. The 3 words floated lightly from the lips of this interstellar giant without a ripple of emotion, as if it were not 100 billion star coins, but merely 100. The smile on Qiu Tianzi's face froze. He had envisioned 100 possible scenarios. He imagined Qiu Mo Yuan would be shocked, would question, would send people to appraise each item, then re-evaluate his son. But he never once considered it would be like this. There was no thrill of victory, no triumphant shock for all to see, only a feeling of frustration, like a fist striking against cotton. 100 billion bought out, all his boasting and pretense. The treasures he deemed priceless were merely worthless items worth 100 billion that could be taken away in one go. He suddenly felt that his previous actions resembled those of a clown. Indeed, he had accumulated too few trump cards. Qiu Tianzi instinctively thought of that true trump card, the Cowie clan imperial stone carving. But looking at this ancient and elegant study, just that obsidian crystal desk was quite valuable, If he were to toss that 5-meter-tall thing out of the storage space, this study would likely declare itself unusable on the spot. Before he could weigh the pros and cons, the personal terminal on his wrist chimed softly, a string of numbers directly refreshing his account balance. 100 billion had already been credited. The movement was so swift that he had no chance to reconsider. You should go rest now. Qiu Yuan waved his hand, as if dismissing a subordinate who had come to report, his tone carrying an undeniable fatigue. He paused, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Also, next time be a little more polite to Uncle Fu. He has worked tirelessly for the Qiu family for a lifetime. Even if there are no merits, there is still hard work. As a younger generation, you ought to show respect. Hearing this, Qiu Tianzi almost could not maintain his expression. Respect. To expect a victim who had almost been crushed by that old dog's imposing presence to show respect. The reasoning was truly absurd. He looked at Qiu Yuan's calm, unruffled eyes and suddenly laughed. The mirth did not reach his eyes. Now that the conversation had reached this point, to argue further would not be business negotiation, but rather a child's tantrum. His purpose for coming today had been achieved, the money was in hand, and his stance was clear. As for this grudge, there was no rush. Understood, father. Qiu Tianzi stood up, casually adjusting his collar, as if the previous reprimand had no impact on him. He turned and walked toward the door with the same indifferent steps, knowing that if small tricks could not catch your eye, then next time he would accompany you in a larger game. A game that would make your icy face unable to hold its composure. Walking along the floating corridor back to his private courtyard, watching the flowing sea of clouds beneath him and the magnificent buildings in the distance, the playful expression on Qiu Tianzi's face had vanished without a trace. He stopped in his tracks, leaning against the cold alloy railing, furrowing his brows. Something was off. Ever since he met Uncle Fu at the spaceport, his series of actions, now that he thought back, radiated an air of immaturity. Like a rebellious child in his teenage years, desperately trying to prove his uniqueness to his parents through exaggerated and bizarre means, eager for attention and recognition. Especially in Qiu Yuan's study, that impatient act of dumping all his treasures on the table seemed far from something a cunning old fox who had lived 2 lifetimes would do. It felt more like a show-off, an almost offering-like display of merit. Show-off. Offering merit. Qiu Tianzi self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of his mouth. In his past life, he had reached that position through schemes, through ruthlessness, burying all emotions beneath an icy facade. When did he need to use such a lowly means to prove himself? He closed his eyes, savoring the feelings he had just experienced in the study. When Qiu Yuan casually bought out all his performances with 100 billion, the frustration and grievance that surged within him were intensely abnormal. That was not the annoyance of a disrupted plan, but rather a sense of loss from being misunderstood. A thought surfaced from deep within his consciousness without warning. This emotion did not wholly belong to him. Or rather, it did not entirely belong to the current him. It was the original owner, that cowardly, lonely being who longed to prove himself, yet was terrified, lingering in this body as instinct. That deep-seated obsession would emerge like a ghost when encountering key figures like Uncle Fu or Qiu Yuan, subtly influencing his judgments and actions. Qiu Tianzi opened his eyes, gazing at the magnificent clouds in the distance, exhaling a long breath, a hint of helplessness lacing his voice. What a fool. He was scolding the original owner, but it also felt like he was scolding the childish version of himself from earlier. Yet after the scolding, that inexplicable frustration within him dissipated considerably. He suddenly began to understand that unfortunate being. Living under the halo of siblings and the indifference of his father, treated as waste and a laughingstock by the entire family, his only hobby was deemed garbage picking that distracted him from proper pursuits. That kind of grievance and unwillingness suppressed for over a decade, that desperate desire to prove to his father, I am not worthless, the garbage I pick is treasure, had become a pathological obsession. Thus, upon acquiring the capital to turn the tables, this obsession instinctively drove him to show off in the most direct and clumsy manner, seeking affirmation. Even if such boasting seemed laughable, like a farce in the eyes of true powerhouses. Understanding this point, Qiu Tianzi felt a sudden clarity in his heart. It seemed that to fully control this body, it was not only necessary to adapt to this new world, but also to clear away the emotional garbage left by the original owner. He took out his personal terminal, looking at the long string of zeros in his account balance, his expression once again becoming cold and calm. All right then. He spoke softly to himself, as if addressing the dissipated soul. I have received your wish. Wasn't it just to make your cheap old man take notice of you? Wasn't it to shock the entire Qiu family with the perspective of you picking garbage? Simple. Next time, I will take a piece of garbage that will make that icy face of his unable to maintain composure and smash it right in front of him. Let him know what true treasure is. With this thought, Qiu Tianzi's mood inexplicably lifted. He quickened his pace, continuing toward his courtyard this time, with a much lighter step. However, after just a few steps, he seemed to remember something, his pace abruptly halting, his expression turning somewhat strange. Wait. Since the original owner's emotions influence him, then that cheap old mom of his Qiu Tong, the controller of the waning Starry Sky Group, the short-tempered one who gave him 300 billion in pocket money every year. What would happen if he were to meet her? What kind of person would he turn into? A 3-year-old child clinging to a thigh, asking for candy. Thinking of that image, Qiu Tianzi's face instantly darkened. Qiu Tianzi suddenly shivered, shaking his head vigorously, trying to shake off that absurd image. He had dignified overlord of the dark web, a ruthless figure who had carved a path through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, reduced to clinging to a woman's thigh, crying and calling for mother. Just imagining it sent shivers down his spine, making his toes awkwardly scrape out a set of Qiu family estate in his shoes. What a disgrace! He could lose face from Wayla Star all the way to the outer galaxy. No, he must control this. The original owner's desire for paternal love and the residual emotions were already so troublesome. If he were to meet the only one in his memories who had given him warmth and protection, his mother's instinctive reaction, who knows how out of control it would become. The thought of that possibility sent a chill crawling up his spine. He clenched his back teeth. The priority of this matter was even higher than making money. He must find a way to suppress or even completely eradicate this emotional residue. Just as he was feeling agitated, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Qiu Tianzi instinctively raised his hand to check, discovering a message from Wantian. Master 7th, the money you sent. The brothers dare not accept it. Attached was a request for a refund. Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare not accept. After a moment's thought, he understood the crux of the matter. This 100 million was not merely money, it was a matter of stance. Accepting it would mean recognizing him as the new master, offending Uncle Fu and the housekeeper line. Not accepting it meant continuing to side with Uncle Fu, drawing a line with him. This Wantian, despite his rough appearance, actually had a rather keen mind. Unfortunately, did he have a choice? Qiu Tianzi lightly tapped, directly rejecting the refund request, then sent back 2 words. Keep it. Almost the moment the message was sent, Wantian's call request popped up. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Tianzi pressed to connect. As the light screen opened, Wantian's rugged and resolute face appeared on the screen, the background seemingly a lounge. The bodyguards around him stood up straight in response to the call being connected, their expressions tense. Master 7th, Wantian's voice was somewhat dry. This money truly cannot be accepted, it's against the rules. Whose rules? Qiu Tianzi lazily retorted. Wantian was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he finally managed to choke out, it's the rules set by Uncle Fu. Oh. Qiu Tianzi nodded, as if discussing a trivial matter. Then from today onwards, my rules are the rules. He looked at the slightly flushed face on the screen and suddenly laughed. What, I want to reward my own brothers with some money, and I still need the housekeeper's approval. Wantian, how long have you followed me? Wantian's heart skipped a beat, almost instinctively replying to the master, since I joined the Qiu family guard team. I have been assigned under your name, and it has been 3 years now. 3 years. Qiu Tianzi repeated, his smile gradually fading. It's been 3 years, and you still can't distinguish who is the master and who is the servant. Hearing this, Wantian fell silent. Wantian's silence was precisely what Qiu Tianzi had anticipated. He saw no point in wasting further words and severed the connection without hesitation. He held no particular regard for Wantian and his companions. Their failure to provide adequate protection was grievous enough, but now they had also lost all sense of priority, proving themselves truly irredeemable. Since they had chosen their own path, let fate take its course. After cutting the transmission, Qiu Tianzi found himself with nothing left to do. The sky garden stretched before him, magnificent, awe-inspiring. Yet to his eyes it was indistinguishable from the cold, sterile steel cages of his former life. Returning to his private courtyard, he entered an empty chamber where only the ambient intelligence system softly looped gentle melodies. Entertainment in this era was boundless. Virtual realms could conjure sensory experiences beyond imagination, yet not a single one stirred the faintest flicker of interest within him. Boredom. A bone-deep, all-consuming boredom. He lay listlessly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, until almost involuntarily his mind reached out and activated the long-dormant interface buried deep in his consciousness. Blackhand spin wheel. Cursing it was pointless, but it did pass the time. Without hesitation, he selected tenfold pull. Account debited 100,000 Star Realm credits. 1 million credits could sustain a middle-class family in dignified comfort for an entire year on a thriving planet. Here it amounted to no more than 3 seconds of idle amusement. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The familiar black interface flashed 8 times in rapid succession. Qiu Tianzi didn't even bother lifting his eyelids. He was already bracing himself for the 9th thank you message. Yet just as the 9th black screen was about to appear, an unprecedented eerie and resplendent violet light erupted before his eyes without warning. So dense was the purple hue it seemed ready to drip like liquid, flooding his entire consciousness in an instant, dyeing reality itself into a dreamlike surreal spectrum. What the a? Qiu Tianzi shot upright from the bed, frozen midair. Over the years he'd poured tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, of credits into this wretched wheel. Not once, not even a trace of blue, had he ever seen anything remotely resembling this violet radiance. Had it finally changed its nature today? His eyes widened, riveted on that shimmering violet expanse, his heart hammering wildly against his ribs. Hurry, let him see. What extraordinary treasure awaited. The violet light flared fiercely and vanished just as swiftly. When clarity returned to his vision, a single object hovered motionless at the center of his awareness. It was a drop of blood, a crimson gem-like droplet, crystalline, translucent, suspended in midair as though time itself had stilled around it, radiating an ineffable aura of sanctity and nobility. Qiu Tianzi's elation froze upon his face. What in the world was this? A single drop of blood. His mind instantly conjured a dozen culinary names. Spicy blood curd, duck blood vermicelli soup, or perhaps steeped in wine, a tonic of ultimate potency. Yet that piercing violet glow left no doubt this was no ordinary substance. He immediately focused inward to inspect the item's details. Name: blood of the Te Holy Mother. Value: incalculable. Incalculable again. Qiu Tianzi stared at those 4 characters, teeth grinding in silent frustration. He now understood completely. The 10 million bounty knowledge service function of Fajin Wancang had been engineered precisely for moments like this. It handed you a peerless treasure, then refused to tell you how to wield it. Torture. Utter, unrelenting torture. Want to know its use? Simple. Pay up. Face darkening, jaw clenched tight, Qiu Tianzi silently commanded in his mind. Query. Confirm expenditure of 100 Star Realm credits to obtain clues regarding blood of the Te Holy Mother. Same old formula. Same old flavor. Confirmed. As 10 million credits vanished in an instant, fresh text materialized beneath the floating droplet. Saint Laurana, Evelina. A name. Just a name. Qiu Tianzi nearly choked on his own, but then he froze. Saint Laurana. Why did that surname feel so unnervingly familiar? A spark ignited in his mind. In a flash, he retrieved from his storage space the football-shaped iron orb he'd purchased for 30 billion Star Realm credits. Saint Laurana's benevolence. He recalled vividly. One line in its appraisal stood out above all else. Activation condition: 1 drop of direct Saint Laurana lineage blood. Qiu Tianzi's breath seized entirely. His gaze darted frantically between the hovering sacred blood and the cold iron orb at his feet. This was the key to activation. Even divine providence spoon-feeding him wouldn't be this coincidental. A fierce surge of urgency overwhelmed him. He longed to press the blood onto the orb now to uncover whatever earth-shattering secret it concealed. Yet the moment his eyes fell upon the ominous warning, danger unknown, his fervor cooled, doused by a wave of icy caution. What is unknown is most terrifying. What if something uncontrollable burst forth, something utterly devoid of loyalty or restraint, that turned on him and ended his life? That would become the year's greatest farce. In his study, Qiu Tianzi gripped the cold iron orb, locked in a war of wills. Half a minute passed. Then, suddenly, he laughed. Afraid of what? In his past life, he'd begun as a reckless outlaw, thriving on danger, gambling with his very existence. Fortune favors the bold, cowardice ensures a lifetime of mediocrity. Besides, his gaze drifted to the iron orb beside him, resting on the words Saint Laurana's benevolence, and his lips curved upward. A father's gift of love for his child. How perilous could it truly be? Let's do it. Qiu Tianzi drew a slow, steady breath and made his decision. Without further hesitation, he willed the blood of the Te Holy Mother suspended in his consciousness to manifest upon his fingertip. The droplet gleamed crimson and translucent, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility, as though forged not of this mortal world. He placed it gently atop the cold iron orb, Saint Laurana's benevolence. 1 second. 10 seconds. A full minute passed. The orb remained inert. The sacred blood rested quietly upon its rust-pitted surface, like a flawless ruby misplaced among decay. Qiu Tianzi's eye twitched. All that excitement, for nothing. Was it merely a shared surname? No true kinship at all. He sighed, the fire within him rapidly cooling into wry, hollow amusement. Just as he prepared to withdraw the droplet and seek another solution, an impulsive thought surfaced unbidden. What if he appraised them together? He focused his intent. The Fajin Wancang interface activated instantly. Deep within his consciousness, the familiar golden question mark reappeared, glowing with its unmistakably avaricious charm. Damn it. This time Qiu Tianzi couldn't hold back, he muttered under his breath. So this thing was addicted to infinite subscription tiers apparently. He'd seen through it now. Fajin was a consummate merchant, selling only half the truth, demanding extra coin for the rest of the manual. 10 million. Gritting his molars, Qiu Tianzi roared inwardly, purchase. No sooner had the credits been deducted than the golden question mark detonated, projecting a vivid three-dimensional holographic sequence directly into his memory. The vision opened on an elegant, powerful hand palm upturned, upon which floated an identical droplet blood of the Te Holy Mother. Then without pause its owner drew a sharp blade across the palm. Blood welled instantly. A strange phenomenon unfolded. The sacred blood responded as if summoned, flowing willingly into the fresh wound, merging seamlessly with the new blood, before etching itself onto the skin in a complex, eerie crimson sigil. The final frame showed that sigil-marked hand pressing gently, reverently, onto Saint Laurana's benevolence. Then the vision faded. Qiu Tianzi stood still for a long moment. Now he understood. It wasn't mere application. It required his own blood as a medium for secondary activation. He glanced down at his pale, unblemished palm, then at the cold iron orb at his feet, and offered a self-mocking smile. Fine. So it demanded a little blood. Too impatient to fetch a blade, he formed his fingers into a sharp edge channeled the faint vitality coursing through his body, and slashed decisively across his left palm. Shoo! A deep gash split open. Bright red blood surged forth. He placed the blood of the Te Holy Mother directly onto the wound. In the next instant, the exact same phenomenon occurred as in the vision. The sacred blood dissolved, entwining with his own, coalescing slowly into a faintly glowing, intricate crimson sigil upon his palm. It worked. Suppressing the tremor in his chest, Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath and lowered his left hand, sigil blazing, firmly onto the iron orb. Boom. At the moment of contact, a profound resonance surged from his palm straight to his crown. The entire orb began trembling violently, emitting a low, resonant hum. Crack, crackle. Thick layers of rust, ancient, sedimented, seemingly eternal, shattered like dried clay under the violent vibration, crumbling away in fragments. Light, blinding light erupted from fissures in the shell. The orb's grotesque, weathered exterior was sloughing off, revealing beneath it a pristine, gleaming metallic form radiant with cold, polished luster. Then came a cascade of crisp, intricate mechanical clicks, as if thousands of precision gears were turning in perfect unison. Click! With a final delicate chime, the olive-shaped metal casing smoothly parted, revealing the figures slumbering within. A curled silhouette. Qiu Tianzi's breath ceased entirely. Inside the chamber lay a young girl, dressed in an ornate black Gothic gown, lying peacefully with her hands folded over her chest, her expression serene, angelic. She appeared no older than 8 or 9. Her skin porcelain pale, her long silver hair spilling across the dark fabric in stark, breathtaking contrast. This was the 30 billion credit benevolence. A living girl. No, a humanoid puppet. As Qiu Tianzi's mind short-circuited, the girl's long, butterfly-wing-like lashes trembled, almost imperceptibly. Then, her closed eyes slowly opened. What kind of eyes were these? Pure, untainted scarlet, like the world's clearest rubies, yet so profoundly deep they threatened to draw one's very soul into their abyss. Qiu Tianzi's heart lurched violently. He instinctively stepped back, twice, every muscle locking into razor-sharp alertness. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, let out a dainty yawn, and gazed around with the innocent, curious wonder of one freshly awakened. She rose slowly from the stasis pod, bare feet, pale and delicate, touching the cold floor. She surveyed the room, then paused, tilting her head slightly as her gaze settled upon Qiu Tianzi, her crimson eyes flickering with quiet confusion. Then, Her gaze dropped to his left hand, still dripping blood. That single glance froze her completely. In the next instant, she vanished from sight. Qiu Tianzi's pupils contracted sharply, a jolt of ice shooting up his spine. Where was she? Before he could react, a warm, soft sensation bloomed upon his left hand. She had reappeared before him, gently cradling his wounded hand in both of hers, pressing her soft, delicate cheek reverently, tenderly, against his hand's back. She closed her eyes, her tiny nose nuzzling lightly against his skin, as if confirming assent. Moments later, she opened her eyes, beaming with radiant, unreserved delight. Lifting her gaze, those luminous crimson eyes locked onto Qiu Tianzi's stunned face. Her voice clear, sweet, chiming like wind bells. "I've finally found you. Master! Master!" The two words were crisp and melodious, gently brushing against the eardrum like a feather. Qiu Tianzi looked at the porcelain-like little girl before him, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, yet none were serious. Though he had never been a good person in either this life or his past, he truly had no such peculiar obsession with smelting copper. But when his gaze met those pure blood-red eyes, all his wild imaginations were instantly suppressed. He slowly retracted his bleeding left hand, looking at the blood-colored rune that had already fused with his skin in the palm, his voice somewhat hoarse. "What is your name?" Upon hearing the question, the little girl immediately broke into a sweet smile that could melt ice and snow. "Master can call me Luna." "Luna." Qiu Tianzi sighed inwardly. As expected, it was the care of Saint Lerona. This name, this setting, was clearly a gift prepared by an old father for his daughter. Yet he couldn't help but wonder what had gone wrong in the middle of this gift that should have been delivered to the young lady named Evelyn of the Lerona family, had somehow ended up in the City of Darkness, ultimately purchased by himself. However, questioning these matters now held no significance. From the moment she held his hand and called out "Master," she belonged solely to him, Qiu Tianzi. He looked down at the little creature that only reached his waist and asked, "Luna, what abilities do you have?" "I can protect the Master." Upon hearing this, Luna immediately puffed out her little chest, which was hardly noticeable, with a proud and serious expression. Qiu Tianzi almost laughed at her appearance. With those little arms and legs looking as if a gust of wind could knock her over, how could she protect him? It would be quite amusing if he ended up needing to protect her. Seeming to sense the distrust in Qiu Tianzi's eyes, Luna became unhappy, her little mouth pouting slightly, and the glow in her blood-red pupils visibly brightened. An indescribable, terrifying energy began to surge outward from her tiny body. Buzz! The lights in the room began to flicker violently, and the air felt like thick glue with a heavy pressure squeezing in from all sides. At that moment, beep, beep, beep. The sharp, piercing alarm sounded suddenly throughout the entire sky garden. Warning! Unknown high-risk energy reaction detected. Intensity is rapidly increasing. Energy level assessment, nebula level. Initiate highest level defense protocol. Boom, boom, boom. In various parts of the manor, hidden automated defense mechas embedded within the walls and floors were instantly activated, their cold electronic eyes glowing red, locking onto the same coordinates. The private courtyard of the 7th Young Master. Streams of steel surged from all directions towards this location. Qiu Tianzi's personal terminal began to vibrate wildly, displaying the precise location of the energy source in blood-red letters right beside him. Looking at this terrifying scene, Qiu Tianzi felt his scalp tingle. Without thinking, he pressed down on Luna's fluffy little head and growled, "Stop it." At the moment the command was given, the terrifying red light in Luna's eyes, as if a switch had been flipped, gradually dimmed. The terrifying energy that could make the entire sky garden tremble also vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The alarm abruptly ceased. The entire world returned to silence. However, before 3 seconds had passed, a series of hurried footsteps approached from the corridor, rushing towards this direction, mixed with the deep humming sound characteristic of anti-gravity engines. Hearing this commotion, Qiu Tianzi's eyelids twitched, realizing trouble was coming. He could tell just by instinct that his courtyard was now surrounded tightly. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked firmly, the force steady. Then a familiar voice rang out, "7th Young Master, I am Qiu Timing. The manor has just detected abnormal energy fluctuations, and the source is in your room. The head of the family has ordered you to open the door for inspection." Qiu Timing, a distant relative of the Qiu family by seniority, Qiu Tianzi still had to call him cousin. Currently, he is the captain of the Qiu family's guard, considered one of his father Qiu Moyuan's trusted aides. Qiu Tianzi glanced at the little creature behind him, who was curiously looking around, completely unaware of the trouble she had caused, feeling a bit speechless. He walked over and yanked the door open. The moment the door opened, a chilling aura rushed at him. In the corridor, heavily armed members of the guard stood densely, and further away, several menacing-looking single-person mechas hovered in midair, their cold barrels and crimson electronic eyes, all locking onto him. At least 20 unknown objects were precisely aiming at his head and heart. Leading them was Qiu Tianzi, dressed in a crisp black combat suit, his face stern. Upon seeing Qiu Tianzi, he paused for a moment, then his gaze swept over him, sharply scanning the room. Cousin, with such a large setup, one wouldn't know and think I've been harboring some interstellar criminal here. Qiu Tianzi lazily leaned against the door frame, completely ignoring the weapons pointed at him. Qiu Tianzi frowned tightly, quickly scanning the room, but finding nothing unusual. Finally, his gaze returned to Qiu Tianzi as he said in a deep voice, "Seventh young master, please cooperate." "All right, put away your act." Qiu Tianzi waved his hand impatiently. "There's nothing to worry about. I just conducted a small experiment and didn't control the energy properly. It was just an accident." He paused before adding, "As for the specific reason, I will personally explain it to my father when I have the chance." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi and the guards behind him exchanged glances. A small experiment. What kind of small experiment could create a nebula-level energy reaction? This excuse is too perfunctory. Qiu Tianzi's eyes remained fixed on the depths of the room, clearly unwilling to let it go. Qiu Tianzi was too lazy to waste more breath with them, and directly bang, slammed the door shut in front of everyone. Outside, Qiu Tianzi's face darkened instantly. "Captain, this." A nearby team member couldn't help but speak up. Just as Qiu Tianzi was about to order them to force the door open, his wrist terminal suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the head of the family, Qiu Mayuan, consisting of just 2 words. "Stand down." Qiu Tianzi looked at those 2 words, fell silent for a moment, and finally raised his hand, making a retreat gesture. Inside the room, Qiu Tianzi leaned against the door, listening to the gradually fading footsteps outside, and let out a long breath. He turned around and looked at Luna, who was squatting on the ground, curiously poking at the metal hibernation pod with her delicate little finger, feeling a headache. This so-called care is a bit heavy. At that moment, Luna suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her little face full of confusion. She tilted her small head and said in a clear voice, "Master, hungry." "Master, I'm hungry." Qiu Tianzi looked at the pair of bright blood-red eyes and the innocent little face, and all the questions and reprimands that had surged to his lips were suddenly choked back. He raised his hand to rub his swollen temples. The earlier uproar had almost triggered the entire estate's defense system, and now this little one was turning around to say she was hungry. What a big heart. Forget it, facing such a cute little face, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. "What do you want to eat?" Qiu Tianzi tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Bread. Or nutritional liquid." Luna shook her silver little head, extended her fair finger, and pointed at the now unmasked shiny metallic pod on the ground, exclaiming, "Metal." Qiu Tianzi was taken aback. "Eat metal." Luna nodded seriously, and to add persuasiveness, she added, "High-energy metal, it tastes better." Qiu Tianzi looked at her and suddenly smiled. It seemed like someone was delivering a pillow when he was sleepy. In his junkyard, no treasure trove, what he had most were all kinds of odd metal components. Though he had stored away the valuable ones, plenty of genuine industrial waste still piled up. He had been fretting over how to deal with that heap of stuff, and now it was turning into food. "Let's go, we'll take you to a good place where you can eat your fill." He took Luna's cold little hand and turned toward the so-called junkyard that everyone mocked. Along the way, Luna was like a newborn cub, filled with curiosity about everything around her. She looked here and there, touched this and that, bouncing alongside Qiu Tianzi, completely unaware that she had almost caused a huge disaster. Meanwhile, in another luxurious courtyard of the estate, bang! An expensive antique vase was smashed to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces. Qiu Rongzi, the second young master of the Qiu family, had a face as dark as thunder. He had just learned from a friend in the guard team that the one causing chaos in the entire estate was actually his useless younger brother Qiu Tianzi. "A useless brat dares to cause trouble on my family's territory." A trace of brutality flashed in Qiu Rongzi's eyes, but the corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel smile. From childhood to now, bullying that timid brother, who couldn't even bear to make eye contact, was his greatest joy. He loved seeing the look of suppressed anger and red-rimmed eyes as his brother bit his lip in silence. Until that day, that woman Qiu Yutong arrived at the estate without any warning. He remembered clearly that the woman just stood there looking at him with a gaze as cold as death. She did nothing, yet he felt a shiver deep within his soul. Even his father, who was omnipotent and godlike in his heart, lost his usual dominance in front of that woman. That day, the image of Qiu Yutong became an indelible shadow in his heart. From that day on, he developed a twisted obsession and intensified his bullying of Qiu Tianzi. He wanted everyone to know that even with Qiu Yutong protecting him, Qiu Tianzi would always be a useless brat who could never stand on the stage. A servant hurried in and reported in a low voice, "Second young master, the family head has ordered the team to disband and has no intention of pursuing the seventh young master." No pursuit. Qiu Rongzi sneered, his gaze growing colder. It was better this way. Since his father wasn't pursuing it as the older brother, he had to show some care for his younger brother who had just returned home. Just wait. Qiu Rongzi looked out the window, muttering to himself, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. In 5 days there will be a good show to watch. Useless brat, I hope you can still be as tough as today by then. When Qiu Tianzi pushed open the heavy alloy door, he was met with the same stale air. He turned slightly so that Luna could see the scene inside. "Here we are." He nodded toward the small mountain made of genuine industrial waste. "Your buffet, eat as you please." But as Luna, who had been following him, peeked in, the sparkle in her bright eyes faded instantly, like a duck whose neck was suddenly squeezed. The feast she had been anticipating did not appear. Instead, before her eyes was a mountain of rusty metal debris covered in congealed black oil, exuding a nauseating mixture of rust and decay. Luna's adorable little face froze. She slowly raised her head, and in her pure blood-red eyes confusion first appeared, followed by grievance, and finally turned into obvious disgust. She reached out her fair little hand and tugged at Qiu Tianzi's clothing. Qiu Tianzi looked down, meeting those accusing big eyes. "Master," Luna's voice carried a slight tremor, her little nose scrunching up, "eating this will make me spit bubbles." Qiu Tianzi was momentarily taken aback. "Spit bubbles?" "Yes," Luna nodded seriously, even demonstrating with her little hand, "brown bubbles that smell like rust." In an instant, a vivid image formed in Qiu Tianzi's mind. A porcelain doll-like little girl walking while producing brown bubbles from her mouth, like a broken steam engine, leaving a trail of mottled rust in her wake. That image was too striking. His lips twitched, forcibly shaking that absurd image from his mind. Forget it, he had already taken her in, he couldn't mistreat her. He opened his personal terminal and quickly operated it. In less than 3 minutes, a uniform, buzzing sound approached. Dozens of disc-shaped household cleaning robots flew into the warehouse in an orderly manner, like a well-trained swarm, precisely hovering above the piles of waste. ZZ, ZZZ. High-pressure air cleaning lasers and ultrasonic waves shot out from the robots' bases, sweeping across the pile of waste like invisible brushes. To the naked eye, the heavy rust, oil stains, and unknown debris rapidly vaporized and peeled away under the laser's illumination. The originally dirty and blackened metal gradually revealed its original silver gray or bronze sheen. Though it was still waste, at least it was clean. Luna, who had been frowning, finally brightened her eyes again. She released the corner of Qiu Tianzi's clothing, stretched her short legs, and ran to a pile of freshly cleaned metal components. Her gaze locked onto the thickest ingredient. It was a broken segment of an engineering machine's arm, over 7 meters long and thicker than a barrel, lying there quietly, exuding a cold metallic luster. Qiu Tianzi wanted to remind her that this was too big and suggested starting with something smaller. But the words he intended to say got stuck in his throat. He watched as Luna approached the gigantic mechanical arm, took a deep breath, and then hugged it with both hands. The enormous metal arm, weighing at least a ton, was effortlessly lifted by her. Then, in the completely numbed gaze of Qiu Tianzi, Luna raised one end of the arm above her head, aimed it at her little mouth, tilted her neck back, and opened wide to take a bite. Crunch. The crisp sound was like that of biting into a carrot. Qiu Tianzi felt a pang in his molars. The hard special alloy seemed as fragile as a biscuit under Luna's fine little teeth. Crunch. Crunch. Can you imagine it? A little girl barely reaching your waist, lugging around a huge metal rod 7 times her height, munching on it like sugar cane, stuffing her mouth full, and enjoying it immensely. That scene could no longer be described as bizarre. It was simply breathtaking. Qiu Tianzi watched silently, suddenly feeling that his previous perception of Luna seemed a bit conservative. Forget about being a humanoid puppet or a personal bodyguard. She should be renamed the Iron-Eating Beast. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the cold alloy door frame of the warehouse, arms crossed, watching with great interest the extraordinary scene before him. The crisp sound of chewing echoed continuously, sharp and penetrating. This scene absurd, yet imbued with a strange harmony. At that moment, his personal terminal chimed softly. Stellar bank your account ending in XXXX, spent 100 stellar coins at XX time. Another fixed daily deduction. The maintenance fee for the longevity technique used to counter the damned forbidden drug in the original host's body. In the past, a daily expenditure of 100 stellar coins would have made him wince. But now he merely glanced at it and casually dismissed the notification, because he realized that this money seemed to be worth more than he had imagined. As the longevity technique operated day after day, the process of countering the forbidden drug was not merely a simple consumption. It felt more like a tempering, a repeated honing of the essence of his spirit. Qiu Tianzi closed his eyes, carefully sensing. His consciousness was clearer than ever, and his thought process had quickened. Details that once required effort to recall now appeared as vividly as if they had happened yesterday. Even his perception of the surrounding environment had sharpened. He could hear the faint buzzing of electricity within the distant cleaning robot, smell the lingering scent of machine oil on the metallic scraps, and even vaguely see pure streams of metallic energy being drawn from the mechanical arm by Luna flowing into her small body. A word that ignited his heart suddenly leaped into his mind. Psychic. A cultivation system formed from the mutation of mental power aimed at manipulating all things as its ultimate goal. With a thought, he concentrated his mental power, locking it firmly onto a fist-sized alloy fragment not far away. Rise, he silently roared in his mind. The quiet alloy fragment lying on the ground trembled violently, the dust on its surface falling away. It struggled and swayed in place, emitting a creaking sound, as if an invisible hand was trying to lift, but ultimately it still lacked a bit of strength. Qiu Tianzi opened his eyes, not disappointed, but rather flickering with suppressed excitement. It moved. Although it couldn't be lifted, it truly moved. This proved that his guess was correct. As long as he continued down this path, breaking through the critical point of mental power to become a true psychic was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his personal terminal and began searching on the stellar network. Psychic cultivation techniques, how to quickly become a psychic. However, the search results yielded nothing but urban legends and faulty literature devoid of any valuable information. Such core knowledge could never be placed on the public network. Qiu Tianzi frowned slightly, then began to delve deeper into the chaotic memories of the original host. Soon he found the answer. The cultivation techniques of psychics were closely guarded secrets of the top powers, tightly monopolized by those long-established psychic families. One family's name made him pause. The Qiu family. The family of his mother Qiu Yutong. A top psychic family that ranked among the best in the known 6-star domains. The key to the door leading to a new world was in the hands of his dear mother. The thought of Qiu Yutong darkened Qiu Tianzi's face. Could the lack of maternal love be this outrageous? How childish the original host must have been. To gain power, he must confront the source that could lead to his social death. What the hell is this? Crash. A loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Qiu Tianzi turned to see the originally 7-meter-long mechanical arm reduced to less than a meter casually thrown on the ground by Luna. She patted her flat abdomen that showed no signs of bulging, let out a dainty burp, then ran on her short legs to Qiu Tianzi, looking up with her porcelain doll-like face, her blood-red eyes sparkling as she asked, "Master, I'm done eating." She tilted her small head and eagerly continued, "Can I eat more?" Qiu Tianzi looked at her expectant expression, then at the mountain of ingredients piled up in the warehouse. The string of reason in his mind subtly tightened. He finally understood. This little one didn't just have a large appetite. She was an insatiable bot. At this rate of eating, not to mention this junkyard, even if he packed up the entire lower steel industry of the Qiu family and gave it to her as snacks, it probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Seeing Luna about to sprint towards another pile of freshly cleaned alloy components, Qiu Tianzi reacted quickly and grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Luna was lifted from midair, her limbs flailing innocently. As she turned her head, her blood-red eyes filled with large question marks. "No more eating," Qiu Tianzi said firmly. Luna immediately pouted, her cheeks puffed up, looking like a hamster with its cheeks stuffed with nuts. "But, Master, you said this is all mine." Her voice carried a hint of grievance, as if she were a child who had just had her beloved toy snatched away. "It is yours," Qiu Tianzi said, placing her back on the ground and squatting down to meet her gaze. "But even if it's yours, you can't eat it all at once. Binge eating is bad for your health. Do you understand this principle?" He extended a finger and poked Luna's flat abdomen. "Eating too much will make you keep spitting bubbles. Brown ones with a rusty taste that won't stop." This sentence seemed to trigger some horrific switch. Luna's small face turned pale, and her little body couldn't help but shiver. She reluctantly glanced at the pile of enticing metallic delicacies, then at Qiu Tianzi. In the end, the command of her master overcame her appetite, and she nodded her head in a pitiful manner. Seeing her like this, Qiu Tianzi secretly smiled, knowing he had grasped this little one's weakness. "From today on, let's set a rule. You can only come here to eat once a day. I will send someone to clean up the ingredients for you." If you behave well. He deliberately elongated the last word. Luna's eyes instantly brightened, looking at him expectantly. I might consider giving you extra portions. Yay. Luna immediately nodded vigorously as if afraid he would change his mind. The little grievance she felt was long gone, replaced by the excitement of the words extra portions. All set. Qiu Tianzi stood up, observing this little creature, who had nearly toppled the entire estate just moments ago, now beaming with joy over a simple extra portion. His earlier irritability had dissipated significantly. Having such a little thing to care for didn't seem so boring after all. He dusted off his hands and turned to walk out of the warehouse. Let's go. Luna paused for a moment, then scampered after him with her short legs, asking, where are we going? Are we going to eat extra portions now? Qiu Tianzi stopped in his tracks, turning to glance at her, amused by her peculiar line of thought. I'm taking you out for a stroll. He gazed at the azure sky cut by the dome outside the warehouse and the faint outline of a floating city in the distance, his expression deepening. Staying here all the time isn't the way to go. He whispered to himself, as if speaking to Luna, yet also to himself. Let me show you this world, and let you see that beyond this rusty scrap metal there are far more delicious things outside. Qiu Tianzi directly summoned a panoramic flying vehicle for internal use in the manor through his personal terminal. The vehicle silently hovered outside the courtyard, its streamlined exterior reflecting a soft glow under the light of the artificial sun. He took Luna's hand and sat inside. To the edge of the dome, he instructed. A cold mechanical voice responded, command confirmed, destination, the eastern 7th district edge of the Sky City Dome. Estimated travel time, 12 minutes. The flying vehicle ascended steadily, passing through layers of floating buildings. Luna's small face was almost pressed against the transparent window, her blood-red eyes reflecting the rapidly passing scenery outside. The grand buildings, the floating traffic intertwining in the air, the pedestrians dressed in various colorful outfits. Everything was novel to her. Qiu Tianzi leaned back in the soft seat, not disturbing her. He was observing as well. However, instead of the splendor of the Sky City, he focused on the order and rules represented by this city. Soon the vehicle left the bustling downtown area, and the surrounding buildings became sparse. Ahead, a translucent energy barrier spanned the horizon, resembling an inverted giant bowl that enveloped the entire Sky City. This is the dome. The vehicle stopped 100 meters from the dome, revealing an open viewing platform ahead. Qiu Tianzi led Luna out. Whoosh! The wind at high altitude blew by, carrying a hint of cool moisture. Standing here, the view opened up dramatically. Beneath their feet lay a bottomless sea of clouds, swirling and surging. Through the gaps in the clouds, the true surface of Verastar finally revealed a glimpse of its form. An endless expanse of primitive jungle spread out like a green carpet, covering the entirety of the view. The deep ocean shimmered under the sun, clear enough to see the outlines of gigantic reefs beneath. Over 90% of the planet's surface retained this most primitive wild form. Nature and technology formed a peculiar symbiosis here. Luna's small mouth formed a slight O shape. Her little head turned back and forth, clearly awestruck by the magnificent sight. Master. She tugged at Qiu Tianzi's clothes, extending her delicate little finger and pointing down. Can we go down there? Maybe another time, Qiu Tianzi replied calmly. He knew that the surface of Verastar was far from the peaceful appearance. Countless high-risk alien creatures resided within, and even professional hunting teams dared not venture too deep. His gaze swept past the jungle and ocean, looking further out. At the horizon's end, huge metallic pillars pierced the sky, resembling mythological ladders extending from the surface up into the clouds. These are the energy defense matrix of Verastar. They are the energy cores that sustain the operation of the Sky City and serve as the ultimate barrier against meteoric showers and cosmic rays from outer space, each representing the pinnacle of human federal technology. Master, Luna's voice rang out again, but this time it carried a subtle hint of longing. Qiu Tianzi looked down, following her gaze. Luna was staring longingly at the distant energy defense matrix, her petite nose instinctively sniffing the air, a soft gulp escaping her throat. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes shining like two rubies. Master, that one. She pointed at the thickest pillar among them, speaking very seriously word by word. It looks much tastier than the iron rod from before. Qiu Tianzi's eyelids twitched violently. He looked at Luna's greedy expression, and a disastrous image appeared in his mind. This little ancestor biting into a pillar of the energy defense matrix like it was a sugar cane, causing the lights of the entire Sky City to go out with a pop and countless flying vehicles plummeting from the sky like dumplings. If you dare to take a bite, Qiu Tianzi's voice was devoid of any emotion. That pillar will unleash a lightning bolt thicker than your head, turning you into a puff of smoky charcoal. Upon hearing this, Luna not only did not feel afraid, but instead pouted dismissively, seemingly weighing which was more powerful, herself or the lightning. At that moment, a burst of unabashed laughter came from the side and rear. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that?" She said. "That energy pillar looks delicious. Where did this country bumpkin come from who doesn't even recognize the energy defense matrix?" Qiu Tianzi's peripheral vision caught a group of boys and girls around 11 or 12 years old, all dressed in exquisite uniforms bearing the emblem of Veristar First Elite Academy. At this moment, they were pointing at Qiu Tianzi and Luna, their faces filled with a smug superiority and mockery, as if they were looking at fools. The leader of the group, a chubby boy, laughed especially loudly, pointing at Luna and saying, "Little sister, that thing can't be eaten. Eating it can kill you. If you're hungry, big brother will treat you to nutritional paste." Ha! Another round of loud laughter erupted. Qiu Tianzi couldn't be bothered to even lift his eyelids at a bunch of kids. He simply found them annoying. But while he didn't care, Luna was not pleased. A layer of cold, killing intent suddenly enveloped her pure, blood-red eyes. Her master was being mocked. This was intolerable for her. Under Qiu Tianzi's slightly surprised gaze, Luna broke free from his hand and ran with her short legs, making da-da-da sounds toward the group of youths. She lifted her exquisitely crafted little face, solemnly announcing, "You will immediately apologize to my master. Otherwise I will hit you." The air fell silent for a moment. Then even louder laughter erupted. "Did I hear that right? She wants to hit us. Ha ha, this little girl isn't even as tall as my leg. She's too cute." The chubby boy laughed so hard he doubled over, stepping forward to poke Luna's puffy face with his finger. "Little one, do you know who I am?" His words were interrupted as a hand reached out from the side, stopping him. A middle-aged man in a similar teacher's uniform approached. He first glanced at Luna, a hint of unnoticeable surprise flashing in his eyes, then his gaze fell on Qiu Tianzi, and a formulaic smile appeared on his face. "So it's the 7th young master of the Qiu family." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his tone bland, yet carrying a condescending posture. "The little one is just being silly, but it's just a joke, don't take it to heart." While speaking, he shielded the group of students behind him as if dealing with a trivial matter. However, on another note, 7th young master. The middle-aged man's tone shifted, his gaze towards Qiu Tianzi, carrying a hint of scrutiny and admonishment. "As a master, you should also properly discipline your servant. The dome edge is not a playground. Any accidents would be bad for everyone." His words were flawless, demonstrating his sense of responsibility, while subtly belittling Qiu Tianzi. The surrounding students looked at Qiu Tianzi, their mocking expressions growing more pronounced. So this is the legendary useless 7th young master. No wonder he brought such a rustic wild girl with him. Qiu Tianzi finally moved. He slowly raised his eyes, his pitch-black gaze quietly observing the middle-aged man before him, his face devoid of any expression. He spoke calmly, "She is my bodyguard." The smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. "My people, when did it become your place to discipline them?" Qiu Tianzi took a step forward, the invisible pressure causing the middle-aged man to instinctively retreat a half step. And Qiu Tianzi looked at him, enunciating each word. "What exactly are you?" The formulaic smile on the middle-aged man's face froze completely, and his eyes behind the lenses widened in shock at the unabashed humiliation. He was a senior teacher at the elite academy of Veristar, surrounded by the wealthy and influential, respected wherever he went. How could he ever be insulted so blatantly? Moreover, the one speaking those words was known throughout the Qiu family as a worthless weakling. A surge of mixed shock and rage rushed to his head, and he instinctively prepared to rebut, elevating the other's disrespect to a matter of family upbringing. However, he barely saw a blur before him. Qiu Tianzi, who had been several meters away, was now right. Before he could react, a fierce gust of wind rushed at him. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap landed firmly on his left cheek. The force was so great it knocked his expensive gold-rimmed glasses away, sending them flying through the air in an arc before crashing to the ground, shattering the lenses. The entire viewing platform fell silent in an instant. The students who had been watching the spectacle froze, their smirks replaced by wide-eyed disbelief, as if witnessing something that shattered their perceptions. The middle-aged man was spun around by the slap, his cheek burning with pain, his head buzzing. He grasped the railing of the viewing platform, struggling to steady himself, only to meet another enlarged palm on his right cheek. Smack! Another even harder slap. This time he could no longer maintain his balance, staggering backward a few steps before crashing down onto the cold ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He covered his rapidly swelling cheek, staring in horror at Qiu Tianzi. before him, wondering who the hell spread such rumors. Is this cowardice? Luna. Qiu Tianzi retracted his hand, too lazy to even glance at the man on the ground, simply stating, anyone who spoke out just now take turns and give them a beating. Yage. Luna, who had been holding back her anger, immediately beamed with an angelic and innocent smile upon hearing the command. She lightly lifted her adorable little foot off the ground, and her petite figure darted away like a red lightning bolt, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, she had appeared before the chubby boy who had led the mockery. The chubby boy didn't even have time to react before he saw a delicate face enlarging before him, followed by a piercing pain in his shin. Luna executed an unrelenting low kick directly to his left leg. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone breaking sent shivers down the spines of the students around. The chubby boy let out a howl, losing balance as his massive frame fell sideways. But before he could hit the ground, a soft little fist appeared before him. That fist seemed harmless, but carried a fierce wind that ripped through the air. Bang! A punch landed squarely on his face. The chubby boy's cries abruptly ceased, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious without even a struggle. This bloody yet decisive scene left everyone utterly stunned. However, this was merely the beginning. Luna's figure transformed into a shadowy specter darting through the crowd at high speed. Each of her strikes accurately targeted a student who had insulted her earlier. A girl barely screamed before Luna kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying like a shrimp, crashing against the railing and bouncing back. Don't come near. A boy, frightened, turned to flee but was caught by Luna from behind, her hand grabbing his hair, her knee driving harshly into his lower back, causing him to groan and collapse helplessly to the ground. In an instant, the viewing platform was filled with cries of anguish, the sounds of slaps and bones dislocating echoing endlessly. Luna was like a hungry wolf among a flock of sheep. The once arrogant elite students appeared as fragile as paper dolls before her, none able to withstand a single blow. In just a few seconds, the ground was littered with fallen bodies. The chaos finally drew the attention of the patrolling guards above. Vroom, vroom. The low rumble of engines echoed from all directions as squads of guards in silver-white exoskeletons rapidly converged from both air and ground. The cold gun muzzles and crimson electronic eyes all locked onto the center of the chaos. Luna stepped on a boy's chest, looking up at the approaching metal figures, tilting her little head as a glint of excitement flashed in her blood-red eyes. It seemed more delicious than those in the warehouse. Stop! A thunderous voice came from the leading exoskeleton, its mechanical mask rising to reveal a face marred with vicious scars. His cold gaze swept over the sprawled and moaning students, then shifted to the innocent little girl clapping her hands, finally resting on Qiu Tianzi, who stood nearby with an indifferent expression. Who can explain what happened here? The guard captain's voice was like metal scraping, carrying an undeniable authority. It's him. He started it. The middle-aged teacher, beaten to a pulp, seemed to grasp a lifeline, trembling as he pointed at Qiu Tianzi, his voice filled with resentment and grievance. He assaulted an academy teacher for no reason and condoned his servant's violence. Before he could finish, a foot quickly enlarged before his eyes. Qiu Tianzi stepped directly on his face, grinding it down hard. Buffed. The middle-aged teacher's last words turned into a spray of mixed blood and broken teeth, his head hitting the ground heavily as stars danced in his vision. This foot ignited the powder keg completely. Warning. Raise your hands immediately. Cease all aggressive actions. The guns of all patrolling guards instantly turned, dozens of red dots locking onto Qiu Tianzi's forehead and heart. The atmosphere of impending violence was palpable. However, just as they aimed at Qiu Tianzi, the next second, beep, beep. Warning. Permission conflict. Warning. Target is a high-level exempt individual. Weapon systems forcibly locked. A blood-red insufficient permission warning box popped up on the targeting interface of all the guards' exoskeletons, rendering their weapons useless, unable to fire no matter the commands given. The guards collectively froze. What was going on? When did the defensive system of the Sky City of Vera Star malfunction like this? The scarred-faced captain's pupils constricted as he quickly accessed the internal permission database. Upon seeing the golden family crest and name in the query results, his facial muscles twitched violently. It was the direct descendant of the Qiu family. Taking a deep breath, the scarred captain signaled all his team members to stand down, swiftly approaching Qiu Tianzi, slightly bowing, his tone still rigid, but now laced with respect. Young Master Qiu, I am Raymond, captain of the Dome Patrol Team. May I ask what happened here? Qiu Tianzi ignored him, simply lifting his foot and casually tapping the face that had become unrecognizable due to swelling. He looked down at the man as if gazing at a corpse. Now apologize to me and my guards." The middle-aged teacher trembled like a leaf. He couldn't fathom how the weakling once scorned by the upper echelons had transformed into this unpredictable man who struck without hesitation. Looking into those emotionless eyes sent a wave of primal fear surging up his spine. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single no, the other party would indeed toss him off to feed the hungry beasts lurking below. His instinct for survival overwhelmed all dignity and resentment. I was wrong." He mumbled his words, barely coherent. Sorry." "Louder." Qiu Tianzi dug in his ear. "Haven't you eaten?" The middle-aged teacher, humiliated, closed his eyes tightly, using all his strength to bellow from his throat, "I'm sorry." Only then did Qiu Tianzi nod in satisfaction, withdrawing his foot, as if he had merely stepped on a piece of roadside trash. He did not glance at the pitiful mess on the ground again, pulling up the excited Luna, who seemed still unsatisfied, and turned to leave. "Let's go home." Luna's bright, blood-colored eyes swept over the distant giant energy pillar, then back at Qiu Tianzi, her little face filled with conflict, but in the end she obediently followed him. Watching the retreating figures of the large and small patrol, Captain Raymond exhaled deeply, feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the moaning students on the ground, and then at the still trembling middle-aged teacher, a hint of unreserved helplessness flashing in his eyes. Why provoke anyone but the people of the Qiu family? Yet it was strange, wasn't this seventh young master rumored to be timid and weak? On the return flight, the silence was punctuated only by the faint sound of airflow brushing against the hull. Luna, exhausted from her fidgeting, curled up in the spacious seat, her head bobbing slightly, as her silver hair swayed with the gentle turbulence of the spacecraft. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the other side, eyes closed, yet his brows were tightly knitted. He was perplexed. The middle-aged teacher, upon recognizing him as the seventh young master of the Qiu family, displayed not an ounce of reverence. Instead, he looked down upon him with an air of condescension, as if reprimanding a clueless servant. What audacity for a mere academy teacher! As a direct descendant of the Qiu family, was this identity not a protective talisman that could silence most people on Vera Star? A sense of irritation swirled within him as he forced himself to delve into the chaotic sea of memories belonging to the original owner. Soon a series of images that made his temples throb were forcibly dredged up. At a family banquet, a distant cousin, holding a wine glass, loudly mocked his hobby of picking up trash in front of everyone, claiming he was bringing shame to the Qiu family. The original owner turned crimson, fists clenched tightly, yet ultimately dared only to lower his head further, not daring to retort a single word. Another time in his own courtyard, a somewhat attractive maid, while dusting the table, pretended to accidentally brush her ample bosom against his arm, then covered her mouth and giggled foolishly, her eyes filled with flirtation and mockery. As for the original owner, he was like a startled rabbit, jolting away and fleeing in panic. One incident after another, weakness, timidity, and submissiveness. These memories clung to him like maggots on bones, making Qiu Tianzi's stomach churn with disgust. Even in his past life, he had never endured such humiliation. Qiu Tianzi suddenly let out a low laugh, the sound laced with a chill. He finally understood. Useless. This label had been seared into the original owner's existence over the course of more than a decade, firmly entrenched in people's minds. In the eyes of others, the identity of Qiu family's seventh young master represented not power, but rather a joke that could be easily manipulated, a figure with some background, yet no threat to provoke him. As long as it didn't go too far, no one would take it seriously. His cheap father wouldn't care, and his siblings would only relish the opportunity to see him embarrassed. The only one who would protect him, Qiu Yutong, was far away out of reach. Gradually, anyone would dare to step on him to flaunt their own courage. Just like today, the middle-aged teacher's actions were not a spuro-feminine impulse, but rather a matter of habit. Bullying the seventh young master of the Qiu family could even be seen as a form of costless social entertainment in the upper circles of this planet. Damn it. Absurd. Qiu Tianzi opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as an unfathomable icy pond. It seemed that the slap he delivered earlier at the edge of the dome had been far too light. To change such a deeply rooted impression, merely dealing with a few insignificant characters was far from enough. Something more severe was required. He needed to find a sufficiently heavyweight chicken, one that everyone would notice, and eliminate it with a thunderous approach to intimidate those restless monkeys. At that moment, the hem of his garment was gently tugged. Master, Luna rubbed her drowsy eyes and tilted her small face up, her blood-red pupils reflecting his figure clear as day. Are you unhappy? Qiu Tianzi's inner resentment was somewhat dissipated by her soft inquiry. He looked at Luna's pure face, and then recalled those disgusting people and events from his memories, suddenly finding it somewhat ridiculous. No. He reached out, ruffling Luna's fluffy little head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am very happy. Finally, he had a legitimate reason to let loose and enjoy playing with them. He looked out the window. The magnificent outline of the Qiu family manor was already within sight, especially the most luxurious courtyard belonging to his second brother Qiu Rongzi, which was distinctly marked in his view. Let's start with you, my dear second brother. The events at the edge of the dome were like a stone thrown into the deep waters of Vera Star's elite circle, creating not towering waves, but rather a series of strange ripples. The news spread like wildfire, yet the reactions from those who heard it varied. Some were shocked, but more were puzzled. Was the seventh young master, who was so weak that even servants dared to mock him, really bold enough to slap a teacher from the elite academy in public? And did he also allow an unknown little girl to beat a group of noble children into a state of panic? This story sounded even more far-fetched than interstellar pirates becoming overnight millionaires. Many simply chuckled, dismissing it as a new story concocted by some bored fellow. After all, the image of the useless Qiu Tianzi had long been an unshakable common knowledge in their minds. Of course, the news reached Qiu Moyuan's ears without missing a beat. In his study, the interstellar giant listened to Uncle Fuss report. His expression unchanged, his eyes like ancient wells, revealing no hint of joy or anger. He simply picked up the teacup next to him and gently blew on it. Understood. After a moment of silence, he added another sentence. The Dome Patrol team will have their entire salary and bonuses for this month deducted. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Uncle Fu to withdraw. No praise, no reprimand, as if his son had not hurt anyone outside. On the other side, Qiu Tianzi returned to his courtyard with little Luna. He pointed to a vacant bedroom nearby, saying, "You will stay there from now on." To his surprise, Luna shook her small head vigorously like a rattle. No way. She tilted her small face up, her blood-red eyes looking at Qiu Tianzi with utmost seriousness. Master, my task is to protect you. I cannot be too far from you. So, Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow. So, I want to be with the master. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi's brows instantly furrowed into a tight frown. Sharing a bed with a little girl. He had not fallen to that extent. Yet facing those clear and stubborn eyes, all reprimands lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. As he was feeling a headache, he saw Luna dash out with a pat-pat-pat. Moments later, accompanied by a muffled thud, the entire room shook. Qiu Tianzi's eyes twitched as he watched Luna effortlessly bring in the oval-shaped metal hibernation pod, casually tossing it beside his bed. In astonishment, he saw Luna nimbly climb into the hibernation pod, lying down with practiced ease, the lid closing with a click. As she was about to close it, she threw him a triumphant glance through the gap, as if to say, "I'm right here, not going anywhere." Qiu Tianzi, he sighed helplessly, no longer willing to care. However, one question lingered in his mind. Just how strong was this little one? With a thought, he habitually activated Fajin Wancang. Identification. A beam of golden light imperceptible to others swept across the metallic line. Name: care of Saint Lyrona, human puppet master Qiu Tianzi. Strength, Nebula stage level 3, sealed. The preceding information was quite normal. But when the last three words came into view, even Qiu Tianzi's breath caught for a moment. Nebula stage level 3, and in a sealed state. The energy that today merely emanated here, triggering the highest alert of the entire manor, was actually just the tip of the iceberg. If the seal were fully lifted, to what terrifying level could her power reach? Qiu Tianzi's heart began to race uncontrollably. He stared in shock at this little one. He truly wishes to meet the enigmatic Saint Lyrona, whom he has never seen. What kind of existence is this? If even a mere concern is so outrageous, then what terrifying power must this father possess? Thinking of power, Qiu Tianzi's gaze returned to himself. He stretched out his hand, looking at his fair palm apart from the strange blood-red rune in the center. These hands are no different from an ordinary person's. What does it matter if one comes from a prestigious family? In this universe where strength reigns supreme, personal power is the true passport. The unfortunate individual from before didn't care, but the current Qiu Tianzi, through his recent experiences and fragmented memories of his predecessor, glimpsed a sliver of the vast universe's iceberg. To destroy a planet like Verastar might just be a fleeting thought for those who stand atop the pyramid of power. What planetary defense matrix, what sky city, all pale in comparison to absolute power. Although there are primal rules set by the Supreme 12 Heavens that divide star domains into 7 ranks, high-level powerhouses find it difficult to descend upon lower-tier star domains. However, there are always exceptions. If a passing immortal were to sneeze, and he inexplicably perished along with the planet. What would be the meaning of his second life? Since he has been given a second chance at life, he must strive to become the strongest. His thoughts sank into his mind, gazing at the resplendent Fajin Wancang. Although this thing is a money pit, each expenditure brings tangible returns. It is like a crowbar providing him with a fulcrum to lever the entire world. Qiu Tianzi's eyes flickered as he calculated frantically in his mind. Luna's strength is a trump card, but ultimately, it is an external force. Personal strength is the foundation. Without enough personal strength, everything is illusory. Qiu Tianzi understands very well that his ability to act with authority here to make the patrol leader Raymond bow his head relies not on himself, but on the gilded character Qiu behind him. Once he loses his family's protection, he is nothing. The betrayal from his past life has made him profoundly aware that only the strength he holds in his own hands is truly reliable. The cultivation methods of spiritual practitioners are out of reach for the time being. So what can he cultivate now? Qiu Tianzi's thoughts raced, and soon something he had long overlooked floated up from the depths of his memory. The longevity art. That thing which cost him 100,000 star coins daily to passively resist the side effects of the drug within him. Could it be that this top-tier technique activated for 3 billion only has this little use? Qiu Tianzi sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his mind into his body, carefully observing the strange energy that operated on its own. It was like a precise purification device, tirelessly wearing away the remnants of those forbidden drugs day after day, while slowly nourishing the essence of this body. Apart from this, it had no other use. Qiu Tianzi did not believe it. Fajin Wancang. He silently recited in his heart. In the next moment, deep within his consciousness, the familiar golden question mark that made him grit his teeth reappeared. Here it comes again. Qiu Tianzi curled his lip, already prepared for the knife's edge, wanting to confirm the payment without a second thought. But just as he was about to press it, his thought suddenly came to a halt. Wait. Qiu Tianzi's eyes were fixed on that string of numbers. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, leaning in closer, counting 1 0 after another. 1 10 100,000 10,000. Billion. 10 billion. Damn. A curse slipped out before he could hold it back. Did this damn thing calculate incorrectly? Wasn't it always just 10 million for a glance before? Why has it multiplied 100 times this time? This isn't how you rob someone. Qiu Tianzi's face turned completely dark, his back teeth grinding together. He stared at the golden question mark that flickered with the glow of wanting money caught in a battle of thoughts. 10 billion star coins just to look at the instruction manual. But then he thought, although Fajin Wancang is a black-heart merchant, it never makes mistakes. If the price has multiplied 100 times, does that also mean that the secret hidden behind it is worth far more than he previously imagined? It's a gamble. Qiu Tianzi gritted his teeth, screaming in pain within his heart. As a terrifying amount evaporated from his account balance, the golden question mark exploded, transforming into a dazzling torrent of gold that surged into his mind. This time it was no longer simple text. Instead, grand, ancient, and profound sounds of the Tao resonated directly in the depths of his soul. The longevity art, also known as the eternal life art. One of the 36 chaotic arts originating from the chaos of creation at the dawn of the universe. A few simple lines seem to contain the profound truths of the universe's rise and fall, each character carrying an unparalleled weight. Qiu Tianzi's breath suddenly halted. He felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind blank. Chaotic art. At the dawn of the universe. This is a bit too grand, isn't it? A wave of ecstatic joy surged through him like a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping his entire being. However, before he could recover from this immense surprise, the last line of golden text slowly emerged, pouring cold water over him like a bucket. To master this art, one shall be subject to the power of obscurity. What the hell? The power of obscurity? Qiu Tianzi's joy instantly froze on his face. He certainly does not think that this power of obscurity is a good thing. Just as he became aware of this information, the third-tier star domain, the exiled land. This is the graveyard of stars where light and heat have long perished, leaving only eternal darkness and deathly silence. An enormous, bizarre planet larger than a star quietly floats at the center of this darkness. Its surface has no mountains or oceans, only billions of ancient stone tablets that reach to the sky, resembling a silent forest of graves. Suddenly, one of the stone tablets engraved with twisted spiral patterns began to hum. Without warning, the ancient runes that had been silent for countless epochs suddenly glimmered with faint light from within. How many years have passed? A voice indistinguishable in gender and seemingly composed of countless wills resonated from each stone tablet, simultaneously echoing in this desolate star domain. The voice bore no emotion, only the weariness of flowing time and a hint of disturbed awakening. Eternal life art. When this name was uttered, the entire planet trembled violently. The source of chaos, the seed of taboo, has sprouted once more. The ancient voice carried an unassailable judgment. Seek the anomalies of causality. Eradicate the rebellious disciples of cultivation. Sever the foundation of their existence. 3 commands like supreme laws were imprinted in the void. Boom. The surface of the planet slowly cracked open, revealing 12 bottomless chasms, not a fracture of rock, but a rupture of space itself. From the abyss beneath the fractures, deeper than darkness, 12 bizarre ancient ships silently floated upwards. They were composed entirely of a black substance that was neither metal nor stone, long and narrow, resembling ancient Earth sailboats, but their sails were tattered, as if woven from the remnants of nebulae. Ghostly ancient ships. As soon as they appeared, each locked onto a golden thread connecting to the past, invisible to mortal eyes. One of the threads the thinnest, the weakest, yet also the most fresh. Whoosh. Yet as Qiu Tianzi pondered what the subtle power truly was, he suddenly shivered without warning. A chill surged from his coccyx, racing up his spine, instantly exploding through his limbs and bones. This was not coldness, but a shudder stemming from the instinct of the soul. This feeling he was all too familiar with. It was akin to the moment before a plane crash in his past life, the despair and helplessness shrouded in the shadow of death. Why? Cold sweat instantly seeped from his temples, trickling down his cheeks. The hairs on his arms stood on end, and his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, each contraction sending searing pain through him, leaving his breath rapid and scorching. Master, what's wrong? A faint mechanical sound emerged, and Luna had climbed out of the sleep pod, without him noticing, her blood-red eyes reflecting his pale face at that moment. Are you sick? She reached out her cool little hand, intending to touch his forehead. Don't touch me. Qiu Tianzi instinctively growled, taking a step back. He could not utter a single word, merely fixating on a certain point in the void, his eyes filled with an unprecedented dread. This was certainly not a fleeting sixth sense. Absolutely something horrifying had occurred that he could neither predict nor comprehend. Moreover, it was triggered by his own hand. The longevity art. The subtle power. These 2 phrases flashed madly in his mind like 2 bolts of lightning slicing through the fog. There was no mistake, it was this. But why was it like this? What in the world was that damned thing? Just as he was prepared to spare no effort, and once again utilize the Fajin Wancang to investigate further. Buzz. The golden light within the depths of his consciousness, the Fajin Wancang, suddenly activated on its own. He saw that the ancient circular disc unexpectedly extended 24 sharp golden cones from its edge, resembling a crown of thorns in full bloom. At the tip of each cone, a brilliance more dazzling than the sun ignited. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 24 golden beams, condensed to perfection, did not shoot towards the sky, but seemed to pierce through dimensions, directly tearing apart space and vanishing into an unknown void, disappearing without a trace. After completing all of this, the Fajin Wancang's light retracted, returning to its originally harmless appearance, while the 24 sharp cones still stood there, emanating a faint golden glow. And with the emission of those 24 golden lights, that deadly sensation of being shadowed by death, as if a thorn were at his back, surprisingly also dissipated into thin air. It came abruptly and left just as strangely. Qiu Tianzi gasped heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat, his entire being still engulfed in a daze of having survived a disaster. After a while, he finally felt the chill that had penetrated to his bones subside a bit. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, the hand he used to support himself against the wall was still trembling slightly. Was it really over? He did not believe it. The 24 aggressive golden spikes of the Fajin Wancang still hovered deep within his consciousness, silently indicating that everything that had just transpired was not an illusion. This was the first time this money-grubbing thing had taken the initiative. What did this signify? It indicated that the unknown threat he had just faced had escalated to the point of being life-threatening, to the extent that even the Fajin Wancang had determined that if it did not act, he would be finished. But what was that thing? Where did it come from? Bang! Qiu Tianzi slammed his fist onto the nearby alloy table, the dull thud causing the entire room to tremble. Luna, who was squatting on the ground watching him, was startled by the noise and jumped up from the ground. She stared blankly at her master, then at the slightly dented tabletop from the impact, her blood-red eyes filled with confusion, her little head struggling to comprehend. Master has gone mad. Qiu Tianzi ignored her and plunged his mind back into his consciousness, staring intently at the Fajin Wancang. No new information emerged. Everything regarding the longevity art, the damned subtle power, was like a book flipped to its last page. In an instant, Qiu Tianzi's heart sank a little. He understood. The longevity art was a key that opened the door to the pinnacle of the cosmic pyramid. But at the same time, it was also a death warrant. From the moment he learned this technique, an invisible butcher's knife had hung over his head ready to fall at any moment. And he did not even know what the enemy holding the knife looked like. This feeling was even more powerless and suffocating than being betrayed by the most trusted subordinate in his past life. Master. Luna cautiously approached with her short legs, extending her pale little hand to tug at his clothing. Are you angry? She looked up with her porcelain doll-like face, a hint of unease in her blood-red eyes. Did I eat too much and finish all the good food? Qiu Tianzi gazed at her clear and innocent eyes, and the overwhelming fury and sense of helplessness within him were inexplicably softened a bit. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the irritation in his heart. Fear. Was fear useful? In his past life, he had climbed from nothing to the throne of the dark web, relying solely on courage. He slowly crouched down to meet Luna's gaze, the gloom on his face dissipating. As the saying goes, anger rises from the heart and malice emerges from the gallbladder. A flicker of madness appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, I am very happy. He reached out and pinched Luna's puffy cheeks, the force gentle, yet carrying an undeniable connotation. Luna, do you want to eat something? Better than those iron rods. Luna's eyes lit up instantly, her little head nodding vigorously. Yes. Qiu Tianzi slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping outside the window, his deep eyes now devoid of any fear, only reflecting a morbid chill and excitement. The enemy is strong. Strong to the point he cannot comprehend. So what? Since they dared to place a knife against his throat, they should be prepared to have both the person and the knife crushed and swallowed. Want my life? I will play this to the end. Over the next 2 days, Qiu Tianzi did not step outside. He locked himself in his room, using his personal terminal to frantically scour for any information he could find. The death threat looming above him, not knowing when it would strike, lashed against him like a whip, igniting an unprecedented fervor for power within him. In this universe, money is the most direct form of power. In his past life, he rose in the dark web precisely due to his precise grasp of information and human nature. Now he applied this skill to the underground network of Velastar. Soon a seemingly inconspicuous piece of information was dredged from the vast data. A group of interstellar pirates disguised as traders arrived at Velastar on a standard date and quietly began their business in the mixed zone at the lowest level of the Sky City. Qiu Tianzi glanced at the intelligence detailing the habits, trading characteristics, and approximate activity range of the pirate group, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This ripe meat presented to him, not eating it would be a disservice to himself. He turned off the holographic screen and stood up, Luna immediately sensing it poking her little head out of the sleep pod with her blood-red eyes sparkling. Master, are we going out to play again? No. Qiu Tianzi ruffled her fluffy silver hair. I'm taking you to eat something good. Just as he was about to take Luna outside, hurried footsteps approached from outside the yard. Young Master 7. Wan Tiangong, accompanied by 2 other guards, urgently blocked the entrance. Where are you going? Please be sure to take us with you. Master Fu specifically instructed that your safety is the top priority. Qiu Tianzi paused, glancing back at them. His gaze was calm and unruffled, yet it inexplicably made Wan Tiangong and the others' hearts skip a beat. Protect me. Qiu Tianzi suddenly laughed, though the laughter did not reach his eyes. Did you spend the 1 million I gave you the other day, eh? Wan Tiangong's face turned ashen in an instant. Word spreads fast about what happened in my courtyard, huh? Qiu Tianzi interrupted him, his voice not loud, but penetrating. It seems your mouths are much quicker than your legs. The 3 guards' heads drooped instantly, not daring to breathe. Since you don't even dare to take the money presented to you, I can't afford to keep you, great Buddhas. Qiu Tianzi lost interest in looking at them again, his tone indifferent, as if handling trash. You are dismissed from today onward. Get lost. After dispatching these useless individuals, Qiu Tianzi took Luna and directly headed towards the flying vehicle docking point of the manor. This time the destination was the mixed zone market. It was the lowest area of Velastar, the shadow beneath the glamorous exterior of the bustling Sky City, a paradise for all those abandoned by order and opportunists. As the flying vehicle landed on the public platform at the edge of the mixed zone, a completely different atmosphere. Above was the cold metallic base of the Sky City, obscuring the brilliance of the artificial sun, with only colorful low-cost holographic advertisements casting dappled light and shadows on the dim streets. The air was mingled with the exhaust of poor-quality fuel, the sour smell of food, and a unique scent of sweat and despair exclusive to the lower class. Luna curiously looked around, wrinkling her little white nose. "Master, the smell here is not pleasant." She pointed at a pile of rusty metal scraps by the roadside and whispered, "And those iron rods look so dirty, they must bubble up." Qiu Tianzi was amused by her innocent words, and the chill in his heart dissipated a bit. "Don't worry, we won't eat that today." He held Luna's little hand and stepped into the bustling street, her incongruous demeanor immediately attracting many curious gazes. There was greed, caution, and more of a scrutinizing gaze, as if assessing prey. Qiu Tianzi completely ignored them, his eyes scanning the makeshift stalls like radar. At that moment, a stall with a sign reading exotic accessories caught his eye. The stall owner was a one-eyed man with a face full of flesh, lazily cleaning an exaggeratedly designed energy dagger with a dirty cloth. Qiu Tianzi's lips curled slightly. He had found it. He led Lu Na and halted before the one-eyed dragon stall. The stall was inconspicuous in the slum. The wares were crude metal trinkets streaked with rust and radiating a cheap, tawdry air. But Qiu Tianzi's gaze lingered on a corner of the stall's table leg. There, carved into the wood, was a furtive emblem, a three-headed sea serpent coiled about a broken anchor. Hey Fan pirate crew. In the past, while scavenging for goods online, he had dealt with this band of pirates who prowled the lower star regions more than once. They were by no means strangers to him. The one-eyed dragon behind the stall was idly wiping a dagger, too lazy even to lift an eyelid, until the shadows of Qiu Tianzi and Lu Na fell across his patch of tarpaulin. He lifted that one murky eye and scanned the two of them. It stopped at Qiu Tianzi's clothes, clean and plainly not of the slum, and a malicious curl crept to his mouth. "Customer, what catches your eye?" he said, flashing the dagger. "I do not sell pretty toys for children." Qiu Tianzi ignored the jab and simply pointed at the three-headed sea serpent emblem. "Hey Fan," he said coolly, still doing business. The one-eyed dragon's ragged motion of wiping the dagger froze midair. A chill of vigilance burst from that single eye. The man's manner shifted in an instant from a lazy vendor to a predator coiled to strike. He stared at Qiu Tianzi as if searching for a fault, trying to read something from his face. Qiu Tianzi refused to play the staring contest. He knew this pirate band possessed things he wanted. The anonymously purchased Beastmaster's soul shackle from before had been a fine curiosity. He gave his name plainly. Qiu Tianzi. The three words stopped the one-eyed dragon cold. He eyed Qiu with suspicion, as if wondering whether this was some kind of jest. The man split his personal terminal open, and his fingers flew across it. Seconds later, when the query results popped up, his expression turned wildly animated. The thick flesh of his face went rigid, then twitched violently, and at last he forced out a servile smile, far worse than a sob. He slapped the dagger onto the table with a crack, rubbed his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Oh ho, it is young Master 7 of the Qiu family." Qiu Tianzi's eye twitched. Long renowned, he thought bitterly. More like famed as the Junk King. He did not bother to retort aloud. He waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. Bring out your good things. Right away. Please wait." The one-eyed dragon kowtowed and turned, clapping his hands toward the curtain behind the stall. The curtain lifted and a graceful figure slipped out without a sound. She wore a purple veil, but what drew the eye were the pair of white furry fox ears atop her head, quivering slightly, and the fluffy long tail swaying restlessly behind her. A foxfolk. Qiu Tianzi had no time to ponder before the vixen stepped forward and offered a delicate bow. The curve of her bow was precise, and the tight leather suit she wore outlined a stunning silhouette that was displayed without reserve in Qiu Tianzi's sight. Beneath the veil, her lips tilted faintly, her alluring eyes like silk with a thin veil of temptation. It was obvious she intended to begin with seduction. At that moment, the hem of his garment was gently tugged. Qiu Tianzi looked down to see Lu Na gazing up with her small face, blood-red eyes glinting. She stared at the swaying fox tail and asked in a soft, hopeful voice, "Master, that looks tastier than an iron rod." Qiu Tianzi was speechless. The fox woman's ears twitched, and the seductive look in her eyes froze. She stared at the little girl in astonishment. Qiu Tianzi rubbed his temple, completely ignoring the fox woman's charms. His gaze returned to the one-eyed dragon, and his voice cooled a touch. "Enough of these childish tricks. Show me your stock." He paused, then added a line to make clear he was knowing. The lecherous smiles on the one-eyed dragon and the fox woman both stiffened for a beat. The one-eyed dragon's cloudy eye fixed on Qiu Tianzi for 3 seconds. The flesh of his face twitched, and he forced out another ugly, ingratiating grin. "Hey, young Master 7 is straightforward. Old Mo here will not beat around the bush. He stepped aside to reveal the area behind the curtain, making a low, obsequious gesture. The fox woman abandoned her seductive pose, stepped forward, and with slender fingers swept aside the group. As she drew the curtain back, she glanced over her shoulder at the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon looked at the ebb and flow of the slum's poor patrons, then toward the distant glitter of the upper city. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, and he imperceptibly shook his head. A glint of understanding crossed the fox woman's eyes, and she nodded. Qiu Tianzi led Lu Na straight through. The curtain fell, shutting out the clamor and light beyond. A sharp odor of machine oil rust and chemical reagents hit them. The interior was dimmer than the stall outside, lit by a few energy lamps that cast a weak pall over mountains of piled goods. This was the true mobile warehouse of the Fajin pirate crew. At a thought from Qiu Tianzi, the ability Fajin Wancang quietly stirred into life. To his eyes, streams of golden light, invisible to others, washed over the goods like ripples. Appraisal level 3 energy cell core, slightly damaged, value 50 star coins. Appraisal Python 3 model explosive energy, pistol barrel, excessively worn, risk of rupture, value 20 star coins. Appraisal antique reproduction, mass-produced by modern lines, value 5 star coins. He scanned on, frowning deeper and deeper. Trash. All of it worthless junk. It seemed this pirate band had not brought back anything of real value this time. Luna tugged his sleeve, wrinkling her small nose and pointing at a half-hate rust-streaked oxygen tank. With a look of distaste, she said, "The iron sticks here look even less appetizing than the ones in the junkyard." At that remark, the fox woman's mouth twitched. Suddenly, a heavy metallic scraping sounded from deep in the warehouse's shadows. Clang, clang. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. It was a half-man, half-machine construct. The left half of his body had been entirely replaced by crude, grim mechanical components. Exposed cables pulsed like veins along a metal skeleton, and his left arm was a massive hydraulic pincer. His lone human eye was dead and hollow, while the mechanical eye on the other side glowed with an icy. The red glow swept over Qiu Tianzi and finally settled on Lu Na behind him, as if the machine found the small girl far more interesting. "They'll take this," the cyborg rasped, his voice like metal grinding on metal, dry and grating. The fox woman bowed and obediently stepped back to the side. Qiu Tianzi regarded the danger-emitting cyborg with an unflinching gaze. "Do not try to fool me with this trash," he said. He paused, his dark eyes locking onto the mechanical red optic. "Show me something. Something even you yourselves do not recognize." The mechanical eye of the cyborg Mo flickered for a moment, and a faint sound of gears turning came from within, as if reassessing the target before it. After a while, a grimace more hideous than a cry stretched across his face, made of metal and substandard synthetic skin, his voice crackling with electrical noise. "Guessed your thoughts are quite dangerous." "Dangerous?" Qiu Tianzi instead laughed, the smile faint, yet carrying a chilling aura that cooled the surrounding air. "It is dangerous for those who are incapable. For those who are capable, it is an opportunity." He took a step forward, staring directly into the cold mechanical eye of his opponent. "I just happen to be the latter." Mo remained silent, his crimson single eye fixed firmly on Qiu Tianzi, as if scanning him thoroughly from the inside out. This rumored useless seventh young master, who could be bullied even by servants, showed not a trace of energy fluctuations, yet the determination and madness that seemed to have crawled out from a corpse-laden hell made even this bloodthirsty pirate feel a tinge of discomfort. "Good." After a long pause, Mo finally uttered a word stiffly. He stopped talking and turned to walk deeper into the warehouse, the heavy mechanical legs echoing a dull thud on the metal floor with every step. The further he walked in, the colder the air became, the mixed scent of machine oil and rust gradually fading into an icy, prison-like chill. At the end of the passage stood an astonishingly heavy alloy blast door. Mo pressed his intact human hand against a recognition device, aligning his mechanical eye with another scanning port. After a series of complicated verification procedures, the blast door slowly opened inwards with a dull hissing sound. Behind the door was a pure white room. At the center of the room, separated by a faint blue light screen resembling flowing water waves, a high-energy particle barrier. Qiu Tianzi's gaze pierced through the barrier, his pupils contracting sharply. Inside, a coffin lay quietly. A luxurious yet eerie Western-style black coffin. The coffin was crafted from a black metallic substance that seemed to absorb light, its surface engraved with countless intricate and mysterious twisted patterns. These patterns were not mere decorations, but rather a seal. Thick black chains broader than a finger extended from the ground, and sealing embedding deeply into the coffin, binding it tightly in place. We found it while exploring the Pisa star domain from an abandoned interstellar transport ship. Moe's voice echoed in the silent room. Qiu Tianzi sneered inwardly. Abandoned? Perhaps it was you who turned it into a relic. We have researched a lot of materials, but only obtained a vague piece of information. Moe's mechanical eye glowed red. What is sealed inside is an ancient species that has been extinct for countless epochs. He paused, enunciating the name slowly. Vampire. Qiu Tianzi's breath caught for a moment. Vampire. In his original world, those dark creatures that existed in movies and novels were actually real in this world. A thrilling sense of novelty surged from the depths of his heart. Moec had been observing his expression, and upon seeing his interest added, "This thing is very dangerous." According to the data analysis, if it were placed in the 7th star domain, it could cause a species mutation and extinction on a civilized planet. Then what about in our 6th star domain? Qiu Tianzi suddenly spoke up, a hint of amusement on his face. Moec was taken aback by the question, having no answer at the ready. The suppression of star domain levels is an ironclad rule of the universe. An entity that can wreak havoc in the 7th star domain may not even stir a ripple in the 6th star domain. But what if? Just then Luna, who had been quietly following behind, suddenly tugged at Qiu Tianzi's. Qiu Tianzi looked down to see her tilting her little head, her pure crimson eyes wide open, fixated on the black coffin, her delicate little nose sniffing vigorously. Then she leaned close to Qiu Tianzi's ear, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, filled with anticipation, "Master, this big iron box. Smells good." She smacked her lips, seemingly savoring it. "Sweet." Upon hearing this, the corner of Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched for a moment. He looked down to meet Luna's blood-colored eyes filled with curiosity and appetite, and for a moment, he didn't know what expression to wear. "Sweet. What kind of structure does this little foodie have?" Beside him, Moe's crimson mechanical eye suddenly flashed with high-frequency red light, the internal circuits emitting a crackling overload sound. He locked onto Luna intensely, as if he wished to dismantle her right then and there to see what structure lay within. The scanning beam sank into the depths of the sea, failing to yield any data feedback. This little girl's body seemed to be an absolute black hole capable of swallowing all probing. Moe's face, made of metal and substandard synthetic skin, twitched violently. He suddenly felt that the innocent-looking little girl before him might be more dangerous than the thing inside that coffin, instinctively moving his mechanical limb to the other side. Taking one last look at the calm Qiu Tianzi, Moe's last shred of hope extinguished. Indeed, an abnormal fool was followed by an abnormal monster. Qiu Tianzi had lost interest in the psychological activities of the pirate captain. His attention was completely focused on the black coffin before him. His thoughts sank into his mind. Identification. A familiar golden light flashed by. Named the royal coffin of Foy Lucy, sealed, object Foy Lucy. Olivier. Race, first-generation blood clan, one of the 13 royal sacred races, status heavily injured and dormant, strength, stardust, level 6, value inestimable. A series of information appeared. Upon seeing the terms first-generation blood clan and royal sacred race, Qiu Tianzi's eyebrows raised slightly. Interesting, it seems this group of pirates wasn't boasting, they truly had a big fish. However, when the last line, strength, stardust, level 6, came into view, the flicker of interest in his eyes instantly faded. Stardust level. He turned his head to glance at Luna, who was tiptoeing, clutching his pant leg, eagerly staring at the black coffin, her lips already glistening with a hint of dew. 1 at stardust level 3 sealed. 1 at stardust level 6. This. Qiu Tianzi suddenly felt that this group of pirates guarding this thing, as if facing a great enemy, was somewhat laughable. He's still a vampire. Still a species extinction. A trace of unabashed disdain flashed in Qiu Tianzi's eyes. Even a little foodie like this couldn't defeat them, yet they dared to call themselves an ancient species. What a disgrace. With that thought, he no longer cared to waste breath. Qiu Tianzi turned around, casually raised a finger toward Moe's still flashing red mechanical eye, and pointed at the black coffin. "I want this thing." Moec was taken aback, and before he could speak, Qiu Tianzi's cold voice rang out again. 50 million star coins. The 6 words, devoid of any emotion, were as flat as if he were buying the cheapest nutrient solution on the roadside. Yet these 6 words fell into Moec's half-mechanical ears like a thunderclap. 50 million. He thought that getting rid of this hot potato for a few 100,000 star coins would be a great gain, as buyers willing to touch such a strange object were rarer than when he found this broken thing. He was just hoping for some luck to see if any foolish buyer would be interested. Unexpectedly today, he had really encountered one of this fool. Not only was naive, but also absurdly wealthy. A flame of greed surged from deep within him, almost breaking through his rationality. 50 million. Perhaps it could go even higher. He was just about to speak the words, "Can the price be negotiated?" had yet to leave his throat when he met Qiu Tianzi's gaze. That gaze seemed to say, if you dare to say another word, you can keep this thing for yourself. The red light, in Mo's mechanical eye, flickered madly, the internal microgears emitting a creaking overload cry. He was weighing his options rapidly. Should he gamble keeping this potentially explosive bomb in hand for the uncertain higher price? Or should he immediately accept this sum large enough for him to enjoy life for a while? After barely 3 seconds of struggle, his instinct for safety overwhelmed his greed. Deal. The 2 words squeezed through his metallic teeth, dry and difficult. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi showed no reaction, but Luna beside him suddenly leaped up, her small face breaking into a radiant smile. Yay, master. The little one joyfully spun around, and then hugged Qiu Tianzi's thigh, lifting her porcelain-like face, her eyes filled with little stars. I want to eat this for a midnight snack. Her clear and soft voice echoed in the silent room, distinctly reaching everyone's ears. The air froze. Qiu Tianzi extended his hand, firmly covering his forehead, feeling his temples thumping. Across from him, Mo's face, made of metal and substandard synthetic skin, had completely stiffened. His crimson mechanical eye fixated on Luna, the red light shifting from flickering to steady, the internal alarm system likely having triggered the highest alert. Midnight snack. Eat what? Eat this, ancient vampire. The next moment, this half-human, half-mechanical fierce pirate made a move that even Qiu Tianzi found surprising. As if seeing a ghost, his heavy mechanical body erupted with uncharacteristic agility, quickly retreating 5 or 6 meters until his back slammed heavily against the cold wall with a dull thud. He gazed at the little girl who was clinging to Qiu Tianzi's leg, her eyes reflecting not wariness, but a terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. What the hell is this thing? Why does facing her feel like facing a cosmic behemoth? Qiu Tianzi looked at his ghostly expression and shook his head inwardly. With such little courage, how could he possibly be a space pirate? Moec seemed to realize that he had overreacted. Among a group of desperate criminals, he was infamous for his fearlessness. Yet today he was frightened by a single word from a young girl with yellow hair. His face, made of metal and low-quality synthetic skin, twitched violently. To conceal his embarrassment, he awkwardly moved his stiff body to another control panel, where he began to press buttons randomly. G. The faint blue high-energy particle barrier in the center of the room emitted a soft sound, dissipating like ripples in water. Immediately afterward, he pressed another button. Clang. The dozens of thick chains binding the black coffin seemed to lose all their strength in an instant, falling lifelessly to the ground. The seal was lifted. Before Qiu Tianzi could raise his hand to store the spoils in his storage space, a shadow flashed by. Luna, who had been staring eagerly, could no longer contain herself. Her small body launched forward like a cannonball, instantly landing on top of the black coffin. She opened her cherry-red mouth and bit down on one corner of the ornate coffin without hesitation. Crack! A crisp sound sharp enough to make one's teeth ache abruptly echoed in the silent room. Qiu Tianzi reacted quickly, grabbing her by the back of her collar. However, he was still a moment too late. On the hard coffin, which had existed for countless epochs and was made of unknown metal, there was now a neat row of bite marks with a piece the size of an almond missing. Looking at Luna, who was dangling in the air, her small mouth was busy chewing rapidly, her 2 blood-red eyes fixed on the black coffin, looking as if she wanted more. This child is starving, Qiu Tianzi thought silently. Without hesitation, he willed the coffin, which had a large hole in it, into his storage space. He feared that if he delayed for a few more seconds, the ancient vampire royal family inside would be forced to experience what it was like to be stripped bare. As the big cookie disappeared, Luna stopped chewing, and the piece of coffin board still in her mouth seemed to lose its flavor. She turned her head, her 2 watery, blood-colored eyes gazing at Qiu Tianzi, filled with grievance and confusion, resembling a little puppy begging for food. Faced with this voiceless accusation, Qiu Tianzi felt a dull pain beginning to throb at his temples. "They'll let you eat your fill when we get back," he promised expressionlessly, "but not now." Upon hearing the phrase, "eat your fill," Luna's eyes brightened slightly again. Although still aggrieved, she reluctantly nodded. Then she turned her gaze to another metal lump in the room. In the corner, Moec trembled under her hungry gaze. His towering mechanical body shuddered, and the internal mechanical limbs emitted a series of creaking sounds as parts misaligned. Ding! A crisp notification sound from his personal terminal startled him awake from the fear that originated from his soul. He instinctively looked down. In the personal account balance section, a string of zeros made his intact human eye widen in shock. 50 million Stardust coins. Not a single cent short. This enormous sum felt like a shot of adrenaline, instantly injecting warmth into his half-mechanical body, driving away much of the bone-chilling cold. The creaking mechanical joints seemed to move much more smoothly, as if nourished by this windfall. Qiu Tianzi observed this scene without hurrying to leave. He looked at the pirate leader who had just been terrified but was now soothed by money and spoke indifferently. Why do you think I offered you such a high price? Mo Yi's greedy expression froze. He suddenly raised his head, the red light in his mechanical eye flickering violently. Right, why? This coffin, although eerie, was definitely not worth this price. Could it be that this legendary, wasteful young Master 7 was truly a foolish rich man? But looking into the depths of the other's eyes, Mo Yi instinctively denied this thought. Because I need something else. Qiu Tianzi's voice carried no emotion, yet it struck Mo Yi's heart like a hammer. For instance, some people who are inconvenient to appear in public, or some goods that cannot be seen in the light. You've been in this line of work for so long, you must know quite a few, right? He paused, his dark eyes locking onto Mo Yi. This 50 million is for the coffin as well as for the introduction fee. Mo Yi was completely stunned. So, it was like this. This revelation caused his half-mechanical brain to nearly crash. The other party wasn't foolish, on the contrary, he was extremely astute. He wasn't buying an item. He was using money to buy a ticket to the underground world. And he himself was the guide collecting the fare. Understanding this part, Mo Yi's gaze towards Qiu Tianzi completely changed. Before him stood no longer a foolish rich heir, but a mysterious benefactor wielding vast wealth and ruthless in action. I understand. He nodded heavily, his attitude making a complete turnaround, even his speech carrying a hint of respect. Young Master 7, rest assured. I old Mo may not have other skills, but I do have a few friends in this line of work, he said, leading Qiu Tianzi towards the other side of the warehouse, where other spoils from his latest heist were piled up. Young Master 7, take a look and see if there's anything else you fancy. Qiu Tianzi's mind moved slightly, and the ability of Law Gold 10,000 collections quietly scanned over. Damaged shipborne shield generator value 150 Stardust coins. Expired military nutrient paste box value edible, but not recommended. A pile of worthless metal ores. All garbage. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell into a corner where a palm-sized cracked black metal piece was carelessly tossed aside, appearing to be a part that had fallen from some large machinery. Identification fragment of a broken star core, status energy, depleted structure, damaged, 97 value, 63 million Stardust coins. A glimmer flashed in Qiu Tianzi's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. He casually walked over, kicked the black metal piece with his toe, and said with a hint of disdain, "What is this junk?" Mo Yi glanced at it, and casually replied, "I don't know. It blew out from the engine room of that transport ship. It's probably a useless part." "It looks a bit interesting." Qiu Tianzi crouched down, picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and then casually tossed it to Luna behind him. "Take it as a teething toy." Luna caught it, looked at it curiously, and then opened her mouth to bite it. "Eat it later." Qiu Tianzi stopped her in time. He stood up, looked at Mo Yi, and casually said, as if dealing with a piece of garbage, "They'll take this junk, and it'll cost you 3 million. No. Mo Yi waved his hands repeatedly. "Young Master 7, it's a blessing that you want it. Consider it a gift. I never take advantage of others." Qiu Tianzi's tone left no room for argument. With the conversation having reached this point, Mo Yi dared not refuse, hurriedly nodding and bowing to complete what he viewed as a purely generous transaction. After collecting the fragment of the star core worth over 60 million, Qiu Tianzi no longer lingered and turned to leave. Young Master 7. Mo Yi hurried after him, sending over a string of encrypted terminal codes. "This is Ghost contact information. He has many good things, but he's very strange, please bear with it." Qiu Tianzi did not stop his steps, merely nodding slightly as he led Luna out of the dim warehouse, until the figures of the large and small completely disappeared into the shadows of the chaotic area. Mo Yi let out a long breath, feeling the bionic skin on his back had already soaked with cold sweat. Some rumors were indeed not to be trusted. On the way back, Qiu Tianzi was in a good mood. 50 million had bought him an ancient Blood Clan artifact and a star core fragment worth over 60 million. This deal was decent. With his spirits lifted, he found Luna, who was gazing at him eagerly, much more pleasing to the eye. Although the junk area was dilapidated, it was abundant in various metallic scraps. In a burst of generosity, Qiu Tianzi took Luna on a spree through several scrap collection stations, purchasing a large pile of relatively clean metal waste to bring back as snacks for her. He was just about to lift his hand to store the small mountain of scrap iron in his storage space when Luna tugged at the hem of his clothes. "Master, let me do it." "You." Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He watched as Luna extended her delicate little hand, fingers splayed towards the pile of scrap iron. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Her tiny palm rapidly darkened, shifting from fair to pitch black, ultimately resembling ink, even swallowing the surrounding light. Following that, her entire hand began to distort and phase out, eventually transforming into a continuously spinning miniature black hole emanating a disquieting gravitational pull. The heavy metal scraps, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, flew up, uncontrollably swallowed by the tiny black hole, vanishing without a trace. In just over 10 seconds, the small mountain had disappeared into thin air. Luna retracted her hand, and her little palm regained its tender appearance. She even patted her hands, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Qiu Tianzi's eye twitched violently. He was once again astonished by this little one's abilities. "This comes with a storage space. Or is it spatial ability? What else can you do?" Qiu Tianzi crouched down, meeting her blood-red gaze. Luna tilted her little head, seemingly deep in thought. "I can connect to the network." She pointed her little finger in the air, swiping once, and a standard personal terminal hologram materialized before her, displaying the public news channel of Veristar. Qiu Tianzi was utterly stunned. A puppet that not only possessed spatial abilities, but also had personal terminal functionality and could even connect to the internet autonomously. This thing had surpassed the realm of technology, resembling something from theology. If it were an AI robot, it would be understandable, but she was a puppet. He looked at Luna's innocent expression and suddenly had a mischievous thought. He opened his terminal, added her as a friend without a word, and directly transferred some money to her account. Immediately, a notification popped up on Luna's hologram. "Ding. Your account has been credited 100 star coins." Looking at that long string of zeros, Luna blinked, seemingly not yet comprehending. She extended her little finger, counting one by one, 10,000. Halfway through, she seemed to finally grasp the enormity of the figure, her blood-red eyes shining brightly like twinkling stars. "Master." The little one suddenly leaped into Qiu Tianzi's arms, rubbing her little head against him excitedly, exclaiming, I have money now. I can buy so many iron bars to eat." When you're hungry, just buy for yourself." Qiu Tianzi patted her little head, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Buy whatever you want, and let me know if it's not enough." "Yay." Luna cheered, bouncing 3 times on the spot, then eagerly opened her terminal, fidgeting. Moments later, Qiu Tianzi's terminal chimed. He looked down to see a transfer notification. "Your account has been credited 1 star coin," accompanied by a soft, sticky message for the master's pocket money. Qiu Tianzi, looking at the solitary 1 star coin, and then at the little one hugging his leg, wearing a proud expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I generous?" He was momentarily left speechless. How did it feel like he had gained a leaky little cotton jacket? In his past life, full of deception, he dared not have any vulnerabilities, let alone relationships. He feared they would become blades at the throats he had to face. Unexpectedly arriving here, he had gained this. His mood inexplicably lifted. He took Luna's little hand and continued to stroll through the junk area. Since he had already stocked up on snacks, there was no hurry to return. At that moment, a sign that clashed with the colorful holographic advertisements around caught his eye. It was a genuine wooden plaque exuding an antique charm with elegant characters carved on it. "Antiques. Antiques. And damn it, antiques." Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched violently. The stark contrast hit him like a shockwave, causing his brain to stall for a moment. If it were named Duo Bao Xian or Treasures Pavilion, even if cliché, he could accept it. But what kind of ridiculous name is this? Is this a legitimate shop? Or some crazy person's avant-garde art exhibition? He even momentarily considered directly opening his terminal to report this store for disturbing the urban aesthetics. But after a second thought, he decided against it. Just for the name, he wanted to go in and take a look. If it didn't surprise him, he resolved to drown the tasteless owner in a sea of his spit. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, a mix of stale mold and wooden fragrance assaulted his senses. The wind chimes by the door didn't ring, but a sharp voice preceded. "Congratulations, esteemed guest, for gracing us with your presence." Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, looking in the direction of the voice. He saw a disheveled parrot perched on a redwood shelf by the door, its most striking feature being its eyes surrounded by a thick black ring, looking like it hadn't slept for 7 days and nights, yet its little eyes darted around restlessly. As Qiu Tianzi looked over the scruffy bird surprisingly tilted its head in a remarkably human-like manner and winked at him. Then it uttered 4 words. Annoying brat. Cough. Cough. Even having lived 2 lifetimes, Qiu Tianzi was caught off guard by this sudden banter, unable to suppress his cough. Master, what's wrong? Luna tilted her little face, her blood-red eyes filled with confusion. Before Qiu Tianzi could respond, that damned bird actually interrupted, raising its voice by 8 degrees, filled with the surprise of discovering new territory. Oh, a copper refining enthusiast. The moment the words fell, the air in the shop seemed to freeze. The last trace of ease on Qiu Tianzi's face vanished without a trace, and his dark eyes instantly turned cold. He couldn't even be bothered to move, just narrowing his gaze. An invisible force instantly enveloped the overly proud parrot. Gah! The parrot's call changed pitch, feeling as if it were being gripped by an unseen hand, flapping its wings desperately, but unable to fly, instead being pulled toward Qiu Tianzi with an irresistible force. Although his spiritual power did not meet the standards of a psychic, could he not control such a pathetic creature? Just as the parrot was about to be dragged in front of him, a lazy voice with a hint of resignation echoed from the back of the shop. "A guest, please show mercy. It's just a mouthy creature, it'll pluck its feathers later." With that voice, Qiu Tianzi suddenly felt as if his consciousness had been lightly plucked by an invisible thread. The invisible power enveloping the parrot was not forcibly dispelled, but seemed to have been untied, instantly dissipating into thin air. This situation made Qiu Tianzi's heart tighten. Whoosh! The freed parrot let out a terrified shriek, making a sharp turn and darting into the back room, like lightning landing on the shoulder of a plump middle-aged man, rubbing its head against its owner's cheek, as if it were frightened out of its wits. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes. He slowly raised his head to look at the chubby man emerging. The man appeared unremarkable, dressed in a dirty Tang suit, wearing a friendly smile, but Qiu Tianzi sensed a wave of energy from him that was strikingly similar to that which had just been felt. He could be 100% certain. This seemingly harmless fat man before him was a psychic. Deep within Qiu Tianzi's eyes, something sank down. Spiritual energy user. He understood the weight of these 3 words in the universe better than anyone. In this broader universe, the rules are equally cruel. On an ordinary literary planet with billions of inhabitants, the number of those who can awaken as spiritual energy users rarely exceeds 3 digits. They are walking calamities, strategic weapons, true existences that overlook all beings from the pinnacle of the pyramid. Even a colossal entity like the Wanqiu Interstellar Group has no more than 300 spiritual energy user guards under its command. And these 300 are all stationed beside the core assets and the most important individuals of the family. Clearly, he, the scrappy prince of the family, was not qualified enough to have such lavish guards. Yet now, in the most chaotic slums of Veristar, in an inconspicuous antique shop, there was actually a living spiritual energy user hidden away. It was like discovering an uncut perfect diamond in a dump in a slum. Just as Qiu Tianzi's thoughts raced across from him, Tang Yuanbao's chubby face seemed to freeze for a moment. His squinting eyes fully opened for the first time, and a flicker of imperceptible sharpness flashed in the murky depths. Although the faint spiritual power emanating from the young man before him was still tender, like a freshly sprouted bud, far from meeting the standards of a spiritual energy user. Yet the quality of that spiritual power bore an innate resilience and sharpness. Tang Yuanbao's heart also stirred. He believed that given time, this young sprout would surely grow into a towering tree, becoming an existence like himself. Since this was the case, hiding and hoarding would only seem petty. The 2 men's gazes met in the air, and the invisible field of spiritual energy began to collide and probe, causing the surrounding air to feel thick. At this moment of tension, that damn parrot cleared its throat, and in a tone akin to recitation began to 2 hearts have long known each other, a glance like spring water flowing east. Horizontal inscription, so damn poetic. The air fell into a death-like silence. The atmosphere, which had just been thick as glue, shattered with a snap. Even with Qiu Tianzi's experiences across 2 lives, his mind had been tempered to be as hard as rock. At this moment, the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and his gaze became somewhat distant, as if he were intently studying a speck of dust in the corner. Opposite him, Tang Yuanbao's plump face had turned from pale to a deep shade of liver red. "You damn feathered beast." Tang Yuanbao roared, his hand a flash of lightning, grabbing the still smug parrot from its perch and squeezing it in his hand. "If you squawk again, believe it or not, I'll pluck your feathers tonight for drinks." The parrot rolled its eyes in his grip, its neck stiffening, yet it still refused to back down. "You have the guts to deep fry me. Remember to eat my droppings too, they're a great supplement." Tang Yuanbao was so enraged that his body shook, veins bulging on his forehead. He truly had no way to deal with this annoying bird, and with a fierce shake of his hand, he shouted, "Get lost!" The parrot's body flew like a cannonball uncontrollably towards the inner room, tracing a tragic parabolic arc in the air, its defiant cries echoing. "A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I will return." The parrot's wretched cries still echoed in the room, but the atmosphere in the shop had dropped to a freezing point. On Tang Yuanbao's plump face, the smile squeezed out by his fat was extremely stiff as he desperately sought a way to ease the situation. Qiu Tianzi couldn't be bothered with him. This fat man was a spiritual energy user, but as long as he didn't actively provoke him, he had no intention of complicating matters. In this strange silence, his pant leg was gently tugged. "Master," Luna looked up at him, her blood-red eyes blinking, pointing to a corner piled high with miscellaneous items. "There's a tin book there that smells strange." This soft and sticky voice instantly broke the deadlock. Qiu Tianzi followed her finger and saw a black book dusty squeezed between other rusty parts and broken pottery on the bottom shelf of a wooden rack. He released the barely perceptible energy confrontation with the fat man and strolled over. Seeing him shift his attention, Tang Yuanbao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly forced a more enthusiastic smile. "Oh, guest has a good eye. I got that from an abandoned space station. It looks pretty solid, and I've always used it as a paperweight." Qiu Tianzi ignored him, squatting down to pick up the so-called paperweight. It was cold and heavy to the touch. The cover of the book was not made of paper, but a strangely textured black metal, smooth with a hint of eerie patterns resembling living skin. There were no words on the surface, only some twisted, abstract, dark patterns that looked less like carvings and more like they had grown from within the metal. He felt a stirring in his heart. Identification. A golden light curtain visible only to him instantaneously unfolded in his mind. Name: Abyssal Demon Codex. Status: Sealed Titan's Power Seal Energy. Depleting content. Contains various forbidden demonic spells, such as Soul Enslavement, Blood Sacrifice, Dimensional Curse, and Planar Coordinate Construction. Origin: Relic of the Abyss, Lord Terralunal. Special attributes: Unstable Spatial Anchor. Warning: once the seal is damaged, there is a high probability of attracting the attention of the abyssal dimension and opening a dimensional passage to this place. Value: inestimable. The mere existence of this item is a source of disaster. Hiss. Even Qiu Tianzi, upon reading that last warning, felt his mind buzz and his heart shake. Memories from his previous life surged like a tide. In this universe, demons have never been mere legends. They are synonymous with chaos and destruction, calamities that cross dimensions, plagues that consume civilizations. These creatures are cunning, cruel, and bloodthirsty, capable of perfectly disguising themselves as any species, spreading suspicion and panic within target civilizations, ultimately causing complete internal collapse. Every star domain targeted by them inevitably ends up as a silent ruin. And now he was holding a spatial anchor point that could directly locate this place, a super signal tower that could bring demons here. Once the seal fails, let alone the small Vera star, the entire Titan star domain will become a paradise for demons. This fat man actually thought it was a paperweight. Qiu Tianzi's back instantly broke into a thin layer of cold sweat. "Master," Luna approached, sniffing the black book with her small nose, tilting her head, and seriously commented, "It smells like a sweet pastry that has been left out for a long time, a bit spoiled." This absurd description made Qiu Tianzi's tense nerves twitch sharply. He slowly raised his head to meet Tang Yuanbao's squinting eyes. The fat man's smile remained warm, but there was a hint of inquiry deep within his gaze. He had clearly sensed Qiu Tianzi's momentary emotional shift. The air became delicate once more. Qiu Tianzi's face was as calm as water, his thoughts racing, yet his expression showed no cracks. He weighed the bomb in his hand, as if assessing a piece of ordinary scrap metal, then casually lifted his eyelids to look at Tang Yuanbao. "This junk," he spoke in a tone as indifferent as dealing with trash. "How much is it?" On the face of Tang Yuanbao, which was stuffed with fat, the smile momentarily stiffened, but soon melted back into a warm expression, like a lump of kneaded dough radiating good fortune. He squinted his eyes, sizing up the indifferent young man before him, and the hint of probing in his heart was blocked by the straightforward question, "How much?" Since it was business talk, Tang Yuanbao was most pleased. "The items in my shop are all about fate," he said with a cheerful smile, extending a thick finger and waving it in front of Qiu Tianzi. This was both a quote and a probe. However, he hadn't even managed to utter his one before it was interrupted. Luna, who had been curiously surveying her surroundings, suddenly brightened her eyes and grabbed Qiu Tianzi's pant leg, standing on tiptoe, excitedly answering, "Master, master, I know. 1-star coin." Tang Yuanbao's smile on his face completely froze. He lowered his head to meet the clear and innocent blood-red eyes of the little girl who gazed at him with eager anticipation as if waiting for him to praise her for guessing correctly. An unprecedented sense of absurdity surged within him. Tang Yuanbao did not consider himself a good person. He had often engaged in deceitful schemes, yet at this moment, he felt an intense sense of guilt. If he were to say that the finger he pointed did not represent one-star coin, it would be a desecration of her. Coughing lightly, Qiu Tianzi broke the eerie atmosphere. He couldn't be bothered to look at Tang Yuanbao's finger and simply stated a number. 100,000. Upon hearing this quote, Tang Yuanbao finally broke free from that sense of guilt, his facial fat jiggling, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his squinted eyes. Customer, you expect to buy this paperweight which embodies the essence of civilization for 100,000 star coins. You're slapping my face. Qiu Tianzi didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, his thin lips parted to utter two words. 90,000. Tang Yuanbao's expression instantly crumbled. He doubted he had heard correctly. Was there still room for bargaining? Kid, are you toying with me? His voice grew heavy, the facade of friendliness torn away, the pressure of a spiritual practitioner subtly emanating. Qiu Tianzi seemed oblivious, his voice showing no fluctuation. 80,000. After saying this, he didn't even bother to glance at the book again, making as if to turn away with Luna. That posture of, if you don't want to sell then fine, I'm not interested, completely shattered Tang Yuanbao's psychological. This kid was not playing by the rules. He could see that Qiu Tianzi genuinely didn't want it. As Qiu Tianzi's lips were about to move again, seemingly on the verge of saying 70,000, a sharp pang shot through Tang Yuanbao's heart, which was wrapped in fat. Stop! Stop! He nearly shouted, his voice changing pitch. Deal. 80,000. 80,000 it is. Tang Yuanbao's face turned the color of liver, pointing at Qiu Tianzi, his finger trembling. Count me unfortunate to have you as a friend. Ding. The notification sound of a successful transaction arrived almost instantaneously. Qiu Tianzi expressionlessly held the book, which could potentially trigger an apocalyptic disaster, Abyssal Magic Codex, as if it were a worthless piece of scrap metal, casually handing it to Luna. Here's your new toy, take care of it. Luna happily accepted it, rubbing her little face against the cold metallic cover. Tang Yuanbao watched this scene, feeling pain in all his internal organs. He had suffered a loss. A loss so great it was as if he had given away everything. Just then a sharp, strange cry came from inside the house. What a huge loss, you fool. Tang Yuanbao shot a fierce glare towards the direction of the inner room, wishing to torture that foul-mouthed bird 1,000 times before finally forcing a smile back on his face. My dear friend. He looked at Qiu Tianzi, almost squeezing the word friend through his teeth. So, what else do you need? Qiu Tianzi seemed not to have heard the undertone in his words, his gaze already passing over him, falling deep into the shop. The ability of Law Gold Vault silently spread out beams of golden light imperceptible to mortals, scanned over the dusty trinkets on the shelves. Identification: an ancient wine cup from a third-class civilization with slight radiation residue, value 80 star coins. Identification: a damaged interstellar navigation log recorder, core data destroyed, value 50 star coins. Identification: unknown creature's leg bone, can be used for soup, but not recommended for consumption, value 10 star coins. Trash, just a pile of trash. This fat man indeed hid all the good stuff. Just as Qiu Tianzi's patience was about to run out, and he was preparing to leave, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw another book. That's right, it was another damn book. It was carelessly stuffed among a pile of scrap metal, the edges of the pages shimmering with a dark golden light, the pattern on the cover. Qiu Tianzi was completely stunned. It was a complex, twisted, yet inherently beautiful abstract pattern identical to the insignia of the Law Gold Vault system in his mind. The moment he saw this item, the string of reason in his heart was suddenly plucked. It must be obtained. Without any hesitation, he walked straight over and pulled the book from a pile of rusty parts. It felt slightly heavy with a metallic texture. The moment his fingers touched the cover, the Law Gold Vault system in his mind trembled violently like never before. Rows of golden cursive characters cascaded down like a waterfall. Warning. Source code detected. Name: Law Gold Classic. Law Order No. 1. Money is power. You shall exchange money for supreme power. Law Order No. 2. Money is speed. You shall use money to purchase the flow of time. Law Order No. 3. Money is life. You shall redeem your decaying body with money. Law Order No. 4. Money is dignity. You shall build immortal glory with money. Ultimate law order within the universe. All things have their price. You shall measure everything with money, purchase everything, and dominate everything. Qiu Tianzi's finger trembled ever so slightly, nearly causing him to drop this item, which could be regarded as the Bible of materialism. Was it really this blatant? What kind of madman created this thing? He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, landing on Tang Yuanbao. In that moment, the smile on Tang Yuanbao's face froze. Was this kid sick? What was going on? What the hell had he done to provoke him? Tang Yuanbao felt a shiver down his spine, instinctively straightening his hefty belly, trying to regain his composure with his imposing presence. How much for this item? Qiu Tianzi's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Tang Yuanbao was momentarily stunned, then his mind raced. He had just sold a paperweight capable of suppressing literary genius for 80,000 and still felt his heart dripping blood. Now this kid was eyeing this broken book again, and his reaction was even more intense than before. There was definitely something fishy about this. He could not incur any more losses, no matter what he had to make up for the deficit today. With that thought, Tang Yuanbao's heart, wrapped in fat, instantly hardened. Clearing his throat, he put on a sincere expression. Oh, so you're interested in this book? It's my prized possession. Since we are friends, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give it to you at cost. Tang Yuanbao extended 2 fat fingers, forming the number 8, then doubled it, and finally, just held up 1 finger. One price, 1 billion. I won't ask for more. He stared intently at Qiu Tianzi, eager to relish the shock on his face. However, Qiu Tianzi merely glanced at him quietly before looking down at the law gold classic in his hand. What a character. They all wanted money desperately. 1 million star coins. He stated flatly. Huffed. Tang Yuanbao nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes wide as saucers. Big brother. Brother. Friend. He even changed his address, anxiously waving his hands. Bargaining is one thing, but not like this. You're cutting from the major artery. This small business of mine can't withstand such turmoil. Qiu Tianzi remained expressionless, barely lifting his eyelids. 90,000. The fat on Tang Yuanbao's face began to twitch uncontrollably, pointing at Qiu Tianzi, his lips quivering. Are you still going lower? Is there a way to do business like this? 80,000. Qiu Tianzi stated, pretending to place the classic back in its original spot. This action became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Stop. Stop, stop. Tang Yuanbao nearly shouted, his voice changing pitch. Kid, don't go too far. 50,000. Qiu Tianzi finally stopped his movements, raising his eyes to stare directly at him. This is the final. He paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his voice, not loud, yet clearly reaching Tang Yuanbao's ears. Additionally, I'll tell you for free what that item you call a paperweight truly is. At those words, Tang Yuanbao's crescent eyes narrowed until they were little more than slits. He stared at Qiu Tianzi, greed and guardedness braided together across his pudgy face. After a long moment, he grinned, a smile so oily one could scrape a layer of grease from it. Interesting. I would like to hear, what exactly is this paperweight of mine? He shifted his tone, thrusting out a fat finger to point at the Fajin Wancang arcane golden tome in Qiu Tianzi's hand, the flesh of his jowls trembling. But, for the copy you want to buy now, 1 million stellar coins. Not a single coin less. That was his final stubborn stand. He felt cheated and needed to regain face. Seeing Tang Yuanbao's bluster, a faint, inscrutable smile flickered across Qiu Tianzi's features. Very well, it's settled. A crisp chime announced the transfer. 1 million stellar coins flashed into his account in an instant. Seeing the long string of zeros on his personal terminal, Tang Yuanbao's pudgy face finally broke into a full smile, his eyes closed into narrow slits. Could he not be pleased? 2 books scavenged from Waknoshwich trash heap had fetched a full 1,080,000. Those bits of junk had been in his shop for who could say how many years, dust piled 3 fingers thick, and today they had sold for so much money. As for whether he had been cheated, how much had he paid for them when he acquired them? 500 stellar coins. 1,000. He had forgotten. In any case, he did not feel the loss. This deal was pure profit. In high spirits, he regarded Qiu Tianzi with a friendlier eye, rubbing his hands as if eager to listen. Friend, now you can tell me right. What is the origin of my paperweight? Qiu Tianzi said nothing. He only nodded his chin toward the volume Lu Na was cradling like a toy, the Xunyuan Madian Abyssal Grimoire. He spoke deliberately, each word measured. That thing is a relic of an Abyss Lord. At once Tang Yuanbao's smile froze, and he instinctively touched his ear. What did you say? He thought he had misheard. Qiu Tianzi's gaze was calm as he continued. Its name is Xunyuan Modian, the Abyssal Grimoire. Tang's expression had no time to shift before Qiu added, his voice soft, but like a hammer upon the chest. It is also a spatial anchor, a coordinator. Gateway. Those words crashed like thunder in Tang Yuanbao's mind. His smile utterly froze, then went rigid. The blood drained from his pudgy face with visible speed, leaving it as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled one after another down his forehead and along the folds of his cheeks. Abyss. Lord. A gateway. His perception as a spiritual adept, sluggish though it might be, seemed to flick a switch the instant he heard those words and scanned toward that corner. A faint, soul-chilling aura of evil and chaos was seeping thread by thread from the place where that book had once lain. Damn. No. This cannot be right. Tang Yuanbao's slitted eyes fixed on Qiu Tianzi with dead intensity. With his spiritual sensitivity, no matter how lazy he was, he could not have been oblivious to an evil of that caliber. The book had sat in his shop for years. If it had truly been so dangerous, he would have sensed it long ago. Unless... A cold electric thought ran through his flesh. Unless the malignance had been sealed. And the young man before him, the moment he picked it up, had for an instant pierced that seal with some method Tang could not comprehend. Tang's breath hitched. A more hair-raising possibility occurred to him. Had the boy already completely undone the seal? A chill ran from his tailbone to his crown. True, he was a spiritual adept, but he was lazy. He was indulgent. The affairs of fighting and saving the world held not the slightest interest for him. If he cared for such matters, he would not have disguised himself as an ordinary fat man and hidden away in a corner of Wailastar running a shabby antique shop to pass his days. All he wanted was meat at every meal, to sleep until he woke naturally, and occasionally to fleece some fool to improve his rations. But now, Tang Yuanbao's gaze drifted of its own accord to the cluttered corner. From here to his comfortable bed was only a few dozen steps. And in those few dozen steps, he had like a fool left something that could drag an entire star sector into an abyssal, irredeemable ruin. He had even used it to press down an instant noodle lid. Terror like no other washed over him. His face went from ashen to a bluish pallor, his breathing grew ragged, and his chest heaved violently. He looked at Qiu Tianzi again, and his gaze had changed utterly. His slitted eyes bored into Qiu, the flesh of his cheeks pulled taut with tension. Would someone who could see through such a thing at a glance be a harmless soul? Qiu met his stare with indifference, and even shrugged his hands as if unconcerned. It was obvious what the fat man was thinking. I just happened to read a few lines in an old tome, Qiu offered casually, his tone utterly plain. Tang Yuanbao's jowls twitched fiercely at that perfunctory explanation. He did not believe it. As a spiritual adept, how could he not know how many so-called coincidences were deliberate constructs? What ancient text could be so precise as to describe an abyss relic and then have this boy stumble upon it in some backwater of Wailastar? The boy's spiritual strength was pathetically weak, yet stubbornly resilient, and he had seen through the thing in a single glance. Tang's gaze slid uncontrollably to the black iron-bound volume Lu Na cradled. The little one was curiously dragging a pinky along the cold cover of the Xinyuan Modian, studying the twisted patterns. After tracing them, he even brought the book closer and with a tender little tongue carefully licked it. Tang Yuanbao's heart nearly leapt from his throat. He cleared his voice. Ahem. Friend. Brother. His composure cracked, his voice trembled. Is it appropriate to let her play with that thing? He felt every roll of his fat flesh screaming, let it go. Qiu Tianzi heard him and reached out to pat Lu Na's small head, his tone as calm as ever. Rest assured, those two words let some of Tang's panic sink back down. The seal is still in place. Those 4 words almost returned his heart to his stomach. Yet Qiu's next sentence hurled it straight into hell. Besides, even if something crawled out of it, he glanced at Lu Na, who hugged the grimoire like a treasure. Tang Yuanbao was utterly bewildered. Before he could digest the terror in that remark, little Lu Na, having understood her master's praise, puffed out her tiny chest, put her hands on her hips, and announced in a baby voice, Bad thing, Lu Na will punch it away. Watching the self-righteous pair, Tang suddenly felt that his foul-mouthed pet bird was perhaps more dependable than these two. At least that mangy creature only threatened with words and could not stir up any real trouble. But these two, one treats the abyssal grimoire like a toy, the other vows to punch a demon away. Why had Tang Yuanbao retreated to a backwater like Wailastar, if not to avoid conflicts and live out his days in peace? Why had fate brought them to him? As Tang's worldview teetered, and he questioned his life choices, Qiu Tianzi had already had enough. He glanced down at the Fajin Wancang in Tang's hand, its cover stamped with a matching sigil, then at Lu Na clutching the Xinyuan Modian, and a corner of his mouth lifted. Let's go home. He took Lu Na's small hand and turned for the door, a clear note of pleasure in his voice. But first, be clear, this is your toy. Keep it safe and do not bite it at will. Tang Yuanbao watched helplessly as the two figures, one large, one small, vanished through the shop doorway, then exhaled a long, heavy breath, his corpulent frame finally relaxing. He felt as though he had just endured an interstellar war, utterly drained in spirit. Yet before that breath had even left his lungs, a shrill, rasping voice erupted from the inner chamber, brimming with mocking glee. Slashed. Slashed again. Terrified into wetting himself. His slackened jowls snapped taut once more. A flush of crimson surged across his plump face, the veins throbbed violently along his temples. You feathered brute. With a thunderous roar he charged into the inner chamber, like an uncontrolled heavy freighter, fists clenched. Instantly the room erupted in panicked squawks, frantic yelps, and furious curses. Help me. A bird's being murdered. A true scholar may be slain, but never humiliated. If you dare eat the dung too. Gah. Meanwhile, Qiu Tianzi escorted Luna back to his private villa. He instructed Luna to amuse herself with the abyssal grimoire in the corner of the living room, and sternly warned her not to actually gnaw on it, before retreating alone into his study. He closed the door, sealing himself off from the world. Upon his desk rested the dark golden Fajin treasure codex, cold to the touch, its surface imbued with an uncanny metallic density. His fingertip traced lightly over the intricate pattern, a perfect match for the emblem of the ancient bronze compass Fajin Wancang dormant within his mind. In that instant, the compass blazed forth with dazzling golden radiance. Click, 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 click. An exquisitely precise celestial clockwork whirring resonated deep within his consciousness. Upon the compass's weathered face, countless glyphs and gradations spun and reconfigured at breathtaking speed, until at its exact center a recess slowly formed, perfectly sized, shaped, and thickened to cradle the Fajin treasure codex. Not a micron off. Qiu Tianzi's eyes flickered with sudden understanding, and without hesitation, he pressed the codex firmly into place. The moment contact was made, the fit was absolute. Mechanical latches along the rim re-engaged, locking the codex securely within. Then seamlessly the compass settled back into its original form, as if the book had always belonged there. Simultaneously, a torrent of data, vast as a breached cosmic dam, flooded Qiu Tianzi's mind. Edict activated. Money is dignity. Edict clarification. Your dignity is sacred and inviolable. Any attempt to subjugate, lock down, or dominate you, be it through mental pressure, aura, overwhelming presence, or seductive influence, constitutes an affront to wealth itself. Passive effect: you are fully immune to all external negative mental locks, and automatically project a counter-aura of suppression toward their source. Activation cost: your account balance will be automatically debited, scaled precisely to the strength and duration of the suppression exerted. Money is dignity. Qiu Tianzi's eyes narrowed slowly. He immediately recalled the confrontation with old Fu at the spaceport VIP corridor. How his account balance had hemorrhaged under that venerable elder's near-nebula realm aura. So it hadn't been arbitrary system deduction after all, but the activation of this very edict still incomplete at the time. He focused his intent, summoned his personal terminal, and pulled up his bank's detailed transaction ledger. His fingers swiped backward through time, days ago, until a single stark entry appeared. Debit 98000 stellar credits. Memo: dignity maintenance. Qiu Tianzi stared at those words, then at the golden edict blazing in his mind, and a cold, razor-thin smile curved his lips. So this was the price of dignity. To stand unbowed before a master teetering on the threshold of the nebula realm cost nearly 10 million stellar credits. Exorbitant. To the old Qiu Tianzi, yes, astronomical. But to the man he was now, merely a faint tremor in a vast numerical sea. In other words, so long as his coffers held, even a sovereign of the stellar dominion could not force him to bow, not by aura alone. This bargain was no loss. He gazed at the Fajin treasure codex, now fully absorbed into the Fajin Wancang compass, while those incandescent lines of edict still burned in his mind. Money is power. Money is speed. Money is life. And the ultimate edict. Within the cosmos, all things bear a price. One codex activates one edict. Then the remaining 4 must mean 4 more identical Fajin treasure codices scattered somewhere across the unfathomable void. At that thought, Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Today's discovery had been pure serendipity, stumbling upon one in such an obscure corner of existence. Had luck faltered, he might have lived his entire life unaware of their existence. To seek 4 more across the infinite expanse of the universe was akin to sifting the ocean for a single needle. He shook his head, setting the notion aside, for now. One bite at a time. One step at a time. Haste served no purpose. What mattered most was discerning how this activated edict now differed from before. He remembered clearly, even before acquiring the codex, the passive effect of money his dignity had already triggered, when shielding him from old Fu's oppressive aura. Now fused with the Fajin treasure codex, what transformation had taken place? Surely he wouldn't test it by provoking another Nebula Realm master to glare at him. That would be absurd. Instead, a peculiar idea flickered in his mind. He closed his eyes, not drawing upon spiritual energy, but simply recalling. Recalling his former life seated upon the obsidian throne of the shadow world where a single word dictated life or death, a single thought summoned tempests of blood and ruin. It wasn't raw power that commanded such reverence. It was authority, sovereignty, and absolute transcendent dignity towering above all mortal beings. He attempted to channel that sensation, the sheer weight of that aura, outward through conscious intent. At that very moment his wrist terminal chimed. Soft, almost imperceptible. Qiu Tianzi snapped his eyes open and instantly summoned the holographic interface. A new transaction glowed clearly. Debit 1 stellar credit. Note dignity maintenance casual. At the words casual addition, even Qiu Tianzi's ageless glacier calm visage twitched faint. He willed the Fajin Wancang interface into view. In one corner of the ancient bronze compass, a garish neon-lit roulette wheel spun ceaselessly. Its animation cheap, flashy, and relentlessly ostentatious. Blackhand roulette. A daily limited draw boasting change fate with money. Lever the miraculous with wealth. Qiu Tianzi spun it every day, not out of belief, but purely to gauge just how miserly the system could possibly be. Spin. He issued the command effortlessly. The wheel's strobing lights intensified, its pointer whirled wildly. Simultaneously, his terminal flashed a silent debit notice. Debit 1000 stellar credits. Note today's dream. Qiu Tianzi. He'd long since ceased commenting on such absurd memos. Amidst music so grand it seemed to shake the fabric of space-time, the pointer slowed, then halted with chilling precision upon the massive 70% segment labeled, "Thank you for playing." 9 streaks of ashen light flared. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a handkerchief used by the king of the 6th-tier civilization Kingdom of Barum to wipe his nose. Value recyclable. Recommended for disposal as scrap paper. Qiu Tianzi closed the lottery interface expressionlessly, without even glancing at the so-called royal handkerchief. This daily million-credit gamble had become second nature. He half suspected the roulette existed solely to regulate his income and expenditure. He tapped open his terminal, navigated to his bank account, and there it lay, a serene, unblinking string of digits. Balance 1483760 stellar credits. After granting Luna 100 million credits as pocket money and purchasing sundry trivialities, he still retained nearly 15 billion. A fortune that would sustain ordinary mortals for lifetimes, yet only prompted a subtle frown from him. Poor. Still far too poor. This sum was simply insufficient. Tomorrow, the countdown auction would resume. Though each item carried a 3-day bidding window, the opening bid for any single lot could easily dwarf his current reserves. Yet he felt no urgency. Tomorrow, by the day after tomorrow, money would no longer be a concern. On Vela Star in the upper city, under the bright sunlight, countless expensive fluorescent flowers burst open in the air, dazzling and magnificent. Today is a grand day for Vela Star, and even more so for the Qiu family. The second young master of the Qiu family, Qiu Rongzi, is about to be bestowed with the title of governor of the Rotterdam Star District. The red carpet stretches from the end of the floating harbor to the podium, flanked by the distinguished nobles of Vela Star, each wearing a perfectly calibrated, flattering smile. In the VIP seats, several children of the Qiu family have already arrived. Tisk's 6th sister. Look at the quality of Vela Star's people, truly declining year by year. The 5th brother, Qiu Jingxing, lazily swirled his wine glass, his peach blossom eyes wantonly scanning the socialites in the venue, while murmuring to his sister beside him, "Not as exciting as the 2 young models I casually found in Star Harbor." Next to him, the 6th sister, Qiu Xinhua, dressed in an ice blue gown with a cool demeanor, merely cast him a faint glance. "Mind your eyes, today's protagonist is our second brother." Qiu Jingxing pursed his lips and fell silent. Not far away, the 4th sister, Qiu Shuang, sat elegantly. As the national goddess of the Titan Star domain, her smile was as perfect as a painting, effortlessly handling the ardent gazes directed at her. Further away was the 3rd sister, Qiu Manchu, who had rushed back from the Telemon Star domain with her husband and child. Her attention was entirely on her mischievous son, showing little concern for the family's glorious ceremony. Except for the eldest brother, Qiu Songming, who was unable to attend due to being far away on a battlefield, almost all the young members of the Qiu family had gathered. At this moment, the crowd erupted in a low murmur of surprise. A sleek silver-white top-tier private floating yacht silently glided across the sky and steadily stopped at the beginning of the red carpet. The hatch slowly opened. Qiu Rongzi, dressed in a pristine white suit, stepped out slowly. The sunlight perfectly illuminated his handsome profile, outlining a flawless contour, making him appear as if he were glowing. At this moment, he was spirited and the absolute focus of the crowd. He stepped onto the floating ladder, slowly descending, and at the moment his feet leveled with the red carpet, a thunderous applause erupted from the thousands of nobles present. This applause was filled with awe and flattery. Qiu Jingxing whistled, a proud expression on his face. Second brother's spectacle is truly unrivaled. When he goes to the Rotterdam Star District, our family's influence in the Titan Star domain will be even more solidified, he said, casually scanning the room again, then exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. Speaking of which, it seems everyone is here, except for our distant eldest brother. Hey, where's our illustrious seventh brother? He deliberately raised his voice, and the playful tone made several young nobles nearby unable to hold back their giggles. On such an important day, why isn't that rag king here to support second brother? Why mention him at all? Qiu Xinyue, who had been silent, spoke coldly, her voice laced with unabashed disdain. What a disgrace. Qiu Jingxing shrugged, his smile becoming even more mischievous. True, if he comes and catches a whiff, he might mistake second brother's limited edition outfit for trash, and that would be quite the spectacle. The laughter around them grew louder. Meanwhile, the so-called rag king they spoke of was leisurely walking along the outer path to the ceremony venue. Qiu Tianzi ignored the dozens of urgent notifications ringing on his personal terminal to go greet that second brother who he found physiologically repulsive. Not interested. If it weren't for wanting to see some fun today, make some money, and find an opportunity to embarrass certain people, he wouldn't even bother stepping out of the villa. Beside him, little Luna was gazing up at the sky with her porcelain doll-like face, her blood-red eyes fixed on the fading fluorescent flowers, her small mouth unconsciously murmuring, "Master that. It smells so good, I wonder what it tastes like." Qiu Tianzi continued walking, and upon hearing this, a barely perceptible twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and patted her small head. "That's high-energy particles. Eating them will cause an He reminded her expressionlessly, his tone devoid of emotion. "Didn't I teach you yesterday? If you want something to eat, just buy it online. There are plenty of various ores and metals available there." Upon hearing this, Luna's once sparkling eyes instantly dimmed. She pouted, pulling at his clothes with a pitiful expression. "But the things on there are so expensive." "Expensive?" Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow. He distinctly remembered transferring 100 million star coins to her as pocket money. Even if she treated that pile of scrap metal as a meal, it shouldn't have cost so much, right? Luna extended two delicate fingers, gesturing slightly, her face filled with concern. "I bought a metal called vibranium yesterday, and it was only this small, yet it cost me 90 million. Her soft voice clearly penetrated Qiu Tianzi's ears. His footsteps halted abruptly. He stood frozen in place, as if the surrounding noise and music had been muted in that instant. He slowly turned his head, his pitch-black eyes lowered, landing on that innocent little face, confirming word by word. "What thing?" "Vibranium. 90 million. Star coins." Luna tilted her little head, her blood-red eyes filled with innocence, as she extended her tiny fingers, seriously scratching her porcelain-like face. I also wanted to buy a metal called eerie, but I don't have enough money." She mumbled softly, then looked up, her watery big eyes staring directly at Qiu Tianzi, her gaze filled with "I'm so hungry, and I'm so obedient." Qiu Tianzi felt his brain circuitry short-circuiting over this 90 million for a small piece of snack. He wanted to ask, did you get scammed? Which black market would dare sell things at such prices? He wanted to say that she shouldn't buy such expensive things in the future. But as the words reached his lips, looking at that innocent little face, all questions and reprimands were swallowed back. Could she understand all this? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and finally squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. "Is it delicious?" Upon hearing this question, Luna's eyes lit up, and the earlier distress about not being able to buy eerie vanished instantly. She suddenly jumped up, her small hands clenched into fists raised in front of her chest, nodding her little head like a garlic peeler. "It's super delicious." The little one's face revealed an expression of profound enjoyment. She closed her eyes, smacking her. "It felt like swallowing a warm little sun, and it just melted in my mouth with a sizzle, sweet, numbing, and a bit like the taste of thunder." She struggled to describe, finally spreading her small hands. "It was just a tiny bit of my tongue, hadn't even tasted the second flavor, and it was gone." Qiu Tianzi was completely speechless. He even felt a sense of guilt. Not because of spending 90 million, but because he had only given her enough money to buy a small taste. Look how tantalizing it made the child. Even the taste of thunder was discernible. 100 million in pocket money in her eyes was merely enough to buy an appetizer. At this moment, Qiu Tianzi profoundly questioned the long string of zeros in his account for for the first time. Poor. Not just a little poor, but poor enough to be unable to make ends meet. At this moment from the direction of the podium, even louder cheers and applause erupted, and the host's voice reverberated throughout the venue. Next, let's give the warmest applause to welcome the pride of Waila Star, the Qiu family's prodigy Mr. Qiu Rongzi, who is about to take office as the governor of the Rotterdam Star District to deliver his inaugural speech. Qiu Rongzi slowly raised his head. His gaze swept through the bustling crowd over those nauseatingly flattering smiles and precisely scanned the end of the VIP seats. There should have been a position that belonged to the family's disgrace. It was completely empty. A hint of imperceptible rigidity appeared on Qiu Rongzi's perfect smile. Today is the most glorious moment of his life. The future of the entire Rotterdam Star District will be written by him. The fates of countless planets will hinge on his thoughts. He enjoyed all of this, relishing every inch of the spotlight, savoring the awe and greed in the noble's eyes. Yet this perfect picture was missing the most inconspicuous but crucial stroke of green. His seventh brother, regarded as a laughingstock by the family and rolling in the garbage all day, did not come. How dare he not come? Qiu Rongzi didn't want his blessing, he wanted him to witness and feel it in person. He wanted that waste to see that as members of the Qiu family the gap between them was as vast as heaven. He wanted to see Qiu Tianzi standing in the corner like a rat that cannot be seen, looking up at him blinded by his own brilliance. His existence should have been the most perfect annotation to this grand ceremony, the most humble shadow beneath Qiu Rongzi's supreme glory. Yet now this shadow had audaciously chosen to be absent. Second brother, what are you looking for? The voice of the fifth brother Qiu Jingxing floated over with a hint of playfulness. Could it be that you are looking for our illustrious Rag King's seventh brother? If he actually came, I fear he wouldn't be able to control his professional instincts, estimating the worth of your outfit on the spot. A suppressed laugh erupted among several people nearby. The temperature in Qiu Rongzi's eyes suddenly dropped. Waste. Did he even want to give up his qualification to be a stepping stone for him? He slowly retracted his gaze, suppressing the nameless anger that had been offended by ants, and was about to address the microphone in front of him to deliver the inauguration speech he had rehearsed countless times. At that moment, from the entrance of the venue, an unusual commotion arose. The commotion was small, yet it drew everyone's attention like a drop of water falling into hot oil. The crowd parted automatically, creating a pathway. A figure was seen casually leading a porcelain doll-like little girl as they walked in at a leisurely pace. He hadn't even worn formal attire, dressed in casual clothes that clashed with the golden and resplendent setting, as if he were not attending a ceremony, but just strolling in after a meal to see the commotion. All eyes in the venue instantly focused on that uninvited guest. Qiu Rongzi's pupils suddenly constricted. He came. He actually dared to come. And in such a manner. This was not merely being late, it was an affront. It was a bare, deliberate trampling of Qiu Rongzi's most glorious moment carried out before the entire high society of Waila Star. Not only was he tardy, he could not even be bothered to wear a decent suit. Most damning of all, when Qiu Rongzi's sharp gaze swept over, ready to savor the other's cowering expression, what met him was a face so calm it bordered on indifference, and a pair of eyes so composed they hurt to look at. The flawless smile on Qiu Rongzi's face stiffened, if only by the barest fraction. No. How dare he? How dare he look me in the eye? In the past, whenever Qiu Rongzi's gaze passed over him, this useless man would without a single word lower his head like a dog whose tail had been trodden, instinctively shrinking into himself. But this time there was none of that. He did not flinch, he met the look heat in. Without awe, without fear, not the slightest twitch of emotion. What kind of look was that? It was as if he were watching a prating clown, a performer straining to be seen, yet receiving no applause. From the VIP box, old fifth Qiu Jingxing's customary flippant voice rang out at the wrong moment. Well now, second brother, our seventh, has grown bold today. Beside him, Qiu Xinyue snorted coldly, too disdainful even to spare him a glance, as if another look would soil her eyes. On the dais, Qiu Rongzi could no longer hear anything. That tranquil gaze was like a cold steel needle driven into his heart. Rage surged like lava. That look, that damned look. Both unfamiliar, and yet so eerily familiar it made his scalp prickle. Boom. A long-buried memory resurfaced. He remembered the day that woman Qiu Yutong arrived. He had been stared at by exactly such a pair of eyes. Their owner had done nothing but stand quietly, and yet he had felt a shiver through his soul, as if everything he had taken pride in turned to laughable dust before that presence. That day became an inerasable shadow in his heart. Now, years later, that shadow had reappeared. Worse, from the very worthless brother he despised most. No. Exactly the same. Damn it. In an instant, Qiu Rongzhe's carefully crafted handsome features were utterly distorted. Red veins crept across the whites of his eyes, rapidly claiming the eyeballs. An almost tangible, uncontrollable aura of violence erupted from him. The invisible pressure struck like a boulder thrown into a lake, shattering the warm, perfunctory atmosphere. Along the red carpet, the flattering nobles' smiles froze. A chill climbed from their souls, and their hearts pounded uncontrollably, as if a predatory beast had fixed them in its glare. Even the music on the dais seemed to be flattened out of tune by that force. Damn. On the VIP box, the earlier leering smile of old fifth Qiu Jingxing vanished without a trace. His mouth hung open as if he had forgotten how to close it. He felt as if he were dying, unable to breathe. What was happening? It was merely a joke. Why did second brother look as if he intended to kill someone? Beside him, Qiu Xinyue went pale and instinctively stepped back. She felt it more clearly than Qiu Jingxing. This was no illusion, it was killing intent. At his own crowning ceremony before all of Weyla Star's high society, he had formed the intent to kill his own brother. She spun her gaze, a blade aimed at the culprit. But when she saw Qiu Tianzi's reaction, her heart jolted. The worthless one did not so much as lift an eyebrow. He did not bother to glance at the furious man on the stage. Instead, he bowed his head, speaking softly to the small cherubic girl at his side. His attitude was nothing like someone attending a ceremony. Rather, he behaved as if amusing a pet in his own garden, casual, indifferent. Such absolute contempt struck deeper than any defiance. Shared honor, shared disgrace. Qiu Xinyue's face fell as she knew that unless she intervened, the Qiu family's reputation would be utterly ruined today. She hurried forward and gripped the sleeve of Qiu Rongzhe's tensed garment. Second brother. Qiu Xinyue's voice was low, slipping into Qiu Rongzhe's ear. Look at the faces of those below. For the sake of one worthless man, do you intend to turn today into the laughingstock of the entire Titan Star domain for the next 100 years? The word laughingstock struck Qiu Rongzhe like a bucket of ice poured over his blazing fury. He snapped his eyes shut, his chest heaving as he forced that murderous impulse, threatening to sweep away his reason, back into the deepest corners of his heart. When he reopened his eyes, the red veins had faded and the deep blue returned. The contorted face smoothed into a flawless smile, as if the moment had been a mirage. He even raised a hand and lightly patted Qiu Xinyue's grasp on his sleeve with elegant composure, as if soothing a startled sister. Only Qiu Xinyue noticed the bulging vein on the back of his hand and the faint twitch in his jaw, proof that the volcano within him could erupt again at any moment. Qiu Rongzhe turned back to the microphone, his gaze sweeping the hall, to fall one last time on the figure who had unseated him. He watched the useless man still speaking with the little girl at his side. Qiu Rongzhe's smile grew brighter and colder. Excellent. His fervent inaugural address flowed through the speakers and filled the hall. His voice was magnetic. Each word landed with authority, saturated with power and confidence. Those who had felt the tremor of his earlier loss of control secretly exhaled, chalking it up to an illusion. Look, this was the bearing befitting the Qiu family's prodigy. Qiu Rongzhe first thanked his family for their cultivation, thanked the Star Domain's leadership for their trust. Polished words without flaw. Yet just as he had the crowd at their peak attention, his tone took an abrupt turn. However, the single word struck like a thunderclap under a clear sky. Every heart leapt, sensing that something was amiss. The smile on his face remained perfect, but a sliver of icy pleasure flashed in his eyes as they drifted toward the conspicuous figure at the back of the hall. Every great family casts a shadow. Every gleaming era inevitably breeds parasites. They cling to the family's vast body, comforted by the glory carved out by their ancestors, squandering wealth enough to equip a small fleet, yet never once thinking to contribute even a sliver of effort to this house or to this star domain. Boom. The hall erupted. All eyes, seemingly of their own accord, snapped to the rear and fixed on the casually dressed man, so out of place, Qiu Tianzi. This was no hint, it was a direct accusation. From the VIP box, old fifth Qiu Jingxing almost spat out his wine, his face alight with the relish of watching a show. Qiu Xinyue furrowed her brow and watched her second brother sighing inwardly. On stage, Qiu Rongzhe savored the sensation of judging a sinner under millions of eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to let everyone see how worthless, how utterly hopeless this man. Yet the expected shame, anger, and abject humiliation never came. Qiu Tianzi did not so much as raise an eyebrow. He simply bowed his head and looked at Lu Na, tugging at his pant legs, speaking in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the eavesdroppers nearby to hear. Master, he is so noisy. Lu Na tilted up her small face, her ruddy eyes full of impatience. A bit, Qiu Tianzi replied. Qiu Tianzi patted her little head with a flat tone. Perhaps he is hungry. Hungry people have poor. Several noble ladies nearby who had been eavesdropping could not restrain themselves and burst into suppressed laughter, hastily covering their mouths, while their shoulders shook uncontrollably. On the stage, Qiu Rongzi's smile froze. He could not hear Qiu Tianzi's words, but he saw the strange reactions around him. It felt as if the fist he had been gathering had struck only cotton. A deeper wave of humiliation surged, his voice shot up laden with stifled rage. Some people relying on favors that do not belong to them dare to arrive late to my ceremony, and cannot even show the most basic respect. Such parasites are unworthy of bearing the Qiu name. The moment the words fell, the hall fell utterly silent. Everyone was cowed by Qiu Rongzi's near-tearing denunciation. In that needle drop, quiet, a soft, plaintive voice suddenly sounded, "Master, I am hungry again." Luna looked up with a pitiable face at Qiu Tianzi. Qiu Tianzi finally lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, a slight frown and a faint tone of mild disdain coloring his voice. 90 million in snacks, and you're still hungry. His voice was low, yet it detonated like a megaton blast among the nearest VIP boxes. What? 9 million credits worth of snacks. What did they just hear? The nobles standing closest wore expressions of bewildering variety. Yet Qiu Tianzi's air of self-evident disdain, and Luna's gaze pure and guileless, left no doubt it was true. Nian million. A noblewoman murmured, dazed, her fingers instinctively tracing the necklace at her throat, the so-called tear of starlight acquired at an auction for 8 million credits. In that instant, starlight dimmed and tears dried. The news struck like a deep-water bomb dropped into a still pond, its ripples spreading with eerie, accelerating speed. At first, only hushed whispers rose, but the number, 9 million, seemed to hum with enchantment, drowning out all background music and polite banter. Did you hear? That seventh young master. Snacks. 9 million. No longer were their glances merely scornful or amused. The contempt remained, indeed deepened, perfectly confirming Qiu Rongzi's epithet of maggot. Yet beneath it now smoldered something fierce and scalding envy. They had labored their entire lives, schemed and conserved, yet the combined liquid assets of their entire clans might not suffice to purchase a single bite of that little girl's snack. This absurd reality landed like a silent, stinging slap across the faces of every aristocrat who prided themselves on elite status. At the VIP section, Qiu Jingxing was the first to break, bursting into laughter so sudden he spilled his wine. Leaning close to Qiu Xinyue, he lowered his voice, but spared no trace of his glee. Sixth sister, did you hear? Our seventh brother has just purchased a snack worth 9 million credits for his little pet. Tisk tsk, such extravagance. Brother 2's spotlight today has been utterly eclipsed. Qiu Xinyue's expression grew colder, stilled her gaze upon Qiu Tianzi, and now held not only revulsion, but a flicker of complexity even she failed to recognize. Meanwhile, third sister Qiu Manchu stood utterly stunned, staring down at her son, who knew nothing of worldly affairs, and found herself speechless. Xiao Qiming tilted his head upward, tugging gently at her sleeve. Mama, what does 9 million credit snack taste like? Qiming wants some too. Childlike candor. Yet it pierced Qiu Manchu's temples like a needle, making them throb. Just as she faltered, a gentle figure approached. Fourth sister Qiu Shuang knelt beside Xiao Qiming, her fingers tenderly brushing his hair, her voice soft enough to melt frost. Qiming is a good boy. Those snacks are for naughty children only. Eat them, and your tummy will ache. Later, Annie will take you to buy the finest ice cream on all Verla Prime. How about that? Xiao Qiming's eyes lit up instantly. The 9 million credit snack vanished from his mind as he nodded vigorously yes. Qiu Manchu exhaled in quiet relief, offering Qiu Shuang a grateful nod. Having soothed the child, Qiu Shuang rose, her autumnal eyes drifting toward Qiu Tianzi, where a fleeting complex shadow passed. Then her gaze shifted to the stage, to brother 2, nearly apoplectic, and she shook her head ever so slightly. This farce had been ignited by his own hand. At that moment, Qiu Rongzi on the podium felt like a joke. A colossal, humiliating joke. His meticulously prepared speech, his hard-won honor, his dazzling political future, all shattered irrevocably by those 3 words, 9 million credit snacks. He could even hear his own ragged breath echoing through the microphone. Every pair of eyes, every murmur, every ounce of attention had abandoned him, the protagonist, and fixed instead upon that wretch he despised most. He was the protagonist of today. He was the Qiu family's prodigal phoenix. And yet, he had become mere backdrop to that waste's ostentation. An overwhelming wave of shame fused with volcanic fury surged straight to his crown. His knuckles gripping the lectern's edge cracked audibly with the strain. His glare locked onto the culprit, Yet the man didn't even grant him a glance, remaining bent low, soothing the hungry little brat beside him. That serene, indifferent composure was more maddening than any direct provocation. Waste. You'll pay for this. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. Qiu Rongzi drew a sharp, shuddering breath and forced a smile onto his near-contorted face, grotesque as a grimace, before continuing his speech in a hoarse, hollow voice. My speech concludes. Those final words were ground out between clenched teeth. By protocol, thunderous applause should have followed. Instead, applause came thin and scattered, everyone's thoughts still riveted on those nine-million credit snacks. Into this excruciating silence, Qiu Tianzi finally moved. Taking Luna's small hand, he turned and walked calmly toward the exit. Let's go home for dinner. His bearing suggested he'd come solely to utter those words, and then depart. He hadn't even intended to stay until the ceremony ended. This act became the final straw. Stop! A roar choked with unbearable tension erupted from the stage. At those two words, Qiu Tianzi smiled, not even turning back. So, you finally snapped. I was already leaving. You insisted on offering your face. This wasn't my doing. With that thought, he turned, slow, unhurried. His face, usually impassive, now bore a faint, genuine look of bewilderment, as if truly puzzled why he'd been called. What is it? Qiu Tianzi asked, tone flat as a traveler asking directions. Brother two, has the ceremony ended? Are you inviting me to dinner? That line snapped the last thread of Qiu Rongzi's reason. Huh. A guttural, suppressed exhale, so chilling it made every spine in the room prickle. Qiu Rongzi laughed, his handsome features twisted by fury into something grotesque, absurd against his pristine, costly formal attire. His eyes locked onto Qiu Tianzi, each word deliberate. My dear seventh brother, I hear your recent acquisitions have been remarkably discerning. He paused, deliberately sweeping his gaze across the hall, then raised his voice, laced with the cruel thrill of judgment. You declared old Fu unworthy to view your treasures. We all know that. So tell me, what about now? He spread his fingers wide, gesturing across the sea of astonished, curious, covetous faces below. Now we are all here, Verla Prime's entire elite. Are we sufficiently qualified to behold your so-called treasures? Huh. These words cut deeper than any speech, tenfold. Every gaze shifted instantly, from passive spectacle to piercing scrutiny, fixed unblinkingly upon Qiu Tianzi. A flawless stratagem. If he dared unveil them, and they proved worthless trinkets, the nine-million credit snack would become irrefutable proof of his bluster, and he'd be ridiculed across the entire star system. If he refused, then all his earlier nonchalance would collapse as hollow posturing. And if he dared repeat his prior insult, declaring everyone present unworthy as he had done to old Fu, then Qiu Tianzi would stand alone, declaring war upon Verla Prime's entire ruling class. Qiu Jingxing's grin widened. He even lifted his wineglass, raising a mocking toast toward Qiu Tianzi. A dead end. Feeling those palpable stares, Qiu Tianzi's brow twitched, almost imperceptibly, trying to paint me as the villain. His eyes lingered on Qiu Rongzi's face, now radiant again with the illusion of control, and a quiet amusement stirred within him. Your vision remains too narrow. Just as all expected Qiu Tianzi to fall silent, or explode in rage, he moved. Not toward Qiu Rongzi on stage, but slowly, calmly, his gaze swept the assembled nobles below. Then he nodded, solemn, resolute. My possessions, he said, voice level, are indeed not for just anyone to see. A collective gasp froze the air. Arrogant. Unbearably arrogant. Qiu Rongzi's eyes blazed with triumphant delight. He nearly applauded aloud. Fool. You actually dared say it. Yet Qiu Tianzi's next words froze his grin mid-expression. However, Qiu Tianzi's gaze, now sweeping the entire hall for the first time, settled upon Qiu Rongzi, and the corner of his mouth lifted in the faintest, most enigmatic curve. Since Brother Two has extended such sincere public invitation before the entirety of Verla Prime, I would seem petty indeed if I declined to grant you this courtesy. He paused, then delivered the sentence that short-circuited every mind in the room. I only wonder, have you all brought enough money? Money? What does that mean? Do we have to pay to look at his things? A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue, as if even the background music had abruptly ceased. The expressions of the 1,000 nobles present shifted from shock to confusion, eventually transforming into a collective sense of absurdity. Following this, an exaggerated sneer shattered the eerie atmosphere. Ha ha. In the VIP section, the fifth son, Qiu Jingxing, laughed so hard that he nearly fell over, spilling his drink. Sixth sister, did you hear that? I'm dying of laughter. Our seventh brother thinks he can charge us for looking at his trash. What does he take us? Qiu Sinyu's face was cold, and she remained silent, but the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. On stage, Qiu Rongzhe wore a chilling smile, his face glowing with a renewed vigor from controlling the situation. He looked down at Qiu Tianzi as if viewing an irredeemable madman. Seventh brother, your words are truly amusing. His voice, amplified through the speakers, dripped with a cat-and-mouse mockery that resonated throughout the venue. Don't think that just because your mother gives you some pocket money every year you can elevate yourself to a figure of importance. That 300 billion credit line is meant to teach you how to do business, not for you to flaunt it in front of the entire Vera Star. 300 billion. So the rumors were true, Ms. Qiu really does give him that much every year. With that much money, he doesn't invest or expand, but instead buys snacks. Oh right, and buys garbage. The crowd erupted. Scorn, jealousy, and schadenfreude intertwined, forming a massive net that descended upon Qiu Tianzi. However, Qiu Tianzi merely listened quietly, his face betraying not a single ripple of emotion. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He awaited the moment when everyone deemed him an irredeemable waste, while his second brother stood at the pinnacle, believing he controlled everything. How about this? Qiu Tianzi finally spoke, scarcely glancing at Qiu Rongzhe on stage, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces filled with mockery. Since second brother has said so, I shall give him face. He paused, his voice not loud, yet clearly overriding all discussions. If what I present now is worth more than 300 billion star credits, then ladies and gentlemen present, isn't it only fair to pay a fee for your visual pleasure? Once the words fell, the venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter that was even more intense than before. He's gone mad. He must be mad. 300 billion. Does he even understand what that means? That amount could buy a small interstellar fleet. One item worth 300 billion. Does he think he's stumbled upon a miracle? Even the usually composed fourth sister Qiu Shuiying furrowed her brows, slightly a hint of worry creeping into her gaze as she looked at Qiu Tianzi. Meanwhile, in the serene sky garden, the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Muyuan, frowned as he listened to Uncle Fu's report. When he heard the figure, 300 billion, a flicker of anger finally appeared on his otherwise imposing face. Nonsense. He hadn't attended today, intending to leave all the glory to his second son. Unexpectedly, a ceremony that should have been flawless had turned into a farce of fraternal discord. Sir, do you need me to? Uncle Fu inquired softly. Qiu Muyuan rubbed his temples, waved his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. Go control the situation. Don't let them ruin the Qiu family's reputation in front of the entire Titan Star domain. Understood. Uncle Fu bowed and quickly departed. At the ceremony site, Qiu Tianzi finally revealed a hint of a smile as he faced the roaring mockery. The fish has taken the bait. What's wrong? He looked up, staring directly at his spirited second brother on stage. Afraid to bet? Or do you think your judgment isn't worth that price? That phrase struck like an invisible needle, piercing the pride of everyone present. Qiu Rongzhe sensed that the atmosphere had reached its climax. This was the effect he wanted. He aimed to make this waste fall to pieces at the moment of his utmost arrogance. He slammed the podium with a loud bang. Good. I'll bet with you. He spread his arms wide, scanning the crowd, his voice impassioned, filled with the charisma of a leader. Today I, Qiu Rongzhe, invite all the friends present to witness a grand spectacle. All expenses are on me. Oh. The thunderous applause and cheers instantly drowned out the entire. Countless compliments and flattery surged toward Qiu Rongzhe like a tidal wave, elevating him to the pinnacle of glory. He looked proudly at the solitary figure standing amidst the crowd, as if he could already envision their upcoming humiliation and ridicule. However, Qiu Tianzi merely watched him perform quietly. Only when the applause began to fade did he speak slowly. Since second brother is so generous, I won't hold back. The viewing fee isn't much. Just to give my second brother a bit of face, I'll give a discount. He raised 5 fingers, speaking each word deliberately under the astonished gazes of everyone. Each person 50 million star credits. In an instant, applause, cheers, and murmurs. Also, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Qiu Rongzhe's heroic smile froze completely. Crazy. 50 million star credits per person. Does he think this money falls from the sky? How many people are present? Removing the guards and unrelated personnel, there are still over 1,900 influential figures here today. 1,900. Multiplied by 50 million. How much is that? 950 billion. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd, cutting through the silence of the venue like a knife. Qiu Rongzhe felt his scalp tingle. Even as the second young master of the Qiu family, the future governor of the Star District, coming up with nearly 1,000 billion in liquid assets in one go would be a monumental task. This waste has truly lost his mind. But then a thought struck him like a lightning bolt cleaving through his chaotic mind. No way, Qiu Rongzi suddenly realized. His seventh brother was trying to con him. He stated an astronomical figure that he could never produce just to force him to back down. As long as he said too expensive, he could withdraw logically and then turn the tables, claiming that as an older brother, he couldn't even afford that amount, making him unqualified to view his things. In that case, the one who would be embarrassed would not be him, but rather himself. What a clever strategy of retreating to advance. With that thought, Qiu Rongzi's heart, which had been dazed by the numbers, suddenly calmed. So that's how it is. He thought a waste who spends his days with garbage could never have such confidence. It turns out he was merely bluffing. Seeing Qiu Tianzi's calm face, the anger of being played surged again in Qiu Rongzi's heart, but on his face, he wore a cold, controlling smile once more. Heh. He let out a meaningful, cold laugh, his voice resonating through the speakers, clear to everyone's ears. Seventh brother, are you going mad thinking about money? In the crowd, the fifth son, Qiu Jingxing, also reacted, realizing it, and clapping his hands. He laughed lowly at Qiu Xinyue beside him. Clever. Truly clever. This move to cut the roots nearly fooled second brother. Qiu Xinyue maintained a cold expression, saying nothing, but her gaze toward Qiu Tianzi, it turned even more scornful. On stage, Qiu Rongzi took a step forward, looking down at the figure that had repeatedly thrown him off balance, his voice dripping with undisguised mockery. However, since you are so confident as your older brother, I can't let you lose face. He shifted his tone, his gaze suddenly sharp. A treasure worth 300 billion isn't something just any stray cat or dog can possess. You keep saying it's worth that price, then do you dare to tell us in front of the entire Veristar? Qiu Rongzi's voice suddenly rose like a heavy hammer of judgment, striking down fiercely. This treasure that allows you to be so confident, from which garbage heap did you dig it out? A garbage heap. Facing Qiu Rongzi's judgmental question, Qiu Tianzi seemed to have heard an inconsequential joke, letting out a light chuckle. This light laugh sounded jarringly in the dead silence of the venue. No. He shook his head, his gaze calmly meeting the twisted face of his second brother on stage, who was grinning with pride. You are mistaken, second brother. This is not the cheap goods one can scavenge from a garbage heap. He paused, slowly raising 3 fingers under the astonished, disdainful, and expectant gazes of everyone present. This item cost me 300 billion star coins. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the previous second, the venue was filled with raucous laughter and mockery, but in an instant it became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. 300 billion. What did he just say? 300 billion. In the audience, a richly dressed noblewoman holding a wine glass and preparing to enjoy the show trembled at this number, spilling the crimson liquid all over her expensive white gown, yet she remained oblivious. In the VIP area, the laughter of the fifth brother Qiu Jingxing froze on his face, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, his gloating expression resembling a statue that had been suddenly petrified. Even Qiu Xinyue, who had always maintained a cold demeanor, had her pupils suddenly constrict. This number felt far too real, much more tangible than the elusive 300 billion. Gulp. Someone unsure who struggled to swallow. On stage, Qiu Rongzi, who thought he had everything under control and had pushed Qiu Tianzi to the brink, momentarily faltered in his smile. Others might think this was madness, but he knew it wasn't. Not long ago, he had used his intelligence network to find out that there was a staggering amount of 300 billion in Qiu Tianzi's account that had vanished into thin air. He had explored all possible channels and used all available connections, yet he could not trace the whereabouts of that money. It was as if a drop of water had merged into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. There was only one possibility for this situation. Behind the other party stood a colossal entity with power far beyond his imagination, a terrifying existence that could easily shield even the permissions of the second young master of the Qiu family. This matter had always been a thorn in his heart. And now this waste, this ant in his eyes, had actually said that the so-called treasure in his hand was bought with that missing 300 billion. Could it be true? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qiu Rongzi's heart inexplicably tightened. No, it can't be. A waste like him, where did he get the connections to access something at that level? He must be tricking me. Yet that strong sense of unease coiled around his heart like a vine. Qiu Tianzi took in everyone's reactions, his heart undisturbed. 300 billion, is that a lot? He even felt that he might have understated the amount. The Qiu clan emperor stone carving now replaced the longevity technique as the name of this 300 billion treasure. The base valuation given by Treasures of the Law was 600 billion. But Qiu Tianzi knew that the true value of this item could not be measured in money. Activating the stone carving could summon an emperor shadow of the Qiu clan at the peak of the 9th tier of the Nebula realm to fight for 30 minutes. the peak of the 9th tier of the nebula realm. That is an existence considered invincible in the entire 6th tier star domain civilization. The significance of this item is no different from the nuclear arsenals held by great powers in his past life. It may never be used, but as long as it exists, it is the most powerful deterrent. 300 billion. Is it expensive to buy an absolute protective charm with 300 billion to acquire a trump card that can overturn the table? Thinking of this, the curve of Qiu Tianzi's mouth became increasingly playful. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the stunned faces, finally landing accurately on the second brother on stage, whose expression was changing. His voice was not loud, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking at everyone's hearts. 300 billion is merely the principal I paid. As for what it is worth now. Qiu Tianzi surveyed the entire venue, his calm gaze now carrying a chilling sense of oppression. It all depends on whether your vision is high enough. Now, second brother. He tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with pure curiosity. Can you still afford to pay for this play worth 950 billion? General, the situation on the chessboard had completely reversed. Now it was time for Qiu Rongzi to take his turn. The 300 billion principle had silenced everyone and turned that ethereal 300 billion worth treasure from a joke into a chilling possibility. Qiu Rongzi felt that the high platform built for glory beneath his feet had suddenly become unbearably hot, scorching every nerve in his body. Thousands of eyes in the crowd focused on him like searchlights, scrutinizing, probing, and with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Anticipating his embarrassment, but also anticipating his payment. How could he back down? Qiu Rongzi gritted his teeth, the taste of blood seeping from his gums. His bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on Qiu Tianzi. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from his chest with great effort. Good. Very good. I want to see if that treasure of yours is truly made of gold. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi's expression remained unchanged. He simply activated his personal terminal, the light screen illuminating with a clean and efficient interface. Then he turned the light screen towards Qiu Rongzi's direction and raised his chin. Transfer first. The action was fluid, the tone completely natural. It seemed less like a tremendous gamble and more like purchasing something at a small shop, urging the shopkeeper to hurry up with the change. In the crowd, someone was the first to burst out laughing uncontrollably. Soon this laughter was infectious, spreading a wave of suppressed, eerie laughter throughout the noble seats. Qiu Rongzi felt his face burn from the phrase, transfer first, clearly indicating that the other party did not trust him. His heart bled, gritting his teeth as he began to operate. 950 billion. That was not just a string of numbers, it was a fortune enough to buy a small resource star and arm a private fleet. But he had already made such bold claims before the entire upper class of Velastar. To back down now. Then Qiu Rongzi would become the biggest laughingstock in the Titan star domain for 100 years. He suddenly raised his hand, swiping across his personal terminal, his fingertips striking the light screen with a loud thud due to excessive force. He didn't even dare to look at that long string of zeros. Confirm. Transfer. The whole venue fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, watching as the future governor of Velastar turned from red to pale, then from pale to white, and finally to a deathly gray. Ding dong. A light sound echoed in the silent venue, clear as thunder. It was Qiu Tianzi's personal terminal. He glanced down, and on the light screen a clear record lay quietly. Deposit 950,000 star coins. Seeing this line of numbers, a faint smile finally appeared on Qiu Tianzi's otherwise expressionless face. He put away his personal terminal, then under the watchful eyes of everyone at the peak of tension waved his hand casually. No light, no special effects. It was as if he casually pulled something from his pocket. Boom. A dull thud that shook the ground. A massive stone carving filled with a primal and ancient aura suddenly appeared, crashing heavily onto the pristine marble floor at the center of the venue. The stone carving stood over 5 meters tall, sculpted from a single massive stone, displaying a gray color, its rough shape, and simple lines carved with some indecipherable twisted symbols resembling the primitive totem of an uncivilized race. It sat upon a throne made of the same stone. There was not a trace of energy fluctuation, nor any hint of radiant light. Apart from its size, it had nothing else to offer. It couldn't even be called beautiful, more like a piece of subpar stone excavated from an abandoned quarry, unprocessed and raw. The thousands of people in the venue looked at this stone, and then at the second young master on stage, whose face had turned as pale as death. The atmosphere became awkward to the extreme. This is what was bought for 300 billion. And it's supposed to be worth 300 billion in actual value. 950 billion in viewing fees. Just for this. I feel my eyes have been insulted. Qiu Rongzi stared at this massive piece of junk in front of him, his brain buzzing in utter blankness. Seconds later, a feeling of being toyed with of ultimate humiliation erupted like a volcano, collapsing all his rationality. He extended a trembling finger pointing at the stone, then abruptly turned to Qiu Tianzi, his handsome face twisted in extreme rage, his voice hoarse, like a broken grinding wheel. "You are playing me. Tease you." Upon hearing those two words, Qiu Tianzi laughed as though he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. He let out a low chuckle first, a muffled thunderous rumble welling up from deep within his chest, echoing ominously through the deathly silent auditorium. Then the laughter swelled, louder, wilder, utterly unrestrained. Ha! Ha ha ha! He doubled over shoulders, shaking uncontrollably, his clear ringing laughter reverberating across every corner of the ceremony hall, like a series of stinging slaps, each one striking the face of every onlooker with cruel precision. Over 1,000 nobles stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. Their earlier mockery and disdain gradually gave way to unsettled uncertainty. Mad. This good-for-nothing must be mad. Yet why? Why did not a trace of madness color that laughter? Instead, it carried something else, a chilling, effortless amusement, the unmistakable tone of absolute control. "You seek death." Qiu Rongzi could no longer maintain his laughable composure. The humiliation of 950 billion credits now erupted into an all-consuming tide of murderous intent. His eyes blazed crimson, his demeanor frenzied. He blurred forward like a ravenous beast lunging straight at Qiu Tianzi. Yet the moment he took that single step forward, a weathered ironclad hand seized his arm, sudden, unyielding, and utterly unexpected. Though small in size, that hand radiated an irresistible force, halting his charge mid-lunge. Qiu Rongzi whirled around, mouth already open to roar, only to meet a face as dark and still as stagnant water. "Fu Bo." "Young master, second mind your decorum," Fu Bo said softly, yet his voice carried an icy, unassailable authority. His grip tightened ever so slightly upon Qiu Rongzi's arm. Their gazes locked. Fu Bo merely shook his head, lightly, deliberately. The meaning was unmistakable. "Do not disgrace the Qiu family here." Qiu Rongzi's chest heaved violently, a guttural growl rose from his throat like that of a cornered beast. But in the end, he forcibly suppressed the inferno of rage threatening to incinerate his very reason. He did not see it. At the very instant he lunged forward, the quiet little girl standing beside Qiu Tianzi stepped half a pace ahead, placing herself squarely before her master. Deep within her pure blood-red eyes, a terrifying crimson gleam flared, like molten lava surging from the heart of hell, then vanished in an instant. Qiu Tianzi gently patted Luna's head, signaling her to step back. Then he lifted his gaze toward Fu Bo, whose expression had grown grim beyond measure, and broke into a dazzling, radiant smile. "Oh, Elder Fu, what an honor to see you here." His delight appeared utterly genuine, as if greeting a long-lost kin. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. Qiu Tianzi extended his hand, warmly gesturing toward the massive, grotesque stone, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, calibrated precisely so that every nearby ear caught every syllable. "Please come closer. Do admire it with us. This magnificent treasure was procured by my esteemed elder brother for a staggering 950 billion stellar credits, exclusively to broaden the horizons of friends across the entire Verlis system." A sharp, involuntary twitch flickered at the corner of Fu Bo's eye. Qiu Tianzi, however, seemed oblivious, grinning even more broadly. "Elder Fu, you are truly fortunate today. It's free to watch. Free to watch." At those three words, Qiu Rongzi's ashen face flushed violently, turning deep purple like a swollen liver. The fury Fu Bo had just restrained surged forth once more, raw and unrelenting. His chest rose and fell in ragged spasms, his teeth ground together with a grating, bone-chilling crunch, his eyes burning with a hunger to tear Qiu Tianzi limb from limb. Yet Qiu Tianzi didn't even lift his eyelids. He remained smiling, serene, infuriatingly placid, as if savoring a rare and exquisite work of art. Fu Bo's grip on Qiu Rongzi's arm tightened again. Then slowly, deliberately, he turned his head. Upon his ageless, impassive face, his eyes hardened into cold, still pools. "Seventh young master." His voice, though low, cut cleanly through the ambient noise like a blade through silk. "Since the artifact has already been unveiled, perhaps it is only fitting to reveal its nature to all present." Fu Bo's gaze swept once over the ugly stone, then settled firmly upon Qiu Tianzi's face. "And we would also hear, from your own lips, just what manner of treasure this truly is, purchased by you for 300 billion credits, yet claimed to be worth 3 trillion. At these words, the assembled guests perked up instantly, nodding eagerly. Even Qiu Rongzi, teetering on the edge of eruption, fixed his glare upon Qiu Tianzi, waiting with vicious anticipation for his utter downfall. Under the weight of 1,000 expectant gazes, Qiu Tianzi lazily extended a single finger and tapped the colossal stone, finally unveiling its name. The Kawi royal stone inscription. No gasps followed. No murmurs of recognition. Only blank, collective bewilderment. 1,000 noble faces turned toward one another, brows furrowed in shared confusion. Kawi clan. What is that? Royal stone inscription. It sounded imposing, yet the thing before them looked like nothing more than an unrefined, crude lump of rock. After a brief hush, a rustling whisper began to spread through the crowd. Many had already activated their personal terminals, frantically searching the Stellar Net's databases for any mention of this unfamiliar name. No entry found. No record exists. Did he mispronounce it? Or did he simply fabricate it out of thin air? Whispers grew louder, scornful stares refocused, sharpened, upon Qiu Tianzi. In the VIP section, 5th young master Qiu Jingxing nearly burst into laughter, winking playfully at 6th young mistress Qiu Xinhua. Sister 6, look. Can't even spin a coherent lie? The spectacle has truly begun. Even Fu Bo frowned. His clearance far surpassed ordinary limits. Yet even after cross-referencing the Qiu family's internal archives, the result remained blank. Without a word, he discreetly transmitted both the stone's image and its name to the patriarch who resided in Sky Garden. Instantly, the transmission appeared on Qiu Muyuan's personal terminal. He stared at the rough-hewn inscription, brutal, primal, radiating untamed antiquity, and slowly knit his brows into a deep vertical crease. By his standards, he could neither identify its material nor sense even a whisper of energy emanating from it. Yet an instinct, deep, visceral, undeniable, rose within him. This object was no trifle. Where then had 7th young master obtained such a thing? Soon Fu Bo's terminal chimed with a terse reply. The moment he read it, his cloudy, aged eyes snapped wide, sharp as hawk's talons. Slowly he raised his head, and when his gaze met Qiu Tianzi's once more, it held a wholly new intensity. Before it had been mere duty, maintaining appearances. Now it carried genuine gravity. The patriarch's message exuded a level of solemn concern so profound it sent a tremor through Fu Bo himself. He drew a slow, deep breath, and spoke, his voice now weighted, resonant, deliberate. 7th young master, I shall not ask of its origins. I only wish to know. Fu Bo's gaze burned like twin suns, locking unflinchingly onto Qiu Tianzi. What precisely is this object meant to do? Silence descended once more, thick, taut, electric. 1,000 pairs of eyes pinned themselves upon Qiu Tianzi, awaiting an answer capable of shaking the stars themselves. Even Fu Bo's clouded ancient eyes now gleamed with predatory sharpness, bearing the unspoken will of the distant patriarch. An answer was non-negotiable. Yet under that sea of scrutiny, Qiu Tianzi reacted as though confronted with an unsolvable riddle, first frowning thoughtfully, then adopting an expression of mild, almost comical perplexity. You've stumped me. He sighed, a light, airy sound that somehow tightened the already strung nerves of the entire hall another notch. Elder Fu, that is an excellent question. His tone was startlingly sincere. Truth be told, I'd like to know myself. The time itself seemed suspended. 1,000 guests collectively suffered a 3-second cognitive blackout. What did he say? What did he just say? Ahem. Qiu Tianzi cleared his throat, apparently oblivious to the surreal tension thickening the air, and pointed toward the massive stone, launching into a perfectly earnest explanation. The man who sold me this item was secretive, tight-lipped, mysterious. All he told me was that it was a peerless rarity, and that judging by my exceptional bone structure and karmic affinity, he'd granted me the extraordinary privilege of acquiring it for the modest sum of 300 billion credits, the proverbial cabbage price. He paused, spreading his hands wide, his expression guilelessly bewildered. As for its precise function or effects, he simply told me to return home and contemplate it myself. Contemplate. A 5th young master Qiu Jingxing, who had just taken a sip of vintage wine, spat it out in full force, drenching the elegant coiffure of a noble woman seated before him. He paid no heed, collapsing helplessly into his chair, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pointed wildly at Qiu Tianzi. Mad? Utterly, irredeemably mad. Ha ha ha. 6th young mistress Qiu Xinhua's famously icy countenance finally shattered completely. She stared dumbfounded at her 7th brother, whose expression remained innocently blank. Then at her 2nd brother, now petrified upon the stage, feeling in that instant the sheer, dizzying absurdity of it all. The Qiu family's dignity. Today it had been obliterated, utterly irretrievably, by one man alone. 300 billion credits, for a cabbage price. And you're supposed to contemplate it. Are you telling me you spent 300 billion credits on a riddle master? And no my brother, spent 950 billion credits, just to hear this joke? Arg. A noble with fragile nerves collapsed backward, eyes rolling white, sending the entire hall into pandemonium. Raucous laughter, startled cries, furious curses, all fused into a grotesque, dissonant symphony. And at the epicenter of that chaos stood the ultimate victim, Qiu Tianzi, the man who had just squandered 950 billion credits. He heard nothing. His entire world had narrowed to that grotesque stone, and to Qiu Tianzi's accursed, utterly innocent face. That face seemed to whisper, look, I truly don't know either. Who should I ask? Humiliation, crisp, stinging, relentless. It was as if his pride, his honor, his fortune, and his very self had been slammed to the ground and rubbed raw with 950 billion credits. A coppery tang flooded his throat, his chest felt crushed beneath the hooves of 10,000 stellar beasts, so suffocating he couldn't draw breath. He glared at Qiu Tianzi, veins bursting across his eyeballs, his handsome features twisting into the snarling visage of a demon risen from the deepest abyss. He wanted to roar, to curse, to lunge forward and rip that bastard apart. Yet his mouth opened and closed, producing not a single sound. A violent surge of qi erupted from his chest, reversing upward with brutal force. Before the stunned eyes of all present. Verla System's golden son, the Qiu family's prodigy, the future sector governor, spat a gout of crimson blood. That vivid scarlet mist bloomed in the glittering stage lights, splattering his pristine white ceremonial robes and drenching the polished podium beneath him. Then his eyes rolled back, his body went slack, and he crumpled backward, rigid as a fallen statue. The venue was utterly frozen. Everyone stared blankly at the stage, watching the future governor of the Vela Star, the prodigy of the Qiu family, spurt a brilliant spray of blood during the most glorious ceremony of his life. Then he fell straight down. Even Qiu Tianzi was momentarily stunned. No way. He's down already. He hadn't even exerted himself much. Little did he know Qiu Tianzi had never endured such a great humiliation in his life. Especially not before the upper crust of the entire planet being slapped in the face repeatedly with his own money. The most lethal part was that this happened at his shining moment. At his most proud and spirited time, he was kicked from the clouds into the mud. He could not swallow this resentment. Quick! Medical team! Uncle Fu was the first to react, shouting sharply, his face dark enough to drip water. Medical robots and personnel rushed to the scene, injecting various expensive life stabilizers and energy potions into Qiu Tianzi's body, as if they were free. Soon, with a violent bout of coughing, Qiu Tianzi slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze was blank and hollow, as if he did not know where he was. But when his eyes swept to the innocent figure not far away, the crushed memories instantly returned. It was him. Who? Qiu Tianzi struggled to sit up, abruptly pointing at Qiu Tianzi. But before he could speak, another mouthful of reverse blood gushed out, staining the pristine white carpet before him. Give me back the money. He pointed at Qiu Tianzi, his fingers trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Give it back to me. His voice was hoarse, weak as a wisp of smoke, filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. Upon hearing this, the perfectly placed look of innocence on Qiu Tianzi's face instantly vanished, replaced by indifference. Second brother, you can eat your fill, but don't speak recklessly. You wanted to see the item. The price was what you called out. The money was transferred by you. Qiu Tianzi's tone was devoid of any waves, yet it felt like a cold knife stabbing into Qiu Tianzi's heart, one cut after another. Now that you have seen the item, do you want to renege? You? Qiu Tianzi was so furious he trembled all over, his vision darkening, almost fainting again. At this moment, Uncle Fu finally spoke. His old expressionless face was now filled with frost. He stepped forward, blocking Qiu Tianzi, his murky old eyes fixated on Qiu Tianzi. Seventh young master. Uncle Fu's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. This bet is predicated on the value of your treasure. If it has merely an ethereal name, without even a purpose to explain, then this 950 billion becomes sheer nonsense. The meaning was very clear. The bet is void, return the money. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes, quietly observing the Qiu family's chief steward. Do you think he'll spit out the meat I've already tasted? Dream on. Just when everyone thought he would use the same trick again, saying the present company is unqualified to evade responsibility, Qiu Tianzi suddenly sighed, displaying a look of forced by you all to have no choice. Actually, he paused, glancing over the faces filled with question marks, finally landing on the massive stone. It's not that I have no idea. The moment he spoke, the audience erupted in uproar. What does this mean? Didn't you say you would enlighten yourself? Did you figure it out in just a few minutes of standing here? Are you a god? Qiu Tianzi ignored the crowd's reactions and began to explain to himself, his tone sincere, as if sharing a tremendous secret. The senior who sold me the item told me that to glimpse the true form of a top-tier secret treasure in this world is not so easy. To know certain secrets that transcend the mundane, one must pay a corresponding price, whether it be blood, sweat, opportunity, or money. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew strange. Uncle Fuss' eyes even twitched uncontrollably, a very ominous premonition rising in his heart. Sure enough, Qiu Tianzi shifted his tone, revealing a tinge of pain on his face, as if he had made a significant decision. That senior said as long as I pay a small price again, he would send me the instruction manual for the Qiu clan Emperor stone engraving. Saying this under the gaze of nearly 1,000 people on the scene who were almost about to crash, Qiu Tianzi slowly extended 3 fingers. Want to know its use? Sure. The cost of the instruction manual. He looked at Uncle Fu, then at those nobles, and finally his gaze returned to the second brother, whose face was ashen, speaking each word slowly. 300 billion. 300 billion. These 3 words thundered into everyone's minds. In the venue, the dead silence lasted for less than 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, an even more bizarre and oppressive atmosphere spread. There was no laughter, no. In everyone's hearts at this moment, there was only one thought: a clear and logically sound business scam. A mysterious swindler first sold a piece of unknown worthless stone to a fool for 300 billion. Then he resold the crucial instruction manual for the same price of 300 billion. Layer upon layer, intricately interconnected. What kind of vicious and shameless mind could concoct such a deadly scheme? In an instant, countless gazes turned sharply to Qiu Tianzi. Their eyes no longer held disdain or mockery, but a hint of sympathy. Poor fool. Not only was he conned out of 300 billion, but now he was also being extorted for another 300 billion, simply the epitome of being sold and helping count the money. However, this cheap sympathy lingered in their hearts for merely half a second. Almost simultaneously, everyone's gaze, as if pulled by an invisible hand, suddenly shifted from Qiu Tianzi to Qiu Rongzi, who had just been revived and was leaning against the medical robot, gasping for breath. Wait a minute. Something seems off. The fooled fool is undoubtedly Qiu Tianzi, but right now he hasn't lost a penny. The one who truly suffered a total loss, who was pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, who just spat blood. Who was that? Who spent 950 billion just to see the beginning of this scam? Who was that? In the instant that they realized this, everyone's gaze towards Qiu Rongzi completely changed. In their eyes there was shock, absurdity, forced suppressed laughter, but more than anything there was a deep-seated pity. So tragic. Simply inhumane. Compared to this Suntobe, governor of the Star District, the 7th young master who was conned out of 300 billion seemed less pitiful. These gazes pierced into every inch of Qiu Rongzi's skin like burning steel needles. He was not a fool. He understood. He clearly saw the change in the emotions on those faces. Why? Why did it turn out this way? Clearly it was that waste who was conned. Why is everyone looking at me like I'm the clown? A surge of even more intense qi and blood rushed to his head. At that moment, a strong, sincere, and innocent voice rang out inappropriately. Ahem. Qiu Tianzi cleared his throat, surveying the audience, his face full of composure. As you all know, I am a frugal person, rather poor. Pooh. Someone in the VIP seats suddenly coughed violently, unable to catch their breath. Poor. You call spending 90 million on snacks poor? Poor. You call 600 billion in pocket money a year plus the 950 billion just deposited? Poor. What do we count as then? Cosmic dust. Qiu Tianzi seemed completely oblivious to the ghostly expressions of those around him, continuing to lament to himself. Thus I will definitely not engage in such wasteful spending again. However, I see everyone seems quite curious. How about this? He raised a finger, proposing a seemingly perfect solution. Let's split the 300 billion instruction manual cost among everyone present. What do you think? As soon as the words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at him as if he were a monster. This is not a fool at all. This is simply a devil crawling out of hell. Facing the varied expressions of the assembled crowd, Qiu Tianzi let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with a wistful resignation, as if to say, what can I possibly do with you, since none of you are willing? Before he could finish, a voice, aged yet unwavering, cut through the din, clear and commanding. The instruction manual, 300 billion correct. Though softly spoken, the words struck every soul present like thunder. In an instant, all eyes in the hall snapped toward Fu Bo. A faint twitch flickered at the corner of Qiu Tianzi's brow, the fleeting sly satisfaction of a scheme perfectly executed. He turned toward the venerable steward who embodied the Qiu family's authority and feigned astonishment. Uncle Fu, are you truly prepared to part with your life savings and your coffin fund? Fu Bo's face, usually as still and placid as ancient well water, darkened instantly like scorched iron. Yet he had served the patriarch for a lifetime. Such composure was second nature. Moments earlier he had relayed every detail of this scene, word for word, to the master residing in Sky Garden. The patriarch's reply had been terse, unambiguous. Ascertain precisely what that artifact truly is. Thus Fu Bo knew exactly his duty. Young Master Qiu jests, he said expressionless as he opened his personal terminal. This sum shall be borne by the patriarch. The patriarch. Those two words sent a jolt through every guest present. The nature of the affair had irrevocably shifted. What had begun as a petty squabble among scions, a clash of pride between second young master and seventh young master, had now drawn the true sovereign of the Qiu family into the arena. Countless gazes darted back and forth between Qiu Tianzi, Qiu Rongzi, and Fu Bo, replacing earlier amusement and schadenfreude with profound scrutiny and reverent awe. Is the Qiu family about to undergo a seismic upheaval? Qiu Tianzi knew it as clearly as polished crystal. His nominal father, the man who'd long remained aloof, had finally stirred. He'd only meant to lure a small fish to deliver a stinging rebuke, but instead he'd detonated a depth charge that surfaced the Leviathan itself. Very well then. Let me dismantle the entire vessel, heel, mast, and anchor. Ding-dong. A soft chime echoed. On his personal terminal, a stark luminous numeral flared to life before Qiu Tianzi's eyes. Incoming 300,000 stellar credits. Upon seeing the 300 billion credit transfer confirmed, Qiu Tianzi raised his hand with deliberate slowness, performing a theatrical sequence on his terminal while murmuring under his breath. Contact seller. Purchase manual. Confirm payment. Each step unfolded with impeccable, almost ceremonial precision. Yet with a single flick of his finger, the freshly deposited 300 billion credits vanished without a trace. At that very moment beside him, little Luna's crimson eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. Her own terminal had just received a cascade of zeros, so many they made her heart race. Clutching her tiny fists, she nearly leapt for joy, then abruptly stifled the surge of elation, recalling her master's strict instructions. She tightened her porcelain-smooth features, cheeks puffing with effort to maintain solemnity, adorable beyond measure. Qiu Tianzi gave her a satisfied pat on the head before slowly lifting his gaze. His sweeping glance across the hall revealed a strange metamorphosis upon his face. First bewilderment, then shock, and finally an overwhelming, uncontrollable rapture. The expression was so extravagantly overwrought that everyone stood baffled. Damn it. Qiu Tianzi exploded with a coarse exclamation, his demeanor mirroring that of a pauper who'd just won a 500 billion credit lottery. Fu Bo's brows knotted tightly, his foreboding deepened with each passing second. I've decided. Qiu Tianzi slashed his hand through the air, pointing emphatically at the colossal stone carving, his voice trembling. Not with fear, but with feigned exhilaration. The price of this treasure shall no longer be the 300 billion I first proposed, but tripled. 900 billion. Not a single credit less. I refuse to sell. Silence descended like a shroud. Every guest stared at him as though he were utterly unhinged. On the dais, Qiu Rongzi, who had just regained his breath, went pale and swayed violently, nearly collapsing once more. Fu Bo's heart lurched, an urgent visceral impulse surged within him, to clamp his hand over this madman's mouth instantly. But it was already too late. Qiu Tianzi drew a slow, deep breath, as if summoning the last reserves of his strength, to reveal the contents of the 300 billion credit instruction manual. His voice fell syllable by syllable like thunderclaps, resonating deep within every soul. Kawi Imperial Steel. The Kawi clan's clan-securing divine artifact. Effect upon unlocking it awakens the slumbering Imperial War soul sealed within the steel, allowing it to possess the stone effigy and grant. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across a sea of ravenous, expectant faces, savoring their suspended anticipation. The combat prowess of a 9th-tier Apex Nebula Realm cultivator. Duration 30 minutes. As those final words settled upon the air, time itself seemed to freeze. Nebula Realm. 9th-tier Apex. These words branded themselves onto the souls of the 1,000-strong assembly, indelible, searing absolute. Here stood over 1,000 nobles who prided themselves on having weathered every storm imaginable, yet now their faces bore only one expression: blankness. Their minds had been utterly stunned by that phrase. Ninth-tier apex nebula realm. Gulp. No one knew whose throat convulsed. But in that profound silence the sound of swallowing echoed with startling clarity. The next second shattered the stillness. A raw horse nearly shrieking cry tore through the hall. Seventh young master. The Stainer family claims this artifact. A portly man bearing the Stainer family crest flushed crimson, veins bulging at his neck, launching himself upright from his seat, as if propelled by springs. That cry struck the room like a thermonuclear device dropped into placid waters. Nonsense. When did Verla's treasures ever fall under Stainer jurisdiction? 900 billion. We'll pay 910 billion. House Gabriel bids. Seventh young master, I represent the Rockefeller Consortium. We offer 1 trillion credits. Step aside. Is this truly a matter of mere coin? This is the future of the Titan stellar domain. Seventh young master. If you grant but a nod, House Black's entire fleet pledges absolute fealty to you beginning this very day. They had lost all reason. Every single person had gone mad. Moments before, these elite figures had conducted themselves with aristocratic decorum. Now they resembled starved hyenas, frenzied and desperate, converging upon carrion that could alter destiny itself. The shrewdest among them abandoned bidding altogether, frantically opening their terminals to transmit encrypted reports and high-fidelity imagery of the steel to the highest authorities via top-tier secure channels. They understood perfectly no single house could contain this power. It would reshape the entire geopolitical architecture of the Titan stellar domain. Meanwhile, on the dais, Qiu Rongza, just lifted upright by medical drones, stood frozen, staring blankly at the spectacle unfolding below. He heard the astronomical bids, trillions upon trillions, and watched as clan heads who had once groveled before him now barked and pleaded like rabid dogs before his most despised younger brother. His world had crumbled to dust. Yet amid this maelstrom of frenzy, an incongruously calm voice pierced the chaos, cool, measured, almost unsettlingly detached. Seventh young master. May I pose a question? A refined, middle-aged man rose slowly from a corner seat. As if a universal pause button had been pressed, all clamor ceased, every eye converged upon him. Ignoring the weight of collective attention, he fixed his gaze calmly upon Qiu Tianzi. You claim this artifact commands the might of a ninth-tier apex nebula realm cultivator. But forgive my ignorance, apart from its sheer size, I detect not a whisper of energy fluctuation. He paused, then voiced the unspoken doubt burning in every heart. Might you demonstrate it? These were merely his assertions, nothing more. Qiu Rongza, moments ago drowning in despair, felt a fragile ember of hope rekindle in his eyes. He locked his gaze onto Qiu Tianzi, clutching that glimmer like a final lifeline. Even the frenzied bidders cooled their fervor, their stares shifting back to Qiu Tianzi, now sharp with suspicion and scrutiny. Faced with this sudden challenge, Qiu Tianzi showed not the slightest flicker of surprise. He even smiled, a subtle knowing curve of the lips, as if thinking at last someone who understands. Verification is only reasonable. He nodded, his tone disarmingly gracious, almost infuriatingly so. After all, we're discussing a transaction worth trillions. He swept his gaze across the hall and spoke with unhurried gravity. Since you wish to witness its power firsthand, I shall grant you that privilege. At those words, every breath in the hall ceased. Qiu Tianzi strolled leisurely behind the massive stone stele, extended his hand, and gently caressed its surface, as one might stroke a cherished familiar piece of furniture, searching with practiced ease. Soon he halted at a precise location. A light press. Click. An unassuming stone panel receded inward, revealing a deep, shadowed aperture. Under the rapt, breathless gaze of the entire assembly, Qiu Tianzi grasped something within the aperture and slowly withdrew it. A conical ancient stone pillar, densely inscribed with spiraling arcane sigils. The instant the pillar cleared the statue's surface, VVVVRR, a subtle tremor ran through the entire stele. Then, an incomprehensible primordial will descended. It was savage, untamed, suffused with the raw primeval force of creation itself, bursting forth from the stone and enveloping the entire planet Verla in an instant. There was no surge of energy, no cataclysmic light. This was simply its presence, as if an ancient god had at long last opened his eyes. Within the hall, every person stood paralyzed. Thought froze. Souls trembled. Each individual shrunk to the scale of a single grain of dust. Verla's planetary defense grid activated in 0.01 seconds, blaring sirens piercing the heavens. And Qiu Tianzi, he simply slid the stone pillar back into place. Click. The pillar resettled. That terrifying star-crushing will vanished, utterly, absolutely. as if it had never existed. Huff, huff, huff. Labored breathing erupted throughout the hall. Many collapsed to their knees, faces contorted with the raw terror of having narrowly escaped annihilation. Doubt had evaporated, irrevocably. Yet at that very moment Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly. While others trembled beneath divine awe, he was calculating losses. One pull, one push. A dazzling display, lasting barely 3 seconds. His terminal flashed a cold, unforgiving numeral. Expenditure 38,000,000 stellar credits. That accursed edict. Wealth is dignity law truly burned brighter the grander the spectacle. He lifted his gaze toward the sea of shaken ashen faces below, and a faint sardonic smile curved his lips. Slowly turning, his gaze swept across the sprawled, humbled elite, then settled with quiet finality upon his elder brother, crumpled on the floor, face as pallid as bleached gold. His lips lifted in a subtle, knowing arc. His voice, though soft, carried with crystalline clarity to every year. Did you feel it, eh? Now, do you still think 900 billion is too steep a price? Expensive. What a load of nonsense. These 3 words rolled around in everyone's throat, yet no one dared to utter them. Compared to a mobile fortress capable of summoning the pinnacle of 9th-tier star, cloud realm combat strength, what does a mere 900 billion amount to? Don't mention 900 billion. Even if it were 1 trillion or 2 trillion, they would spare no expense to acquire it. Just as the crowd's enthusiasm was heating up, ready to ignite another frenzy of bidding, an invisible pressure descended silently. This pressure was entirely different from the wild and tyrannical will of the emperor's stone carving. It resembled an order that transcended all beings, deep, steady, and indisputable. The fervent bidding abruptly ceased. The restless crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone instinctively closed their mouths, as if a reverent awe stemming from their very instinct made them dare not utter another sound. A figure had unknowingly stood at the edge of the podium. He did not descend from the heavens, but simply stood there quietly, as if he had been there from the very beginning. He wore a simple tang suit, his face rugged, his eyes calm, and his aura as obscure as that of an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet it was this middle-aged man who made the thousands of dignitaries present breathe with utmost caution. The head of the Qiu family, Qiu Yuan. His gaze did not linger for even a second on his pale second son surrounded by medical robots, but instead fell directly on the massive emperor's stone carving. He slowly strolled over, reached out his hand, and gently touched the rough stone surface as if caressing a long-lost treasure. After a moment, he turned around, and for the first time his unfathomable eyes seriously regarded his often overlooked 7th son. This item, the family will take it. Qiu Yuan's voice was very calm, devoid of negotiation or inquiry, as if he were stating a predetermined fact. The guests who had just extinguished their hopes felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Indeed, to take this clan-defending artifact from the Qiu family's territory in their hands was nothing but a fool's dream. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Qiu Tianzi smiled. "My dear father," he began, his tone betraying no anger or joy. "Just now the representative of the Rockefeller Consortium offered 1 trillion. He paused, scanning the surrounding guests who had perked up their ears, and leisurely added, "If the family wants it, of course that's no problem. But this price, it can't be lower than an outsider's right." As soon as he finished speaking, the butler Fu Bo immediately stepped forward, his face ashen. "7th young master, that's enough." Qiu Tianzi's gaze coldly swept over Fu Bo's face. "I'm speaking with my father, what right does a butler have to interrupt?" Fu Bo stiffened, his wrinkled, old face instantly turning a deep shade of purple. Qiu Yuan frowned, glanced at Fu Bo, and ultimately only waved his hand lightly, signaling him to step back. His gaze returned to focus on Qiu Tianzi's face, and for the first time a hint of surprise and scrutiny surfaced in his calm, deep-set eyes. This son seemed truly different. "Then how much do you want?" Qiu Yuan asked in a deep voice. This question was like a key, instantly unlocking a shackle that had been binding Qiu Tianzi's soul. An indescribable sense of joy surged from the depths of his heart, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Transparent, exhilarating. He felt as if the once weak and repressed soul within this body was silently cheering, accomplishing everything he had never dared to imagine or do. At this moment his thoughts were more clear than ever before. Qiu Tianzi looked at the man who controlled a vast business empire, his nominal father, and the smile on his face grew increasingly genuine. "Father, you exaggerate. Discussing money with family is quite hurtful to our feelings." The crowd was stunned, thinking he was about to back down. In Xiu Rong's dim eyes a glimmer of hope even reignited. However, Qiu Tianzi's next words completely crushed that meager hope. How about this? Qiu Tianzi raised a finger and shook it. In consideration of you being my father, I'll give you a discount. He looked at Qiu Mo Yuan, then glanced at his trembling second brother, the corner of his mouth curving into a malicious grin. For the 1 trillion bid, I'll waive the change. So I'll charge you 999 billion. He enunciated each word clearly, his voice not loud, yet it detonated like heavy bombs in the dead silence of the venue. Finally, he gazed at his father's face, which had suddenly become extraordinarily animated, and displayed a smile that could only be described as innocent, delivering the final blow. Of course, payment first, delivery later. No credit, a fair deal for young and old alike. No debts, no deceit. These 8 characters struck every self-proclaimed noble person in the venue like an invisible slap. The entire hall was silent. Thousands of gazes converged on Qiu Mo Yuan, waiting for him to erupt in thunderous anger and punish this reckless son on the spot. However, Qiu Mo Yuan did not. He merely looked at Qiu Tianzi, and for the first time the contours of his son were completely reflected in his unfathomable eyes. He truly resembled that woman, almost identical. Yet he was a rival bold enough to negotiate with his father in front of the entire Vera Star. After a long while, good. A single word uttered from the mouth of the head of the Qiu family was as heavy as a mountain. I will grant your request. He opened his personal terminal, ready to make the transfer. Father! A hoarse, piercing scream shattered the oppressive silence. Qiu Rongzhe struggled to rise from beside the medical robot, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Qiu Mo Yuan, his face filled with madness and unwillingness. You can't give it to him. He is a member of the Qiu family. This should be submitted to the clan. He is extorting. This is betrayal. He screamed like a madman, trying to awaken his father's reason and reclaim his shattered dignity. Qiu Mo Yuan paused for a moment. His gaze slowly shifted from the light screen to his once proud second son. In his eyes there was no anger, only a chilling coldness and an almost freezing disappointment. Isn't it enough to be humiliated? This simple sentence, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished all of Qiu Rongzhe's madness from head to toe. He trembled, frozen in place, his mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. In the VIP section, the 5th brother Qiu Jingxing and the 6th sister Qiu Xinu instinctively recoiled, not daring to breathe. Qiu Mo Yuan no longer looked at him, lightly tapping the light screen with his fingertip. Confirm. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound rang out on Qiu Tianzi's personal terminal. In this silent hall, the sound was even more intimidating than the roar of a starship's main cannon. 99,999,000,000. Received. Qiu Tianzi glanced down at his personal terminal, then casually turned off the light screen. His face bore not a trace of excess emotion, as if that long string of numbers, enough to purchase several literary star systems, was merely an ordinary figure. He knew that in this performance he had won thoroughly. A total of 1,124,000,000,000 star coins. Qiu Tianzi looked at the number on his personal terminal, one that would drive any consortium mad with excitement, and calculated in his heart. Among them, 950 billion was his brother's sponsorship fee, and 300 billion was his father's knowledge fee for the manual, which he had just transferred to Xiaoluna. The remaining 109,999,000,000 was the pure profit of this transaction. With this money, he finally had the confidence for the next dark auction. At this moment, a series of sharp, piercing sounds cut through the sky outside the venue. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of top-tier private starships adorned with different family crests tore through the clouds, rushing in from all directions like a pack of sharks, scenting blood, brazenly hovering above the ceremony. Powerful mental forces swept down recklessly, openly probing the interior of the venue, aiming directly at the imperial stone carving. The news had already spread. Qiu Mo Yuan frowned, glancing at the starships, eyeing them hungrily, and then at his second son, who appeared lost and defeated on the ground. He finally waved his hand, his voice devoid of any emotion. Today's ceremony ends here. With that, he waved his sleeve, and an invisible force lifted the enormous imperial stone carving, instantly storing it in his storage space. He no longer looked at anyone, turning to leave with the pale-faced Fu Bo, his figure disappearing from the spot. Once the family had departed, the guests dared not linger. Blind box. Qiu Tianzi leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest as he gazed at the 9 items without any. Let's go. Qiu Tianzi patted the little one beside him on the head, his tone as relaxed as if he had just watched a somewhat interesting movie. Let's go home and count the money. Luna nodded vigorously, her lips curling into a smile revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Her blood-red eyes curved into a happy crescent moon, already starting to count on her fingers how much delicious food she could buy with her 300 billion. The master and servant turned and leisurely departed. In the blink of an eye, only a few members of the Qiu family remained in the hall. Qiu Rongze stood there alone like a statue abandoned by the entire world. The brilliant lights shone upon him, but only reflected a bone-chilling coldness. He watched the backs of the master and servant gradually fade away, disappearing at the door, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers onto the white carpet, blooming into bizarre red flowers. Humiliation, anger, jealousy. All emotions ultimately converged into a single, most venomous hatred. A beast-like low growl squeezed out from his throat. Qiu Tianzi. Not far away, the fifth brother Qiu Jingxing had initially intended to tease a few words, but upon seeing his second brother's current state, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The glee on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an inexplicable fear. He felt that from this moment on, his second brother had completely transformed into a beast that would prey on others. The fourth sister Qiu Shuing looked at this scene, only shaking her head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh, and quietly left. This game had reached a point where she could no longer intervene. As for the sixth sister Qiu Xianyue, she was filled with bitterness and confusion. She despised Qiu Tianzi's arrogance, looked down on Qiu Rongze's miserable defeat, and felt suffocated by the immense shame cast over the entire family. How did things end up like this? She looked at the glaring bloodstain on the ground, doubting her perception for the first. Returning to her quiet little courtyard, the clamor and turmoil of the outside world seemed to be blocked off by an invisible wall. Luna followed behind Qiu Tianzi, unable to maintain her cold bodyguard demeanor any longer, her blood-red eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement, her little hands tightly clenched like a little squirrel holding a stash of nuts. Master, can I really spend that 300 billion however I want? Qiu Tianzi didn't even look back. Then, can I buy a factory that produces super metal? Sure. Then, what if I buy up all the metal on the entire Vera star? Qiu Tianzi finally stopped, turned around, and looked at the little one whose eyes sparkled like light bulbs, ruffling her hair with his hand. That amount of money isn't enough, but it should be sufficient for you to eat. With permission, the little one cheered, turning into a blur as she dashed out of the courtyard, as if afraid that Qiu Tianzi would change his mind in a second. In the vast courtyard, only Qiu Tianzi remained. He returned to his room, closed the door, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Only at this moment did the tension brought by that farce completely relax. He opened his personal terminal, looking at the long string of numbers that almost overflowed the light screen, but there was little ripple in his eyes. Money was merely a tool. Now it was time to use these tools to obtain true power. With a thought, the familiar dark golden light screen unfolded before his eyes. Law of golden wealth. He directly clicked on the dark sale interface. Unlike last time, the 9 dark boxes were now all lit up, each floating with a 3-dimensional projection of an item. Qiu Tianzi leaned back in his chair, ready to carefully select. However, when he clicked on the first box, he frowned slightly. The screen displayed an ancient disc covered in intricate scales with a single needle in the center. That was all. Below was only a line of small text. Starting price 8 billion star coins. That was it. No name, no description, nothing at all. Qiu Tianzi's gaze sharpened as he quickly clicked on the second one. It was a 6-sided die, each face engraved with strange symbols. Starting price 16 billion star coins. Still no explanation. The third item was a mass of slowly writhing black mist, its specific shape indistinguishable. Starting price 6 billion star coins. The fourth item was a transparent crystal ball, within which was sealed a blazing fireball burning like a star. Starting price 26 billion star coins. The fifth item was a cup entirely made of gold, adorned with a circle of pigeon blood red gemstones, extraordinarily luxurious. Starting price 120 billion star coins. The sixth item was an unremarkable black top hat. Starting price 7 billion star coins. The seventh item was a fist-sized stone, dull gray, that no one would even glance at if thrown on the roadside. Starting price 2 million star coins. The eighth item was a bead the size of a fingertip, emanating a faint green light, filled with the breath of life. Starting price 6 billion star coins. The ninth item was a painting depicting rivers and mountains so vividly that they seemed as if they would flow out at any moment. Starting price 8 billion star coins. Qiu Tianzi finished reviewing all the items, remaining motionless for a long time. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest. Blind box. Blind box. Qiu Tianzi leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest as he gazed at the 9 items without any descriptions, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, during the first auction of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art, it was likely that Fajin Wancang had intentionally let it slip. That time, only the 9 Heavens Mystic Art had a clear name and efficacy description. Newbie benefits. Or are you afraid I might die too soon? He muttered to himself, though there was little surprise in his eyes. The free trial period had ended. But so what? He opened his personal terminal, staring at the long string of numbers that almost overflowed the screen. 111 billion. With this sum complemented by the sponsorship from his cheap second brother and father and his remaining funds, he could accomplish many things. Qiu Tianzi's gaze quickly swept across the 9 items, his mind racing. The starting prices ranged from 1.2 million to 120 billion, a vast gap. He had a vague hypothesis that needed this auction for validation. This so-called dark sale might not hinge solely on the highest bid. He decided to operate on multiple fronts. The first item, an ancient round disc, had a starting price of 8 billion. He casually entered a bid of 10 billion. The second item, a 6-sided die, started at 16 billion. He entered 20 billion. The third item, a writhing black mist, had a starting price of 9.6 billion. He bid 12 billion. The sixth item, a black top hat, started at 5.7 billion. He entered 7 billion. The seventh item, the cheapest stone, started at 1.2 million. He pondered for a moment and entered a whole number, 100 million. Having completed these bids, he then focused on the remaining 4 items. The fourth item, a crystal ball, had a starting price of 26 billion. It seemed to exude immense energy, and he directly quoted a sky-high price of 40 billion. The eighth item, a green bead, started at 58.6 billion. His gaze flickered as he entered 70 billion. Finally, only the most expensive fifth item and the ninth item that felt most unique to him remained. The fifth item, a golden cup, had a starting price of 120 billion. Qiu Tianzi hesitated not at all, directly entering a figure of 200 billion after the price. He intended to test the limits of this system with such a crushing bid. After completing all this, his gaze fell on the ninth item. The landscape painting had a starting price of 76.8 billion. He entered 90 billion. Once all the prices were entered, a 3-minute countdown appeared beneath the 3-dimensional projection of the 9 items, allowing for price modifications before it ended. Time ticked away, with only the sound of his steady breathing breaking the silence in the room. In the last few seconds before the countdown for that painting reached 0, an inexplicable impulse surged from the depths of his heart without warning. This feeling was familiar. In his past life, it was this beast-like intuition that helped him evade countless deadly crises and enabled many life-altering decisions. His fingers moved almost instinctively. In the last second before the countdown ended, he modified the bid for that painting from 90 billion to 120 billion. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. The countdown ended, and the price was locked in. Qiu Tianzi exhaled, slowly waiting for the final result. Almost instantly, the screen in front of him began to flash wildly. First item auction failed. Second item auction failed. Third item auction failed. Fourth item auction failed. A series of failure notifications made Qiu Tianzi's brow twitch slightly. The prices he offered were all well above the starting prices, even to the point of being cost-ineffective, yet he still failed. At that moment, the fifth box suddenly shone brightly. Buzz, a slight distortion appeared in space, and a magnificent cup, made entirely of gold inlaid with blood-red gemstones, materialized out of thin air, quietly hovering before him. Along with it came a shocking deduction notification on his personal terminal. Expenditure 200 billion starlight coins. Qiu Tianzi reached out to grasp the cup, feeling its icy coldness as a strange texture flowed through his palm. He hadn't yet taken a closer look when the notifications on the screen continued. Sixth item auction failed. Seventh item auction failed. Eighth item auction failed. 3 consecutive failures. Another 3 consecutive failures. Qiu Tianzi frowned. It wasn't because he was upset about the money, but rather the feeling of being out of control made him uncomfortable. Especially the seventh item. The broken stone that had a starting price of 1.2 million starlight coins. He had directly bid 100 million, increasing it almost 100-fold, and still failed. What exactly are the rules of this dark sale by Fajin Wancang? Just as he pondered the final box, that landscape painting finally had a result. Ding! 9th item auction successful. Expenditure 120 billion starlight coins. Accompanied by a more substantial deduction, an ancient scroll quietly appeared before him. Seeing this item in hand, Qiu Tianzi's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly. Out of the 9 items, he successfully bid for 2. One was the highest starting price golden cup, and the other was the landscape painting he had increased the bid for at the last moment based on instinct. The 200 billion cup couldn't be too bad. As for the painting, it was entirely based on his trust in that beast-like intuition. As for the others, Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell back on the now dimmed 7th slot. Not being able to buy a stone for 100 million felt frustrating no matter how he thought about it. He shook his head, no longer entangled, and refocused his attention on the painting. First, to look at the painting. His fingers gently rested on the scroll, silently reciting in his heart. Identification. Item name: Heaven and Earth Landscape. Scroll category: Spatial Supreme Treasure Effect. This painting contains a small world, mountains, rivers, and vegetation, all of which are real. The holder can enter it with their consciousness or draw in living or non-living things from the outside world without resistance. The area and stability of the small world are proportional to the energy money invested by the holder. Initial state: a radius of 30 miles, spiritual energy desert. A portable small world. A glint of brilliance flashed in Qiu Tianzi's eyes. The strategic value of this item is immeasurable, whether used as a secret base for storing illicit items or even as a refuge in critical moments. The only shortcoming: spiritual energy desert. Qiu Tianzi smirked slightly, realizing it was another bottomless pit requiring expenditure. This Fajin Wancang truly doesn't engage in losing trades. He carefully stored the Heaven and Earth Landscape scroll, which would become one of his most important trump cards in the future. Following that, his gaze fell upon the golden cup. 200 billion starlight coins. Qiu Tianzi weighed the golden wine cup in his hand. It felt icy cold and astonishingly heavy, far beyond the density one would expect from gold. The gems embedded in the cup's body glowed a vivid red, resembling frozen blood, with a faint light swirling inside, exuding an indescribable eeriness. What exactly did he buy for 200 billion? He silently pondered, preparing to use the identification function of Fajin Wancang to see if this hefty sum was worth it. However, an unexpected change occurred. The screen of his personal terminal flashed suddenly, emitting a piercing electric sound. Immediately after, on the interface representing the storage space, a virtual slot unexpectedly appeared with spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered. Qiu Tianzi's eyelids twitched violently. A powerful spatial repulsion forcefully ejected something from the shattered virtual slot. Thud! A pitch-black coffin suddenly crashed onto the expensive carpet of his room, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qiu Tianzi stared at the coffin, momentarily unsure of how to react. How did this thing come out by itself? Before he could sort out his thoughts, boom! The door, crafted from expensive wood, was smashed open from the outside with brute force. Wood chips exploded everywhere. A shadow moving at breakneck speed, even trailing after images wrapped in a chilling, murderous intent, instantly appeared before the coffin. It was Luna. Her porcelain doll-like face was now filled with a cold, killing intent, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on that ominous black coffin. In that very moment, with a creak, the coffin lid unexpectedly slid open, revealing a gap. A chilling aura leaked out from within. Before the things inside could emerge, Luna's tightly clenched little fist smashed down without hesitation. The punch was small, but carried a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Bang! A dull sound echoed, painfully jarring to the teeth. That heavy coffin lid actually dented slightly from the impact of this punch. Following that, a completely discordant, sharp, and high-pitched wail tinged with a crying tone erupted from within the coffin. Ouch! Don't hit my face. I rely on my looks to make a living. Don't hit. Luna couldn't understand, nor did she wish to. In her pure world, anything that emerged from her master's storage space without permission was deemed a threat. A threat must be eradicated at the first opportunity. Her tiny fists silent as the wind moved so swiftly that they left only afterimages as they began a relentless barrage against the one in the coffin. Bang! 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 The heavy sounds of impact fell like raindrops, carrying a certain rhythm. Ouch! My lady. Goddess. I was wrong. Don't smash. If you hit me again, I'll be disfigured. Stop. Let's talk it over. The sharp cries from the coffin transitioned from terror to feeble groans. Qiu Tianzi crossed his arms, watching the scene with great interest, showing no intention of intervening. This thing came out on its own without making a sound. It was already a testament to his patience that he hadn't dismantled it on the spot. Just then he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, frowned, and muttered, "Which brat is behind me cursing?" Meanwhile, in the Qiu family mansion, the reception hall, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. Qiu Mo Yuan sat in the main seat, expressionless, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, silent. Below, over a dozen prominent figures capable of shaking the entire Titan star domain wore expressions of humility and respect. A portly middle-aged man in luxurious attire was speaking animatedly, his voice filled with exaggerated admiration. Qiu family head, you truly have a remarkable son. Young Master Qiu's performance at the apex was nothing short of extraordinary. With just a few words, he had my inept nephew completely subdued. His demeanor is exactly like yours from back in the day. Indeed, what the Stano family head said is correct. I heard my young son was completely overwhelmed by young Master Qiu's presence, truly a testament to the excellence of the Qiu bloodline. A chorus of agreement rose around them. If outsiders were to see the flattering faces of these usually formidable family leaders, they would surely be taken aback. Qiu Mo Yuan looked at these old foxes who changed faces faster than flipping a book and sneered inwardly. The Qiu clan Emperor Stone was already in his grasp, and he wanted to see what tricks these people could still pull. As the atmosphere reached a suitable pitch, the one referred to as the Stano family head cleared his throat and finally revealed his intentions. Qiu family head, you must already understand the purpose of our visit. He glanced at his companions, his expression growing serious. We have come for the stone. The significance of a peak 9th stage strength in the Nebula realm is crucial not only for the Qiu family, but for the future of all families in the Titan star domain. Moreover, it is not a living body, we can unleash our full power without reservation. No peer-level powerhouse would be foolish enough to contend with a statue that fears nothing. Qiu Mo Yuan's gaze remained calm, signaling him to continue. The Stano family head took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. We know this artifact currently belongs to the Qiu family, but we still wish to impose on the Qiu family for a favor. Qiu Mo Yuan's eyes finally shifted from the armrest to the face of this Stano family head. Wilton, what exactly do you and your Stano family along with the others present want? Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately leaving it to Wilton to speak. We hope to sign a mutual defense agreement with the Qiu family. The terms of the agreement are quite simple. He raised a finger. During the term of the agreement, if any signatory family encounters a crisis of extermination, they may apply to the Qiu family for the use of the Qiu clan Emperor Stone. Of course, the right to use it is not free. A payment of twice the original purchase price of the stone is required as a fee. Upon hearing this, while Qiu Mo Yuan did not say anything, the disdain on his face was evident to all. At this moment, another elderly man with white hair immediately added, in return, as long as you Qiu family head give a nod, every family present will immediately pay 500 billion star coins as the signing fee for this agreement. 500 billion. Among those present, there were a full 12 families. Even Qiu Mo Yuan, upon hearing this figure, could not help but show a ripple of emotion in his otherwise calm eyes. It seems this group of old fellows is serious. An Emperor Stone has completely shattered the balance that has existed in the Titan star domain for centuries. If he does not agree today, he has no doubt that this group will immediately unite and spare no effort to deal with the Qiu family. Yet if he agrees. Thinking of this, Qiu Mo Yuan suddenly smiled. He gazed at the expectant yet anxious faces of the crowd and slowly spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Gentlemen, do you think too highly of this Qiu clan Emperor Stone? The smiles on the faces of the crowd momentarily froze. This group of influential figures in the Titan star domain found themselves momentarily at a loss. Too highly. What does that mean? Could it be that thing is fake? Impossible, that cannot be faked. Could it be that Qiu Mo Yuan intends to keep it all for himself and is finding an excuse? The Stano family head Wilton's flesh quivered as he was about to say something diplomatic, but was stopped by a calm look from Qiu Mo Yuan. Qiu Mo Yuan surveyed the room, looking at these old foxes with differing thoughts, his tone as calm as water. Surely you don't genuinely believe that such a level of clan-defending artifact can be used without restrictions at will, do you? One sentence instantly awakened everyone present who had been blinded by greed. Right? There are so many loopholes. During the ceremony, Qiu Tianzi only mentioned the effects and duration, but said nothing about the conditions and costs required to activate it. Something that can summon peak 9th stage strength in the Nebula realm, if it could be used without restrictions, would completely reshape the power dynamics of the 6th level star domains. How could there be no cost? Once they understood this point, everyone furrowed their brows, and their gazes toward Qiu Mo Yuan became somewhat different. This Qiu family head sees further than all of them. Then, what is the cost? Wilton asked cautiously, his voice noticeably softened. Qiu Mo Yuan picked up his teacup, gently blowing on the foam, his movements leisurely. I don't know. The hall fell into silence once again. Qiu Mo Yuan set down his teacup with a light clink, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. I hadn't even had the chance to ask and you all have come. Hearing this, the dozen or so family heads and consortium leaders exchanged awkward glances, somewhat embarrassed. Qiu Mo Yuan seemed oblivious to their discomfort, sighing to himself, a trace of unrecognized headache evident in his expression. Moreover, I suspect my good son is planning to trick me once more. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere turned strange. The family heads glanced at one another, their muscles twitching, wanting to laugh, yet holding back, feeling extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, an elderly head of the Gabriel family slowly spoke up. Qiu family head, you might be thinking too optimistically. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to him. The old man's murky eyes shimmered with wisdom as he stroked his white beard, speaking slowly. Your seventh young master might not just be deceiving you once. He paused to give everyone time to contemplate. The seventh young master only informed us of the uses of this object, but he never mentioned how to control it. Just the fact that he needs 300 billion to reveal even a name indicates something. The old man lifted his gaze, looking at the increasingly darkening face of the Qiu family, had a meaningful smile spreading across his lips. As for the method of control, Qiu family head, you might have to part with quite a bit of wealth again. With these words, the hand holding the teacup of Qiu Mo Yuan froze midair. In the living room, the once formidable family heads could no longer contain themselves, each turning away, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. This is too amusing. The seventh of the Qiu family is simply too entertaining. Speak. What is the situation? His face, once undeniably handsome, was now grotesquely swollen, mottled with livid bruises, his lips split and streaked with blood, rendering him utterly pitiful. His black formal suit was impeccably tailored. Even the collar of his white shirt bore intricate, subtle embroidery, clearly priceless. Yet now it was smeared with dust and trampled underfoot, utterly ruined. Oliver still could not fathom how he had been jolted from slumber by an inexplicable force, only to emerge from his coffin and instantly endure a merciless, blinding barrage of blows. His peripheral vision instinctively flickered sideways to the little girl beside him. She stood motionless, arms crossed, her pristine crimson eyes fixed upon him with chilling detachment. Those tiny fists, just recalling their unseen lightning-fast strikes, sent a fresh wave of throbbing pain across his battered face. Noticing his gaze lingering upon her, Luna raised her delicate pink fist, expressionless, yet the sheer weight of that gesture was overwhelming. Oliver jolted violently, his body snapping rigid in the chair. Then, unbidden, a hot surge gushed from his nostrils. 2 crimson rivulets began to stream down his chin. As those precious droplets threatened to stain the filthy carpet, Oliver reacted on pure instinct. His neck shot forward, his tongue lashed out like a whip, and swept every trace of blood cleanly back into his mouth. Oomph! Qiu Tianzi's eyebrow twitched sharply, his face twisting in undisguised revulsion. He had seen countless men, crude, vile, depraved, but never one so profoundly, grotesquely base. His gaze drifted from Oliver's porcine visage to the ring adorning his finger, a vintage ruby band, its pigeon's bloodstone shimmering with eerie, seductive light beneath the lamplight. Qiu Tianzi said nothing. He simply strode forward. Oliver watched, breathless with terror, as the man approached step by inexorable step, his body recoiling helplessly against the chair, bound too tightly to move. Master, please let us speak calmly. Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you everything. Qiu Tianzi did not even glance his way. He stopped before Oliver, did not stoop, and extended 2 fingers, casual, effortless, to grasp the ring and pull it upward in one smooth motion. The movement was fluid, natural, as if retrieving a long-forgotten trinket from his own drawer. The instant the ring left his finger, Oliver convulsed as though struck by lightning. For the first time, terror eclipsed even the agony on his swollen face. No, my ring. It has been passed down through 10,000 years of the Foilius lineage. Qiu Tianzi ignored his wail entirely. He held the ring up to the light, inspecting it idly, then slid it onto the little finger of his left hand. It fit perfectly. Satisfied, he rotated his finger slowly, admiring the jewel's lurid crimson gleam, before finally shifting his gaze back to the vampire, who now looked on the verge of tears. This ring suits my temperament. Oliver was utterly dumbfounded. He had witnessed robbery, murder, even sacrilege, but never theft executed with such brazen, elegant audacity. Qiu Tianzi toyed absently with his new acquisition before returning at last to the earlier question, his tone edged now with impatience. You were meant to remain quietly sealed within the storage space. He had purchased this sarcophagus solely for its bargain price, then forgotten it entirely, leaving it idle in storage. Why did you emerge on your own? At that question, Oliver's wretched expression froze. his eyes flickering with confusion and dread. He hesitated as if dredging memory from deep water. Then, as though recalling something unspeakably horrifying, his voice began to tremble. I don't know. I was sleeping peacefully, when suddenly I felt it, a presence that made my very soul shudder. It felt like the descent of our Lord himself. Our Lord's descent. Qiu Tianzi repeated the phrase softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his jawline. That a vampire buried in a coffin would flinch himself free from storage space spoke of no ordinary aura. What then had he done? Nothing more than accepting 2 acquisitions from Fajin Wancang's auction, nothing extraordinary. The scroll of mountains and rivers. A modest self-contained world, unlikely. His gaze drifted slowly, then settled upon the golden chalice resting casually atop the nearby cabinet. Exquisitely wrought, studded with uncanny gems valued at 2 billion. It was, aside from the painting, the most expensive lot. Qiu Tianzi said nothing. He walked toward it. Oliver, still whimpering from his seat, seemed to sense something shift. He fell silent, squinting through his swollen slit-like eyes at the retreating figure of the man he now deemed a monster. Qiu Tianzi lifted the golden chalice. Its weight was dense, its surface icy. The moment his palm closed around it, HRRRGH. A guttural inhuman croak tore from Oliver's throat. His eyes bulged wide, veins erupting across the whites, as if gazing upon something both sacred and forbidden. He thrashed wildly, bound tight in his chair, yet summoning terrifying strength. The heavy wooden legs shrieked against the polished floor, grating, agonizing, relentless. No, it is it. Truly it is. In a final mindless frenzy, he hurled himself forward, chair and all, lunging blindly toward Qiu Tianzi. Crash! The solid oak chair toppled over with thunderous impact, sending him sprawling onto the... Yet he felt no pain. Cheek pressed into the plush carpet, his swollen eyes remained locked, unblinking, upon the golden chalice in Qiu Tianzi's hand. His gaze was a maelstrom rapture bordering on worship, despair, echoing fate itself, and beneath it all a venomous, bone-deep hatred. Qiu Tianzi glanced down at the crumpled figure, a faint amused curve lifting one corner of his lips. Leisurely he raised the chalice and swirled it gently before Oliver's dazed eyes. When the cup tilted left, Oliver's pupils followed, rigid, unswerving. When it shifted right, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, straining desperately to keep pace. Like a marionette tethered by invisible strings. Humph! Qiu Tianzi chuckled softly, then flicked his wrist. The chalice vanished, reabsorbed into his storage space without a whisper. The instant it disappeared, Oliver collapsed inward, as if his spine had dissolved. His rapturous expression shattered, fragmenting into hollow stillness. Color leached from his face, leaving it ashen and lifeless. The light in his pupils dimmed, extinguished, leaving only vacant, trembling lips murmuring in feverish delirium. Why now? Why must it appear here? Hearing those disjointed whispers, Qiu Tianzi crouched low and tapped Oliver's bruised face once, lightly, almost playfully. So, you know each other? That question snapped Oliver fully back into the present. His dull eyes refocused. Staring at Qiu Tianzi, he forced a smile, twisted ghastly, then erupted into laughter, wilder and more unhinged with every breath. Know each other. Know each other. As he laughed, twin streaks of blood-tinged tears carved paths down his cheeks. Without it, how would I have fallen to this? Without it, how would the Foilius bloodline have crumbled into starry? Without it, how would our entire vampiric kin have descended into ruin, shattered beyond repair? His voice rose raw with centuries of sorrow and wrath. Qiu Tianzi's eyes narrowed, the last piece of his suspicion now confirmed. Indeed, this artifact was no trivial thing. What is it? Thing. At those 2 words, Oliver roared, as if grievously insulted. You dare call it a thing? That is blasphemy against my bloodline. His glare burned with primal intensity, each word a growl. It is our supreme holy relic, source of our glory, and the curse that doomed us to eternal damnation. Its name is the Blood Holy Chalice. Oh, the Qiu Tianzi. Qiu Tianzi's voice was flat, as if appraising an inconsequential trinket. And what, pray tell, is its purpose? At the question, Ayla Wire, bound fast to the chair, had the contortions of pain on his face instantly replaced by an arrogance rooted deep in his bloodline. He struggled to raise his swine-like head, and through eyes swollen into slits, he gave Qiu Tianzi a disdainful glance. You dare presume to know the function of my clan's sacred relic? He spat a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse, yet laced with a sickly dignity. I would never tell you, you bait. Qiu Tianzi said nothing, his face remained impassive. He merely clicked his fingers once. At that crisp sound, a slight figure materialized like a phantom before Lavoisier. Aelawire barely registered her movement, the world blurred, and a finely crafted black shoe suddenly swelled in his swollen pupils. Thud! With a muffled impact, the adorable little shoe drove its sole hard into his jaw. The force launched him and the heavy wooden chair into the air. He traced a perfect parabolic arc, spun a full 360 degrees, and crashed back down to the floor with bone-jarring violence. Before the dislocation could spread its agony, the toe of the other shoe had already come to rest precisely upon his mouth. Whoa. He writhed, emitting incomprehensible laments like a worm pinned to the earth. You cannot treat a noble of the Forcibly family this way. Xiao Luna lifted her foot and at last allowed him a breath. Qiu Tianzi shook his head slightly, then strode forward to look down at him. Noble. Qiu Tianzi gave a soft laugh, stepped closer, and with the tip of his well-crafted shoe gave a light kick to Aelawire's bound leg. You and your broken coffin cost me 50 million Shinkong coins. He toyed with the ruby ring on his little finger. Its uncanny glow stung Aelawire's eyes. As for this, Qiu Tianzi crouched to meet the vampire on the floor, eye to eye. Consider it interest paid in advance. 50 million for a 6th-tier Xingqian realm enforcer would have been reasonable. But judging by how poorly you take a beating, I might have been cheated on this bargain. Aelawire's breath hitched, his chest rose and fell violently. He had been openly priced and appraised. Whether you tell me or not is irrelevant. Qiu Tianzi arose and dusted off his non-existent coat. I want to know its use. It's simple. He paused and, looking down with unreadable eyes, continued in a calm, steady tone. I merely enjoy the process, stripping away the gilded facades of those you call noble. It is. Entertaining, is it not? At that, a twisted smile split Aelawire's swinish face, and a wheezy chuckle escaped like air from a broken bellows. His laughter grew louder, ever more unhinged, tugging at his wounds, until tears and blood streamed freely from his eyes and nose. Foolish humans. He raged inwardly. The secret of the Xinqiu Xingbei was sealed by the blood oaths of the 13 sacred clans and by an ancient curse. Any leaker would be devoured by the curse and made the enemy of the entire clan. How could a mere mortal possibly know? It was the most ridiculous notion he had heard in his millennia. Mortal? Aelawire sneered between breaths, his tone a mingling of contempt and pity. You are the most arrogant and the most laughable thing I have encountered in my long life. You would make me your master. You. Qiu Tianzi, seemingly oblivious to the scorn, replied with a benign smile. Or shall we make a wager? Aelawire's laughter cut off abruptly. If I can ascertain the true purpose of the Xinqiu Xingbei, Qiu Tianzi raised a finger. I happen to be short a runner. If I win for the next 100 years, you must obey my every command without question and serve me faithfully. A century of servitude. A flash of crimson crossed Aelawire's vision. And if you lose, he croaked, the embers of a mad hope igniting within him. Qiu Tianzi's smile deepened, his tone was offhand, yet his words struck like iron. If I lose, I will not only release you and restore your freedom, he said, fixing Aelawire with a slow look. I will also hand you your clan's relic, the Xinqiu Xingbei. Aelawire's mind nearly short-circuited. Freedom. And the chalice. It was as if Providence itself had opened its eyes. He had never imagined such a foolish mortal would wager the very thing whose secret he could not possibly know. He would surely win. I bet, he roared, voice breaking from the surge of excitement. I swear by the honor of the Forcibly family, I accept your wager. He already envisioned the moment of liberation, the chalice cradled in his hands, his family's glory restored. Very well. Qiu Tianzi nodded without the slightest concession to his excitement. He turned away and made no further eye contact with the vampire, basking in delirious fantasy. He adjusted his sleeve with deliberate composure. Qiu Tianzi flicked his wrist. The ornate cup, forged entirely of gold and set with a blood-red gem, appeared again out of thin air and hovered serenely in midair. The light that danced across the cup seized Aelawire's entire attention. In his slit-like eyes greed and fervor warred, and his breathing grew harsh and ragged. Come now, you shall swear first. Qiu Tianzi's tone was cool, as if requesting a trivial favor. Aelawire felt a flash of wounded pride at being ordered about by a mere mortal. Yet when his gaze fell on the hovering chalice and the freedom within reach, that laughable dignity was whisked away into the void. He struggled to sit up straighter, to look less pathetic, but dislocated bones and tight ropes rendered every motion absurd and painful. At last he could do little but slump on the floor, hoist his swine-like head, and in a voice he fancied solemn begin his oath. I Foyle Aelawire swear by the 10th house and accumulated honor of the Foyle clan. His voice was hoarse and tremulous. Speak up, haven't you eaten? Qiu Tianzi's casual remark cut Alewire's oath short. His face flushed a liverish purple. He cursed inwardly that he had not eaten, as if for thousands of years he had gone hungry. He steadied himself, drew a ragged breath, and almost shouted, "I Foilius Alewire, by the 10th sandier glory of the Foiliaceae family, do swear. By the true name that runs in my blood I swear. And by the name of our most exalted progenitor, I set this blood oath, should this gentleman here reveal the true purpose of the Xianxue, a Xingbei, I shall for the next 100 years accept him as my lord and devote my full loyalty and strength to him. If I break this vow, may the blood curse fall upon me, my spirit dragged into endless void with no hope of rebirth." Having finished in a single roar, Alewire panted violently, sweat and blood mingling as they slid from his temples. Yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. The wager was struck. To him, the greedy, blinkered mortal had placed freedom and the chalice squarely at his lips. He lifted his head and fixed Qiu Tianzi with a gaze equal parts provocation and pity, voice hoarse with excitement. "Now it is your turn. Now it's your turn." Olivier lay sprawled on the ground, his voice hoarse, yet feverishly exultant, as he fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon Qiu Tianzi. The blood oath had been sworn, the wager sealed. In his eyes, this foolish mortal had just handed him freedom, and the Holy Grail, on a silver platter. Yet Qiu Tianzi did not even deign to glance at him. "You!" Olivier's ecstatic grin froze mid-expression. Ignoring him entirely, Qiu Tianzi calmly adjusted his sleeve before flipping his wrist, whereupon the golden chalice long coveted by vampires reappeared as if conjured from thin air. The luminous radiance shimmering across its surface instantly seized Olivier's entire consciousness. Qiu Tianzi's gaze settled upon the Holy Grail, and with a mere flicker of intent a prompt appeared before his eyes. Appraisal. A line of text unfurled slowly before him. Item name: Blood Holy Chalice. Category: Clan Sacred Artifact. Age 123600 years. Description: the supreme sacred relic of the 13 noble vampire clans. The fountainhead of faith, the emblem of glory. That was all. The information was startlingly terse, almost dismissive. True to expectation, a familiar, gleaming golden question mark soon materialized beside the chalice's holographic projection, bouncing playfully. Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept over the question mark. To unlock detailed functions, activation methods, and hidden properties of this item, payment required 0 stellar credits. 300 million. A barely perceptible twitch lifted Qiu Tianzi's brow. He cast a sidelong glance at the porcine figure still gasping violently on the floor, its expression brimming with anticipation, and felt an irrepressible flicker of amusement. Purchasing this self-proclaimed noble vampire had cost 50 million. Yet merely asking about its clan's most sacred artifact demanded 300 million. This creature truly was a liability. As Qiu Tianzi remained motionless, lost in silent contemplation of the chalice, Olivier's unease swelled into panic. He could bear it no longer. "You fraud!" He writhed, hurling the accusation with every shred of strength left in him, his voice cracking under the strain of raw fury. "You know nothing. You're bluffing. Why won't you swear?" In his mind, the other's refusal to swear was irrefutable proof of guilt. Hearing this anguished indictment, Qiu Tianzi finally lifted his gaze from the chalice. Slowly he turned, his eyes holding the calm, detached scrutiny of one observing a petulant fool. "What precisely have I deceived you about?" His voice was soft, yet each word pierced Olivier's ears with crystalline clarity. "Did you win?" Olivier's roar died mid-breath, his entire body locked in stunned silence. Qiu Tianzi stepped forward, towering over him, and a faint wry smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "I would only be deceiving you if you won, and I refuse to honor the wager." He paused, his tone effortlessly nonchalant. "But you haven't won yet. So why the haste?" As the words settled, Olivier's mind went utterly blank. He felt like a clown, his solemn blood oath, his triumphant declaration of victory rendered absurd and laughable in the other's eyes, just as humiliation threatened to drown him into unconsciousness. Qiu Tianzi had already turned away, speaking softly into the air, his voice audible only to himself, confirming with quiet finality. "Confirm payment. Ding. Debit 300 stellar credits." The golden question mark shattered explosively, showering his mind with cascading streams of data. Blood Holy Chalice. Effect: I pure blood. The primordial essence of vampiric lineage significantly enhances the blood purity of non-primogenitors. With increased purity comes a qualitative leap in power, lifespan, and latent potential. Effect 2: Ethereal Fluid. a soul-stabilizing elixir that permanently suppresses the violent frenzy and bloodlust inherent in vampiric bloodlines, calming the mind, restoring rationality, and severing the fate of devolving into ravenous beasts. So that was it. As the full description unfolded across his mental interface, a flash of quiet comprehension passed through Qiu Tianzi's eyes. It was neither a world-shattering divine weapon nor a fate-altering artifact of legend. Rather, it was a key to unlocking the dormant potential of an entire race. Of little use to others perhaps, but to the vampire clans it was nothing short of divine revelation. No wonder the creature had been so frenzied. Qiu Tianzi slowly raised his head, his face unreadable, yet his gaze now carried a subtle, inscrutable weight. That infinitesimal shift unsettled Olivier to his core. A cold premonition, dark and nameless, coiled up from the deepest recesses of his soul. Impossible! Olivier screamed inwardly. The chalice's secrets were doubly sealed, bound by the blood oaths of the 13 noble clans, and ancient curses etched into the soul itself. Not even another noble clan member could claim full knowledge, let alone a mere mortal. He was bluffing, nothing more. Yes, he sought only to shatter my composure, then fabricate an excuse to renege. At that thought, Olivier's heart, suspended in his throat, plummeted back into place. He stared at Qiu Tianzi and even managed to twist his porcine features into what he believed was a confident, victorious smirk. Stumped are we? Qiu Tianzi ignored the taunt, stepping forward with unhurried, deliberate grace until he stood directly before him. His polished shoes made no sound upon the carpet, yet each step resonated like a hammer blow against Olivier's heart. Your kind suffers from two fatal flaws, does it not? Qiu Tianzi crouched down, bringing his eyes level with the fallen vampires. His voice was low, but piercingly clear. Olivier's pupils contracted sharply. The more you proliferate, the thinner your blood grows, your strength diminishing with each generation. And you cannot control the bloodlust. The stronger the individual, the more easily consumed they are by primal hunger, devolving into mindless slaughterers. Qiu Tianzi spoke with serene detachment, as though reciting trivial trivia. Yet those few sentences shattered Olivier's psychological defenses utterly. His smirk froze. His mockery fractured. Only vacant shock remained upon his face. Qiu Tianzi gazed upon that suddenly ashen visage, and at last smiled. A smile that filled Olivier with dread. To purify the bloodline, to return to ancestral origins, you require pure blood. To suppress madness and reclaim reason, you need ethereal fluid. Qiu Tianzi enunciated each word with flawless, unnerving calm. Am I correct? As the final syllables fell, time itself seemed to halt. Olivier stiffened, petrified like a statue weathered by millennia of wind and time. His swollen, slit-like eyes bulged wide, blood vessels erupting across their surfaces. How is this possible? How could he possibly know? These terms were the highest-level secrets of the 13 noble clans. Forbidden knowledge reserved solely for clan patriarchs across generations. A mortal. A contemptible human. By what right? No, it's not real. A guttural, inhuman shriek tore from Olivier's throat. It carried boundless terror, incomprehensible absurdity, and beneath it all the chilling, inescapable grip of the blood oath's binding force now activated by the wager's conclusion. He had lost. Utterly. Irrevocably. Without logic or recourse. Now Qiu Tianzi rose, looking down upon the broken vampire with detached, unwavering calm. What shall you call me? Master. These two words were painfully squeezed out from Oliver's throat. The voice was dry and hoarse, filled with humiliation and helplessness. The blood oath had been forged, and an invisible shackled mark had already been imprinted deep within his soul. The moment the thought of rebellion arose, it was met with a searing pain that felt as if it would tear his true spirit apart. He had lost, utterly defeated, stripped of even his last shred of dignity. Olivier slowly closed his eyes, and on his swollen pig-like face there was no longer a trace of the pride belonging to the noble bloodline, only resignation remained. At that moment he felt a loosening of his bonds. It was Luna. The little one expressionlessly traced her fingertip across the ropes binding him, and that sturdy, specially made rope silently snapped into two. Once she completed this, she stepped back behind Qiu Tianzi, arms crossed, her blood-red eyes still coldly fixated on the vampire on the ground. With the ropes gone, Olivier regained control over his body. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he struggled to smooth out the wrinkles and footprints on his formal attire with his still trembling hands. How could a member of a noble family that had endured for 100,000 years submit so disgracefully to his new master? However, his expensive attire was already in tatters, and his actions only made him appear even more pathetic. He gave up. Taking a deep breath, Olivier dragged his battered body into a nearly tragic posture, straightening his torn collar, and then knelt on one knee towards Qiu Tianzi. His movements were slow and stiff, yet so standard. I, Fogelius Olivier, swear an oath in the name of the ancestors. He lowered his once proud head, his voice calm. From this moment onward, you are my only master. I pledge my full loyalty and strength to you until my true spirit is completely obliterated in time. Qiu Tianzi listened quietly, his face expressionless. A sixth-tier henchman from the Stardust realm. Now, aside from Luna, he finally had his first true person whom he could command. As he thought of this, an inexplicable image of a woman flashed through his mind. The one who gave him life, yet was far away, his mother. Perhaps she was the only being in this cold, starry sky that he could trust unconditionally. Now, one was absolutely loyal, and the other absolutely did not dare to be disloyal. Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell on Oliver's disheveled state, and he slightly frowned as he looked at Luna beside him. Take him to change clothes and treat him. Oh. Luna's cheeks puffed up unwillingly as she pouted, but she obediently walked over. She said nothing, merely walked in front of Olivier and beckoned him with her finger. That gesture was like summoning a little dog. But the once despondent Olivier, upon seeing this gesture, appeared as if he had received a great favor, his eyes brightening suddenly. Yes, this esteemed young lady. He scrambled to get up from the ground, and due to his hasty movements nearly fell again. His eager demeanor stood in stark contrast to the solemnity of his earlier oath. He followed closely behind Luna, her small figure now appearing so grand and beautiful in his eye. Watching the two disappear through the door, Qiu Tianzi shook his head and surveyed the chaotic room and the completely ruined door. He activated his personal terminal and summoned the housekeeping service robot. While the robot repaired the room, he moved to the broken doorframe, the wind fluttering the edges of his clothing. The farce at the Sky Dome had likely spread throughout the entire Vela Star, even across the entire Titan starfield. His lofty father, those siblings with their different thoughts, and the guests who wavered like wall grass. What would their feelings be now? A genuine smile finally appeared on Qiu Tianzi's lips. At that moment, the Fajin Wancang astonishingly manifested without being summoned. Buzz. The edge of the disc with its 24 sharp golden cones representing bait flickered without. The light flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling for a moment before finally extinguishing with a puff. Immediately after, the extinguished cones slowly retracted into the disc with a faint mechanical sound. The smile on Qiu Tianzi's face gradually froze. He stared at the vacancy, a cold sweat trickling down his back. At the moment the golden cone extinguished, that familiar chill filled his entire being once more. It was identical to the feeling of being watched by death when he discovered the secret of the Chongqing Ju. Now he could confirm that there was indeed something watching him. These 24 cones must all be baits sent out by the Fajin Wancang, meant to confuse and mislead with false targets. Now, one bait has been captured, or rather erased. This meant that in some corner of the universe, one or a group of terrifying entities were systematically eliminating wrong answers step by step, drawing closer to him as the only correct answer. There are still 23 left. Qiu Tianzi murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear. He raised his head to gaze at the deep night sky of Vela Star, his gaze becoming profound. 23 times left. It sounds like a lot, but for those capable of transcending starfields in pursuit, what does this amount of time really count for? A long-lost sense of urgency of being hunted rose from the depths of his soul. This feeling was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than when he was wanted by organizations across the world in his past life. Because this time the enemy was not human, but something unknown. Meanwhile, in the endless void, countless light years away from Vela Star, here lies the graveyard of light, the forbidden zone of heat, remnants of once extinguished stars floating silently, like colossal tombstones in eternal darkness. A ghostly ancient ship composed of non-metallic and non-stone black substance was quietly suspended. Its tattered sails, woven from nebula remnants, stirred oddly in the windless cosmos, distorting the surrounding light in indescribable ways with each sway. At the bow stood a figure tightly wrapped in dirty old rags. In its hand it clutched a dimly glowing golden cone. Crack! The figure's fingers exerted slight pressure, and that seemingly indestructible cone crumbled into golden dust like dried clay. The dust did not disperse, but was completely swallowed by the surrounding void through the gaps in its fingers, leaving not a trace behind. It had chased this light, crossing countless star systems, consuming several days and nights. In the end it turned out to be a fake. Between the seams of the rags, a pair of eyes shimmering with ghostly blue light revealed no emotional fluctuations, neither anger nor disappointment. It raised its head, those ghostly blue eyes seemingly penetrating the barriers of time and space, gazing towards an even more distant direction. In its perception spanning countless light years, there was another fresh thread, faintly glowing. Compared to the other ancient threads that had been silent for eons, this one seemed particularly lively. Whoosh! The nebulous sail of the ghostly ancient ship suddenly flared, creating no energy waves, as the ship silently transformed into an unobservable phantom, merging into the void, continuing its pursuit towards the next target. The next one. After gazing at the sky for a long time, Qiu Tianzi withdrew his gaze. At that moment, a faint vibration from the personal terminal on his wrist indicated an incoming message, the sender's name consisting of a single character, Yuan. The content was equally succinct. Come over for a moment. Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath, suppressing the chill that emanated from the depths of the universe, and a hint of an elusive smile appeared on his face. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. This time it was a little later than he had anticipated. A little over 10 minutes later, Qiu Tianzi stood before the familiar heavy door. Compared to his previous forceful entry this time, he raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A calm, yet weary voice came from inside. Qiu Tianzi pushed the door open and entered. The room was filled with the lingering scent of expensive cigars burning out. His father Qiu Mo Yuan sat behind a massive desk, not attending to any affairs, but resting his forehead on one hand, eyes closed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, the indifference and authority that once resided were replaced by a complex gaze, as if he were meeting a stranger he had never understood. Qiu Tianzi did not wait for him to speak, and instead walked over to the guest sofa and sat down, casually crossing his legs. This nonchalant gesture caused the corner of Qiu Mo Yuan's eye to twitch slightly. He silently stared at Qiu Tianzi for half a minute, seemingly trying to discern something from his expression, but in the end, he only saw tranquility. Do you know why I called you here? Qiu Mo Yuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Qiu Tianzi nodded without saying a word, merely casting a look that urged him to continue. This audacious attitude made Qiu Mo Yuan feel a faint throb in his temples. He had already spent an entire day dealing with that group of old foxes who pounced at the scent of blood, and he truly had no energy left to beat around the bush with his own son. He leaned back in his chair and laid his cards on the table. Name your price. Tell me everything you know about that stone carving. Upon hearing this expected request, the calmness on Qiu Tianzi's face was finally broken by a smile. Father, what are you talking about? He leaned slightly forward, his tone filled with a sense of surprise. Discussing money would ruin the relationship between father and son. The corner of Qiu Mo Yuan's mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at his son's fawning face, but his mind involuntarily recalled the assertive expression his son had earlier when demanding money. If you want to know, just tell me directly. How could I dare to ask you for money? Qiu Tianzi added earnestly. Qiu Mo Yuan's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused in midair. He suddenly felt that the group of old foxes he had dealt with today was far more lovable than this insolent brat before him. This feeling was akin to a punch hitting a mass of cotton, leaving him with a sense of powerlessness. In the past, with just a glance, this kid would have been so scared he could barely stand. Now, even if he pointed at this kid's nose and scolded him, the other party might very well retort, "Are you done?" After finishing, shouldn't we discuss the compensation for emotional distress? He pinched the bridge of his nose, forcefully suppressing the rising blood pressure, his voice imbued with profound fatigue. They'll give you 300 billion. Upon hearing this number, Qiu Tianzi blinked. 300 billion. This price was roughly in line with his expectations. He leaned slightly forward, looking at his father's face, which was marked by irritation and impatience, revealing a perfectly timed expression of difficulty. Since you insist so firmly, it would be inconsiderate for me to refuse. Qiu Tianzi sighed, wearing an expression of "I wanted to ease your burden, but you insist on throwing money at me." As Qiu Mo Yuan held the teacup, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Feeling the intense fluctuations in his father's mood, Qiu Tianzi sensed it was wise to take his leave. If he truly pushed this man to the edge, he would find himself at the receiving end of a beating with no place to seek justice. He cleared his throat and straightened his expression. To control the Qiu tribe, Emperor stone carving, a method is required, or rather a key. And this key also needs to be purchased. Some ancient mages specializing in life's secret arts, certain celestial races pursuing extreme beauty, and even some starred. This included the price required to activate the stone carving and the substantial sum that might need to be paid to obtain the control method. After listening, Qiu Mo Yuan remained silent for a long time. The weariness on his face deepened, but the depths of his eyes finally regained a hint of sharpness befitting a superior. This information completely confirmed his and the old fox's speculations. I understand. Qiu Mo Yuan nodded, indicating his approval of the transaction. Ding. A notification of 300 billion Stardust coins arriving appeared quietly on Qiu Tianzi's personal terminal. Satisfied, he stood up, having achieved his goal, preparing to leave. You are about the right age now. Just as Qiu Tianzi's hand was about to touch the doorknob, a voice devoid of emotion came from behind him. He paused, turning to look back with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Was there another matter? If it were the old you, I wouldn't feel at ease. Qiu Mo Yuan's gaze fell upon him, the expression complex and inscrutable. As for now, it is just right. Wellstone, Conley Academy will begin enrollment in a month. I have already registered you. When this name fell on his ears, the relaxed expression on Qiu Tianzi's face finally faltered. A torrent of chaotic memories surged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Wellstone Conley Academy, one of the highest 3 academies in the 6th rank star domain. It was not a simple school, but a gathering place for the most monstrous geniuses from all top civilizations, superpowers, and races throughout the entire 6th rank star domain. Those who graduated alive from there were at least the overlords of a star domain, and with a bit of luck they could directly ascend to the 5th rank star domain. In his past life, he didn't even dare to dream of setting such lofty goals. The enrollment standards of that place were so harsh that it was utterly appalling, let alone a timid person like him. Even those who displayed exceptional talent from a young age might not qualify to enroll. Do you think this opportunity just fell from the sky, eh? He spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion, but Qiu Tianzi could sense a hint of amusement in it. Your grandfather is one of the vice presidents of the academy. The spot was given by him. With these words, Qiu Tianzi was completely stunned. Grandfather? That man who existed only in the shattered memories of his predecessor, as distant and mysterious as his mother. If his cheap father was an interstellar magnate, a mysterious mother was the decision-maker of another interstellar giant, and now adding a grandfather who was a vice president of a top academy. Isn't this family configuration a bit too extravagant? Qiu Tianzi's expression turned strange, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. School starts in a month, so prepare yourself. Qiu Mo Yuan set down the teacup, issuing a Qiu Tianzi nodded, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his heart, and turned to walk towards the door. 300 billion in hand, and a free admission spot at a top academy, this was a good deal. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, a final nonchalant comment from Qiu Mo Yuan reached his ears. By the way, for the safe usage rights of that stone carving, the Stano family of old foxes jointly gathered 60 trillion in signing fees for me. I should thank you, my good son. Qiu Tianzi's foot that was about to step out firmly stomped onto the back of his other foot, causing him to stumble and nearly fall flat on his face. 60 trillion. His mind buzzed with disbelief. After working hard for a long time negotiating and setting up, he barely managed to pry out over 1 trillion from the old fox's grasp, feeling he had made a fortune. Only to turn around and find that 60 trillion had been deposited directly. What the hell? He steadied himself, not looking back, and quickened his pace to leave the room, as the stench here was simply overwhelming. Behind the desk, Qiu Mo Yuan watched the door that was hurriedly closed, listening to the gradually fading footsteps outside. The tension that had held his face tight all day finally relaxed. He leaned back against the large chair, looking at the shattered teacup in his hand. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, revealing a genuine smile that could be described as refreshing. When Qiu Tianzi returned to the room, the shattered door had been completely restored, and even the surrounding walls were seamlessly repaired, showing no signs of damage. As he stood at the doorway, he heard Oliver's voice from the lounge at the other end, deliberately lowered, but unable to disguise its sycophantic tone. Dear Miss Luna, a perfect existence like you, embodying both beauty and strength, must have extraordinary interests and hobbies, right? I am not talented, but I have dabbled in classical interstellar opera, the sculpture art of the 13th dynasty, and in tasting the rare blood of different star regions. I wonder if you... Then came Luna's crisp and brief reply. I like to eat. Eat. Oliver's voice suddenly soared, filled with the surprise of finding a kindred spirit. Eating is wonderful. Eating is simply marvelous. So we are kindred spirits. Those delicate necks trembling slightly under the light, the sweet nectar flowing through warm pulses. Oh, what a mesmerizing symphony of life. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the door frame, not entering, but listening with great interest. He wanted to see what this ancient relic who had lived for thousands of years could say. In the lounge, Luna tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her pure blood-red eyes, as if she said nothing, merely pulled out a black metal strip of unknown material from her pocket, about half a foot. Then, under Oliver's expectant gaze, she opened her small mouth and stuffed the metal strip inside. Creak. Crunch. The crisp sound of chewing sharp enough to make one's teeth ache echoed in the quiet room. Oliver's expression, lost in the ecstasy of gourmet food, instantly froze on his face. He stared wide-eyed as the porcelain doll-like little girl chewed that seemingly indestructible metal strip into pieces and swallowed it. She even smacked her lips, lingering on the taste. The vampire was thoroughly shaken. Just then, Qiu Tianzi's figure appeared at the entrance of the lounge. Olivier. Master. Master. Olivier sprang up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, rolling and crawling to Qiu Tianzi, his posture extremely humble. Qiu Tianzi did not look at him, only nodded toward Luna. I remind you, do not harbor any thoughts about. Hearing this, Olivier shuddered, his face instantly displaying an "I understand" expression, his chest thumping loudly. Rest assured, master. I foy earliest Olivier swear by my noble bloodline that I absolutely will not have any improper thoughts about Miss Luna. She belongs to you. I would never dare to lay a hand on her. Qiu Tianzi sighed as he looked at his sycophantic display of loyalty. What I mean is, don't make her angry. Olivier was taken aback, unable to process this. Qiu Tianzi looked at him with a gaze that suggested he was simple-minded, finally finishing his thought. I'm afraid she might kill you. Before Olivier could digest this information, Qiu Tianzi added. I forgot to tell you, she, like you, is not human and has no blood. Oh, what flows in her body is all energy liquid. The words fell. Oliver's body turned to stone. He stiffly, inch by inch, turned to face Luna's curious blood. The little girl still had a small bit of black metal debris at the corner of her mouth. She extended her delicate pink tongue and lightly rolled it, licking the debris into her mouth. Seeing Oliver's ghostly expression, Qiu Tianzi walked over and reached out, giving the vampire's shoulder a light pat. Snap out of it. Qiu Tianzi's voice was calm. Don't be an eyesore here, I have something to ask you. Olivier jolted as if his soul had just returned. The two of them walked to a nearby living room. Qiu Tianzi sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and sized up the humble-standing vampire before him. You are now at the 6th level of the Stardust Realm. Qiu Tianzi's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the sofa, producing a rhythmic sound. What about at your peak? Mentioning this, a trace of pride belonging to a powerhouse involuntarily seeped from Oliver's humble demeanor. He instinctively straightened his back slightly, his voice low and hoarse, filled with endless nostalgia and reluctance. The limit of the 9th level of the Nebula Realm. 1 foot of mine has already stepped into the Star River Realm. Qiu Tianzi's tapping fingers paused for a moment. The 9th level of the Nebula Realm, half a step into the Star River. This level of power is already sufficient to become a dominant existence anywhere in a 6th-tier star domain. Not bad. Qiu Tianzi commented lightly. Oliver's mouth twitched, and the rising pride was instantly shattered by those 2 words. Do you have a way to quickly recover your injuries and power? Qiu Tianzi, uninterested in his psychological activity, asked directly. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in Oliver's dim eyes, and he became excited. Master. He leaned forward half a step, his voice trembling with excitement. As long as you can find me. 10,000 pure maidens. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qiu Tianzi with eager anticipation, as if waiting for his master's favor. Qiu Tianzi looked at him expressionlessly. 10,000. And they have to be pure. He sneered inwardly. In this day and age, pure resources are probably harder to find than high-grade energy veins. And what the hell is with such an exaggerated quantity? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Change it. Qiu Tianzi waved his hand impatiently, directly dismissing this foolish suggestion. Oliver's fervor paused for a moment, but he seemed to have anticipated it. His eyes flicked, and he quickly put on a more flattering expression, implying something. Master, if it were anyone else, it would naturally be impossible. But you are different. You hold the supreme sacred object of my clan. This guy is still thinking about it. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, merely raising his chin. With the tacit approval, Oliver's voice dropped even lower, becoming more enticing. As long as you use the blood holy grail to contain the heart's blood of those pure maidens, and then I drink it. 10 times. Just 10 times, and I can recover most of my power. If I can find those bloodlines of powerful races such as the Spirit race, or the Tianyu race's pure maidens, their heart's blood would be even more effective. Perhaps 3 times would be enough. Listening to his increasingly excited description, Qiu Tianzi's patience finally vanished. He looked at the fervent vampire before him and suddenly smiled. I have a better idea. Olivier was taken aback, instinctively asking, what idea? Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept over him, carrying a hint of amusement. I heard that in the neighboring Emir Star region, there is a very popular business. With your looks, physique, and this noble aura that has been passed down for 100,000 years, you should be quite popular. You should go there to expand your business. With your capabilities, you will surely earn a fortune soon. By then, let alone 10,000, even 100,000 pure maidens will be affordable. He paused, deliberately emphasizing the words, pure maidens. Oliver's face turned pale at a visible speed. First he was in a daze, then panic. Master, are you joking? His voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Asking him, a direct descendant of the forcibly family, a quasi-expert of the Nebula realm, to do that kind of business. This is more painful than killing him. Joking? Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow. Do I look like I'm joking? I think this is quite feasible. No. Impossible. Olivier screamed as if his tail had been stepped on. I am a noble forcibly. My body, my bloodline, exists solely to continue my family's glory. How can I? He stammered for a long time, but could not utter the word that made his. Seeing him in such a desperate state, Qiu Tianzi felt it was about time, and waved his hand, his playful smile fading. Enough, useless thing. He sighed as if lamenting a disappointing waste. I'll show you on the Starlink network. If you can find ready-made ones, consider it your good luck. If not, before Qiu Tianzi could finish his sentence, Olivier blurted out without thinking. There are definitely some. Fearful that Qiu Tianzi would change his mind and send him to the Emir Star region, he spoke rapidly. The blood of pure maidens is a hot luxury in the black market. There will definitely be people selling it. After he spoke, he suddenly realized he had misspoken. Sure enough, Qiu Tianzi cast him a scrutinizing gaze. Oh, Qiu Tianzi leaned slightly forward, and the gaze sent a chill down Oliver's back. Master, you may not know. Oliver's heart sank, knowing it was time to prove his value, and he dared not conceal anything. There are far more people in need of such things than just our blood clan. Some ancient mages specializing in life's secret arts, certain celestial races pursuing extreme beauty, and even some star domain overlords with peculiar tastes will secretly seek to buy them at high prices. It is not only a supplement of power, but also the core material for many forbidden rituals and top-tier alchemy. As for why I know, our blood clan, although fragmented, has not completely perished. In various corners of the universe, our kin still operate, forming a secret intelligence network. The forcibly family was once one of the central nodes of this network. I see. Qiu Tianzi listened quietly, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the sofa armrest. So it is. This is not just a resource. It is a complete sprawling black industry chain across the starry sky. He looked at the vampire before him, desperately showcasing his value to survive, and suddenly had a more interesting idea. A smile returned to the corner of Qiu Tianzi's mouth. That smile made Olivier, who had just relaxed, feel his heart rise into his throat again. So it means Qiu Tianzi's voice was light, yet carried a chilling implication for Olivier. This is actually a business. Olivier nodded. Since this is a business matter, Qiu Tianzi leaned slightly forward, his finger tapping on his knee. There must be a stable supply chain. Do you have a way to contact others from your bloodline? Upon hearing this, Olivier was initially taken aback, then a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment, nodded, and then quickly shook his head. I can, but. Again it was that but. Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed. Stop dilly-dallying. Olivier shivered at his impatient tone, daring not to keep him in suspense, his blood-red eyes instinctively glancing at the ring on Qiu Tianzi's left pinky. Qiu Tianzi followed his gaze, and then raised that hand. This thing. Olivier nodded vigorously like a pestle. Master, that is the token of our forcibly family, as well as the highest authority communication device. Without it, I can't even send a basic signal to the clan network. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring he cherished like a treasure was casually taken off by Qiu Tianzi and tossed towards him. Catch it. Olivier fumbled to catch the ring, and the feeling of having it back made him so excited that he nearly cried out. He held the ring tightly in his palm, as if caressing a long-lost lover, mumbling incoherently, my dear, my dear. Enough. Qiu Tianzi interrupted his moment of affection. Given your past status, getting some pure virgin blood shouldn't be too difficult, right? The ecstasy on Oliver's face instantly collapsed. He carefully put the ring back on his finger, then, with a pained expression, said, Master, in the past, I could have brought you 100,000 without breaking a sweat. But now, I don't even know how many survivors are left in our family, even if there are their strength. Qiu Tianzi's curiosity was finally piqued. How could such an ancient family fall to such a dire state? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Oliver's eyes dimmed, filled with a complex emotion of deep hatred and endless sorrow. Because of betrayal. His voice was hoarse as if each word was stained with blood. The Morrison clan, one of the 13 holy clans, betrayed the Founding Fathers' faith and allied with the demons of the abyss. During a meeting of the 13 holy clans, they took advantage of the presence of all clan leaders and forcefully opened an anchor point to the abyss in the center of our holy land, using a forbidden object they exchanged with the demons. Oliver's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless demons surged out from that rift, yet even then the remaining 12 holy clans combined might not have lost. But those damned traitors before the council spread the plague of defeated blood in all of our drinks. It is a plague specifically targeting our bloodline. It is not lethal, but it can fundamentally corrupt our blood and suppress our powers. Qiu Tianzi listened quietly. He could almost envision that scene. The internal rot was far more deadly than external foes. In his past life, he had fallen because of this. In your clan, there should be more powerful beings, right? What about those ancient monsters who have lived for countless millennia? Hearing this question, Oliver's expression turned even worse than crying. They didn't show up at all. Or rather, they simply couldn't be awakened in time. Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of a key point. Because of the phantom spirit liquid. Yes, Oliver's voice was filled with despair. It is indeed because of the phantom spirit liquid. The Holy Grail has been lost for too long, and the supply of phantom spirit liquid has long been cut off. To avoid being consumed by bloodthirsty desires and turning into mindless monsters, those most powerful elders all fell into the deepest slumber. We simply do not have enough time and power to awaken them. The few elders still active have all perished under the endless demon siege. As he finished speaking, Oliver's head hung low. Qiu Tianzi sighed. The Holy Grail brought both rise and fall. Tying the fate of the entire clan to a single object is inherently the greatest risk. Once that object encounters a problem, the entire clan must perish with it. You can never put all your eggs in one basket. It's astounding that these old fellows who have lived for over 100,000 years do not understand such a simple principle. He looked at the vampire before him, who was completely immersed in painful memories while his mind was occupied with how to exploit the situation. An ancient race on the verge of collapse. It sounds like there are treasures everywhere. But the priority is still to restore Oliver's strength. A 6th-tier Stardust Realm fighter has limited utility. He pulled back his thoughts and activated the personal terminal on his wrist, skillfully connecting to the star network of the Vera Star. Master, what are you doing? Olivier, seeing this action, suddenly became breathless, his dim blood-red eyes reigniting with a spark of hope. Qiu Tianzi ignored him, his long fingers quickly operating on the virtual screen, directly accessing the largest black market trading platform in the Titan Star domain, the Abyss Market. He paused slightly in the search bar and then typed, "Pure blood confirm." The screen refreshed, and a dazzling array of products instantly popped up, dense and overwhelming. Assad, human female, 16 years old, complete health report, guaranteed pure standard unit, 500 grams, price, 3 million star coins. Camilla, cat race, female, 14 years old, pure bloodline, includes holographic image verification, standard unit, price, 3,800,000 star coins. Seeing the prices of the first few listings, Qiu Tianzi's eyebrows merely twitched slightly. A few million, that's acceptable. He had thought it would be an astronomical price, but it seemed he was overthinking it. However, when his gaze swept to the finely detailed filtering options on the right side of the product list, the ease on his face began to fade. Power level filter, bloodline strength, filter, race, category filter. Qiu Tianzi's finger hovered over the power level filter. He clicked on it. A new drop-down menu unfolded, ranging from the lowest no power to the highest galactic level, everything included. He first clicked on Stardust Realm first tier. The price refreshed instantly. Minimum price, 10 million star coins. Qiu Tianzi's expression did not change much, but his finger that tapped on the armrest of the sofa paused slightly. He then clicked on Stardust Realm 6th tier, which was Oliver's current realm. Minimum price, 60 million star coins. Qiu Tianzi's expression began to look unfavorable. He took a deep breath, without thinking directly pulled it to Stardust Realm 9th tier. Minimum price, 90 million star coins. 90 million just to buy a pound of blood. And this is only for the Stardust Realm. Qiu Tianzi's mind buzzed as he suddenly remembered Oliver's earlier insane proposal. 1,000 people. He turned his head, staring at Olivier, who was still immersed in beautiful fantasies with a look of utter disbelief. If calculated with the blood of ordinary people with no power, 1,000 portions would amount to 3 billion. 3 billion. Just to restore this useless body. But the problem isn't calculated this way. He mentioned 1,000 people, but didn't specify 1,000 pounds. A 100-pound person, after removing internal organs and muscles, would still weigh 60 or 70 pounds. Calculating 60 pounds and multiplying by 1,000, thinking of this number made Qiu Tianzi's face darken. "Master, is there a problem?" Qiu Tianzi said nothing, but slowly shifted his gaze back to the screen. He looked at the power level filter menu, his finger inexplicably sliding upwards, bypassing the Stardust Realm range, revealing the shimmering entry above. Nebula Realm. Olivier also saw that entry. He didn't notice the change in Qiu Tianzi's mood, and instead thought the master was troubled about how to choose, immediately coming closer and suggesting in a highly seductive tone, "Master, as your servant, to avoid insulting your status, I must naturally use the best. The blood of the Stardust Realm contains too many impurities and is ineffective. At least the pure blood of the Nebula Realm would be worthy of the Holy Grail's glory. Moreover, the restoration effect will be absolutely different." "Is that so?" Qiu Tianzi remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was sneering. Then in front of Oliver's eagerly expectant face, he slowly clicked down. The screen refreshed again. A new price slowly emerged. Pure blood from Nebula Realm, first tier, standard unit, starting price, 1 billion star coins. The room fell into a dead silence. Qiu Tianzi looked at the string of zeros that made his head ache, then turned to glance at the vampire beside him, whose face was filled with excitement, wishing he could kneel down and proclaim, "Master is wise." He suddenly felt that packing this guy up and selling him to the Emir Star Domain might truly be an excellent. In the end, Qiu Tianzi made a decision. He raised his wrist, and the holographic display of his personal terminal lit up once again. A crisp sound of a transfer notification echoed. Olivier abruptly lifted his head, staring blankly at the message that had just popped up on his terminal. Account credited 500 star coins. 500 billion. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, leaned in close, and began counting 10 at a time. It was real. "As for the heart's blood, you mentioned," Qiu Tianzi's voice drifted over, "neither warm nor cold. Don't bring it up again, it gives me bad vibes." Oliver's mind went blank, happiness hitting him too suddenly for him to think. "This 500 billion is..." Qiu Tianzi's voice brought him back to reality a little. "This is your startup capital." He walked in front of Olivier, crouched down to meet his gaze. "With this money, find every possible way to restore your strength. Whether it's buying blood on the black market or contacting your relatives whose fates are unknown, I don't care about the process, I only want results. I want to see a servant at the 9th level of the Nebula Realm, not a useless person who can't even defeat Luna." "Yes, Master." Oliver's chest heaved violently, a glimmer reigniting in his eyes. "I will never disappoint you." 500 billion. Enough for him to buy plenty of sweet blood. Those delicate necks, those warm pulses. He could almost smell the intoxicating fragrance. Just as he was elated, preparing to rise and take action, Qiu Tianzi's voice rang out again leisurely. "By the way, I will have Luna supervise your recovery progress. Every 3 days she will check whether your strength has improved." Qiu Tianzi patted his shoulder, stood up, and spoke cheerfully. "I hope by then you won't be too miserable." Olivier's mouth twitched violently. He secretly glanced at the closed door nearby. The door panel could not block the excruciating metallic distortion sounds coming from within. Creak, crack. That sound was like some immense force crushing hard alloy, each crisp sound making Olivier's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. While 500 billion might not fully restore his strength, could he, a noble of the Blood Clan, truly be bullied by a little girl? A hidden sense of pride flashed in his eyes. Once Olivier returned to the Nebula Realm, he would certainly let her know what a true elegant gentleman is. Inside the room, Luna also heard Qiu Tianzi's arrangement. She stopped gnawing on the metal strip, tilted her head, her pure blood-red eyes squinting happily into crescents. So nice. The master is so nice, actually finding her a sparring partner she could beat up. It wouldn't be boring anymore. Meanwhile, Qiu Tianzi closed the door, isolating the two servants with different thoughts outside. He raised his hand, slicing through the air, to open the interface of Fajin Wancang. Looking at the clearly displayed number in the account balance, even Qiu Tianzi paused for a breath. Balance 755. 1 billion star coins, a sum that would drive any small family from a 6th-tier star domain crazy. Yet there was not a hint of fluctuation in Qiu Tianzi's heart. Instead, it felt somewhat glaring. It seemed a lot, but with his current spending speed it felt like it wouldn't last long. 500 billion startup capital was given without a blink. Not to mention, he also had the golden question mark, an insatiable pit that could easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. He shook his head, his finger lightly tapping to open the dark auction interface that he both loved and hated. However, when his gaze landed on the countdown in the center of the screen, he froze entirely. Time until next opening 142 hours, 36 minutes 12 seconds no way. His brows instantly furrowed. The last time he only auctioned Changxingju with a cooldown time of the standard 72 hours or 3 days. But this time how could it shoot up to over 140 hours? Upon careful thought, 144 hours, neither more nor less, was exactly 6 days. 72 multiplied by 2. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that this cooldown time is calculated based on the quantity of purchased items? By 1 item cooldown 3 days. By 2 items cooldown 6 days. Then what if this time he was lucky enough to win all 9 strange items? 9 multiplied by 3. 27 days. Considering this possibility, Qiu Tianzi's brow tightened. He had always thought the biggest barrier to the dark auction was money. Now he realized how terribly wrong he was. The real barrier was time. It was opportunity cost. If one casually auctioned off other unimportant items just to meet the urgent need for a specific item, it would not only waste money, but also waste the next, or even the following refresh opportunity. At this critical moment where unknown horrors hunted him, time was far more precious than money. Qiu Tianzi leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, producing a dull sound. It seems that every bid in the future must be weighed carefully. After pondering for a while, he began to count his belongings. Selvis's Spatial Gateway, Abyssal Demon Codex. These 2 items, one involving unknown spatial coordinates, the other directly linked to the Abyssal Demons, were both hot potatoes. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not use them. Next was the Holy Grail of Blood. Qiu Tianzi's fingers lightly tapped on the sofa armrest, thinking of Oliver's respectful and fearful demeanor. A plan formed in his heart. This item was an excellent leverage. As long as the Blood Clan had not perished, this sacred object could allow him to leverage an ancient and powerful race. Restoring Olivier's strength was just the first step. Perhaps in the future, he could let him occupy a position he never dared to dream of. A Blood Emperor raised by his own hands. This idea was indeed appealing. Then his gaze fell on the heaven and earth's mountains and river scroll. A bottomless pit that devours money. With a thought, an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll had not yet unfolded, but a heavy and vague aura flowed out from it. How exactly is this thing used? As soon as the words fell, the interface of Fajin Wancang appeared. In response, a golden flashing question mark joyfully bouncing next to the projection of the scroll. To unlock the basic usage method of this item, a payment of 10 star coins is required. 10 million. Qiu Tianzi didn't even lift an eyebrow. Hey, ding. Expenditure 10 star coins. A segment of information appeared in his mind, clear and straightforward. He did not hesitate. With a movement of his divine sense, he probed into the scroll. In the next moment, an intense, pulling sensation struck him, and the scene before his eyes instantly distorted and shattered. When Qiu Tianzi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. He stood still, looking around, and then fell silent. The sky was a gray haze devoid of sun, moon, and stars. Beneath his feet lay endless yellow gravel stretching to the ends of the earth, the coarse sand even transmitting an uncomfortable sensation through the soles of his shoes. There was no wind, no sound, a deadly silence like a forgotten graveyard. Where were the promised mountains? Where were the promised rivers? The corners of Qiu Tianzi's eyes twitched. He felt the veins on his forehead pulsing. Though he was mentally prepared, seeing this barren land was still extremely displeasing, especially after spending 12 billion. At this moment, in front of him, the air rippled slightly, and translucent small squares suddenly appeared, neatly arranged into a huge virtual light screen. Mountains, soil, streams, lakes, plants, mineral veins. A dazzling array, everything one could imagine. Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell on the labels beneath each square. Their different prices were clearly marked. Ordinary mountain rock, 1 cubic meter, 1 star coins. Premium soil, 1 cubic meter, 5 star coins. Ordinary grass seeds, 1 pack, 1 star coins. Moreover, behind each item, there was a quality option ranging from ordinary to premium, and then to rare, with prices soaring geometrically. Looking at this familiar interface and the clear pricing, the gloom on Qiu Tianzi's face suddenly dissipated. The muscles on his face twitched, eventually forming a smile that was not quite a smile. Wasn't this the building simulation game that was all the rage during his youth on Earth? Starting from scratch, clearing land, and building a home. It's just that while others' games required grinding, his required money. And a lot of it. He finally understood that this heaven and earth's mountains and rivers scroll was not a finished small world, but rather a world embryo that needed to be created from scratch by himself. A pure money-devouring beast. No wonder the appraisal information provided by Fajin Wancang was so brief, the focus was entirely on this payment menu. Qiu Tianzi extended his hand, lightly tapping on the light screen. Ordinary stream, 10 meters, 100 star coins. Would you like to purchase and place it? He looked at the confirmation button, then glanced at the endless desert beneath his feet, suddenly feeling like He took a deep breath. Never mind. Having spent 12 billion, he couldn't let it go to waste. He gazed at the light screen, no longer hesitating. Mountain. He tapped the option for ordinary mountain with his fingertip, then casually drew a line on the map. Payment 100 star coins. Boom. As his words fell, the distant sandy ground trembled violently, and the earth rose at a visible speed. The gravel receded like a tide, and a towering mountain broke through the soil, reaching straight into the gray sky. Qiu Tianzi's pupils dilated slightly. Even he was momentarily stunned by this miraculous sight. This feeling. It was like being a god. River. He spoke again, pointing his fingertip at ordinary. Payment 50 star coins. As his finger traced a winding line at the foot of the mountain, the hard rock and sand silently cracked apart, and clear water surged forth from nowhere, cascading down from a height to form a stream encircling the mountain. Trees, vegetation. Payment 30 star coins. The greenery spread like the swiftest plague, wildly blooming along the banks of the stream. Tender shoots broke through the ground. The grass grew wildly, and nameless trees shot up instantly, becoming lush and leafy, forming a verdant forest. Qiu Tianzi seemed to have found a new toy, clicking frantically. Lakes, waterfalls, flower seas. In his mind, the number representing his personal assets was rapidly diminishing at a rate that made him feel a jolt of panic. 755. 1 billion. 700 billion. 650 billion. The numbers flickered, even leaving afterimages. It was only when the figure stopped at 605. 1 billion that Qiu Tianzi suddenly snapped back to reality, halting his actions. He looked at the world before him. Mountains stood tall, verdant trees cast shade, and lakes shimmered like mirrors. It was a scene brimming with vitality, beautiful like a painting. However, he took a step forward, and in an instant his figure darted through the woods, crossed the stream, and reached the edge of this oasis in less than a second. Beyond that step was still the desolate, boundless yellow desert. The sense of accomplishment he felt as a creator vanished completely. 150 billion. Was this all he got for creating a small park of 30 miles in radius? His gaze returned to the semi-transparent menu, finding the option he had deliberately ignored. Area expansion. He clicked on it. A line of small text appeared. The initial area has a diameter of 30 miles. For each mile added, a payment of 30 star coins is required. Detected thin energy in the world. It is recommended to lay energy veins to nurture the environment. He casually clicked on the energy vein option. Lowest grade energy vein, small price, 1 billion star coins per unit. Qiu Tianzi fell silent. He looked at the 30-mile radius of this small world, and then at the vast, boundless desert outside. He suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities. No, it was the weight of money that mattered. Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept across this 30-mile radius, then looked at the endless yellow sand. The mountain was stone, the water was clear, and the trees were wild. Everything seemed vibrant yet lifeless. Something was missing. He focused his thoughts, and the virtual screen reappeared. Qiu Tianzi's fingers glided across it, his gaze sharp as he searched. Nothing. Not a single one. That dazzling payment menu, filled with everything from a grain of sand to a mountain, had no living beings at all. In other words, he had to bring in the ecological chain of this world himself, filling it piece by piece. He was not just a creator, he also had to play the role of Noah. The corners of Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched, and a low chuckle escaped his throat. A mover of nature. He withdrew from the vast landscape of mountains and rivers, his divine sense returning to his body. Qiu Tianzi leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling as if the golden desert and that pitiful little oasis still lingered before his eyes. 150 billion had just evaporated. He opened his personal terminal and glanced at his account balance. 605. 1 billion star coins. At this moment it felt a bit thin. He inappropriately recalled that cheap old ding of his. The old fellow could swindle 60 trillion from a crowd just by flapping his lips, and what was worse was that it was all delivered to him on a silver platter. After toiling for half a day, the money hadn't even warmed up before it was dumped into a bottomless pit. The gap between people could sometimes be larger than that between a person and a dog. He shook his head, casting these distracting thoughts aside. Never mind. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength. Wellstone Conley Academy. This name emerged in his mind. It was not just an ordinary school, but a vast resource platform, a gathering place for elites from the entire 6th-tier star domain. He needed to establish his own team, there seeking truly usable allies. More importantly, he needed to become a genuine spiritual energy user. Classes began in a month. Qiu Tianzi pulled up the star chart and found the route between Vela Star and the star system of Wells Stone Conley Academy. Regular travel took 3 months. The only shortcut was to pass through several unstable natural wormholes, reducing the time to half a month. However, his vehicle, the Night Crow, was merely a luxury cruise ship, its engine and structural integrity unable to withstand the spatial tearing forces produced during traversal through colossal wormholes. It must be modified. He clicked on an encrypted shipyard website, uploaded the structural blueprints of the Night Crow, and selected the highest specification modification plan. Modification items: K9 type curvature, jump engine, triple phase, shift shield, invisibility coating. Estimated cost 88 billion star coins. Estimated construction period 7 days. Looking at the modification cost of 880 billion, Qiu Tianzi had already become numb. A public large shuttle, that kind of slow, crowded, and having to endure countless prying eyes in public transportation, was worse than death for him. He didn't want to compromise. More importantly, time. For him, now time was far more precious than money. Spending money to buy time and safety was something he understood better than anyone. Payment. He uttered 2 words lightly to his personal terminal. Ding. 880 billion star coins flowed silently from his account like a stream. In the following days, Qiu Tianzi became the busiest person in the entire mansion, supervising Oliver's recovery progress every day without fail, as well as watching Luna beat him up. Master, the supply list for the journey to Wells Stone Conley Academy has been prepared. Please have a look. Olivier, sporting 2 new dark circles, humbly presented a virtual list, his cautious demeanor suggesting that even a loud breath might upset the little girl nearby who was gnawing on metal parts. Qiu Tianzi glanced at the list. Change the nutritional solution on this list to Velvet No. 5. Yes. Master is wise. Oliver's eyes brightened instantly. Velvet No. 5 has a smooth taste and a sweet aftertaste, perfectly suited for your noble status. Qiu Tianzi ignored his flattery, swiping his finger across the screen to eliminate a few extravagant items and adding a few high-intensity energy blocks instead. Get double portions of these. Understood. He'll take care of it right away. Watching Olivier scamper off, Qiu Tianzi shook his head. Although the guy wasn't too bright, he was obedient. After arranging the trivial matters before leaving Vela Star, he inexplicably decided to visit the mixed market again. The stall once occupied by the Black Sail Pirates had been replaced by a burly man selling low-quality engine oil, and the surrounding vendors did not mention the pirates who had once flaunted their power here as if they had never existed. Qiu Tianzi understood that the group of pirates must have sold their goods and fled. He strolled to the familiar alley and stopped in front of the antique shop from his memory. The door was tightly shut. The shabby wooden sign that read antiques, damn antiques, was also nowhere to be found. A thin layer of dust coated the door, indicating that it had been closed for quite some time. The place was deserted. Little brother looking for someone. A thin old man selling synthetic protein cubes poked his head out, his small eyes darting around. Are you talking about the fat Tang? The old man perked up upon hearing this, lowering his voice and wearing a mysterious expression. He ran away. The very next day after your last visit, he fled in the dead of night. That guy was like his, but was on fire, making a clatter all night, and the next day he was gone. The old man added, still shaken, pointing at his roof. Thank heavens that foul-mouthed bird of his also took off. I no longer have to worry about it using my roof as a toilet. After hearing this, Qiu Tianzi couldn't help but chuckle. He had been considering testing the waters one last time before leaving to see if there was a chance to abduct that slippery spiritual energy user. After all, a living spiritual energy user was invaluable. Now it seemed he had scared him off. Thinking of the fat man's pretentious demeanor and that parrot screeching so damn sassy, Qiu Tianzi felt a bit regretful. That fat man was as slippery as an eel. Never mind. He turned to leave this chaotic area. A mere spiritual energy user could always be encountered again in the future. A few days ago, Zibo Star, the black market Gloom's bar. This place is a cesspool of desires where illegal drugs, stimulants, alcohol, sweat, and cheap perfume blend into a nauseating viscous gas that envelopes everyone. Get lost. A furious shout rang out as a burly hippopotamus tribe waitress glared at a man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. The man's hand had just ungraciously slapped against her proud curves. Hey baby, don't be so angry. With 2 whiskers and a lewd smile, he was the local scout, a gossip monger. The hippopotamus waitress looked at his sleazy demeanor and puffed up her cheeks. Pock. A thick viscous spit accurately plastered the gossip monger's face. Laughter erupted among the surrounding patrons, filled with vulgarity. Yet the gossip monger was not the least bit annoyed. He leisurely wiped his face, and even brought his saliva-covered fingers to his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of ecstasy. What a delightful scent of fresh grass, invigorating. Ha ha ha. The laughter around grew louder, filled with disdain and mockery. For this pack of hyenas rolling in the mud, the gossip monger was the most shameless of them all. The gossip monger grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and carelessly raised his glass, downing the drink mixed with industrial alcohol and low-quality stimulants called 14 times a night. He relished the feeling of being treated as garbage, because garbage is the least noticeable. At that moment, his old personal terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly. A message silently popped up. The gossip monger's murky eyes glanced over. In the next second, the smile on his face froze. The noisy music, the stench, the laughter around him. Everything suddenly distanced itself from him in that instant. His world was left with only that short message, which couldn't be shorter. Within 7 days to Vera Star. The sender's note contained only 2 words. Young Master Boom. It's finally here. He had waited far too long for this news. Long enough that he almost thought he would rot away in this garbage dump for the rest of his life. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes that were just hazy and murky now gleamed with a terrifying sharpness, as if they had been honed 1,000 times. He surveyed the bar once again. Those who had just called him brother and laughed at the hippopotamus girl now appeared to him as indistinct blurred shadows. A group of real trash. Heh! A light chuckle escaped from his throat. He stood up, tossing a few coins onto the table, his movements unsteady. Gentlemen, enjoy your drinks. He patted a drinking buddy on the shoulder and smiled, saying, I need to find my wealth. God, I'm done playing with you poor folks. With that, he turned to leave, leaving a table of bewildered drunks. Damn, what a piece of trash. Isn't he just a bug living off selling news? What a big shot he pretends to be. The gossip monger ignored the insults behind him. He returned to his tiny room, barely 5 square meters with no windows, and quickly packed his meager belongings. Without hesitation, he used all his savings to buy the cheapest ticket for a large shuttle to Vera Star. In the crowded cabin, the gossip monger squeezed into a corner, looking through the murky glass of the porthole at the stars rushing past outside. The lewd smile on his face was gone, replaced by a fervent devotion. Young master, you finally remembered this dog of mine. When Qiu Tianzi returned to his small courtyard, the sky was nearing dusk. As soon as he stepped through the door, a rather repulsive, subdued, heh-heh, laughter drifted over from the direction of the living room. The laughter was not loud, but it carried a sticky excitement that made one feel nauseous. Qiu Tianzi frowned slightly, lightening his steps to glance into the living room. He saw Olivier holding a worn book as if it were a sacred object, completely engrossed and savoring it. His already pale face was now flushed with an unnatural hue, and he wore a foolish smile that made one unable to look directly at him, almost drooling. Upon closer inspection, Qiu Tianzi realized that the object in Oliver's hands was the confession of Duke Erdenton, which he had disdainfully tossed onto the shelf. He had almost forgotten about this thing, only to find it unearthed by this vampire. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Olivier was captivated, mumbling to himself. The prose, the metaphors, the soul-stirring cries. It is simply art. Exquisite art. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up to meet Qiu Tianzi's gaze at the doorway. Olivier was first stunned, and then the lewd smile on his face transformed into one of ecstatic joy, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He excitedly sprang up from the sofa, clutching the yellowed manuscript, and rushed to Qiu Tianzi, his expression animated, and his tone filled with admiration. Master, you truly have exquisite taste. I previously thought I had reached the pinnacle of my pursuit of beauty, but today, upon seeing this extraordinary book you have collected, I realize I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. It turns out you and I are kindred spirits. Qiu Tianzi looked at him expressionlessly. He gazed at Oliver's face, which was filled with I understand you, and at the filthy book in his hand, veins on his forehead twitching uncontrollably. Kindred spirits. Am I on the same path as you? A sense of disgust, as if someone had forcibly lowered his standards and intelligence, surged from the depths of Qiu Tianzi's being. It seems your recovery progress has been good these past few days. Qiu Tianzi's voice revealed no emotion, but it made Oliver's heart leap. Before he could react, he heard the next line. Are you quite idle? Oh no. These 2 words instantly extinguished all of Oliver's excitement. The color drained from his face as he finally woke up from the artistic hall and became aware of a certain lethal danger. He opened his mouth, just about to explain. Luna. Qiu Tianzi's voice was devoid of any emotion, simply uttering 2 words. Do it. Luna, following him, had her pure blood-red eyes suddenly brighten, a happy smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Heat. Before the sound of her silver bell-like laughter faded, her petite figure had already turned into a residual shadow vanishing from sight. Olivier felt a flash before his eyes, causing his hair to stand on end. His mind was ringing alarm bells, and he instinctively tried to activate the Blood Clan's secret technique to dodge. But his body simply could not keep up with the absurd speed of that shadow. His shoulders suddenly felt heavy, as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. Oliver's pupils constricted sharply, realizing Luna had deftly leapt and was now firmly perched on his neck. Her tiny, delicate hands had already formed into fists. Then, without mercy, she unleashed a lightning-fast flurry of 3 punches at his self-proclaimed handsome and noble face. Bang! 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 The solid thuds sounded as if they were striking a piece of exceptionally durable leather. Oh! Olivier let out a scream, so piercing it could shatter eardrums, clutching his head and wanting to crouch down. But Luna's slender legs clamped down on his neck like a pair of red-hot iron pincers, leaving him utterly unable to move. Agonizing pain erupted from his nose and eye sockets, and he felt as if his artistic aura had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Stop! My great-grandmother. Don't hit my face. Please. My face has just recovered a few days ago, no. He wailed in despair, his arms trembling as he tried to protect his face. Oh, don't hit the face. The little girl tilted her head. In her mind, the more the enemy tried to stop her, the more it proved she was right. Having realized this, Luna's tiny fists swung with even more vigor, targeting the gaps in Oliver's arms, each punch landing solidly, focusing on his eye sockets and nose. Qiu Tianzi glanced over expressionlessly, then turned and walked toward his room. With a loud bang, the heavy door closed, isolating all the noise outside. The world instantly fell silent. Qiu Tianzi stood in the center of the room, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He closed his eyes, and the image of that day when Tang Fatty effortlessly manipulated energy surfaced in his mind, along with the thought of Wellstone. The monster concentration camp of Conley Academy. 1 month. He had only 1 month. He opened his eyes and walked to the desk, his gaze falling on a metal pen carelessly placed there. Without any so-called cultivation methods, he would use the simplest and most direct approach. His spirit was highly concentrated, and all his thoughts converged into an invisible force firmly staring at that pen. Move. The pen seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible hand, performing various complex movements in the air. As he trained his control over time and weight increased dramatically, and the speed of this increase was astonishing. It was actually relying on the longevity technique and that forbidden drug divine domain that was slowly being absorbed by his body. As time passed day by day, the forbidden drug divine domain within Qiu Tianzi gradually reached a subtle balance with his body under the continuous consumption of the longevity technique. The initial violent sensation faded, transforming into a continuous flow of power surging from the depths of his body. The most direct change was in his mental strength. Since the last time he successfully controlled the foul-mouthed parrot at Tang Pangzi's shop, he had discovered that his control over spiritual energy was improving at an astonishing speed. In recent days, he took time each day to train. From initially being able to make a pen float for just a few seconds to now being able to manipulate dozens of metal parts in his room, like a school of silver flying fish, performing various complex aerial maneuvers under his mental guidance. At times they lined up into sharp cones, and at other times they transformed into a solid shield. The speed of this progress even surprised him. The only thing he was not surprised about was the daily deductions from his account. During this training period, his vehicle, the Night Crow, also entered the later stage of its modifications. Veristar Sky City Docking Area 7. This was one of the top private docks in the entire Titan Star domain, where only the wealthy could modify their spaceships. The Night Crow was quietly docked in an independent modification chamber, surrounded by a flurry of mechanical arms and floating platforms. Dozens of technicians clad in uniform work attire were busily working around the cruiser. Be careful, damn it. The energy core of the K9 engine is no joke. One misstep could blow the entire dock to smithereens. A supervisor with a full beard stood at the control panel, shouting loudly into the communicator. Yes, supervisor. The staff responded loudly, their hands never pausing in their tasks. At that moment, 3 men wearing the same work attire exchanged silent glances. One of them subtly. The 3 of them immediately dispersed, each heading in different directions. No one noticed their unusual behavior, as everyone's attention was focused on the sophisticated and expensive equipment in front of them. The first man arrived at the core area of the engine compartment, where the K9 type warp drive engine, valued at tens of billions, emitted a faint blue glow. He crouched down, his body just blocking the blind spot of a surveillance camera, and pulled out a coin-sized piece of metal from his pocket. It was pitch black with bizarre dark red patterns flowing across its surface. He glanced around to confirm no one was watching and relaxed his fingers. The metal piece adhered to the engine's outer casing, melting into it silently, like ice meeting fire, leaving no trace behind. The second man performed the same action at the energy node of the triple-phase transfer shield. The third man placed the last piece in the control module of the cloaking layer. The three moved skillfully in perfect coordination, completing the process in no more than 3 seconds. Once finished, they returned to their respective posts as if nothing had happened, resuming their work. The corners of Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched, and a low chuckle escaped his throat. A mover of nature, he withdrew from the vast landscape of mountains and rivers his divine sense. 3 reports rang out in succession. The bearded supervisor glanced at the monitoring screen where all the data was displayed in green. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, continue. He noticed nothing unusual. The 3 men, however, wore subtle smiles. In the following days, Qiu Tianzi's life became as regular as clockwork. Every morning, he would appear on time in the training room, controlling the metal parts as they danced in the air. From initially being awkward, he was now able to levitate over a dozen items simultaneously, performing complex formations. At noon, he would supervise Oliver's recovery progress. Supervise in reality meant watching Luna beat him up. Over these few days, Oliver's face had transformed from pale to a mixture of purple and blue. But it must be said, under this high-intensity special training, this guy's recovery speed was indeed astonishing. In the afternoon, Qiu Tianzi would handle various matters, such as confirming the modification progress of the Night Crow, or checking the various supply lists that Olivier had brought back. Time passed unknowingly. When Qiu Tianzi opened the dark auction interface of the Law Gold 10,000 treasures again, the countdown had reached the final 3 minutes. He leaned back on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, feeling a bit of anticipation. In the last dark auction, he had acquired the Scroll of Heaven and Earth and the Holy Grail of Blood. Although the former was a money-devouring beast, it was undeniable that they were both good items. What would appear this time? 3 minutes passed quickly. At the instant the countdown reached 0, the 9 empty slots began to twist violently, as if something was about to squeeze out from the void. Qiu Tianzi's gaze was fixed on the light screen. The twisting stopped. 9 items appeared simultaneously. Then Qiu Tianzi's expression froze. In the 9 slots, 9 identical items were neatly arranged. Pitch-black treasure chests. The material was indiscernible, the size was unnoticeable, and even the patterns on them were identical. What left Qiu Tianzi speechless was that their starting price was also identical. Mysterious treasure chest starting price, 1,000. Star coins, 9 slots, 9 treasure chests, all at 1 billion. Qiu Tianzi stared at the light screen, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. Then he smiled. That smile carried a hint of helplessness. I mocked the dark auction as a blind box last time. Well, this time it's even better. They directly brought me a blind box set. 9 identical treasure chests, who knows what's inside. What's worse is that their starting price is all 1 billion. How am I supposed to choose? Just blindly pick one with my eyes closed. Qiu Tianzi stared at the 9 treasure chests, his mind racing. Law Gold 10,000 treasures never does a losing deal, since they dared to set a price of 1 billion. The items inside must be worth no less. But the problem is he couldn't buy all 9 treasure chests. Moreover, according to his previous speculation, the more he buys, the longer the cooldown time. If he bought all 9, that would mean a cooldown period of 27 days. That cost is too great. Qiu Tianzi stared at the 9 treasure chests for a full 3 minutes. Without any clue, he suddenly felt a bit irritable. Forget it, should I go wash my hands for good luck first? He closed the dark auction interface, swiped his fingers across the light screen, and opened another function he both loved and hated. Super Lucky Big Roulette. The enormous gaudy wheel reappeared before his eyes. Accompanied by cheap, yet powerful music, Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath. Come on, let me see how my luck. He extended his hand and lightly tapped. Do you want to spend 1,000,000 star coins for 10 draws? Confirm. Boom. The enormous wheel began to spin, gaining speed until it transformed into a blur of colorful light. Qiu Tianzi stared at the spinning wheel, utterly bored. The pointer of the wheel spun rapidly, then stopped. Thank you for your patronage. He remained expressionless and continued. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 8 consecutive times, all thank you for your patronage. Qiu Tianzi leaned back on the sofa, too lazy to even complain. The probability of this broken wheel was stable enough to make one want to curse. But it was okay, after all this time was for luck breaking the bad luck and gaining fortune. Just as he was feeling numb, the result of the 9th draw appeared. A purple light suddenly exploded. Qiu Tianzi sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the light screen. Was there a reward? Within the purple light, a semi-transparent, ethereal mask slowly emerged, its material unclear, with bizarre patterns, as if it were alive. Before Qiu Tianzi could take a closer look, the purple light was suddenly engulfed by an endless gold. The entire field of vision was dyed gold. Qiu Tianzi's pupils suddenly constricted. A transparent crystal measuring at least 3 meters square floated in front of him. The surface of the crystal was covered with countless fine golden runes flowing, like living things constructing a perfect sealing cycle along some profound trajectory. They were as perfect as divine creations. But that was not the focus. The focus was that at the center of the rune network was a massive heart. A huge, still-beating heart. With each beat it echoed like a drum, shaking Qiu Tianzi's soul. The heart was dark red, covered in menacing blood vessels, each as thick as an adult's arm. At the center of the heart a mass of pitch-black flames burned. The flames did not spread outward but contracted inward, as if devouring something. Qiu Tianzi's breath completely halted at that moment. He stared intensely at the beating heart as a line of golden text slowly materialized before his eyes. Heart of the Abyss, Lord Dimosius. In the second-tier star region, the Sky City, the ancestral land of the Tianyu clan. Majestic buildings float in midair shrouded in mist, as elegant members of the Tianyu clan glide gracefully through their wings, leaving faint golden trails in the air. At the very center of the clan's territory lies the Feathered Ascension Temple. Surrounding this birthplace are the most elite divine warriors of the Tianyu clan. Each possesses at least 3 pairs of wings, and each one is a formidable fighter forged through countless battles. At this moment within the temple, over 100 divine warriors stood frozen in shock, their faces revealing their astonishment. An elder with 8 pairs of wings rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, staring intently at the empty ceiling platform before him. It has disappeared. His voice trembled. The thing they had suppressed at great cost had vanished right before their eyes. There were no signs, no disturbances. It was as if it had never existed. How could this be? Another elder murmured to himself. With so many of us guarding here, how could it? How could it? His words trailed off. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, causing everyone's breath to catch. The space twisted as a towering figure materialized in the center of the temple. In golden armor and a golden crown, the figure's visage was obscured save for a pair of eyes burning with golden flames, coldly gazing down at everyone. The 12 pairs of wings behind him slowly unfurled, each pair emanating a terrifying pressure like 12 burning stars. We pay our respects to the Holy Master. All Tianyu warriors knelt on one knee, not daring to raise their heads, their expressions solemn. The Holy Master did not speak. His gaze was fixed firmly on the empty ceiling platform, his divine sense sweeping across the entire temple, yet he sensed no unusual aura. The seal was intact. There were no signs of space being torn. The laws of time were undisturbed. Yet the object was simply gone. The Holy Master's brows furrowed. He extended his left hand, fingers splayed, and slowly rotated his palm from left to right. An invisible ripple spread out as the space of the entire temple began to distort. Time began to flow backward. The figures of the warriors kneeling on the ground became ethereal, then started to retreat like a reversed video. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The scene continued to rewind. However, when time reached a certain point, the image suddenly froze. It was like an old machine, its gears caught on something, producing a jarring, grinding noise. The Holy Master's pupils suddenly constricted. Someone has blocked the laws of time. He snorted coldly as the 12 pairs of wings behind him trembled simultaneously, a massive golden wheel appearing behind him, radiating vast power of the laws. The entire temple's space trembled. The veil of time was forcefully torn open. However, just then a cheerful tune suddenly echoed throughout the temple. The Holy Master's movements froze. The kneeling warriors were also taken aback. Everyone was bewildered. What in the world is this? The cheerful song was mocking, almost like a provocation, echoing in the solemn temple, sounding particularly jarring. The crown atop the Holy Master's head began to ignite. The golden wheel behind him spun wildly, attempting to break through the barrier, but the song acted like an insurmountable wall, firmly blocking his power. Kangaroo chicken, one segment after another. The song continued. The veins on the Holy Master's forehead bulged. He had lived countless years, seen numerous powerful beings, and experienced countless battles, yet this was his first encounter with a situation where a mere song could block him. Who is it? His voice thundered, shaking the entire temple. Yet the only response was the cheerful Qiu Tianzi moved with the speed of his life, capturing the moment this object transformed from virtual to real and placing it into the heaven and earth, mountains and rivers volume. His heart raced wildly in his chest, each beat feeling like it was about to break free from his body. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheek. He knew he was in trouble. No, it should be said that this damned golden wheel had thrown him into a massive pit. A huge one. The surface of that object clearly indicated it was sealed within. Recalling its name, Heart of the Abyss, Lord Dimosius, Qiu Tianzi's breath quickened. These 4 words represented supreme power and might. They signified an existence at the pinnacle of the cosmic food chain, a terrifying being capable of annihilating the entire 6th-tier star region. And this heart was evidently sealed by a force of outrageous strength. Now it was in his hands. Qiu Tianzi cursed softly, his fingers tapping faster on the armrest of the sofa. The only thought in his mind was that he must not let anyone know this object was in his possession. Absolutely must not. Once leaked, not only would he, the 7th young master of the Qiu family, be crushed, but the entire Qiu family, and even the whole Titan Star region, would be ground to dust. Those madmen coveting the power of the Abyss Lord, those organizations wishing to study the taboo and the forces that sealed it. Qiu Tianzi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. It's already happened. Panicking won't help. Stay steady. I must stay steady. He opened his eyes, his gaze once again falling on the light screen. The gaudy wheel was still there, the music still playing in a loop. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Yet Qiu Tianzi's hands were still trembling slightly. He stared at the 9 colors on the wheel: black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and rainbow. Black means thank you for your patronage. The brighter the color, the rarer the item. Gold could already draw the Heart of the Abyss Lord, a hot potato. And what about the rainbow? Qiu Tianzi's gaze fell on the narrow area at the edge of the wheel, one so fine, it was almost negligible. It was a section flowing with multicolored luster so thin it could hardly be noticed. He suddenly recalled a saying from his past life. A common man is innocent, but a gem in his possession is a crime. If gold could draw such a calamity, what would happen if the rainbow was drawn? Qiu Tianzi didn't dare to think about it now. Or rather, with his current strength, he simply didn't dare to think. If that thing were to be drawn out, it wouldn't just be a little shrimp like him. Even a starry sky realm, or a star river realm, or even stronger beings would probably be unable to withstand it. At that time, it wouldn't be a treasure, but a death warrant. Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath, forcibly shifting his gaze away from that rainbow area. I need to be cautious in future draws. He set a rule for himself in his mind. Over time, he had grasped at least some patterns. The dark auction feature should be a means of gathering those magical items buried by time or forgotten in corners, placing them into 9 slots for auction. If he won the bid, then the item would be his. As for where these items would go if the bid failed, he didn't know. Perhaps he would encounter them again. Perhaps they would disappear forever. But either way, the dark auction at least counted as a formal transaction. But this damned wheel. Qiu Tianzi stared at the brightly spinning wheel, his eyelids twitching. This thing should be even more tyrannical and random. Just like this time. It directly seized something sealed by someone from somewhere. It didn't care whether it had an owner or if it was a taboo item. As long as it was drawn, then sorry, this item has changed hands. How unreasonable is that? Yet he could never imagine that this thing not only defied reason, but also played music. Qiu Tianzi rubbed his throbbing temples. He casually waved his hand, shutting off the interface of the super lucky roulette. He really didn't want to see this thing anymore. He intended to dispel his bad luck, but instead summoned a giant excrement that could bury an entire star domain. This luck is truly unparalleled. His gaze swept around the room and inadvertently landed on a semi-transparent, illusory mask in the corner of the sofa. He almost forgot about this thing. This was the purple item drawn from the 9th lottery. If it weren't for the blinding golden light of the heart behind it, this thing should have been the biggest gain of the day. Qiu Tianzi stretched out his hand, and the mask floated gently into his grasp. The sensation was extremely strange, neither gold nor jade, carrying a chilling feeling like a living creature, yet soft, as if it had no bones. With a slight exertion, the mask could change shape at will. A thought crossed his mind. Identification, a line of information appeared in his mind. Mask of the Void effect. Wearing this mask allows one to change into any imagined appearance, and if one could obtain the target's blood, it could perfectly replicate their physical features, life, aura, and even genetic sequences, DNA. Side effects: long-term or frequent use of this item may attract the Void Watcher's scrutiny. Qiu Tianzi raised his eyebrows. The item was indeed excellent, even considered top tier. A perfect disguise tool, especially after acquiring the target's blood capable of even replicating genetic sequences. This was no longer just a disguise, but the creation of a new real identity. This ability, whether used for infiltration, assassination, or a clever escape, could be deemed a divine skill. Yet the side effects. Void Watcher. Qiu Tianzi chewed on this unfamiliar term. It sounded like a being not to be trifled with. However, he weighed the mask in his hand and suddenly smiled. He now had so many problems that they didn't bother him, with a heart hidden in the heaven and earth scroll that could bring about an apocalyptic disaster at any moment. A mere scrutiny seemed not so hard to accept. He examined the mask from every angle, and some thoughts gradually took shape in his mind. A ding sounded. A message popped up on his personal terminal. Qiu Tianzi glanced at it, and the sender's note made him raise an eyebrow. Bao Daking. This guy was quite quick with his actions. Young master, I have arrived at Veristar, and am ready to follow your orders. A short sentence exuded a sense of sycophantic flattery. Qiu Tianzi recalled the first time he saw him on Zebo Star, and smirked. He swiped across the holographic screen, sending over 1 million star coins. Wait for my notification. After sending this message, he turned off his personal terminal. 1 million was nothing more than pocket money for him now, but for someone like Bao Daking who was struggling at the bottom, it was enough to make him excited to the point of sleeplessness. Leaning back on the sofa, he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. He reopened the Law Gold Vault interface, his gaze landing on the dark auction feature. 9 black treasure chests were neatly arranged before him. Qiu Tianzi stared at the 9 identical chests, remaining silent for a few seconds. Was his luck currently good or bad? Qiu Tianzi gazed at the 9 identical black chests. If it was bad, he had indeed drawn something extraordinary. If it was good, then this item was something he temporarily could not enjoy. He tapped his fingers on the armrest a few times, his eyes gradually becoming determined. What is meant to come will always come. There was no escaping it. He placed a bid of 500 billion on each chest. The price of each chest was raised by 5 times. If he could win the bid, then great, if not, so be it. In any case, he had already gained enough today, so the rest would be left to fate. After placing his bids, Qiu Tianzi leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. During the waiting process, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to that heart. The heart of the Abyss Lord that he had thrown into the heaven and earth scroll. What would that little world be like now? Would that heart undergo uncontrollable changes? Would it contaminate the small oasis that he had painstakingly created with 1,500 billion? Qiu Tianzi's fingers hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but his body instinctively resisted the thought. The sensation of his soul trembling with a heartbeat was one he never wanted to experience again in this lifetime. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. After all, that thing was sealed tightly, and there shouldn't be any problems in the Moreover, even if something did go wrong, it was within the heaven and earth scroll, isolated from the outside world, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Qiu Tianzi comforted himself this way, yet he felt a slight unease in his heart. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. Qiu Tianzi abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the holographic screen. The auction results for the 9 chests appeared simultaneously. Chest No. 1 auction successful, final price 500 billion star coins. Chest No. 2. Auction failed. Chest No. 3. Auction failed. A series of failure notifications flashed across the screen. Qiu Tianzi took a glance. Only the first chest had been successfully bid on while the rest had all failed. He stared at the auction successful notification, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Ding. Expenditure 500,000 star coins. A pitch-black treasure chest appeared out of thin air before him. Qiu Tianzi stared at this chest, his gaze falling on its black surface. A strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. Would it pop up a few words when he opened the chest? Thank you for your patronage. At this thought, he shivered. Spending 500 billion for a thank you for your patronage would truly be hopeless. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to press the clasp of the chest, and gently pressed it. Click. The clasp popped open. Qiu Tianzi grasped the lid with both hands, and slowly opened it. There was no change. No color. No sound. As the chest opened, a book lay quietly inside. A green book. The cover material was strange, resembling some kind of tree bark, rough, yet resilient to the touch. There were no words on it, but there were some patterns. Upon closer inspection, they surprisingly resembled mouths. Countless mouths. Some were open, some were closed, some showed sharp teeth, and some stuck out their tongues. Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed slightly as he reached out to pick up the book. The moment he touched it, a chilling sensation transmitted from his fingertips, as if he had grasped a piece of ice. He turned to the first page. It contained some characters he did not recognize. The characters were twisted, resembling some ancient script or the claw marks of some creature. Qiu Tianzi stared at those words. He could not understand them. Habitually, he prepared to turn to the second page. However, just as his fingers touched the second page, an anomaly occurred. The characters on the first page suddenly came to life. They ignited as if set ablaze, instantly transforming into streams of dark green light, soaring up from the surface of the paper and directly drilling into Qiu Tianzi's brain. Damn, more of this. A murmur echoed within his mind, as if countless voices spoke at once. Qiu Tianzi clutched his head abruptly, veins pulsing violently at his temples. The voices were alien and eerie, yet uncannily familiar, like instincts carved into bone flowing with his blood across millennia. He opened his mouth and uttered several words. I am an idiot. The moment the words left his lips, Qiu Tianzi froze entirely. His tone remained unchanged, his inflection unaltered. Yet he knew with absolute clarity that this was not what he intended to say. What he meant to ask was, what is happening? Yet what emerged was something utterly different. Qiu Tianzi's breathing quickened, the chaotic cacophony in his mind began to resolve, like tangled threads slowly combed into order. 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, 1 sentence, 2 sentences, 3 sentences. Countless unfamiliar phonemes assembled in his consciousness, coalescing into a complete linguistic system. Grammar, vocabulary, phonological rules, all of it, imposed upon his mind, and when the whisper finally faded, Qiu Tianzi gasped for air, cold sweat already beating across his forehead. He lifted his gaze and fixed it upon the green book lying on the floor. Qiu Tianzi stared at the book, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had acted recklessly, touching an object of unknown origin without first identifying it. Had those foreign constructs implanted in his mind been not language, but mental corruption, or worse, a direct erasure of his consciousness, he would now be nothing more than a corpse. Qiu Tianzi closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. His emotions were still compromised. The panic triggered by drawing that heart had stripped him of his composure. Such a fundamental lapse would never occur again. Henceforth, no matter the object, identify first, act second. He opened his eyes, his gaze returning, calm, deliberate, to the green-bound tome. This time he did not reach out. Instead, he willed it silently. Identify. A line of text shimmered into being. Selvis's lexicon of 10,000 tongues. Effect: a compendium of languages gathered and inscribed by the space-time traveler Lornas Selvis across countless star realms. This sound vibrates upon the tongue and echoed even before civilization first stirred. I did not create it, I only listened. As my fingers traced its contours, I left behind this haunting resonance. May the fated one learn it well. Qiu Tianzi stared stunned at the information unfolding in his mind, especially the verbose poetic annotation which made his eye twitch involuntarily. Haunting resonance. A wandering interstellar vagabond had time for such melancholic literary flourishes. But then his gaze fell upon the name, and his entire body stilled. Selvis. That name. He focused inward, summoning his personal storage interface. His eyes scanned the list, swift, precise, until they locked onto a single miniature grid. There, resting in silent stillness, lay an intricately wrought miniature door. Selvis's spatial gate. Silence descended upon the room, absolute, suffocating. The faint mockery fading from Qiu Tianzi's face gave way to solemn gravity. A traveler's journal, and a door capable of traversing dimensions. The names pointed to a single origin. He had always assumed the gate was an untraceable, hazardous artifact. Yet now, inexplicably, its true function had revealed itself. Space-time traveler. Those 5 words now carried unbearable weight. What terrifying power must one wield to stride freely across uncharted star realms, as though strolling through a private garden, and yet still find leisure to collect the tongues of thousands of species as one might gather rare stamps? Then came the question, where precisely is the formidable Lornas Selvis now? Deceased or alive? If still living, why have his gate and journal drifted into obscurity? Could a being capable of transcending time and space truly be so careless as to lose the very instruments of his craft? Yet, if he perished? Qiu Tianzi paused, then sighed. By the logic of the shadow auction, the mere appearance of Selvis's lexicon of 10,000 tongues on the bidding roster could mean only one thing: its owner was almost certainly gone. The space-time-traveling Lornas Selvis had likely gambled away his life, just as one who walks too long beside a river cannot avoid getting wet. Who knew where that decrepit door might fling a person? Into what abyss, what impossibility? Perhaps one day, brimming with curiosity, Selvis pushed it open, only to step directly into the private chambers of some sovereign's consort, and met his end beneath the wrath of a deeply offended, vividly green-crowned lord. At the thought, Qiu Tianzi's eye twitched again. That door and the lottery wheel were cut from the same cloth, brothers in misfortune. Both unequivocally treacherous. One had claimed its master, the other had nearly cast Qiu Tianzi into irreversible ruin. He glanced down at the green book in his hand, then recalled the miniature gate stored within his inventory, and a sudden, unsettling notion surfaced. It seemed he now possessed two companions. One, the Supreme Fortune Roulette, specialized in delivering incendiary artifacts from indescribable sources. The other, the Selvis's spatial gate, stood ever ready to hurl him into some unfathomable lethal expanse. Should they ever conspire? Unstoppable chaos. A shiver ran down Qiu Tianzi's spine. He banished the omen instantly. From now on, I tread carefully. He sealed the green book into storage. The rest of the languages could wait. After all, what if mid-conversation he suddenly blurted, "Your entire family is an idiot." The sheer mortification was unbearable. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Qiu Tianzi looked up, just as it swung inward, revealing Olivier, standing in the threshold, battered and disheveled. His already pallid face was now mottled with bruises, his left eye swollen shut like a walnut, a thin trickle of blood staining his lip. "Master," Olivier murmured, voice thick and slurred, clearly beaten severely. "Word just arrived from the dockyard. The Night Raven has been refitted. She is ready to depart at your command." Qiu Tianzi swept his gaze over him, then nodded once. "Prepare everything remaining. We depart tomorrow for Welshton Conley Academy." Academy? Olivier's eyes flared with sudden brilliance, his pupils previously dulled by pain now blazing with an unnerving feverish light. "You mean the Welshton Conley Academy?" Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed. Something about Olivier's reaction felt profoundly off. "What is it?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Olivier waved his hands frantically, though his grin betrayed him utterly. "It's just, rumor says it's the foremost institution across the entire 6th stellar domain. To study there is. His voice trailed off, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Qiu Tianzi held his stare, silent, for 2 long seconds. "What are you thinking?" No, nothing." Olivier snapped back to attention, his expression instantly rigid with exaggerated earnestness. "I was merely reflecting. Such an academy surely teems with talent. Master, your brilliance will surely shine there." Qiu Tianzi said nothing, only watched. Olivier squirmed under that gaze, beads of sweat forming along his hairline. "I swear, Master. I swear I'm not thinking anything improper." "Improper? What exactly?" "It's just, that is." Olivier's voice dwindled until he simply clamped his mouth shut. Qiu Tianzi's eyes grew colder still. "Speak." Olivier swallowed hard, forcing a smile, so strained it resembled a grimace. "It's just, the academy, you know, full of youth, vitality, vigor." "Continue." And their female students' uniforms seem rather light." "Light? Your audacity, however, appears quite substantial." No, Master, please let me explain." The next morning at dawn, sunlight streamed into the small courtyard. A petite figure darted out from the room, Luna brimming with excitement, like a fledgling bird released from its cage, spinning gleefully several times across the courtyard. Qiu Tianzi emerged from the room and watched the child's exuberance, shaking his head slightly. "Master, everything is packed and ready." Olivier followed behind, his face still bearing the bruised discoloration from yesterday's beating, his entire demeanor radiating utter despondency. The three boarded the levitating vessel and sped toward the spaceport. The Night Raven already awaited them in the docking zone. Its hull refitted and sleek shimmered with a somber metallic luster, its contours both fluid and razor-sharp. No sooner had Qiu Tianzi stepped off the levitating vessel than he spotted a figure utterly out of place. Around him bustled impeccably dressed merchants and nobles. Yet this one man wore rumpled, threadbare clothes hunched low in the corner, as though a caged exhibit under silent scrutiny. Bao Tiaozhuan's eyes lit up the moment he saw Qiu Tianzi. He hurried forward. "Young master." Relief rang clear in his voice. Qiu Tianzi nodded faintly, his gaze sweeping across the empty docking zone, his lips curling into a wry self-mocking smile. Here stood Qiu family's 7th young master, bound for the most prestigious academy in the 6th-tier stellar region. Yet not a single soul had come to see him off. He raised a hand, preparing to lead the others aboard, when suddenly a deep, resonant engine hum echoed from afar. Qiu Tianzi turned. A procession of hovering vehicles glided toward them, each emblazoned with the Qiu family crest. The convoy halted. First, dozens of guards disembarked from the flanking vehicles and formed precise, silent ranks. Then the central and largest hovercar's door slid open. Qiu Mayuan stepped out. Qiu Tianzi's body tensed just for an instant. So the old man had actually come. After descending, Qiu Mayuan's gaze swept over the three figures beside Qiu Tianzi. A little girl, according to intelligence likely an advanced android or puppet. A young man with fresh facial bruises. No records, no traceable background, an enigma. and a hunched middle-aged man, a low-tier street broker from Zibo Star, utterly insignificant. Last night Qiu Miyuan had messaged Qiu Tianzi offering to assign personal guards, only to be rebuffed in a single curt sentence. I dislike disobedient dogs. Qiu Miyuan had fallen silent then. In the past, he would have imposed his will without hesitation. But now, no longer. He sensed with chilling certainty that if he forced the matter, those guards, once beyond his line of sight, would vanish without a whisper, erased by his own son. And it would happen, without fail. Qiu Miyuan approached Qiu Tianzi and stopped before him. Everything prepared? Yes. I've already spoken with the academy. Should you need anything, contact the family directly. Qiu Tianzi remained silent, merely nodding once. Qiu Miyuan studied him in silence for several seconds. Are you certain you won't take any family guards? Qiu Tianzi reached out and gently stroked Luna's silvery hair, then lifted his gaze to meet Qiu Miyuan's. I trust they can safeguard me. His voice was calm, unwavering. If even they cannot, sending 10 more would be meaningless. At those words, Qiu Miyuan's expression did not shift, but behind him the guards' faces paled. Some clenched their fists, while others averted their eyes. Not a single breath dared disturb the silence. Qiu Miyuan gave a slow, deliberate nod. Very well. You've grown, and so your choice stands. Qiu Tianzi offered a faint smile and turned toward the Night Raven's boarding ramp. Olivier and Bao Tiaozhuan followed close behind, while Luna bounded ahead, skipping joyfully. Just before stepping onto the ramp, Qiu Tianzi paused. He turned back, fixing his gaze on Qiu Miyuan 10 meters away. May I ask one question? Qiu Miyuan nodded. Ask. Why did you treat me that way before? Silence hung thick in the air for several long seconds. Qiu Miyuan lifted his head, meeting his son's eyes squarely, his voice low, grave, and unflinching. The Qiu family may not command dozens of stellar domains, but within the Titan stellar region, our word carries weight. He paused, then continued. Our scions may be wastrel spendthrifts, even ruthless butchers who shed blood without blinking. But never, never, will they be cowards or weaklings. Hearing this, Qiu Tianzi nodded slowly. He had known this truth all along. This question had not been for himself, but for the ill-fated soul whose life he'd inherited. Now, having received the answer, he had granted that ghost a measure of closure. He turned again and stepped firmly onto the ramp. At the very instant his foot settled upon it, boom! A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably from his body. Qiu Tianzi froze. He felt it, the immense power long cultivated by the eternal life scripture and the divine realm, now surging forth in full, unrestrained force. All those years of relentless training, every ounce of energy he had compressed, sealed, and refined within his flesh, now fused, ignited, and surged through his meridians in a single blinding cascade. He had broken through. He had become a true spiritual energy cultivator, his first step onto the Taoist path. Below, Qiu Miyuan's eyes flickered with sharp, approving light. A faint, satisfied smile curved his lips as he murmured, that's more like it. With half the bloodline of the Qiu clan, and half the Qiuyang clan, how could he ever be a failure? The ramp ascended steadily. Qiu Tianzi stood atop it, awash in the unprecedented power thrumming through his veins. He glanced down at his palm, then slowly closed his fingers. It felt as though the world itself bent subtly to his will. This sensation was exquisite. Olivier stood behind him, watching the visible ripple of spiritual energy emanating from Qiu Tianzi, and his eyes widened in quiet astonishment. Master, you've broken through. Qiu Tianzi replied, tone unruffled. Olivier opened his mouth, then closed it again, speechless. The ramp halted, the three entered the Night Raven's airlock. Qiu Tianzi glanced back one final time, toward Qiu Miyuan, still standing motionless below. Their gazes met, suspended in the air for a fleeting, wordless second. Then the hatch sealed shut. The engines roared to life. The Night Raven lifted smoothly into the sky. Qiu Tianzi strode into the bridge and took the captain's seat. An instantly familiar synthetic voice chimed beside his ear. Master, the Night Raven has completed full diagnostics, ready for departure at your command. Without hesitation, Qiu Tianzi issued his order, set destination. Please input destination coordinates. Central Stellar Region, Welsington Conley Academy. Destination confirmed. Optimizing optimal flight path. Estimated transit time 14 days, 7 hours, 32 minutes. Transit wormhole node 7. Confirm flight path. Confirmed. Reclining in the captain's chair, Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept over the three figures standing nearby. Luna had already dashed to the observation window, pressing her small face against the glass, eyes sparkling with wonder at the unfolding vista beyond. Olivier stood rigidly at attention, his bruise still faintly visible, yet his bearing had regained much of its former composure. As for Bao Tiaozhuan, he had shrunk into a corner, hunched low, his shabby, ill-fitting clothes jarringly incongruous against the ship's opulent interior. Qiu Tianzi glanced at a waiting bioservant and pointed toward Bao Tiaozhuan. "Take him to a cabin and outfit him properly." Bao Tiaozhuan blinked, then awkwardly scratched his cheek before following the bioservant away. Olivier, watching, finally couldn't hold back. "Master, why bring someone like—" He hesitated, then chose his words carefully. "Someone like him?" He'd been holding this question for quite some time. From the moment he first laid eyes on Bao Tiaozhuan, Oliver's had sensed an unmistakable stench of the lower strata clinging to the man, an aura utterly alien to the refined circle surrounding his master. Qiu Tianzi cast him a sidelong glance. "Indeed, in terms of raw strength, he is worthless." Olivier's eyes brightened, already poised to agree. "Yet in other matters, 10 of you combined would struggle to match even a fraction of his usefulness." Olivier's smile froze rigid upon his face. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, silent. Qiu Tianzi paid him no further heed, closing his eyes and leaning back into the chair. The night raven soared higher, its engines humming a deep, resonant bass as it accelerated toward the celestial bridge. Veristar, Sky City Tier 3. Inside a towering edifice, a pair of eyes remained locked on the surveillance screen, watching the black vessel ascend. Fingers flew across a personal terminal. Target departed. Initiate interception protocol. After sending the message, the man lifted his gaze to the screen, where the night raven climbed ever higher, and a cold, mirthless smile curled his lips. Safe travels, 7th young master. The night crow departed from the spaceport, the low hum of the engine echoing within the cabin. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the captain's seat, and suddenly his personal terminal vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a transfer record. 500 billion star coins. Qiu Tianzi's eyes narrowed. The sender had only marked one word: emo. He chuckled. It wasn't easy. He finally pried something out of that old turtle. Though this 500 billion came a bit late compared to the 300 billion his mother sent every year, it was at least a stance. Qiu Tianzi turned off the terminal, his gaze landing outside the porthole. The outline of Vela Star was getting smaller and smaller, replaced by the endless starry sky. "Master, we will reach the first giant wormhole in 10 minutes. Shall we proceed with the space-time traversal?" The main brain of the night crow inquired. "Proceed with the traversal," Qiu Tianzi said indifferently. The 880 billion in modification fees were not spent in vain. It was all for this moment. The night crow adjusted its course, flying towards the first giant wormhole. Surrounding them were numerous spaceships, all preparing to traverse the wormhole, be they cargo ships or private vessels. Among these ships, there was an inconspicuous gray cargo ship, whose display was filled with real-time footage of the night crow. Inside the cabin, 3 men in matching uniforms were staring intently at the screen. "The target has entered the designated route." "Very good, continue monitoring." One of them was typing something on the terminal, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The night crow was getting closer to the wormhole. It was a massive spatial rift, the edges twisting countless rays of light, like a gigantic mouth opening wide. As they just entered the influence range of the wormhole, the entire ship began to shake violently. Items within the cabin made cracking sounds. Luna gripped the handrail by the porthole, her small face filled with excitement. However, Olivier's face turned pale. He held tightly to the nearby fixed pole, muttering, I'm not afraid, I am a noble bloodline." At that moment, the triple-phase transfer shield activated automatically. 3 layers of semi-transparent energy shields unfolded in succession, enveloping the entire night crow. The shaking instantly ceased. Following that, the K9 type curvature jump engine began operating at full power, a bluish glow surging from the engine compartment. The speed of the night crow suddenly increased, and at the moment of entering the wormhole, the entire ship's image distorted into a thin line in space, then vanished. On the gray cargo ship, the monitoring screen suddenly went black. "The target has entered the wormhole." One of them typed a string of codes on the terminal. "Target entered, awaiting subsequent results." After the message was sent, the 3 exchanged glances, a hint of a strange smile flashing in their eyes. Everything around began to stretch. Light twisted into thin line, stars turned into flowing light, and the entire world transformed into an endlessly extending pipeline. The night crow moved steadily through the space-time traversal. The shaking inside the cabin had disappeared, leaving only the deep hum of the engine. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the captain's seat, resting his eyes. Luna leaned against the porthole, watching the distorted lights and shadows outside, her small face filled with curiosity. Olivier released the fixed pole, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, it's much smoother than I imagined. The informant huddled in the corner, his face still a bit pale, but at least he stopped muttering those nonsensical words. Just then, the entire ship jolted violently. A piercing alarm instantly reverberated throughout the cabin. Warning! Warning! Ship system anomaly. We are exiting the space-time traversal. Qiu Tianzi's eyes snapped open, his body sitting upright in an instant. Outside the porthole, those once smooth rays of light suddenly froze. The entire world seemed to be paused. In the next second, boom, the Night Crow was forcibly dragged out of the space-time state. The first layer of the shield shattered into countless specks of light under the spatial tearing force. The entire ship began to shake violently. Items in the cabin rolled around. Everything that wasn't secured crashed against the walls. Main brain. What's happening? Qiu Tianzi shouted into the communicator while gripping the handrail tightly. Analyzing. Multiple core areas of the ship have been breached. Ether nanoparticles are eroding the engine compartment, shield nodes, and energy core. The main brain's voice had not finished speaking. Luna suddenly raised her head, a hint of seriousness flashing in her crimson eyes. Master, that is the handiwork of the mechanical race. Her voice was soft, but it made Qiu Tianzi's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. The mechanical race. One of the most troublesome races in the star domain. Their ether nanoparticles can erode any technological creation silently and stealthily, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Damn it! Qiu Tianzi's face darkened completely. Boom. The second layer of the shield shattered as well. The entire Night Crow began to disintegrate, the alloy armor of the shell peeling away piece by piece, revealing the dense wires and pipes inside. The informant's face had turned as white as paper, his lips trembling and unable to speak. Olivier clutched the fixed pole tightly, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. Master, we cannot be repaired. The main brain's cold voice interrupted him. The ship will completely disintegrate in 15 seconds. Initiate emergency escape procedures. Please proceed to the escape pod immediately. 15 seconds. Qiu Tianzi's pupils constricted suddenly. He did not hesitate, leaping up from the captain's seat, shouting at the three, go. The four rushed towards the escape pod deep within the cabin. The lights inside began to flicker, the floor trembled underfoot, and the pipes above continued to explode, spewing pungent white gas. 10 seconds. Qiu Tianzi led the charge, kicking open the escape pod's hatch. Luna followed closely behind, agilely slipping inside. Olivier dragged the informant, and the two stumbled into the cabin. 5 seconds. Qiu Tianzi was the last to enter, pressing the button to close the hatch. 3 seconds. The hatch began to close slowly. 2 seconds. Click. The hatch locked. 1 second. Boom. The Night Crow exploded entirely in the turbulent flow of the wormhole. Countless fragments splattered in all directions. The luxury cruiser worth hundreds of billions turned into dust in the universe at that moment. And just at the instant before the explosion, the escape pod was ejected from the abdomen of the Night Crow. The small escape pod tumbled wildly through the spatial turbulence like a leaf caught in a gale, plummeting deeper into the wormhole. Inside the pod, everyone struggled to hold onto their seats. Qiu Tianzi's face was ashen. They were still inside the wormhole. Though the escape pod was designed for survival and had been specially modified, its protective capability was simply insufficient within a giant wormhole. The moment they were ejected, the powerful spatial tearing force enveloped the entire escape pod. Creak, creak. The sound of twisting metal came from all directions. Cracks began to appear on the cabin walls. The informant's face had turned transparent white, his lips trembling as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Olivier clutched the armrest of his seat tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his already pale face was now devoid of any color. Qiu Tianzi glanced at the twisted spatial turbulence outside the pod, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Two choices. One is to wait for death. The other. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. An ancient wooden door appeared out of thin air inside the escape pod, its surface covered in strange patterns. Selvis spatial gate. Damn! Oliver's pupils constricted suddenly upon seeing that door. Master, this thing. Shut up. Qiu Tianzi interrupted him. Death was certain in the wormhole, but this door at least offered a glimmer of hope. Just as he prepared to activate the spatial door. Smack! A crisp clap echoed. Qiu Tianzi turned abruptly. Luna had somehow appeared behind him, her hands pressed together. Her originally crimson eyes had turned silvery white, like two burning stars. Her silver hair floated without wind, each strand rising, creating ripples around her. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from her petite body. Qiu Tianzi's breath caught. Luna raised her head, her silvery white eyes devoid of any emotion, only a cold mechanical chill. Her lips parted slightly, her voice no longer that soft childlike tone, but transformed into an ethereal and cold electronic synthesized voice. Detecting master in a high-risk environment. Initiating backup plan. Plan 3. AT force field full activation. Luna slowly released her hands that were pressed together. A thin translucent blue light membrane appeared between her fingers. As she pulled her hands apart, the membrane expanded, spreading from her fingertips to her palms, and then from her palms to envelop the entire space. When her hands were fully extended in a parallel line, a humming sound resonated. The blue light membrane suddenly burst open, enveloping the entire protective vessel. The cabin, which had been shaking violently, suddenly came to a standstill at this moment. The spatial tearing forces that had surged in from all directions were entirely blocked outside. Qiu Tianzi stared intently at the scene before him. The cracks on the cabin walls that had been expanding stopped, spreading. The jarring sound of twisted metal ceased, and even the words it's over from Bao Datong got stuck in his throat. Olivier widened his eyes, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. This is... Qiu Tianzi remained silent, merely watching Luna. The little one's silver hair continued to float, and her silver-white eyes showed no emotion. He suddenly understood. That old man Saint Leona had invested so much in his daughter. One could say it was a father's love as steadfast as a mountain. Luna's hands paused in the air for a moment. Then her 10 fingers suddenly clenched into fists. The blue light membrane instantly contracted. The entire protective vessel was wrapped in that force field, its size suddenly shrinking. Immediately after, bang! A terrifying backlash erupted from within the light membrane. The protective vessel shot through the wormhole's spatial conduit like a ball of elastic compressed to its limits. The first impact struck the left spatial wall. The second rebounded to the right. The third, boom. A massive crack was smashed into the edge of the entire wormhole. The protective vessel flew out through that crack, escaping the wormhole's range. Inside the cabin, Qiu Tianzi was pinned to his seat by the shockwave, unable to move. Bao Datong had rolled his eyes back, nearly fainting. Olivier held onto the armrest tightly, his expression shifting from terror to numbness. Only Luna remained standing still, not moving at all. The blue light membrane slowly dissipated only after the protective vessel completely exited the wormhole and entered normal space. Luna's silver hair fell, and the silver glow in her eyes gradually faded, returning to her blood-red eyes. She tilted her head and looked at Qiu Tianzi. Master, did Luna do well? Her voice returned to a soft childlike tone. Qiu Tianzi stared at her silent for 3 seconds. Then he reached out and ruffled her silver hair. You did very well. Luna's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Qiu Tianzi withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping outside the cabin. A strange starry sky lay before them. There were no familiar celestial bodies, nor any navigation markers. Where are they now? Qiu Tianzi raised his wrist, and the light screen of his personal terminal unfolded before him. He opened the positioning system, waiting for the coordinate data to refresh. However, what appeared on the light screen was not the coordinates, but a blinding red warning. Warning: strong magnetic field interference, detected. Warning: spatial coordinates, chaotic. Warning: unable to connect to star domain navigation network. Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed. He switched to manual scanning mode, trying to deduce their position based on the distribution of surrounding celestial bodies. The data on the light screen flickered rapidly, but each calculation yielded different results with discrepancies that were outrageous. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, shutting off the terminal. Such situations were not uncommon. In certain special star domains could create intense magnetic field disturbances, or the space itself might be distorted, rendering all positioning systems ineffective. For this reason, most ships would choose fixed routes to avoid these dangerous areas. But they were not here because of a planned route. They had been directly thrown here by the chaotic currents of the wormhole. Qiu Tianzi's gaze landed on the flickering energy indicator light on the cabin wall. Red. The energy reserve of the protective vessel had dropped below 11. With this little energy, let alone escaping this unknown star domain, it wouldn't even last long enough to maintain the life support system. He leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Figures began to emerge in his mind. The first was Qiu Rongzi, the guy he had slapped to a pulp. Recently, he had the greatest motive. But soon Qiu Tianzi recalled another matter. Those who had given the original him the forbidden drug divine realm. Those persistent figures lurking in the shadows. He opened his eyes, a cold, killing intent flashing in them. No matter who it was, anyone daring to destroy his Night Crow and wanting to kill him would have to wait. If he found out who it was, no matter who the other party was, they were dead. Olivier watched the expression on Qiu Tianzi's face and instinctively swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen such a gaze from his master during the time he had followed him. But there was no anger in those eyes, only pure extreme, killing intent. It was like a blade drawn from its sheath, sharp enough to make one hesitate to look directly at it. Bao Datong huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. Luna tilted her head, looking at Qiu Tianzi, her small face filled with confusion. Master, where are we going now? Qiu Tianzi did not answer immediately. His gaze swept over the strange starry sky outside the cabin, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he stood up. First, let's stay alive. Just then Bao Datong, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Young master. His voice trembled slightly, but his gaze was exceptionally serious. Qiu Tianzi glanced at him. Speak. I may have a way for us to leave here. He paused, adding, but there are risks. Qiu Tianzi leaned back in his seat, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. Just say it. With permission granted, Bao Datong continued, I observed the surrounding environment, he pointed to the distorted starry sky outside the cabin. This should be a star domain interference zone, with magnetic field chaos and space distortion. Normal merchant and military ships would avoid such places. Olivier frowned. So how do we leave? Bao Datong did not answer immediately, but looked at Qiu Tian. Young master, do you know who likes places like this the most? Qiu Tianzi squinted his eyes. Exactly. Bao Datong nodded, and star domain scavengers. But often these two types of people are actually the same group. Oliver's face changed. Are you saying we have to actively attract those guys? Bao Datong remained silent, only gazing at Qiu Tianzi. Qiu Tianzi fell silent for a few seconds. He understood Bao Datong's meaning. Although the star domain interference zone was dangerous for those who walked on the edge of legality, this place was paradise. There were no star domain patrols, no warships, and no surveillance. They could rob passing ships or scavenge wreckage destroyed in the spatial turbulence without restraint. And now their protective vessel was the best prey. Are you sure they will come? Qiu Tianzi asked. Bao Datong nodded. In places like this, scavengers patrol every day. As long as we send out a distress signal, someone will definitely show up within 3 hours. He paused, adding, as for whether they are scavengers or pirates, that depends on luck. Oliver's expression grew. Master, this is too risky. What if the pirates come? Then we kill them. Qiu Tianzi's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Olivier was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Right. They had Luna here. With the abilities she had just displayed, dealing with a few pirates should be a piece of cake. With that thought, Oliver's expression relaxed considerably. Qiu Tianzi stood up and walked to the control panel. Send the signal. Bao Datong nodded, his fingers quickly tapping on the control panel. Moments later, a weak distress signal was emitted from the protective vessel, spreading out in all directions. After doing all this, Bao Datong let out a sigh of relief and shrank back into the corner again. Qiu Tianzi leaned against the cabin wall, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people in the cabin. Luna sat in her seat, swinging her little legs, appearing indifferent. Olivier looked somewhat tense, but was still relatively composed. Bao Datong, on the other hand, wore an anxious expression, clearly filled with unease about what might happen next. Qiu Tianzi withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Now they could only wait. As Qiu Tianzi and the others waited, they were 670 light-years away in the Reborn Torstar region. This was a planet mostly covered by water, with over 90% of its surface consisting of oceans. Heavy year-round thunderstorm clouds shrouded the sky, and billions of volts of lightning danced like silver serpents tearing through the heavens. Yet upon reaching the massive floating conductive disks below, all the energy was absorbed and precisely channeled into the towering energy column at the center, transforming into a tremendous force sustaining its operation. Beneath the colossal column lay an unfathomable ocean. However, the depths of the ocean were not dark. They housed even more magnificent underwater cities, softly glowing and illuminating the figures of countless strange giant beasts gliding gracefully. This was the headquarters of the waning Starry Sky Group, a vast empire personally established by Qiu Tian. Within the highest building, resembling a divine temple, peculiar corals shimmered with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Knock, knock. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Come in. A lazy yet subtly alluring voice drifted from within. The door slid open silently, and a woman in a black professional skirt suit entered, her stature tall and her demeanor poised. Strangely, at the center of her forehead, a diamond-shaped blue scale was naturally embedded, reflecting a dreamy luster in the soft light of the room. She walked to the center of the room, respectfully lowering her head. Mistress, the board has once again blocked the transfer of the living expenses to the young master. The mistress referred to by the woman was curled up on a gigantic shell-shaped soft couch sculpted from an unknown material. Upon hearing the words young master, the elegant figure stirred slightly and slowly sat up. Just the act of rising was enough to dim the stars. She possessed an impeccable face, every inch of her skin flawless, resembling a being not of this world. Her long seaweed-like hair cascaded freely, adding to her allure. But the most astonishing aspect was her pair of eyes. They appeared gentle, yet concealed a wisdom and authority that could perceive all. She was Qiu Tianzi's mother, Qiu Tian. She slowly stood up, her feet leaving the ground, as if she were floating towards the window. The light of the underwater city outside refracted dreamlike colors through the deep sea. Qiu Tian observed all of this, her voice calm and detached. "Qinglin, do you think I've become too accommodating lately?" Qinglin's face paled slightly. She lowered her head slightly, her voice strained. "Mistress, you have already been very tolerant for the sake of those plans." "Indeed." Qiu Tian's tone turned cold. "My tolerance has instead made them think they can manipulate me more easily." Qinglin opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees. Just then Qiu Tian suddenly inquired, "Has there been any news from Qiu Tian lately?" Yes. The young master has already set off for Wellspring College, and at the time of departure, he had already become a true spiritual energy user. Qiu Tian's cold expression finally showed a hint of warmth, breaking into a smile. "With the bloodline of our Qiu family, it should be so." She turned to Qinglin, her voice returning to calmness. "Please convey a message to the Qiu family. Tell them to temporarily cover the 50 billion living expenses this month, and I will repay them with interest in due time." Qinglin nodded, turning to leave. "Wait." Qiu Tian's voice rang out once more. "Bring me the black box from safe no. 3. Qinglin trembled all over. "Safe no. 3, black box." She abruptly turned back, a look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qiu Tian's undeniable voice. "Hurry up." Qinglin opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, turning to leave the room. She understood that the mistress had made up her mind. That black box contained a forbidden item, the cursed notebook. Anyone whose name was recorded within would be plagued by misfortune and constant accidents. If a name was written and not removed within 7 days, death would be inevitable after that period. Because this item was too ominous, the mistress never kept it in her personal storage space, only retrieving it from the safe when needed. As Qinglin walked down the corridor, the faces of the board members surfaced in her mind. She sighed. It seemed some people had truly pushed the mistress to her limits. They might have forgotten that there were lines one should not cross. The young master was the mistress' line, and the mistress had always felt guilty towards him. Now this group of reckless individuals dared to meddle with this matter, which was tantamount to courting death. Qinglin quickened her pace toward the vault. Back in the room, Qiu Tian resumed her seat on the shell-shaped soft couch. Her fingers lightly tapped on the armrest, and a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Did the old geezers on the board truly think she was easy to bully? Did they really believe her years of forbearance stemmed from weakness? Since they had so much idle time, she would give them something to do lest they grow too complacent. Indeed, they were getting complacent. Little Luna was constantly holding her little belly. Since she began waiting for her fated person, she had quickly grown bored after the initial excitement. Then she began to take out various metals from her black vortex and munching on them. The first time Bao Diding saw this scene, his eyes nearly popped out. He was an expert. He recognized those metals. Some were known for their hardness, some were suited for precision instruments, and others were rich in energy. But at that moment, these metals vanished like snacks into her little mouth. No matter how hard the metal, it crumbled like cheese with a single bite. Bao Diding was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. Perhaps noticing his incredulous expression, little Luna felt a sense of accomplishment. Then she entered a gluttonous mode. After 3 hours of continuous eating, she finally stuffed herself. Ugh! Little Luna burped, her cheeks puffed up. At that moment, Olivier, who had been observing outside the window, suddenly shouted, "They're coming! They're coming!" Everyone jolted and turned to the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, 3 dots swiftly approached from a distance. They were 3 small shuttlecrafts. Although labeled as small, their size was dozens of times larger than their current sheltercraft. Soon the 3 shuttlecrafts locked onto Qiu Tianzi and the other's position. However, they did not rush over. Instead, they began to patrol around the sheltercraft. They seemed to be observing. After monitoring for over 10 minutes, as if confirming there was no danger, one of the shuttlecrafts slowly approached. Seeing the approaching shuttlecraft, Qiu Tianzi and the others inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. As for little Luna, she looked at the shabby patches on the shuttlecraft with a face full of disdain. How ugly! Suddenly the hatch on one side of the shuttlecraft opened, and a mechanical arm extended slowly toward the sheltercraft. However, at that moment the mechanical arm which had been able to grasp the sheltercraft suddenly paused. Then with a whoosh it retracted. The hatch slammed shut, and the engines roared to life. In the stunned gazes of the few, the three shuttlecrafts fled for their lives. What's going on? Olivier was stunned. Qiu Tianzi furrowed his brows. Just as they were still puzzled about what had happened, Luna, who had turned to look the other way, suddenly shouted, "Wow, what big eyes. They can move too." Hearing this, everyone slowly turned their heads. They then saw three connected eyes blinking in unison. Each eye was the size of their sheltercraft. Qiu Tianzi's breath caught in his throat. Bao Dating's face turned as white as a sheet. Oliver's mouth gaped wider, his voice trembling. What? What is that? Could it be a starry beast? No one answered. As that thing drew nearer, they at last beheld its full form. When Qiu Tianzi saw it, the first word that sprang to mind was crocodile. A crocodile magnified thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Yet it was not wholly a crocodile. A row of dorsal fins rose from its back like sails, each blade soared 100 meters high. Where four paws should have been, there were four gigantic fins slowly swaying in the void. Its tail was thick as a mountain range, trailing behind its surface, bristling with countless barbs. The strangest thing was its head. Three eyes fused together, each emitting a pale green glow. Its mouth, however, was simply an abyss. When it opened, the teeth within were like stone pillars, each massive, irregularly set with remnants of unknown wreckage hanging from them. This. Oliver's voice had changed tone. From the corner where he had cowered, Bao Dating suddenly cried out, "Damn, this is not a starry beast." His voice trembled, his face white as paper. "This damn thing is a Yuan E clan biological ship, Gusita Fu." All eyes turned to him. A biological ship. Yuan E clan. Bao Dating swallowed, and his voice shook with despair. Yes, the Yuan E clan. He pointed at the colossal thing outside, his fingers trembling. These creatures are 100 times more vicious than pirates. They do not steal goods, they steal people. Why steal people? Oliver asked. Bao Dating paled further. For reserves of food. The air froze. Qiu Tianzi frowned, and turned his gaze back to the Leviathan. Biological ship. He had heard the term before. But in this region, only one race had truly perfected the art, the Ka Luan Chengzu. They were the ultimate creators of biological ships. By means of these vessels, they ravaged countless star regions, becoming nightmares to every civilization. The biological ship was their signature. When you sight a Zerg-like scout, soon you will find an ocean of swarms controlled by hive motherships. That all-consuming despair can topple any culture. Yet beyond the insect race, many species fashioned their own living ships. They were not as extreme, but they possessed formidable merits. Take the Gusita Fu before them. Qiu Tianzi stared at the beast, his mind racing. The Yuan E clan's biological ships could not match an insect swarm, but as single units, they were ferociously powerful. And the most troublesome thing, thick hides impervious to pain and terrifying regenerative abilities. While he contemplated a counter, the space around them suddenly darkened. Qiu Tianzi looked up. A vast mouth had already swallowed their entire sheltercraft. The crushing presence of something colossal struck them all at once. Bao Dating was so pale, he seemed translucent, his lips trembling and speechless. Oliver gripped the armrest until his knuckles blanched. At that moment, Luna blurted out, eyes shining, "Wow, such a big mouth." Her small face glowed within. "If I had a mouth that big, I could eat so much more." The atmosphere thick with dread fractured under that child. With a wretched face, Bao Dating cried, "Miss Luna, now is not the time to talk about eating." His voice trembled. "We are about to be eaten." No sooner had he spoken than the enormous jaws slammed shut. Boom. Darkness swallowed them. The shelter craft tumbled wildly inside the maws, bulkheads shrieked with metal being twisted. Bao Dating rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Oliver clutched the rail, his expression. Only Luna pressed to the porthole, curious about the viscous fluids outside. "Master, it's so dirty in here." Qiu Tianzi kept silent. His eyes swept the writhing flesh walls, a shard of chill in his gaze. Eaten. Then the squirming tissue suddenly loosened. The dense vessels across that flesh began to emit a pale blue bioluminescence. The chamber brightened in an instant. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes and scanned the space. This was not a stomach so much as a kind of special compartment. Then another section of flesh trembled and split open. Several towering beings stepped out. Each stood over 3 meters tall, cloaked in heavy scales, backs, arched limbs stout, tails dragging behind them. Most striking were their heads, flat and broad, 3 eyes arranged like the character pin mouths split to the ear roots, revealing jagged fangs. A name flickered through Qiu Tianzi's mind, Huangma Tifu. In his past life, before he became a shadowy figure on the dark web, he had enjoyed playing a certain game. One of the heroes in that game looked exactly like these creatures. Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched. The resemblance was absurd. The lead Yuan clan being approached the shelter craft and fixed its 3 eyes on the occupants. It opened its mouth and released a string of low roars. Bao Dating paled further and stammered, "What are they saying?" Qiu Tianzi said nothing, only watched the creature intently. The creature seemed to comprehend something, ceased roaring, and instead spoke in a halting common tongue. "Humans, before I lose patience, crawl out from inside." Its voice was low and rough, like 2 stones grinding together. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Na and Ao Liwei. "Which of you will make the first move?" At once Lu Na raised her small hand, eyes gleaming. But this time Ao Liwei was quicker. Almost the instant Qiu Tianzi's words fell, he straightened. From Qiu's look, he had already understood. The master wanted him to act. Indeed, since awakening apart from being thrashed by Lu Na, he had yet to show his true strength. Time to let the master see the Blood Clan's might. Ao Liwei nodded to Qiu Tianzi. Qiu said nothing and pressed the hatch button. SSS, the hatch slowly lifted. A wave of sour stench rushed in. Lu Na's face contorted, she clutched her nose and recoiled several steps in disgust. "So foul." Bao Dating nearly rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Qiu Tianzi frowned, but remained mute. The Yuan clan members outside, seeing how obliging the humans were, curled their terrible faces into contemptuous smiles. One even licked the corner of its fang-ridden lips. Ao Liwei stepped forward. The instant he crossed the threshold, his body began to change. His 10 fingernails lengthened inch by inch into 10 razor-sharp blades. His once handsome face warped, the skin seemed torn from within as a pair of sharp canines sprouted at the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned crimson, pupils narrowing to slits. His visage had utterly lost its human shape and become monstrously fierce. The 4 Yuan clan beings hesitated, then emitted a united low roar, bearing their uneven. The atmosphere crystallized. Ao Liwei stood in the hatchway, his crimson eyes sweeping the 4 adversaries. A warped smile curled his lips. "I've slept too long." His voice was low and hoarse, squeezed from deep within his throat. "I had almost forgotten the taste of slaughter." His words fell, and his afterimages slowly dissipated. Roar! The lead Yuan warrior bellowed, its massive, cumbersome body twisting with uncanny agility. Its thick whip-like tail sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, like a steel scourge, slamming down with brutal force. Boom! Olivier's figure flew backward like a rag doll, slamming headlong into the resilient fleshy wall behind him and embedding several centimeters deep with a sickening thud. Inside the shelter pod, Bao Tingting's legs buckled. He nearly dropped to his knees. "It's over." This man looked formidable, yet he fell in a single blow. Yet the figure embedded in the fleshy wall paused for only a second. "Pa! Pa!" Olivier wrenched himself free from the wall, spat out viscous foul mucus, and glared with a face twisted in furious humiliation. He moved again, his form dissolving into a blurred afterimage. This time he had learned. At the instant he closed in on the lead Yuan, his body contorted unervingly, boneless serpentine, dodging the warrior's raking claws with perfect precision. The afterimage swept around to the Yuan's flank. Olivier thrust forth his right hand, fingers rigid and fused like a blade, and slashed lightning fast beneath its armored armpit, where thick scales offered no protection. Spurt! 5 crimson lines erupted in a fan of blood. The lead Yuan hadn't even registered pain, only a sudden chilling numbness beneath its arm, before Olivier's silhouette reappeared before the second warrior. His palms snapped shut, sharpening into a lethal spike aimed straight at the warrior's chest. Reacting with instinctive speed, the Yuan gaped wide its fanged maw and lunged to bite down on Olivier's arm. "Fool!" Olivier sneered, his thrusting hand carving an impossible arc midair, shifting tactics in an instant. His fingers slipped past the snapping jaws, 3 of them drove with surgical precision into the warrior's 3 eye sockets. Thud! Arg! A soul-rending shriek tore through the chamber as the warrior clutched its ruined eyes and writhed in agony. Olivier didn't spare it a glance. Like a phantom, he had already glided to the 3rd Yuan warrior. Witnessing its comrade's fate, this 3rd Yuan grew cunning. It slammed shut all 3 eyes and flailed its twin claws wildly before its chest, whipping up a stench-laden gale. Yet its claws struck nothing, just as it hesitantly cracked its eyes open. A cold hand, slippery as a venomous serpent, had already slithered upward along its belly, tracing the seam between overlapping scales until it came to rest motionless against its throat. For the first time, terror flickered across all 3 of the Yuan's eyes. In the next breath, those icy fingers clenched, 5 digits punching through armored hide, locking unyieldingly onto its windpipe. With a savage yank, Ryup, blood and shredded trachea burst forth like ruptured pipes, geysering violently from its severed neck. Bao Tingting pointed tremblingly at the blood-drenched Olivier outside, teeth chattering too violently to form a full sentence. Beside him, Luna watched with quiet fascination, crunching thoughtfully on a hunk of unknown metal. "Feels kinda limp," she murmured indistinctly. Qiu Tianzi remained impassive, yet deep within his gaze flickered a trace of quiet satisfaction. Acceptable. He knows how to leverage his strengths. Not entirely foolish. Seeing two of their kin fall in the blink of an eye, the remaining lead Yun and its last comrade erupted into pure incandescent fury, especially since aboard the bioship they carried not a single weapon. That fatal oversight cost them 2 warriors in an instant. Their 3 eyes flushed crimson, with blood muscles coiling and quivering under the weight of unbridled rage. Ruwar. Their roar shook the entire fleshy chamber, vibrating the walls. No more feints, no more hesitation. They charged simultaneously left and right, their colossal forms bearing down like unstoppable juggernauts. A fetid gale slammed into Olivier's face, but he stood utterly still, crimson pupils reflecting the 2 looming black silhouettes, drawing ever nearer. Bao Tingting squeezed his eyes shut in terror. Crunch. A deafening impact, like 2 runaway high-speed trains colliding head-on, rocked the chamber. Even the thick, fleshy walls shuddered violently. Trembling, Bao Tingting pried open a narrow slit of an eye, only to find that Olivier, who should have been pulped, had vanished without a trace. The 2 Yun, unable to halt their momentum, crashed headlong into each other, staggering dazedly, heads spinning. Then silently a dark shape materialized atop one of them. It was Olivier. His hand hardened into a spear point aimed squarely at the Yun's comparatively fragile skull, ready to repeat his earlier strike. But this Yun was far craftier than its kin. The moment it sensed the pressure above it, dropped its massive head without hesitation and rolled forward in one fluid, desperate somersault. That unexpected maneuver shattered Olivier's opening. Now, the lead Yun seized the golden opportunity. Its palm's eyes claw shot forth like lightning and clamped mercilessly onto Olivier's still outstretched left arm. Then, hoisting him aloft like a ragdoll, it hurled him sideways. Boom. Smashing him deep into the elastic flesh wall, splattering foul mucus everywhere. Before he could struggle free, a gauntlet fist, armored in thick, overlapping scales, blasted toward his skull, trailing a vortex of malodorous wind. Another heavy, muffled thud. Olivier's entire head sank deep into the wall's fleshy matrix. Then came the second blow, then the third, each landing with bone-deep finality. "Young master." Bao Tingting's face blanched, white, voice trembling. "If we don't intervene now, he'll be reduced to pulp." Qiu Tianzi watched expressionless, saying nothing. Crunch. A crisp metallic chewing sound echoed nearby. Luna stuffed another glittering shard of rare metal into her mouth and muttered, half-muffled, "He won't die." Her small face was utterly serious. "His head is the hardest part. Everywhere else is soft." As if that weren't enough, she added, "And if you had to pick the hardest spot on his head, that'd be his mouth. This ugly brute can't crack it." Her words seemed prophetic. Boom. Boom. Just as the Yun raised its fist again. Beneath the head buried deep in the wall, Olivier's torso coiled like a drawn longbow, and his legs, long ignored, exploded outward in a torrent of pent-up fury. Thud. Thud. 2 thunderous impacts resonated as one. One boot driving into the lead Yun's chest, the other slamming hard beneath its jaw. Crack. Amid the sharp snap of breaking bone, the Yun's 3-meter frame was launched backward like a discarded sack, crashing into the distant wall, sliding down in a heap, twitching twice before falling still. Pooh. Olivier wrenched his head free from the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked mucus. His once handsome face was now a grotesque mask of purple-black swelling and gore, like a demon risen from the deepest hells. Roar. Before he could catch his breath, the last Yun warrior charged forward, roaring in blind wrath. At the sight, Olivier's own fury ignited, white-hot and absolute. He didn't retreat, not even a step. Instead, he surged into the stinking gale. Died. A guttural sandpaper rasp tore from his throat as he lunged forward, 10 blood-slicked fingers splayed wide, aimed straight for the warrior's face. Seeing those long, slender fingers, the Yun instinctively jerked its head aside to evade the killing grasp. That split-second tilt was all Olivier needed. He clung like a shadow, closing the gap instantly. Then, bearing a maw lined with jagged fangs, he bypassed the thick armor and sank his teeth deep into the warrior's vulnerable throat. Spurt. His razor-sharp canines pierced scale and flesh alike with terrifying ease, burrowing deep into living tissue. Arg! Blinded by agony, the Yun reared back and drove its thick hind leg into Olivier's abdomen with every ounce of its strength. Boom! Olivier was launched skyward by the sheer force. Yet something profoundly unnatural. His lower body soared freely, yet his jaws remained locked fast onto the Yun's neck, dragging his suspended form into a grotesque taut vertical line, like a grotesque pendant. Ugh! Bao Tingting's stomach lurched watching it, pain radiating even from afar. Just as the Yun believed it would finally shake off this vile parasite, a flash of mad, ruthless resolve burned in Olivier's crimson eyes, and he released his bite. Using the immense momentum of his flight, he arched his spine and shot both hands forward, locking iron tight onto the warrior's skull, and yanked it downward with brutal force. The bleeding wound he'd torn open now gaped fully exposed before him. In the next heartbeat, his drawn knee, hard as a siege ram, slammed down upon it. Boom! Crunch! A grating, teeth-clenching snap of shattered vertebrae echoed through the chamber. The Yun's neck twisted at an impossible angle, its massive head lolling lifelessly, the light fading rapidly from all three eyes. Its colossal body collapsed with a thunderous thud onto the fleshy floor. Silence, absolute and total, descended upon the chamber. Olivier dropped to one knee, gasping raggedly, his chest heaving like bellows. Blood dripped steadily from his lips, pooling darkly beneath him. Slowly he lifted his head, his scarlet gaze settling upon the last Yun, now unconscious on the floor. As for the blinded one, no one knew where it had fled. Triumphant euphoria mingled with the lingering thrill of slaughter, twisting his ravaged features into a chilling, predatory grin. Time to finish it. Just as he prepared to rise and end the battle, Shryak! A nauseating, tearing sound ripped from the side wall. A straight vertical gash split the fleshy surface, and blinding light flooded in. A metallic clawed hand thrust through the rent, gripping the edge of the wound. With a violent wrench, the claw tore the gash wider, splitting it cleanly apart. From within, a towering figure emerged. 5 meters tall, each footfall reverberated through the chamber's fleshy floor. Its arrival froze Olivier's grin mid-expression. This too was a Yun, but utterly unlike the 4 failures before it. Its entire body was encased in dense, jagged plating, dark, seamless, and lethally sharp. From crown to sole, not a scrap of flesh was visible, only interlocking, impenetrable armor. Even its signature maw was sealed beneath a snarling metal visor, where its 3 eyes should have been 3 slowly rotating crimson optical sensors whirred softly. Qiu Tianzi watched, and only one phrase surfaced in his mind. Armed to the teeth. Truly armed to the teeth. What sent Olivier's heart plummeting deeper still was the weapon clutched in its grip. A massive crescent-shaped warblade, its edge humming with high-frequency ion energy wreathed in an eerie cobalt blue aura that visibly warped the surrounding air. A true instrument of annihilation. Qiu Tianzi's gaze shifted from the armored metal monster to Olivier, who was kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. Are you still capable? Olivier suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixating fiercely on Qiu Tianzi. Capable. A man could die, but he absolutely could not admit to being incapable. This was his bottom line. His chest heaved violently, a low growl emanating from his throat as he forcibly suppressed the surging blood within him, struggling to stand upright. Rest assured, he grinned, revealing a blood-stained smile even uglier than crying. I will definitely manage. Qiu Tianzi nodded. Continue your performance. The moment the words fell, the metallic fallen crocodile opposite moved. The massive body, 5 meters tall, erupted with an astonishing speed that was completely incongruous with its size, its heavy footsteps transforming into a continuous rumble. The crescent-shaped blade in its hand traced a dark blue arc of death through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound cleaving downwards. Oliver's pupils suddenly contracted, every hair on his body standing on end. At the last moment before the blade struck, he rolled away in a desperate and disheveled manner. Boom. The blade missed, slicing into the resilient flesh like cutting tofu without obstruction. Sizzle. The scent of burnt protein mixed with a pungent odor instantly filled the air. Oliver's eyelids twitched violently. It just being brushed by the high-frequency, vibrating energy blade left half of his face feeling hot and numb. This thing was disastrous to be near. A chill ran down his spine, not daring to be careless. His figure once again transformed into a ghostly shadow, preparing to employ the same trick, using his proud speed to dance around this clumsy tin can. However, just as he approached the metallic fallen crocodile like a shadow, the 3 crimson electronic eyes on its heavily armored head flickered without warning. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying pressure descended from above. Olivier, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly froze, as if crashing into an invisible wall, his body uncontrollably crashing towards the ground. With a dull thud, he was pressed firmly to the ground, his knees crashing heavily, the bones in his kneecaps creaking under the unbearable weight. Unable to move, the air felt like heavy molten iron, every inch of muscle firmly bound. Even moving a finger became an extravagant desire. Olivier cursed inwardly, a chill rushing from his feet straight to the top of his head. Not good. His peripheral vision caught sight of the trembling crescent blades sweeping in from the other side. It's over. At this critical moment, whoosh. A silver flash accompanied by a piercing scream through the air shot out from the direction of the escape pod. It was a piece of rare metal that had just been nibbled on by Luna as a snack. Bang! A deafening metallic collision echoed. That small piece of metal contained unimaginable, terrifying kinetic energy, actually staggering the 5-meter-tall metallic fallen crocodile, forcing it to take 3 big steps back. The heavy pressure instantly vanished. Olivier slumped to the ground, gasping for air, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the metallic fallen crocodile steadied itself, its 3 crimson electronic eyes abandoning the ant before it slowly turning, and finally, with a click, they collectively locked onto the innocent little girl at the entrance of the escape pod, who was nibbling on a piece of metal. In its intelligence core, the threat level was instantly updated. This petite human child, before it was the highest level of threat. Olivier struggled to get up from the ground, his face burning, the humiliation far outweighing the relief of surviving. I said, "I don't need help." His voice was hoarse and weak. "I can do it, I definitely can." Luna tilted her head, looking at his mortified expression, with a cute scrunch of her little nose, spitting the chewed-up piece of metal into her hand. "But if you take any longer, my toy will be chopped to pieces." Hearing this, Oliver's face twitched. "Although I can't defeat you, I am still a noble blood clan aristocrat. Don't I have any pride?" He gritted his teeth and glanced again at the 5-meter-tall metal monster before him, cursing under his breath. During this time, he had exhausted all methods to recover himself, but he had barely reached the edge of the Stardust 9th level, not even half a step into the nebula. Many techniques were simply unusable, but in the current situation, to defeat this thing before him, he could only resort to that one method. Thinking of the after effects of that method made him wince. But it didn't matter. First, he needed to kill this thing in front of him. Olivier quickly stepped back a few paces, cutting his right middle finger across his left wrist. Blood flowed out. But this blood appeared very viscous, as if it had its own consciousness. Dropping onto the ground, it began to tremble. They surrounded Olivier, quickly forming a blood sigil beneath his feet. Olivier knelt down directly, closed his eyes, and spoke in a tone of reverence. "Buddha Yelis. Cowardice, my great ancestor, your descendant calls upon you, seeking your aid. Please lend the power flowing through your divine remains temporarily to the bloodline extended into the mortal world." The moment his voice fell, a different aura began to permeate the surroundings. The flesh walls around him suddenly shook, distorting as faces began to emerge from the surface. Eyes opened on the faces, all glaring at Olivier. Moments later, they exploded, forming a cloud of blood mist. Inside the escape pod, the face of the informant was already ghostly pale. What the hell is this?" Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. The blood mist thickened, enveloping Olivier completely. He suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson pupils now deeper, resembling 2 bottomless blood-red whirlpools. "Blood limit, open." His voice became deep and hoarse, like an echo from the depths of hell. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him. The surrounding blood mist was instantly sucked into his body, and his physique began to change. His already pale skin became even more transparent, clearly revealing the dark red veins beneath, wildly pulsating. His height surged from 1.8 meters to 2.5 meters. His muscle lines became more streamlined, yet did not appear bulky, instead exuding an extreme sense of powerful beauty. Most bizarrely, behind him, 2 blood-colored phantoms slowly unfolded, resembling a pair of broken wings. Olivier slowly stood up, stretching his body. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the chamber. He lifted his head, gazing at the metallic fallen crocodile, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "To actually force me to this extent, you can die now." In reply, 2 energy shoulder cannons answered him. As Ao Li Wei air prayed, the armor on the back of the Jin Shu Yun split open, and 2 thick barrels of energy guns extended their muzzles, condensing a pale blue light with fierce speed. 2 thunderous detonations ripped the air as the energy shells tore straight toward Ao Li Wei air. He extended his left hand and curled his fingers lightly. The Jin Shu Yun that had been sprawled on the ground, 2 dead and 1 grievously wounded, shuddered and in the next second detonated, erupting into countless fragments of blood and flesh. The blood, as if drawn by an invisible force, coalesced in the air into a crimson torrent that surged before Ao Li Wei air and formed a heavy blood-like curtain. With two massive booms, the energy cannons tore two gigantic holes in the blood curtain, spraying gore in every direction. But the instant it was blown open, surrounding blood rushed in furiously and filled the gaps in the blink of an eye, restoring the curtain to its original integrity. Ao Li Wei air snapped his fingers. The blood that had flowed like liquid froze in an instant, hardening like iron. He waved his left hand. From the solidified blood wall, a forest of blood spikes burst forth, dense, overwhelming, shredding the air with sharp, keening cries as they swept toward the Jinshu Yun. The Jinshu Yun's 3 electronic eyes flickered. Its left hand's Yurin moonblade began to spin with such frantic speed that it became nothing but a faint spectral blue afterimage. The blood spikes shattered into bloody detritus upon striking that blur and scattered. At that moment, a spear forged of coagulated blood had already formed in Ao Li Wei air's hand. The long spear became a streak of red light and drove straight at the Jinshu Yun's face. The creature violently raised the Yurin to block. A deafening clash of metal rang out, and sparks flew. Ao Li Wei air's figure vanished at the instant of impact, and a heartbeat later reappeared at the creature's flank, thrusting the spear again. The Jinshu Yun reacted with astonishing speed, sweeping the Yurin to parry the strike once more. But Ao Li Wei air's assault never relented. The spear thrust like a torrential storm, each blow as swift as lightning, and aimed unerringly at vital points. Clang after clang echoed through the chamber as dense impacts resounded and sparks scattered. Inside the lifeboat, Bao Dating watched, utterly dumbfounded. Is this the same guy who was beaten to a pulp earlier? Qiu Tianzi leaned against the hatch, his gaze calm as he observed the battle outside. Borrowing power from your own ancestor. Quite amusing. He paused and added, I'm very curious what the price will be. Bao Dating swallowed hard and fell silent. Outside the hull, Ao Li Wei air's offensive grew ever fiercer. The spear moved so fast it left only streaks of red afterimage. The Jinshu Yun began to lose ground as flaws appeared in the Yuren's defense. Now, a ruthless glint flashed in Ao Li Wei air's eyes. The spear shuddered violently, and the blood along its shaft exploded into countless fine needles that shot toward the Jinshu Yun from all directions. Although the Jinshu Yun's armor was heavy, joints always left seams. Those blood needles drilled precisely into those gaps and pierced flesh. A pained roar escaped the Jinshu Yun as its movements noticeably lagged. Ao Li Wei air seized the opening. The spear became a red beam and stabbed toward the creature's chest. Immediately, that terrifying gravity returned. Ao Li Wei air's body dropped. The spear traced an uncanny arc through the air, veering off its original trajectory. Squelch! The spear tip sank into the Jinshu Yun's thigh, tearing the armor and plunging into flesh. Ao Li Wei air's brow tightened as he used his wrist to wrench the spear free. At that instant, a high-speed dark shadow struck from the side, the tail. At the tip of the Jinshu Yun's tail, a triangular arrowhead spun like a mad thing, ripping the air into a shrill scream. Ao Li Wei air's pupils contracted. He let go of the spear and twisted his body. The tail spike grazed his chest, cutting a bleeding wound. But as he evaded the tail, a spectral blue light had already descended from his right. Banyue ran half. There was no time. Squelch! Blood spouted. Ao Li Wei air's right arm was severed at the shoulder, the entire limb tumbling through the air. Damn! Bao Dating cried out from inside the lifeboat. Yet Ao Li Wei air did not even. At the shattered shoulder, no blood spurted. Instead, it seemed drawn by an invisible force, condensing into a bloodline that tethered the flying arm. The next second, Ao Li Wei air swung his empty arm. The severed limb accelerated in midair, its fingers' swollen nails sharpened into blades. It lashed and struck the Jinshu Yun's helmet with a brutal crack. With a resounding smash, the metal helmet shattered, revealing a grotesque face within. An ugly scar ran from the left eye to the right, and all 3 eyes burned with savage, killing intent. This creature was a ruthless adversary. The Jinshu Yun did not pull back. Ignoring the spear lodged in its right leg, it thrust its left foot and slammed off the ground. Its whole body launched like a projectile, maw-wide, snapping toward Ao Li Wei air's head. He arched backward, trying to dodge the bite. Suddenly, his waist tightened. The Jinshu Yun's tail had coiled around him and yanked hard, dragging his upper body into the yawning maw's range. No. Bao Dating's voice changed tone. The sound of teeth closing echoed through the chamber. Squelch! Blood erupted like a fountain. With a shake of its head, the Jinshu Yun swallowed Ao Li Wei Air's upper body. Only his lower half remained tangled in the tail, dangling impotently. Bao Dating went instantly pale and collapsed to the floor. He's dead, he's really dead this time, he stammered. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his eyes as they fell on the mutilated remains. Yet at that moment the lower half twitched. The Jinshu Yun was quicker. With its left claw it scooped up the limb, and opening its gaping mouth shoved it inside. Crunch, crunch. Chewing noises echoed in the cabin. The sound of bones breaking was uncannily clear. Qiu Tianzi's brow tightened. All the ancestral measures had been used, and after all that he ended up as a midnight snack. Is this your idea of success? He had known the vampire was unreliable, but not to this extent. Bao Dating lay utterly incapacitated on the floor, lips trembling, unable to form words. Luna cocked her head and watched the Jinshu Yun gorging itself, her face full of puzzled wonder. Master, if this goes on, will he turn into dung? Qiu Tianzi said nothing. The Jinshu Yun swallowed the final chunk of flesh and lifted its head. Its 3 eyes swept over the lifeboat with ferocity and finally fixed on Luna. It bent to retrieve the Yurun and strode step by step toward the lifeboat. With each step the entire cabin trembled. Bao Dating's face had turned transparently pale. Young master. Shut up. Qiu Tianzi cut him off. As the Jinshu Yun raised the Yurun preparing to cleave the its motion suddenly halted. The muscles in its face began to tremble uncontrollably. It dropped the Yurun, thrust a claw into its mouth, and jammed the talon deep inside. As if trying to pull something out, but nothing emerged. Its actions grew wilder. The claw fumbled and groped in its mouth, while blood trickled from the lips. The once feral pupils were replaced by pure terror. Red veins crawled across the eyeballs. Then pop, pop, pop. 3 muffled pops and 3 eyeballs burst from their sockets, arcing through the air and thunking onto the deck. In the blood-filled sockets, something began to writhe. Thin tentacles crept out one by one and writhed wildly. The Jinshu Yun's body convulsed violently as if struck by electricity, its whole form shaking uncontrollably. Qiu Tianzi's brow eased. It seemed the creature had not been completely extinguished. Bao Dating gaped, mouth hanging open wide enough for a fist. This is... Before he could finish, the Jinshu Yun's convulsions ceased. It lay utterly still. The cabin fell silent in an instant. Suddenly the gaping maw flew open and a hand reached out. Qiu Tianzi's gaze dropped to that arm, and his brow knitted in concern. Bao Dating and Luna looked over at the same time. The 3 of them wore identical expressions, faces full of questions and bewilderment. A delicate little hand emerged from the gap of sharp teeth, pushing against the lower jaw of the fallen crocodile, seemingly striving to find leverage. Shortly after, another similarly small hand reached out. Together the 2 hands exerted force, suddenly pushing outward. With a soft poof, a small head adorned with a few golden tufts of hair popped out from the bloodied mouth. As soon as the head emerged, it let out a loud wah and spewed forth a chaotic mess. This thing hasn't brushed its teeth since birth. It's truly disgusting. After a while he finally regained his composure and lifted his filthy little face just in time to meet 3 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Olivier was stunned for 2 seconds, then forced out a smile he thought was charming, preparing to salvage his dignity. So how do I look? Handsome, right? I told you I could do it. As the words left his mouth, he froze himself. It was a childish voice, soft and sticky, carrying a hint of innocence. He raised his hands in disbelief, staring at the small, fair palms, and his entire little face instantly fell, displaying a tragic expression of despair. I told you. This damn after effect. Qiu Tianzi and the others walked over. Bao Dating pointed at him, mouth agape in an O shape, utterly speechless. Luna curiously walked around him, poking his easily breakable face with her little finger, then furrowed her brows with seriousness. Oh no, he's become so delicate. She withdrew her finger, looking at Qiu Tianzi with a face full of regret. Master, he won't be able to take a beating like this. Upon hearing this, Oliver's already pale face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Qiu Tianzi looked at him with a flat expression and asked, "Need any help?" Olivier stubbornly shook his head using both hands, and with great effort, like pulling a stubborn carrot, he finally pulled himself completely out of the crocodile's throat. A slick 3-year-old boy stood unsteadily in front of everyone. Luna blinked, her big eyes pointing beneath him, and curiously asked, "Master, why is his little tail in the front? And it's so small." The air instantly froze. Olivier stiffened, swiftly covering his fatal area, his little face turning bright red as he shouted with all his might, "That's not a tail. That is the dignity of a noble of the bloodline." His childish roar lacked any intimidation. Instead, it added a touch of absurdity. Seeing his miserable appearance, Qiu Tianzi took out a coat from his personal storage space and tossed it over. The clothing draped over him like a giant sack. Qiu Tianzi lazily waved his hand, manipulating a piece of metal debris that had fallen from the shelter, swiftly transforming the coat into a makeshift robe that barely fit. Dressed in new clothes, Olivier finally regained a semblance of security. Qiu Tianzi glanced at him and calmly said, "Is it okay now? If it's okay, you can continue." Oliver's mouth twitched fiercely. In his current state, he couldn't even withstand a gust of wind. If he pressed on, he would truly end up flat on the ground. Seeing his defeated demeanor, Qiu Tianzi ceased his teasing. He turned to Luna, who was still studying Oliver's little tail, and pointed to the flesh wall torn open by the metallic crocodile. "Go in from here, take out everything that can move, leave none alive." Upon hearing this, Luna's eyes sparkled like two shining stars. She had long grown tired of just watching. Finally, she could play. Yay! The little girl cheered, waving her little hand. A black vortex suddenly opened in front of her. She reached in and remarkably pulled out two enormous wolf-tooth clubs. Each club was covered in menacing spikes more than twice her height, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. However, such heavy weapons felt as light as cotton candy in her hands. Luna held one in each hand, skipping happily while humming an unknown tune as she dashed into the deep opening. In the next moment, a series of terrified roars, piercing screams, and dull thuds emanated continuously from the depths of the gap. Baodating cautiously stretched his head out, glancing into the darkness beyond the gap. It was pitch black inside, but the occasional flicker of ghostly light illuminated a chaotic and bloody scene. A massive shadow was sent flying out, crashing violently against the flesh wall, then exploding into a bloody mess, shattered scales mingling with the stench of entrails scattering like flowers in the wind. He quickly retracted his head, gasping for breath, his stomach churning. Just now he clearly saw it was a fallen crocodile. Was it crushed into pieces like a ball? He fought to suppress his nausea, trying to calm his emotions as he looked at Qiu Tianzi, his voice trembling. "Slightly, young master, what should we do next?" Qiu Tianzi scanned the surroundings, his cold face showing no signs of emotion. He simply said one word: wait. The wait felt long and torturous. The sounds from within the fallen crocodile's biological ship never ceased. Each dull thud was accompanied by the crisp sound of flesh being torn and the dying wails of the crocodile. Occasionally, heavy objects were flung out, crashing against the inner wall, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Baodating and Olivier were on edge, their faces pale. Olivier was especially on high alert, who, despite his 3-year-old body, his scarlet eyes remained vigilantly fixed on the gap. 30 minutes later, when the internal screams gradually subsided, a petite figure jumped out from the pitch. She looked like a little demon fresh from a slaughterhouse, her silver hair stained with unknown blood, and her body adorned with fragments of shells and entrails. However, on her face, covered in filth, there was a beaming smile, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. With an innocent joy, she approached Qiu Tianzi, tilting her little face up like a puppy seeking praise. "Master, Luna has perfectly completed the mission." Qiu Tianzi reached out to ruffle her hair, brushing away the blood clots in her silver locks, and cautioned, "Next time you fight, don't get yourself so dirty." Luna glanced at her own body, then at Qiu Tianzi, her little head nodding thoughtfully. She pondered that next time she should go a bit easier so it wouldn't break so badly. Qiu Tianzi withdrew his hand, turning his gaze to Baodating. "Do you know where the control room of this thing?" Baodating's expression shifted between confusion and fear, and he finally shook his head with a wry smile. "Young master, this biological ship probably doesn't have a traditional control room. They are alive. The control center should be the brain." As he spoke the last part, his voice grew soft. Since Baodating didn't know, they could only search for it themselves. One by one, he stood up and led the way toward the gap. Olivier followed closely behind, his 3-year-old body wrapped in the oversized coat, short legs struggling to keep up. Luna cheered, picked up her wolf-tooth clubs, and joyfully jumped in. Thus the 4 of them ventured into the depths of the fallen crocodile's biological ship. The deeper they walked, the more slippery the flesh carpet beneath their feet became, and the sour and decaying odor in the air grew increasingly intense, as if the entire biological ship were a massive digestive tract of a giant organism. At a corner, everyone came to a halt. Ahead on the flesh wall, there was a large smear of blood and flesh, as if something had been forcefully splattered against it like rotten mud. Among the fragments of bones and twisted metal scraps, one could vaguely discern biological tissues that did not belong to the fallen crocodile. More bizarrely, the flesh wall itself was slowly writhing, secreting a murky yellow liquid. As soon as the liquid touched the pile of minced flesh, it emitted a sizzling sound, rising with billows of white smoke. An indescribable stench of charred decay mixed with the sour odor rushed toward them. Ugh, Baudatings could no longer hold back, retching violently as if bile was about to come up. After becoming a 3-year-old child, Oliver's sense of smell seemed to have become even more sensitive. He disgustedly pinched his little nose and hummed in a childish voice. Uncultured. He tried to maintain the noble demeanor he once had, but unfortunately with his current appearance it lacked any persuasive power. Compared to the smell inside that creature's belly just now, this is much more bearable. Qiu Tianzi did not even glance at the wall that was feeding his gaze, calmly sweeping forward. They came across 2 forks in the road. Both passages were pitch dark. Luna's big eyes sparkled in the darkness. She pointed her little finger at the left passage and tilted her head, saying, "Master, it's really noisy over there. There are lots of crying things. Some of them have stopped crying." Everyone's hearts tightened, and they instantly understood. That was the food storage of the fallen crocodile clan, a living hell. Luna pointed to the right passage, her small face showing a hint of anticipation. "There are delicious things over there. Shiny, but many are spoiled and some are stinking. A trophy warehouse." Qiu Tianzi made his judgment. "Let's go right." He made the choice without hesitation. There might be survivors in the food storage, but he was more interested in the storage room. However, just as they turned and stepped into the right passage, a pair of eyes silently opened in the deep darkness on the left. Those eyes silently watched the backs of Qiu Tianzi and his group, especially when they landed on Luna. The eyes were filled with complex emotions, including a trace of imperceptible struggle. In the end, it did not make a sound. Qiu Tianzi seemed to sense something, and as he instinctively glanced back, the eyes had already quietly vanished, merging with the writhing darkness around, as if they had never appeared. As Qiu Tianzi turned back, he frowned, feeling that something had been watching him just now. He remained vigilant and continued to advance. Before long, they arrived at a storage room. Yes, a storage room. Everything was piled up haphazardly: broken armor, twisted weapons, and some unknown metal scraps. Although these items looked like some kind of equipment, many had been completely destroyed, their surfaces covered in traces of corrosion. While expecting the fallen crocodiles to neatly organize their spoils was a bit unrealistic, Qiu Tianzi was too lazy to waste time and directly activated the identification, scanning through one by one. Trash. Trash. Garbage among trash. After a while, his brows knitted tighter. Were these guys brainless? There was nothing of value. Just then a unique introduction flashed before his eyes. Fragment of the Godforge Mountain. Seeing this name, Qiu Tianzi was taken aback. What is this? He directly used his spiritual energy to pull it out from the pile of junk and held it in. It was a palm-sized metal fragment with irregular edges, its surface covered in dense patterns resembling some ancient script or perhaps a complex jigsaw puzzle. Qiu Tianzi's brows furrowed even tighter. He glanced at the specific information of this item, which surprisingly displayed only one sentence. Fragment of the Godforge Mountain. Upon closer inspection, it indeed looked like a piece from a jigsaw puzzle. As he was puzzled, a golden question mark naturally jumped out from the side. Qiu Tianzi's eyelids twitched. Here comes the greedy money again. He looked at the golden question mark, which displayed a line of small text. Would you like to spend 100 billion star coins to unlock detailed information about this item? Qiu Tianzi's face darkened instantly. He carefully counted the zeros. Yes, it was correct. 100 billion. He even doubted whether this thing was a mistake in the program. It couldn't think his money came from the wind, could it? Asking 100 billion for a question, are you kidding me? Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rising anger. He looked at the fragment in his hand, then at the golden question mark. But he knew that whatever was in his hand that could make Fajin Wancang offer such a price was definitely not simple. Qiu Tianzi fell silent for a few seconds. He decided to spend the money. He wanted to see if this thing was worth that price. If it wasn't worth that price, he would be prepared for the future. He reached out and tapped the golden question mark. Confirm payment of 100 billion star coins. In the next moment, a stream of information surged into his mind. Boom. A torrent of shattered images, mournful howls, and manic laughter reflected in his mind. A segment of memory sealed for countless epochs. In his vision, there was an unimaginably grand star domain. 108 completely different races gathered here. Some beings were as massive as mountains, their every breath stirring the tides of stardust. Some appeared like flowing light, weaving threads of energy in the void. Some were entirely made of crystal, chanting ancient and obscure runes. They were the overlords of their respective star domains, the pinnacle of different civilizations. Yet at this moment, they set aside their racial barriers and pride, pouring all the fire of civilization and hope into a god mountain that was being forged. It was an ultimate weapon spanning several star systems, its base composed of refined stars, its mountain body a crystallization of countless races' wisdom and its summit was about to bear the final power of 108 civilizations merging into one. On every being's face burned the flames of determination and hope to confront the shadow that loomed over all civilizations, the Chaos Gods. However, just at the last moment when the God Mountain was about to merge, the heavens darkened. Everything around was pulled into another dimension by an overwhelming power. There was no time, no light, only void. An indescribable, sinister laughter came from the depths of the void, cold and mocking, as if ridiculing a group of ants trying to shake a great tree. Colossal silhouettes, unimaginably large, emerged from the darkness. Their mere existence made the stars tremble and distorted space. The slaughter began. There were no earth-shattering battles, only crushing. One deity simply exhaled, and the race that lived by flames along with their stellar homeland instantly turned into the coldest dust in the universe. Another deity merely glanced, and the crystalline race known for their sturdiness began to collapse from within, turning into a cloud of powder. It was both a mockery and a massacre, a whimsical cleansing by the divine upon mortals. 108 races howled in despair and were obliterated in their unwillingness. Finally, a finger condensed from pure chaotic energy extended from the darkness, gently pressing down on the nearly successful God Mountain. Crack! The ultimate weapon that bore the last hope of 108 civilizations along with the mournful cries of countless beings shattered with a thunderous roar. It transformed into 108 core fragments, becoming streams of light that shot into every corner of the universe, completely vanishing into the depths of the starry sea. The scene concluded here. Qiu Tianzi suddenly snapped back to reality, his chest heaving violently, a fine layer of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He still stood before the pile of junk, clutching the palm-sized metal fragment in his hand. Yet at this moment, this fragment felt as heavy as the stars in his palm. "Master, what's wrong?" A childish voice sounded beside him. Olivier tugged at his pant leg, trying to look up with a small face. "Did you find a treasure? Your face looks like you've seen a ghost." "Master, can this thing be eaten?" Luna also came over, her big eyes curiously fixed on the fragment, sniffing with her small nose. "It smells like it might be very hard." Bao Datings anxiously watched Qiu Tianzi's expression, not daring to breathe. Qiu Tianzi did not answer them. His gaze was fixed on the fragment. After struggling hard, having mortgaged his entire race, they ultimately forged this thing. And what was the result? They didn't even get a chance to use it. Qiu Tianzi stared at the fragment in his hand, the memories still surging in his mind. Those chaos gods didn't take them seriously at all. It was like watching a group of clowns performing on stage, silently observing their antics, watching them burn the seeds of civilization, and watching them give their all. When they thought they could succeed, a finger gently pressed down. Total annihilation. Not even a chance to resist. Qiu Tianzi's fingers tightened, slightly turning pale at the tips. These so-called chaos gods really know how to play. So now, do these guys still exist? If they do, he instinctively lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the flesh layers of this biological ship, looking out into the endless starry sky. Are they lurking in those unreachable second-tier star domains, or in the ethereal first-tier star domains overlooking all living beings? Qiu Tianzi's brows knitted into a tight frown. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired more and more, but it was also becoming increasingly bizarre and mysterious. It was as if he himself were a massive trouble magnet, attracting every hot potato that came his way. The problem is he is still so weak now that he cannot withstand such turmoil. He even began to doubt his Qiu Tianzi. If one were to use the superstitious sayings from his previous life on Blue Star, this name sounds like it could attract the wrath of heaven and earth, making one susceptible to divine punishment, the kind that could lead to a sudden death in the streets. He shook his head, self-deprecatingly tugging at the corner of his mouth. Impossible. The root of the problem should lie with the Fajin Wancang. This thing is the culprit that dragged him into this gigantic whirlpool. A slight tugging sensation came from his pant leg, pulling Qiu Tianzi back to reality. He slowly lowered his head to meet a pair of worried crimson eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" Olivier asked, looking up with a small face. The turbulence in Qiu Tianzi's eyes gradually calmed down as he looked at the 3-year-old childlike vampire before him, temporarily suppressing the heavy thoughts in his mind. Overthinking is futile. What is meant to come will always come. He withdrew his gaze, storing the Zhu Rong Shunshan fragment into his personal storage space, casually asking, "How long will you look like this?" Upon hearing this, Oliver's eyes instantly brightened, seemingly grasping a lifeline, his small face filled with anticipation, instinctively wanting to reveal the conditions for recovery. "It only requires purity." "Forget it. Before the latter part of the sentence could be spoken, it was interrupted by a wave of Qiu Tianzi's hand. Oliver's little face froze in place. Seeing his master's "I didn't ask" expression, Olivier felt like he was about to explode. "You casually asked a question, and I thought you were going to show mercy and help me recover, only to find out it was just a joke." He puffed out his cheeks in anger, frantically cursing in his heart, but he dared not voice it. Clink, clank. A series of crisp metallic clashing sounds came, and Qiu Tianzi turned to look, only to see Luna had unearthed a small pile of shiny metal from the debris, clutching a piece larger than her head, nibbling away like a little hamster, her mouth occasionally making crunch-crunch sounds. Qiu Tianzi couldn't be bothered with her and let her be. Just then Bao Daiting, who had been rummaging through the pile of junk, suddenly let out an uncontrollable gasp. "Young master, I know where we are." Qiu Tianzi and Olivier both looked over at the same time. They saw Bao Daiting crouched in front of a metal sphere covered in spiderweb-like cracks, connecting his personal terminal, projecting a dim virtual star map before him. Most of the star map was a gray, unknown area with only a lonely bright spot in the center that kept flashing. "This is our current location." Bao Daiting pointed at the bright spot, his voice tinged with the excitement of surviving a disaster. Qiu Tianzi walked over, his gaze falling on the star map. Their location happened to be at the junction of two massive star domains, a long and dark vacuum. Bao Daiting's finger swiped across the virtual screen, magnifying that area, and a line of red text indicating danger levels popped up. His face turned pale instantly. "Young master, this is the magnetic suspension corridor." "Magnetic suspension corridor?" Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes." Bao Daiting swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "One of the most chaotic no-man's lands in the star domain. A paradise for pirates, a haven for fugitives, a forbidden zone for all civilized order." How did we end up in such a hellhole?" Qiu Tianzi remained silent, merely extending his finger to gently tap on the area of the star map, representing the magnetic suspension corridor. A flicker of imperceptible color flashed in his eyes. He actually felt an inexplicable familiarity with such places. In his past life on Blue Star, he had clawed his way through such chaotic environments, gradually rising to the position of a dark web overlord. Those days of dancing on the edge of a knife made him feel grounded. However, this feeling was fleeting. Qiu Tianzi quickly suppressed these emotions. Now was not the time for nostalgia. His primary goal now was to reach the Wellspring College. "How far is it to the central star domain?" Qiu Tianzi asked. Bao Daiting hurriedly started operating, his fingers flying across the virtual screen. After a moment, a string of bright red numbers popped up. There was a hint of bitterness in Bao Daiting's voice. "It's even farther than the distance we traveled from Vera Star. If we use a giant wormhole for transit, it will take 19 days. Qiu Tianzi's brows knitted tightly. It originally only required a little more than 14 days, but now it had increased by 5 days. This time frame is rather tight. Find the nearest giant wormhole." Bao Daiting operated quickly again, and soon a bright spot appeared on the star map. Not too far, he finally sounded, a hint of hope. "At the speed of our previous ship, the Night Raven, we should be able to reach it in about 6 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the hope on his face instantly crumbled, and he said with a bitter expression, "But young master, we are currently piloting this thing." Hearing this, Qiu Tianzi halted his steps. Indeed. Forget about whether they could control this biological ship. Even if they could, it was impossible to swagger directly to the giant wormhole. The reputation of the fallen crocodile race was far from good. These guys were like rats in the star domain, universally scorned. Riding their biological ship around would be like declaring to everyone, "I am from the fallen crocodile race. Come and attack me." At that point, forget about making the journey. Whether they could survive to reach the wormhole was another question entirely. Qiu Tianzi remained silent for a few seconds. "Let's find the control room first." He clapped his hands and turned to walk deeper into the corridor. Olivier followed closely behind with her little short legs, while Bao Daiting quickly packed up his equipment and followed. Luna, meanwhile, was bouncing along at the back, clutching a pile of metal, still munching away with a crunch. The group continued deeper. The further they went, the thicker the surrounding flesh walls became, with the blood vessels growing thicker, writhing like pythons beneath the skin. The temperature in the air was also rising, carrying a humid and warm breath. Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept across the surroundings, and he had already formed a judgment in his mind. They were approaching the core area of this biological ship. The further they went into the corridor, the more rooms resembling nests began to appear on both sides of the flesh walls. Bao Daiting curiously glanced inside. Each room's flesh carpet was raised into nests shaped like birds' nests. The sizes of those beds were clearly designed according to the physique of the fallen crocodiles. "Do these guys usually live in places like this?" Bao Daiding muttered, his face filled with disgust. Qiu Tianzi ignored him and continued walking forward. When the group reached the end of the corridor, they were greeted by an expansive space. The entire space was about 50 square meters, and the flesh carpet was embedded with mirrors, each displaying different scenes. Upon closer inspection, those scenes were of the environment outside the biological ship. The most eye-catching were 6 enormous mirrors, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, arranged in a row, occupying an entire wall. Found it! Bao Daiding exclaimed excitedly. However, when they began looking for the operation method, everyone froze. Compared to other ships, there was no control interface here, no buttons, no consoles, not even a decent. The entire space had only one seat. Above the seat, thick nerve bundles hung down from the flesh wall, resembling the tentacles of some creature connecting to the seat. The area around the seat was empty, devoid of anything. Bao Daiding circled around the seat, his excitement instantly replaced by helplessness. How do you operate this? Olivier also furrowed her little brows, her childish voice asking, do we have to sit on it? Qiu Tianzi stared at those nerve bundles, his brows tightly knitted. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. It's not that simple. Gustav has 2 operating methods. The voice was soft, laced with caution. Everyone instantly turned their heads, looking sharply at the source of the sound. Luna discarded the half-eaten metal in her hand and directly stood in front of Qiu Tianzi, her small face filled with vigilance. However, the entrance was empty. Olivier wrinkled her little nose, sniffing the air, then suddenly looked up and pointed above. There's something up there. Luna's eyes immediately locked onto that position, gripping her spiked club tightly, ready to strike. Wait, I am not an enemy. I am not an enemy. The voice sounded hurried, tinged with panic. Qiu Tianzi raised his hand to stop Luna, his gaze falling on the flesh wall above. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from a transparent state. It was a being about 1.6 meters tall, with a slender body, pale green skin covered in fine scales. Its limbs were slender, with claw-like hands and feet currently clinging tightly to the flesh wall above. The most striking feature was its head, flat and wide, with 2 enormous eyes taking up a large portion of its face, the irises golden and the pupils vertical. Qiu Tianzi stared at it, a word flashing through his mind. Chameleon. No, it looked more like a lizard. The creature carefully crawled down from the flesh wall, moving slowly, afraid of causing a misunderstanding. It landed on the ground, raised its hands, and adopted a surrendering posture. I really am not an enemy. Its voice trembled slightly. I was captured. You are from the Camilo race. Bao Daiding's eyes widened as he pointed at it, his voice pitched high. Yes, my name is Xavier, a reconnaissance soldier from the Camilo race. Its voice held a hint of bitterness. 3 months ago, my ship was attacked by this group of fallen crocodiles, and I was the only survivor. Qiu Tianzi's gaze swept over it, remaining silent. Xavier seemed to sense his skepticism and quickly added, I know you want to control it. I can help you. It pointed to the seat. The control method of this biological ship is very special. It requires a neural connection. However, it paused, fear creeping into its voice. Only the fallen crocodiles can connect. If other races force a connection, they will be countered by the ship's consciousness, becoming vegetative. Upon hearing this, Bao Daiding's face turned grim. So what do we do? There is another way which could also work, using the language of the fallen crocodiles to command it directly, but that method is much less efficient. Upon hearing these 2 methods, a meaningful smile flashed deep in Qiu Tianzi's eyes. Qiu Tianzi's gaze lingered for a few seconds on Xavier's lizard-like face, a faint, inscrutable curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You mean? You have a way. The question acted like a stimulant. A sudden gleam flashed deep within Xavier's eyes. He knew his gamble had paid off. The man before him was the linchpin of these creatures. Even that terrifying little girl brandishing 2 wolf-tooth clubs obeyed his commands without question. Thinking of this, he straightened slightly and answered with respectful composure. Yes, my lord, I have a method to barely control this Gusatafu. However, I have a small request. Oh, Qiu Tianzi regarded him with leisurely interest. Speak. Xavier drew a deep breath, summoned all his courage, and spoke each word deliberately. I want this biological ship. The sentence had barely fallen. You must be dreaming. A shrill childish cry exploded out. Aloy flushed with fury and sprang up, pointing at Xavier's nose and shouting, This is my noble. No, it is the spoils we fought so hard to claim. You greenskin lizard, how dare you demand it? He tried to look ferocious, but with that 3-year-old face, he came off like a child throwing a tantrum over stolen candy. Bao Daiding beside him grew anxious and chimed in, exactly. What sort of joke is this we? Bao Daiding's voice stuck in his throat halfway through. He glanced at Lu Nan gnawing at metal, and then at Aloy, reverted to a child, and silently fell quiet. It seemed. He had been yelling "We're doomed" the entire time. Zuiyer's face twitched. He ignored the commotion and fixed his gaze unblinkingly on Qiu Tianzi. I know this request is unreasonable, but you have no choice, do you? If you cannot control it, the biological ship will be abandoned here, reduced to interstellar dust. His tone was resolute. Qiu Tianzi said nothing. He walked once around the control chair, tapping lightly at the dangling nerve bundles with his fingers. Tell me, why risk being crushed by us to obtain it? Asked Qiu Tianzi. Zuiyer's face showed torment, but he finally spoke. Our Camilo clan has also tried to create biological ships, but failed. The Gusatafu is one of the most mature models of the Yun crocodile clan. If we acquire it, we will have hope. Alright, I understand. Qiu Tianzi interrupted. Zuiyer tightened, fearing the negotiation had collapsed. But Qiu Tianzi smiled. A faint smile that sent an inexplicable chill through Zuiyer. You are mistaken about two things. Oh. Qiu Tianzi pointed at Zuiyer. First, you overestimate yourself. Without you, we can still operate it. Zuiyer's pupils constricted. Second, you did not tell the truth. Qiu Tianzi's gaze cut into him like a blade. You said you were captured too. So why can you move freely? Why do you know the Gizidifus internal structure and the methods to operate it so well? Zuiyer's claws involuntarily clenched. This shows you came prepared. Qiu Tianzi paused. But one thing I can be certain of, the Gusatafu is indeed your objective. And you truly are a scout. Only your reconnaissance is unusual. Your target was the Gizidifus and Zuiyer's breathing quickened. Qiu Tianzi stepped before him, looking down with an imposing calm. Let me guess. Your comrades are about to arrive, are they not? That is why you dared to emerge so brazenly from the shadows. A cold sneer tugged at his mouth. Am I right? Zuiyer's face shifted through a dozen expressions. The golden vertical pupils revealed a flash of panic. The situation was exactly as the human had described. When he had watched Lu Na slaughter the Yun crocodiles, he knew opportunity had come, yet the little girl's ferocity had frightened him into hiding in the shadows. When the massacre ended, he immediately signaled his kin and shadowed Qiu Tianzi's party to this place. Hearing their exchange birthed a reckless thought in him. If he could seize the Gusatafu single-handedly before the main force arrived, he might obtain things he had never dared imagine. Glory, rank, resources, perhaps even promotion to captain. Now that notion was punctured by the human's words. Zuiyer opened his mouth to argue, but no words came. Bao Dating sucked in a breath, looking at Qiu Tianzi with pure awe. Young master, your mind is frighteningly sharp. I ought to behave from now on. Aelawire snorted and in his childish voice said, I told you that green lizard had ill intent. Luna cocked her head, glanced at Zuiyer, and then at Qiu Tianzi, tightening her grip on the wolf-tooth club. Master, shall we smash him flat too? Zuiyer went rigid. Cold sweat seeped down his forehead. Qiu Tianzi did not answer Luna, but stared at Zuiyer and asked mildly, How long until your comrades arrive? Zuiyer ground his teeth, realizing there was no way out. 10 minutes. His voice carried an air of resigned recklessness. He drew a deep breath, urgency in his tone. 2 of our capital ships and a landing craft are arriving very soon. As he spoke, his eyes flicked involuntarily to Lu Na. The little girl with the club made him shiver. Listen to me. This is the best course of action. Zuiyer forced a sincere tone. I guarantee your safety. He paused and let his gaze settle on Qiu Tianzi, attempting to persuade him with facts. Even if you can control the Gusatafu by voice, its combat power will be reduced to at most 20% of its original strength. That level of force cannot stand against our 2 capital ships. A trace of threat crept into Zuiyer's voice. If you fight and fail, you will suffer no good end. Believe me, I say this for your own good. Bullshit. Aelawire exploded, the tiny body lunging forward with small fists swinging. Wait. Qiu Tianzi's soft voice stopped Aelawire. He stepped closer and smoothed the child's messy golden hair with his hand. His fingertip came away sticky with crimson. The blood Aelawire had smeared when emerging from a crocodile's belly. Qiu Tianzi looked at the blood on his finger, then turned to Zuiyer and smiled. The smile was faint, but it made Zuiyer freeze. Do you know? Qiu Tianzi's voice was unervingly calm. I hate being threatened above all else. He paused, a chill passing through his eyes. So have you decided how you would like to die? Zuiyer's face, don't worry, not now. Qiu Tianzi's mouth twitched. Before that, I will first annihilate the reinforcements you summoned. Zuiyer stood stunned, his golden pupils full of disbelief. This man was mad. That thought flickered through his mind, 2 capital ships and a landing craft. This human claimed he would destroy them. By what means? By that little girl. As Zuiyer suspected bluster, Qiu Tianzi waved his hand. A translucent mask appeared out of thin air in his palm. The mask of the Voidwalker. Unexpectedly, it was needed so soon. Qiu Tianzi looked at the delicate translucent mask in his hand and gently pressed it against his face. A chilling sensation enveloped him, as if the mask melted like ice, silently seeping into his skin and vanishing from sight. Within Qiu Tianzi's heart, an extraordinary feeling arose out of nowhere. Imitation transformation. His gaze fell upon Olivier, and an image of the other's originally handsome, noble visage surfaced in his mind. In the next moment, the muscles in his face began to twist and reshape uncontrollably. Just 3 seconds. A face that would leave Olivier in a daze appeared on Qiu Tianzi's features. You. Olivier pointed at the face that belonged to him, his mouth agape for a long time, without forming a complete word. The bystander Bao Datong was so frightened that he shivered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zevil watched the scene, secretly amused. Transforming into someone else's appearance. Naive. The neural connections of the fallen crocodile tribe are attuned to unique genetic codes, not faces. To force a connection like this would only result in an instant collapse under Gustav's biological consciousness, turning one into a complete idiot. He was curious to see whether his kin would arrive first, or if this self-righteous fellow would become a vegetable before that. After completing the test, Qiu Tianzi's gaze returned to his fingertips. The viscous blood belonging to the metal fallen crocodile that he had wiped from Oliver's head emanated a faint odor of fish. He furrowed his brow and, expressionless, shoved his finger into his mouth. Immediately after, a series of nauseating, bone-cracking sounds erupted from within him. Ripping sounds echoed as the clothes on his body were violently torn apart by his expanding muscles, scattering in tatters around him. His height surged at a visible speed, and beneath his skin layers of dark hard scales burst forth rapidly, covering his entire body. The most terrifying sight was a massive tail that brutally grew from his tailbone, crashing down with a bang. The entire control room shook. Except for Luna, who was nibbling on a metal piece with bright, sparkling eyes, the other 3 intelligent beings present had completely lost their ability to think. Before long, a colossal creature towering 5 meters replaced Qiu Tianzi's original position. With a ferocious head, a massive mouth, 3 crimson eyes, and that signature gruesome scar running from the left eye to the right. It was none other than the metal fallen crocodile that Olivier had just killed. Olivier looked up, his face filled with confusion. The master transformed into that hideous creature he had just slain. Qiu Tianzi glanced down at his tattered clothing, contemplating the need for more caution during his next transformation. He shook the unfamiliar tail behind him, feeling odd. Turning his massive head, his 3 crimson eyes landed on Zevil, whose complexion had blended with that of his skin. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Zevil's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Qiu Tianzi ignored him, and looking at his current form, thought of another matter. Since he was like this, why not make it even more perfect? With a sweep of his enormous claw, an ancient book appeared in his hand. The book of many languages of... With a thought, he quickly found what he was looking for. The pages turned, without wind fluttering, to page 378. On the page, countless twisted characters of the fallen crocodile tribe leaped up, like swarming bees flooding into his mind. This time those peculiar sounds and grammar brought no discomfort, as if he were born to understand them. Having completed all this, Qiu Tianzi stored the book of many languages and took heavy steps toward the control seat. Boom. He sat down heavily. Looking at the thick, living neural bundles hanging from above, he opened his massive mouth and uttered a word in the raspy language of the fallen crocodile. Connect. The moment the words fell, dozens of neural bundles suddenly sprang forth like venomous snakes, sensing blood violently piercing into his nape. The originally free-floating Gustav in the starry sky suddenly twitched his 6 vacant eyes. He blinked, as if regaining consciousness from his bewilderment. Qiu Tianzi's vision changed instantly. The surrounding asteroids, once dozens of meters in size, now appeared like glass marbles densely floating in the darkness. He felt as if he had become a fish in the water. With a gentle flick of his fins, his entire field of vision began to retreat rapidly. If he used his tail again, the speed would double. A flood of information about Gustav poured into his mind. Control methods, combat capabilities, physiological structure, even what this biological ship liked to eat was crystal clear. Qiu Tianzi's consciousness quickly sifted through this information, soon locking onto the first ability. Stealth. He focused his mind. Gustav, who had been swiftly roaming the starry sky, began to fade in color, as if being gradually erased by an eraser. Gradually, he completely disappeared into the surrounding darkness. Qiu Tianzi squinted. No wonder. He recalled the first time he encountered this creature and how the 3 small shuttles reacted. While he was simply scavenging for space debris, suddenly a massive object turned from virtual to real right in front of him. Anyone encountering such a thing would be scared away. Master, have you now transformed into that big guy? Luna's voice came from below, tinged with curiosity. Qiu Tianzi did not respond. He was adapting to this entirely new sensation. In the control room, Zeviel sat on the ground, his face pale. He looked at the colossal creature in the control seat, his mind filled with a single thought. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could a human successfully connect to Gustav's neural network? Furthermore, without being backlashed, Olivier looked up, staring at the enormous figure, his mouth agape, still somewhat in disbelief. Master, really transformed into that hideous creature? Bao Dadong was entirely numb. He just wanted to find a place to lie down, not wanting to deal with anything anymore. Qiu Tianzi's consciousness wandered within Gustav's body, familiarizing itself with the functions of each organ. He discovered that the combat power of this biological ship was far stronger than he had imagined. Although there were some damages, it should be sufficient to handle 2 main battleships and a landing ship. He opened his 3 crimson eyes and slowly uttered a few words in the language of the fallen crocodile. Hunting begins. 3 oddly shaped vessels sped towards the coordinates on the star map. At the forefront, a robust Camilo tribe member was intently staring at the light spot on the display. Villard frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his round eyes. The message from Xavier was clear. The celestial crocodile tribe aboard Gustav's biological ship had been completely annihilated, and those individuals had no understanding of the control methods. Logically, Gustav should have remained stationary. Yet just moments ago, that light spot moved. Although it was only for a brief instant, it was undoubtedly abnormal. Villard tapped the control panel a few times, opening the communication channel. Change formation, surround them from both sides. Observe first, and do not act recklessly. Understood. The 2 main ships responded. Villard leaned back in his seat, feeling that something was amiss. However, thinking of Xavier's identity, he chose to trust. After all, that guy was one of the best scouts in the tribe, and couldn't be wrong. However, when the 3 vessels reached the star map coordinates, the surroundings were empty, with nothing in sight. Villard's round eyes suddenly narrowed. The coordinate point was nearby, yet apart from the floating asteroids, not even a shadow could be seen. A thought struck him. Gustav's ability, stealth. Danger. Be careful. Before he could finish his boom, one of the main ships on the left was suddenly thrust by a tremendous force, sending the entire vessel careening towards the asteroid belt. The main ship on the right reacted swiftly, its energy shield deploying instantly, while all weapon systems activated. Laser cannons, ion cannons, energy cannons. An overwhelming barrage of firepower erupted, all aimed at the seemingly empty void. Rumbling, the explosion's light illuminated the darkness. A massive creature was blasted out of its hidden state, its gaping maw clamping down on the left main ship's hull, tearing a shocking gash. Flames shot up and explosions echoed continuously. Villard's face turned pale instantly. All ships concentrate fire. The landing craft adjusted its course, and all weapons fired simultaneously. The surrounding starry sky was instantly engulfed in light. Qiu Tianzi controlled Gustav, and after crushing a piece of the main ship's armor, the gigantic body twisted violently, its tail arcing through the void, moving with the agility of a fish as it darted into the adjacent asteroid belt. Although most of the damage was blocked by the asteroids, several still struck Gustav. Qiu Tianzi's consciousness within Gustav's body could clearly feel every damaged area. Though tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, he could not withstand the sustained bombardment from the main ship. A quick resolution was necessary. He concentrated, and massive spikes began to grow from the stout tail of Gustav. 3 rows, 12 spikes, each were neatly arranged along both sides of the tail. Just as they passed through a sparse asteroid field, Gustav suddenly whipped its tail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 spikes from one side detached from the tail, slicing through the starry sky, like gigantic spears aimed at the main ship that was firing at full capacity. Thud, 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 thud. The first few huge spears collided with the energy shield, creating ripples. The shield trembled violently, and the energy fluctuations began to destabilize. However, before they could gather energy again, the other 12 spears had already reached their target. Thud! The energy shield shattered in response. One of the spears pierced the main ship's hull, penetrating the entire power cabin. Boom! A massive fireball exploded in the starry sky. Although the ship had lost power, the firepower output system on the main ship did not cease. It unleashed a lethal barrage, weaving a death net in the starry expanse. At the same time, the landing craft's hatch slowly opened. Small airships poured out like a disturbed hornet's nest, a dark swarm rushing towards Gustav. Qiu Tianzi controlled Gustav, scanning the airships with his eyes, his brow furrowing. Although these small crafts posed little individual threat, their overwhelming numbers and rapid movements made it urgent to eliminate the two main ships first. After all, their sustained firepower was still too fierce. With a thought, Gustav's body twisted sharply, its tail arcing through the void as it agilely darted into the nearby asteroid belt. The laser projectiles pursued closely, and countless asteroids were instantly reduced to dust. On the landing craft, Villard stared intently at the display, the scales on his forehead standing up slightly from tension. He had already sent out a distress signal, but the nearest support fleet would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. 20 minutes. Villard's claws tapped on the control panel as he began to calculate. What worried him most was not the frenzied Gustav before him, but another matter. Although the celestial crocodile tribe preferred to act alone, they maintained contact for a period. By timing, if he delayed any longer, the remaining celestial crocodiles might arrive. At that point, surrounded on all sides, death would be unavoidable. Yet thinking of his purpose for coming, Villard slammed his fist on the control panel, growling furiously. What is Xavier doing? What is the situation with this Gustav? He opened the communication channel, attempting to contact Xavier. However, all he could hear was a cacophony of static, unable to connect. Villard's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Xavier sat slumped in Gustav's control room, watching the battle unfold through the display. His round eyes constantly fluctuated in size, filled with anxiety. In just one encounter, both of their main ships had been severely damaged. One was completely incapacitated while the hull of the other was already shattered. Moreover, why was this human so adept at controlling Gustav? Those combat techniques, those evasive maneuvers, even the spikes on the tail were used with such ease. It felt as if he was born to be a member of the celestial crocodile tribe. Xavier's claws unconsciously tightened, his mind consumed by a single thought. It's over. How could this happen? Baodatong and Olivier were also watching the display, their expressions distinctly different. Baodatong's face was filled with shock, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Olivier, on the other hand, was so excited that his face turned red, cheerfully exclaiming, "Well done. This is how you deal with them daring to steal our things, just take them down." Luna tilted her head, glancing at the display before looking at Qiu Tianzi in the control seat, her small hand gripping the Wolf Fang Club tightly. Master is amazing. In the starry sky, Gustav charged out from the asteroid belt once more, its massive body heading straight for the main ship that had lost power. Villard witnessed this scene, his pupils suddenly contracting. All airships intercepted. The moment the command was issued, all the airships changed their previous methods of maneuvering. Villard's voice thundered through the communication channel, "All units, heed my orders. Activate all shields and form a collision formation." The airships that had been skirting around suddenly lined up into a conical array, their shields fully deployed, merging into a single entity. Qiu Tianzi, controlling Gustav, had just surged out from the asteroid belt when he saw these airships barreling towards him like madmen. Boom. The shield of the first airship collided with the scales of Gustav, erupting into a dazzling burst of light. Following closely were the second and third airships. The sounds of the collisions reverberated across the starry sky, and Gustav's massive body was forcefully knocked off course. The shields of those airships shattered upon impact, some collided directly with Gustav's scales, resulting in immediate explosions. Flames erupted continuously, illuminating the entire starry sky. Qiu Tianzi furrowed his brow, wondering if these fools had gone mad. Yet in the next moment, he understood their intention. On the main battleship, which had lost power, the largest main cannon began to gather blinding light at its muzzle. The energy fluctuations were so intense that they rippled through the surrounding space. Virum, a thick beam of light shot out from the main cannon, instantly vaporizing the asteroids in its path, leaving no trace behind. Qiu Tianzi's pupils constricted sharply. Danger! He twisted Gustav's body abruptly, trying to evade this strike. However, the collisions from the airships slowed his movements. Puffed! The beam skimmed past Gustav's body, vaporizing his rear fin and carbonizing the surrounding flesh with intense heat. A sharp pain surged through his nerves, causing Qiu Tianzi's body to stiffen suddenly, letting out a low, pained groan. In the control room, Olivier and Baodatong both shivered simultaneously. Luna, who had been happily watching the monitor, suddenly changed color. The red hue in her eyes slowly faded, turning black. "Master." Her voice was soft, but caused Xavier beside her to stiffen. Qiu Tianzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the acute pain. He assessed his rear fin. It was completely ruined. "Fine. Very well." He raised his head, three crimson eyes fixed intently on the main battleship. On Gustav's back, the massive dorsal fin, resembling a sail, suddenly began to glow. A ghostly blue light ignited from the base of the fin, rapidly spreading across the entire structure. The light grew brighter and more blinding. On the landing ship, Veelard stared at the monitor, his pupils narrowing to slits. Damn it. All ships immediately evade. His voice echoed in the communication channel, that is an atomic breath. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone on the powerless battleship changed. With their power systems destroyed, they had no way to evade. The captain of the battleship gripped the handrails tightly, the scales on his forehead slightly raised due to tension. He watched the increasingly bright light point on the monitor and let out a low growl from his throat. All hands, heed my command. Activate energy shields. All personnel into emergency pods. However, before they could act, Gustav had already opened his massive jaws. A beam of ghostly blue light shot out from deep within his throat, warping the very space around it. A dozen airships charged forward, shields fully activated, attempting to shield the main battleship. The energy shields formed a protective net. However, in the face of the ghostly blue beam, these shields were as fragile as paper, not lasting even a second. The beam pierced through the shields, instantly melting the airships with high temperatures, leaving no opportunity for explosions, turning them into dust in the starry sky. Immediately afterward, the beam struck the main battleship. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the entire starry sky. Boom! The hull of the battleship began to crack from the middle, with the energy chamber exploding, triggering a chain reaction. A massive fireball erupted in the starry sky, debris scattering like flowers from the heavens. On the landing ship, Veelard stared at the monitor, his eyes bloodshot. On that battleship were his kin, his comrades. Now they were all gone. His claws slammed down hard on the control panel, letting out a low roar. Retreat. All airships retreat immediately. However, Qiu Tianzi, controlling Gustav, had no intention of letting them go. His massive body twisted in the starry sky, the remaining spines on his tail growing back, aimed at the fleeing airships. Swish, swish, swish. Giant spears tore through the starry sky, striking the airships with precision. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, flames blossoming in the darkness. Veelard watched the disappearing lights on the monitor, his face ashen. Gritting his teeth, he issued the final command: landing ship, full speed retreat. Trying to escape. Qiu Tianzi narrowed his three crimson eyes. Having crippled two main battleships, now only this landing ship remained, and he would never allow them to escape unscathed. As the landing ship began to move, Gustav's enormous body lunged forward. The small laser cannons and energy weapons rained down fire, striking Gustav's scales, only managing to spark scattered flames. Qiu Tianzi paid no mind to these attacks, his massive jaws already reaching toward the body of the landing ship. At that moment, a blinding light flared up from the other side. Qiu Tianzi turned sharply. The battleship he had initially crippled was again gathering energy fluctuations at its main cannon. Was this fellow not dead yet? He flicked his tail, a row of spines detaching and slicing through the starry sky, precisely hitting the gathering main cannon. Boom! A series of explosions erupted once more, and the entire battleship was completely torn apart, turning into a shower of debris. However, in those brief seconds of delay, the landing ship had already begun its full-speed escape. With a flick of his tail, Gustav's body traced an arc through the starry sky, directly pursuing it. Inside the landing ship, Veelard stared intently at the approaching light point on the monitor, his murderous intent no longer concealed. His claws slammed down hard on the control panel, his voice icy. All airships remaining on the landing ship, load the biomass annihilation bombs. What? Captain, that is. The deputy was taken aback. Since we cannot obtain it, let it disappear completely. A hint of madness flashed in Veelard's vertical pupils. Biomass annihilation bombs are weapons specifically designed to target biological ships. Once detonated, they will dismantle all organizational structures of the biological ship from within. This weapon is classified as prohibited under interstellar treaties, as the spreading biomass would also destroy the ecological environment of nearby life planets. But now Veelard could not care less. The hatch opened once more. A dozen airships surged out, each equipped with a bomb glowing with an eerie green light beneath their bellies. They did not attack like before, but charged directly toward Gustav. Qiu Tianzi furrowed his brow at the sight of those airships. These fools were on a suicide charge, their flight trajectories all wrong. With a thought, Gustav opened his massive jaws, the ghostly blue light gathering once again deep within his throat. However, just as the atomic breath was about to be unleashed, those airships suddenly accelerated and crashed into Gustav. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted and green light spread across Gustav's scales. Qiu Tianzi's body stiffened abruptly. An unprecedented pain surged through his nerves, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing into his brain. In the control room, his body began to convulse violently, bloodshot in his 3 crimson eyes. Master. Luna's voice rang out, her eyes now completely black. Baudating and Olivier panicked, clearly seeing Qiu Tianzi's body convulsing uncontrollably. Xavier sat slumped on the ground watching this scene, with a complex expression on his face. The biomass annihilation bomb had indeed been deployed. A roar erupted from Gustav's massive jaws, one that seemed unearthly, filled with endless agony. In the control room, everyone stared intently at the main display. The eerie green dots clung to Gustav's scales like maggots, expanding wildly, at a visibly rapid pace. The areas touched by the green light saw the solid dark scales dissolve and carbonize like paper splashed with strong acid, breaking apart into black and gray dust that fell from the ship and drifted into the cold, starry sky. The speed at which this biological matter disintegrated was terrifying. Crack, crack. A series of painful cracking sounds echoed as the iconic sail-like dorsal fin on Gustav's back began to decay and fracture from its base. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the massive fin completely detached from the ship, silently drifting away, disintegrating into a cloud of dust along the way. This heart-wrenching pain transmitted through the nerve bundle, without reservation, to every nerve ending of Qiu Tianzi. His muscles were spasming violently, and his enormous body seated in the control chair trembled uncontrollably. Even blood began to seep from the gaps in his scales. At that moment, a faint, tender, almost fading soul perception appeared in his mind. Brother. The voice was intermittent, filled with a child's fear and pain. While I can still hold on. Run. Qiu Tianzi trembled violently. From the moment he connected to the nerve bundle, everything about this bioship was imprinted in his memory like a brand. Each Gustav was a miracle born from the selection of countless embryos by the meteor crocodile tribe, cultivated through special means. They are living weapons. Although they seem oblivious most of the time, they are indeed sentient beings. The best way to control them is through blood kinship. The metal meteor crocodile killed by Olivier was the biological brother of this Gustav. And now Qiu Tianzi had become him. Naturally, Gustav regarded him as his only brother. This sudden sense of closeness and trust, mixed with the excruciating pain transmitted at this moment, made Qiu Tianzi's heart tighten inexplicably. He bit down on his sharp teeth, exerting all his strength to roar back through the mental connection. Hold on. Don't give up. However, the only response he received was an even fainter thought filled with grievance and pain. Brother, I am in so much pain. And so cold, the I am in so much pain tinged with tears pierced into Qiu Tianzi's heart like a red-hot steel needle. Damn it. In the control room, Olivier watched Qiu Tianzi's massive body convulsing in pain, his eyes reddened with urgency. He turned his head and saw Xavier collapsed on the ground. Filled with rage, he stomped over with his short legs and started pounding on Xavier's legs. It's all your fault. You green-skinned lizard. Bad guy. Xavier was pounded painfully, but had no strength to evade. Luna remained silent, her originally innocent large eyes now swirling with blackness at an astonishing speed. A cold, chilling aura began to emanate from her small body, and her figure began to change, slowly growing taller. A barely perceptible green thread unexpectedly followed the connection of the nerve bundle, drilling directly from Gustav's body into Qiu Tianzi's. Ugh! Qiu Tianzi suddenly arched his body, a muffled groan escaping from his throat. This had surpassed the transmission of mental pain, transforming into a real, physical annihilation. A small, inconspicuous black spot appeared out of nowhere on the skin at the junction of his neck, rapidly expanding. The flesh around that black spot was being ground to powder at a terrifying speed, revealing a grim white bone. Master! Luna's eyes, now completely turned into ink, suddenly contracted. She could no longer. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, and her form began to automatically cover itself in armor. Her black hair stood on end as if blown by an invisible wind, and in the next moment, she was about to reach out and forcibly tear apart the nerve bundle, piercing Qiu Tianzi's neck. Stop! A hoarse, almost inaudible growl squeezed out from between Qiu Tianzi's clenched teeth. Luna's outstretched hand abruptly halted in midair. She looked at Qiu Tianzi in confusion, her eyes swirling with ink, filled with urgency and a desire for destruction. Just moments ago, Qiu Tianzi felt that something inside him had been provoked. Yes, provoked. The internal energy of the Changxing Ju, which had been flowing like a gentle stream within him, quietly maintaining his life functions, erupted completely the moment it came into contact with that foreign biological matter. It was like a sleeping dragon being stung by a green fly. It seemed utterly disgusted. Then a wave of contempt and anger from the essence of life began to spread. The overwhelming life energy transformed from nurturing into a surging tidal wave rushing toward that invading green energy. Devour. The strange green energy didn't have time to react before being instantly enveloped, crushed, and absorbed by this golden life torrent, turning into nourishment for the Changxing. However, this was merely the beginning. After clearing the garbage from his body, the enraged colossal force showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it seemed to have found an outlet, rushing back along those thick nerve bundles. At this moment, Gustav was on the brink of death. Its outer scales had completely dissolved, large chunks of flesh being disintegrated, revealing its internally pale and huge skeleton, which was continuously collapsing under the erosion of the green light. Its faint consciousness had sunk into the deepest darkness and pain. At that moment, a warm, vast energy filled with the essence of life surged violently into its body from brother. Gustav's fading consciousness jolted sharply. It could feel that the intense pain gnawing at its body was utterly powerless against this new energy, like snow meeting the scorching sun, being rapidly devoured and purified. In the next second, a golden glow suddenly lit up on the once dim and lifeless massive skeleton. Following that, a second, a third. Countless golden dots emerged from within the bones, quickly connecting to form mysterious golden patterns that covered the entire skeleton. The disintegrating bones, under the nourishment of this force, not only ceased to disintegrate, but began to reorganize and be reborn in a stronger, more perfect manner. In the control room, Olivier was still riding on Xavier's back, pounding on his legs with his small fists, cursing, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you greenskin monster. You've ruined our ship." Meanwhile, Baodating was staring blankly at the main display of the dissolving bioship, having completely given up on thinking. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes. What did he see? That bioship, which had nearly turned into a mere skeleton, was glowing. Moreover, on top of that grim white skeleton, a new layer of flesh and nerves shimmering with a faint golden glow was visibly growing back piece by piece. Before the stunned gazes of all present, an inconceivable transformation began to unfold. The stark white bones were enveloped in golden radiance, and layer upon layer of fresh flesh erupted with impossible speed, defying natural law, to swiftly cover the skeletal frame. Baodating stood utterly dumbfounded. He raised his hand and slapped himself sharply. Slap. A crisp ringing sound. It hurt. This was no dream. Beside him, Olivier had halted his punishment of Xavier, tilting his small head upward. His pair of scarlet eyes widened into perfect circles, his tiny mouth hanging agape, unshut for a long, breathless moment. This is... Xavier slumped helplessly on the floor. Was a scout of the Camilo clan. His knowledge of bioships far surpassed that of any bystander. Staring at the image on the monitor, his round pupils contracted violently with terror and disbelief, while his lips moved unconsciously in whispered awe. Genetic recombination. No, it was forced evolution. Impossible. This technology belongs not to the Yuan clan. Then what is it? What he witnessed had shattered every foundational principle he held about biotechnology. In the starry void, Gustav's form swelled uncontrollably. In moments it swelled nearly 1/3 larger than before, so vast that the dozen soft-meter-wide asteroids swirling nearby now seemed like insignificant pebbles. Moreover, the rear fins, shattered by the main cannon, did not regenerate as they once were during the flesh and bone. Ivory-white bones pierced through the newly formed flesh, elongating into 5 razor-sharp talons, interconnected by resilient membranes, to form a pair of monstrous, grotesque flippers. Its tail underwent an even more horrifying metamorphosis. The originally needle-sharp tip swelled rapidly, with pulsing flesh culminating in a colossal oval-shaped mace. Thick, gnarled bone spines erupted from its surface, gleaming with a chilling silvery luster, a living meteor hammer. Most striking of all was its head. From the smooth expanse of its skull, a thick, dark golden spiral horn thrust forth with raw, brutal force, twisting upward like a sovereign decree of dominance. Even its armored scales underwent total renewal. The original grayish-green vanished, entirely replaced by a sinister dark gold carapace etched with flowing arcane golden sigils, impenetrable, unyielding. Even the dorsal fin, once utterly corroded and dissolved, reborn with savage ferocity. 3 full rows of colossal bone spines erupted from its spine, standing like a forest of blades, lethal, merciless, and towering. Inside the control chamber, Luna's aura of glacial coldness slowly dissipated, her form returned to normal, and the churning obsidian hue receded from her eyes, revealing once more her wide, innocent gaze. She gazed at the majestic dark golden leviathan on the monitor, then turned toward the massive silhouette occupying the command seat. Qiu Tianzi, and her small face bloomed with pure unreserved admiration. Master is amazing. Qiu Tianzi's violent convulsions had ceased, the soul-rending agony had vanished entirely, and his spiritual bond with Gustav deepened, intimate, seamless, absolute. Once again that tender childlike consciousness resonated within his mind, but this time no longer laced with pain or fear. Brother, I'm stronger now? Its tone brimmed with the unrestrained joy of a child who'd just been gifted the most wondrous toy. Qiu Tianzi lowered his gaze, feeling the dark golden talons of Gustav, sensing the torrential power surging through his own veins. And across the trio of scarlet eyes a flash of icy lethal intent flickered. He slowly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto the distant fleeing speck of light, the enemy landing craft. Enough. Through their mental link, he soothed Gustav's exhilaration. The game is over. As the words settled, he willed it, and the newly forged Gustav slashed its monstrous flippers wide. Whoosh! The entire vessel became a streak of dark golden light, tearing through the starfield at a velocity far exceeding its former limits, hurtling straight toward the fleeing landing craft. Inside the landing craft's bridge, silence hung like a shroud. Villard stared rigidly at the main display, his golden circular pupils contracting and dilating repeatedly, over and over, in mere seconds. On screen, the target, supposedly reduced to absolute annihilation by the biomass annihilation bomb, had not vanished. Instead, it emitted an energy signature so terrifying it made his very hairs stand on end. This is impossible. This. His aide's voice was parched hollow. They knew better than anyone the bomb's devastating power. It dismantled life at the genetic level, Bioship's ultimate nemesis. Survival was unthinkable, yet the screen before them obliterated every certainty they possessed. Their Gustav, the vessel already teetering on structural collapse, was being remade beneath golden radiance, as if by divine miracle. No, not remade. A far more dreadful word detonated in Villard's mind. Evolution. A grotesque, forced evolution, sparked only in the crucible of utter extinction. Within the bridge, the Camilo technician monitoring the systems watched alarm metrics skyrocket on his terminal, his voice now shrill, distorted beyond recognition. Captain, target. Target's size parameters exceed database thresholds, unidentifiable. Its energy index has breached the lower threshold of stellar behemoths. Villard needed no warning. He watched with his own eyes as the monster unfurled its new horrific form across the void, dark gold armor, 3 rows of blade forest spines, and that dread-inducing tail, its meteor hammer gleaming with cold malice. What was this thing? When had the UNE clan mastered such technology? Or was it? Before his thoughts could coalesce, the dark gold monstrosity moved. It's charging. The technician's shriek pierced the suffocating stillness of the bridge. On the radar display, Gustav's red icon began leaping forward with dizzying speed. Its velocity was so extreme that the radar's refresh rate left ghostly afterimages. Evasive maneuvers, maximum power. Villard's roar echoed across the bridge, his composure utterly shattered. But it was already too late. Warning! Warning! High-energy object approaching from aft at extreme velocity. Distance 5,000, 3,000, 1,000. Collision imminent. The blaring alarm screamed as if to rupture every eardrum. Villard jerked his head up. Through the forward observation window, he saw a rapidly expanding shadow of dark gold. The next instant, bum! It's over. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. Yet the cataclysmic impact, capable of shredding the entire ship into cosmic debris, never came. Instead, a deafening, gut-wrenching howl shook the hull to its core. Villard snapped his eyes open, only to see the colossal dark gold entity whip past them at an impossible angle, skimming their energy shield with hairbreadth precision. Camilo crew members slumped in their seats, gasping for air, alive but trembling with relief. Did it miss? That fleeting thought was instantly obliterated by what unfolded before Villard's eyes. Having swept past them, the malformed beast executed a turn so agile, so utterly incongruous with its immense bulk, that it stabilized perfectly in the void, pivoted slowly, and locked its gaze squarely onto their bow. 2 vessels now faced each other across the silent cosmos. In that suspended moment, all understood. It had not missed. It had changed its mind. Inside Gustav's control chamber. Master, ram it. Why didn't you ram it? Olivier stomped furiously, waving tiny fists. Turn them into space scrap. Bao Daiting could utter no word. His mind had liquefied into pure static. Qiu Tianzi ignored Olivier's outburst entirely. He'd altered his course mid-thought. Such a vessel would be wasted in destruction. he would claim it. As for its crew, Qiu Tianzi's scarlet eyes burned with undiminished ruthless intent. And with Gustav's evolution, several entirely new abilities had awakened within his consciousness. Perfect, time to test them on these very foes. He willed it subtly. Inside the landing craft, Villard and every surviving crewman witnessed a sight seared forever into their souls. From the newly grown, spiraling dark gold horn atop Gustav's skull, a faint luminescence began to glow, not bright, but sickly, ominously emerald. A single point of viridian light coalesced at the horn's tip, then detonated, blossoming into a slow-turning, eerie green halo that expanded outward in concentric rings. The halos multiplied, spinning faster, until their diameter reached roughly 10 meters. Then abruptly expansion ceased. In the next heartbeat, VVVVRRRMM. The green halo launched forth. It appeared deceptively slow, but as it carved through the starfield it flickered like teleportation, arriving before the landing craft in the blink of an eye. Shields up, maximum output. Villard bellowed, raw-throated. Their energy barrier blazed to incandescence. Every weapon system unleashed a torrent of fire upon the uncanny ring. Yet every blast vanished without trace upon contact, as if swallowed whole by a bottomless void. At 100 meters from the hull, the halo suddenly flared outward. Like a stone dropped into still water, it rippled, a vast silent emerald wave sweeping across the void. The landing craft's hull remained pristine. Even the energy shield failed to ripple. A tomb-like hush fell over the bridge. Wow, what just happened? A technician whispered, voice trembling. Villard froze, bewildered. What kind of attack was this? A dud. Instinctively, he tried to raise his hand, to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. But his arm refused to move. Not just his arm. He felt his entire body as though poured solid with concrete, utterly paralyzed. Then he watched, horror-struck, as black-gray dust began sifting from his aide's terrified face, cascading silently downward. Villard's golden pupils trembled violently. He lowered his gaze, saw his own arm. That powerful, scale-armored limb, strong, resilient, alive, was crumbling away into ash, vanishing with terrifying, soundless speed. No pain, no sensation. Only the pure, paralyzing terror of watching oneself erased, inch by inch, second by second. His vision blurred, his neck went slack, and he pitched forward. In the final sliver of consciousness before eternal darkness claimed him, he saw a familiar headless torso dissolving into nothingness. It was himself, silent and desolate inside the landing ship. In just a few seconds, all the living Camilo tribe crew members inside the ship transformed into delicate black-gray dust, without a sound, scattered across their respective posts. Qiu Tianzi did not act immediately. He controlled the evolved Gustav, quietly hovering in the starry sky, 3 crimson eyes indifferently watching the undamaged landing ship. 30 seconds. 1 minute. There was still no response from the opposite side. Like a ghost ship abandoned. A deep, hoarse chuckle escaped from the throat of the fallen crocodile, echoing clearly in the silent control room. The effect of the annihilation aura was quite impressive. It harmed no objects, only extinguished life. With this thought, he focused his mind and severed the neural connection. The towering figure of 5 meters stood up from the control seat, its grotesque head almost touching the ceiling of the control room, casting a shadow that enveloped Olivier, Baodating, and Xavier entirely. Baodating struggled to lift his head to look at his young master, his face filled with astonishment. Olivier instinctively took a half-step back, tilting his small face upward, gazing at the massive form transformed from his master, his eyes unable to hide their awe. Xavier, on the other hand, trembled in fear. Only Luna, with her innocent big eyes, sparkled with excitement. Master! She scampered over to the giant beast's feet, without fear, reaching out her small hand to hug the thick, scaled leg. Qiu Tianzi lowered his massive head, gazing at the little one beside his feet, whose height barely reached his knee, and a rare softness appeared in his 3 crimson eyes. He lifted his menacing claw larger than Luna's head, intending to rub her small head as usual. But the claw halted in midair. This posture was indeed inconvenient. Seemingly sensing her master's thoughts, Luna raised her small face, smiled sweetly, bent her legs slightly, and jumped up. Thud! Her small head accurately bumped against Qiu Tianzi's suspended massive palm, producing a muffled sound. Qiu Tianzi smiled. The claw pressed down slightly as if in response. Turn around, the hoarse voice came from above. Luna obediently nodded and turned around, covering her eyes with her small hands. In the next second, Qiu Tianzi raised another hand and grasped at his grotesque metal crocodile face. The Voidwalker mask was stripped away. Crack! Crack! A series of dense bone contraction sounds exploded, and his massive body shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon. The scales shed, the thick tail retracted, and the grotesque head transformed back into a human form. In just a few seconds, that terrifying monster vanished, reverting to the naked Qiu Tianzi. His gaze swept around and immediately caught a strange pair of eyes. Little Olivier was staring wide-eyed, his gaze shifting between his magnificent form and his own small 3-year-old body, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg, filled with indignation and despair at his current state. Qiu Tianzi raised the corner of his mouth and spoke with interest. "What's the matter?" Unable to... Oliver's little face flushed bright red, his cheeks puffed up with anger as he abruptly turned away, mumbling under his breath, "Just wait until this noble regains." Qiu Tianzi chuckled lightly, unconcerned, as he took out a clean set of clothes from his storage space and put them on leisurely. As he fastened the last button, his gaze fell upon the corner where the completely dazed, limp green skin, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. "All right." Qiu Tianzi adjusted his collar and looked at Xavier. "Have you decided how to die?" Xavier trembled all over, his yellowish round eyes contracting violently. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. I know a secret." "Secret?" Qiu Tianzi raised an eyebrow. Just as Xavier wanted to negotiate, he met Qiu Tianzi's cold gaze. That gaze held no emotional fluctuation, as if looking at a piece of trash that could be discarded at any time. He swallowed hard and lowered his head. "I know. There is a person of special identity among the supplies imprisoned by the fallen crocodile clan." Qiu Tianzi's brow twitched as he tilted his chin at him. Xavier could only continue. "She is the youngest 7th princess of the Void Spirit Empire." Qiu Tianzi furrowed his brow. Xavier saw his confusion and quickly added, "She snuck out to play, and for some unknown reason was captured by the fallen crocodile clan." Qiu Tianzi rolled his eyes. A cliché plot. He had seen too many of these troublesome things. Which rich 2nd generation or official 2nd generation wasn't like this in his past life? He fixed his gaze on Xavier and said 2 words, "Not enough." Xavier's previously green face instantly turned gray-white. His round eyes spun wildly, and the muscles beneath his eyes trembled. Qiu Tianzi watched him for a while, losing patience. "If there's nothing else, say your last words." Xavier made a sound akin to crying from his throat. He stared blankly at Qiu Tianzi, struggling to squeeze out a sentence. "If I tell you my deepest secret, can you really let me go?" Qiu Tianzi glanced at him. "That depends on how valuable your secret is. If I'm interested, then I'll let you." Xavier clenched his teeth, trembling as he pulled something from his bosom. It was a palm-sized compass, deep blue all over, with countless tiny star dots embedded on its surface, as if condensed from the entire starry sky. He held it with both hands, his voice trembling. "This is something I obtained during my first and most dangerous reconnaissance mission." Qiu Tianzi squinted. "What is it?" "It belongs to the Sea King Pierre Crum." Xavier's voice grew quieter. "With it you can find the treasure hidden by the Sea King." As soon as he finished speaking, "What a..." A shrill scream echoed throughout the cabin. Baodating rushed over and snatched the compass from Xavier's hands. His eyes were wider than copper bells, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. "How is this possible? How could this thing really exist?" He looked up at Qiu Tianzi, his voice changing pitch. "Young master, this is a compass, the legendary Star Sea Compass." Seeing him in such a flustered state, Qiu Tianzi grew curious and beckoned to him. "Young man." At the sound, Baodating jolted awake as if from a dream, hurried to Qiu Tianzi's side, hands trembling as he respectfully presented the luopan. Qiu Tianzi took the luopan. It was cool to the touch, with an uncanny metallic texture. The tiny star-like specks on its surface seemed to flow slowly, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. He could not be bothered to speculate. With a thought, he invoked an appraisal. In the next instant, lines of information rose directly into his mind. Item name: Xinghai Luopan. Owner: Xinghai Ji Wang. Pyrefu Kalamu. Item description: Pyrefu Kalamu, the most wanted figure in the 3rd-class star regions, a legendary presence who drifts among the great star fields. His power is unfathomable, reaching the Xingyu realm. Once single-handedly, he shattered a combined fleet formed by 3 great powers, his renown widespread. Qiu Tianzi's eyelid twitched slightly. Xingyu realm. Before he could dwell on it, Baodating had already begun to prattle, his voice light with excitement. "Young master. The king of Xinghai. He's a living legend. I heard his most glorious exploits were that he was hunted by an entire 3rd-class star region. The fleets that pursued him were either mauled or absorbed by him. That ultimate most wanted list hung for tens of thousands of years, and no one dared claim it." Baodating flushed, spittle flying as he gushed. Qiu Tianzi paid him no heed, his gaze continuing to scan the stream of information flowing in his. Pyrefu Kalamu amassed countless treasures in his life. Rumor has it his subordinates brimmed with formidable fighters, and he commanded a fleet capable of sweeping a third-class star region. His lifetime wealth was hidden within several unknown secret realms, and this Luopan is the sole key to opening that treasure. It recorded every secret route, ancient ruin, and the final coordinates of the Horde. The only key. Qiu Tianzi rubbed his fingertips along the smooth face of the Luopan, feeling the drifting star points. Treasure. Aelawire cocked his little head and asked in a childish voice, "Is there lots and lots of money? Enough to buy 10,000 pure?" Bao Dating shot him an annoyed look. "Kid, what do you know? This is the treasure of the king of Shanghai. Don't say 10,000. It could easily buy an entire 7th-class star region and still have surplus." By then, Qiu Tianzi had finished reading all the information. He slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon Zai Wire in the corner, who stared at him with a face full of hope. Zai Wire's heart leapt into his throat. Qiu Tianzi toyed with the Shanghai Luopan between his fingers, his face unreadable. This secret, he paused, and in the petrified stare of Zai Wire the corner of his mouth curved with teasing amusement, "is indeed rather interesting." Zai Wire's heart at those 6 words felt as if it would leap from his throat. His tawny round pupils fixed on Qiu Tianzi's face, trying to seize the slightest emotion there. Even greed would have sufficed. But that face was as calm as deep water. Just as Zai Wire's hope climbed to its peak, Qiu Tianzi suddenly smiled. "When a secret is worth so much." His voice was soft, but dropped like a bucket of ice over Zai Wire. "Don't you think that only the dead can truly keep such a secret?" Gulp. Zai Wire's mind went blank. Color drained from his face. The spark of hope he had just kindled was utterly extinguished by that single sentence. He was done for. He had handed everything over with his own hands to this untrustworthy human. Yet as he closed his eyes to meet death, Qiu Tianzi's next words snatched him back from the brink of, "But I have one virtue: I keep my word." Zai Wire jerked his head up. The unfocused eyes regained a small glimmer. "If I say I'll free you, I will free you." But those 2 words clamped on like an invisible shackle, forcing Zai Wire's newly straightened spine to bow again. Qiu Tianzi spun the Shanghai Luopan on his fingertip. "A fellow like you makes me uneasy. Master, this creature is so timid. Oh, what is there to worry about?" Ao Liweier frowned, and his childlike face puzzled. To him, the green-skinned lizard had been frightened out of its wits. Qiu Tianzi glanced at him and said calmly, "It's simple. From the moment he sought to claim Gustav's credit alone, you can see his ambition far exceeds what he shows." He weighed the Luopan, then continued, "And then this thing. By normal protocol, a scout of his rank who discovers such a monumental secret should report it to his race at once. The honors and resources he would receive would ensure his comforts for the rest of his life." Qiu Tianzi's gaze returned to Zai Wire, a small arc forming at his lips. But he did not. "He hid this thing. Do you know what that implies?" Before Ao Liweier could answer, Lu Na raised her small hand and blurted, "He wants to keep the treasure all to himself." Qiu Tianzi laughed and ruffled Lu Na's little head. "Exactly. He is waiting until he has enough strength and status to seek this treasure that would belong only to him. A creature who dares deceive even his own race. How much trust do you think his words deserve?" Zai Wire looked at Qiu Tianzi in terror, his body trembling like a leaf. Before this man, he felt like a clown stripped bare, every cunning exposed to the daylight with nowhere to hide. He swore he never wanted to see this human again in his life. "Enough." Qiu Tianzi withdrew his gaze and turned to Ao Liweier. "Your blood tribe must have some form of covenant or oath, yes?" Ao Liweier paused, then puffed out his little chest and answered proudly, "Of course. When our blood tribe's true name oath is sworn, the soul is branded, no one can break it." "Very good." Qiu Tianzi nodded, his eyes returning to the ashen Zai Wire. "Do what must be done today. Swear your oath, and then forever seal that damned mouth of yours." He stepped forward a couple of paces and looked down at Zai Wire from above, his voice dropping a few degrees. "Perhaps with your little cunning you will one day find a loophole in the oath. I advise you do not be foolish. For life is only one." Qiu Tianzi withdrew his gaze and casually waved his hand towards Xavier in the corner. "All right, Olivier, he's yours now." "Yes, my esteemed master." Olivier responded excitedly, a grin of ferocity that was utterly unbefitting of his 3-year-old appearance spreading across his face. He took a step forward, grabbing the remnants of fabric on Xavier's collar, dragging him out like a dead dog. Xavier's body was limp, offering no resistance, only emitting incomprehensible whimpers. "Let's go to the landing ship," Qiu Tianzi said indifferently. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire control room trembled slightly. Qiu Tianzi no longer needed to connect through the neural bundle. A single thought was enough for the evolved Gustav to comprehend his intent. The enormous dark golden beast traced an elegant arc across the starry sky, its massive head slowly approaching the silent, ghost landing ship. Once again, everyone found themselves within the gaping maw of Gustav. As the fearsome jaws slowly opened, a void of starry sky unfolded before their eyes. In the next moment, transparent spherical membranes oozed from the flesh wall, gently enveloping Qiu Tianzi and the others. This layer of film seemed to possess life, isolating them from the frigid vacuum while preserving the clearest view. Through it, the vastness and silence of the universe assaulted their senses in an unprecedented manner. They were buoyed by an invisible force smoothly flying towards the open hatch of the landing ship. As they safely boarded the bridge, Qiu Tianzi turned around and issued a new command to the beast in the starry sky. Release all those storage supplies. Gustav's 6 dark golden eyes blinked, and its massive head nodded slightly. Following that, it opened its mouth wide enough to swallow a planet. 1, 2, 3. A dense stream of transparent bubbles like bubbles being blown continuously spewed forth from deep within its throat. Each bubble contained a curled-up figure, each unique in shape and of different races. A total of 37. They floated silently in the starry sky like amber forgotten by time. With a thought, Qiu Tianzi drew the bubbles in with an invisible force, one after another into the. As the bubbles burst, those who had been imprisoned for so long tumbled to the ground, gasping for the long-lost air, their eyes filled with confusion and the relief of survival. Qiu Tianzi looked at Gustav and waved at the massive creature. Come here, from now on you will follow me. Gustav's large mouth curled into a semblance of a smile. Then its massive body began to spin in place. 1 circle, 2 circles. With each rotation, its colossal form, over 2,000 meters in size, shrank down a size. Under the astonished gazes of all the survivors, that beast capable of crushing fleets transformed into a small palm-sized dark golden creature adorned with 3 rows of bony spines. This was one of the abilities it gained after evolving form mimicry. Whoosh! The little creature turned into a streak of golden light, landing precisely on Qiu Tianzi's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its small head against his neck, its 6 amber-like eyes blinking, exuding an inexplicable cuteness. This scene completely shattered the survivors' worldview. Who exactly was this man before them? What about the desolate crocodile clan? And why was he able to control this beast? After a brief silence, everyone turned to look at Qiu Tianzi, their eyes filled not only with gratitude, but also with a profound reverence from the depths of their souls. Qiu Tianzi disregarded them, merely glancing at the steward. Take stock and see if anyone here can operate this landing ship. We need to leave this place. Yes, young master. The steward immediately complied, shouting at the group of survivors, Stop! Has anyone ever piloted a ship of the Camillo clan? Or understands their systems? Step forward quickly. Move if you want to survive. A commotion erupted among the crowd, and soon a few hesitant individuals stepped forward. The steward led those few individuals excitedly towards the control panel. The bridge became busy once. Qiu Tianzi stood before the observation window, gently stroking the dark golden little creature on his shoulder with one hand, while the other played with the mysterious star sea compass. At that moment, a deliberately lowered, soft, and polite voice came from behind. Hello, sir. The voice carried a hint of cautious probing. Thank you for saving me. May I know your name? Qiu Tianzi did not turn his head, his fingers still lightly gliding over the starlight-drenched surface of the star sea compass. He had long noticed this girl. While all the survivors were still immersed in the confusion and reverence of their survival, she alone had regained her composure in the shortest time, even taking the leisure to adjust her ill-fitting adventurer's attire. Now it seemed she could no longer hold back, and had taken the initiative to approach. Seeing Qiu Tianzi's lack of response, the girl took half a step forward, and a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. Sir, only then did Qiu Tianzi slowly turn around. Before him stood a girl of about 14 or 15 years with long hair as blue as the deep sea and her similarly colored eyes shimmering with just the right amount of moisture, appearing pitiful. She had deliberately smeared a few streaks of dirt on her face, but her delicate skin could not hide its foundation. She was a poor pretender. Qiu Tianzi's gaze lingered on her face for less than half a second before capturing the fleeting glimmer of cunning deep within her eyes. He suddenly found it amusing, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he spoke in a casual tone. You are that unfortunate princess. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The girl's carefully prepared expression of weakness and gratitude froze on her face. Her beautiful blue eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. Valentina's mind buzzed a blank slate. How did he know? A thought suddenly struck her mind. Could it be that he is also my admirer? It must be. He must have seen me from a distance at some interstellar banquet, captivated by my unparalleled beauty and noble aura, and has been unable to forget me since. This time he just happened to pass by and heroically saved me, so he already knew my identity. But Valentina's gaze quickly swept over Qiu Tianzi. This man was indeed flawless in appearance, but why was he looking at her with that kind of gaze? Calm and different, and even with a hint of playfulness. No, this is definitely a case of his feigned indifference. My second sister taught me that the more powerful the man, the more he likes to disguise himself with such coldness in order to attract the attention of noble women and make himself seem extraordinary. Humph, what a shallow man, thinking that such outdated tactics could make me see him in a different light. Qiu Tianzi looked at the girl, whose face shifted from shock to realization, and then to anger, and his amusement deepened. He raised his hand and gently tapped the dark golden little gecko that was curiously blinking its 6 eyes on his shoulder. Little Gustav understood and responded with a faint chirp. Indeed, she seemed a bit dim-witted. After a moment, Valentina finally snapped back to her rich inner monologue, forcefully stabilizing her mind, raising her chin, and adopting a posture of magnanimity. Enough. Her voice was deliberately lowered, carrying a coldness akin to a condescending charity. I've already seen through your little tricks, no need to pretend anymore. As she spoke amidst the dazed expressions of the steward and the returning Olivier, she slowly lifted one foot, the short boot that had gathered some dust but still revealed exquisite craftsmanship, and placed it before Qiu Tianzi. Come on. Valentina's eyes were filled with the superiority of one who felt, I've seen through everything. Kneel down and kiss the tip of my shoe. Your purpose has been achieved. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the entire bridge seemed to freeze. The steward's mouth formed an O shape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He glanced at the shoe, and then at his young master, his mind completely malfunctioning. Olivier was first taken aback, then a strange expression appeared on the face of the 3-year-old child, as if he wanted to laugh, but dared not. Only Luna tilted her head, looking at the shoe, and then at Qiu Tianzi, her big eyes filled with confusion. The smile on Qiu Tianzi's face also froze. He gazed at the shoe that was less than half a meter away from him, still slightly swaying, then raised his eyes to Valentina's face, which was filled with the expression of come claim your reward. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then with a very sincere tone, he asked a question. Has your brain ever been caught in a door? How did you know? Valentina blurted out, then immediately felt she had misspoken. Her cerulean eyes darted for a moment before settling into a look of sudden comprehension. He is my admirer, of course. He even pried into such a private matter with unsettling precision. It must be so. That clumsy attempt to curry her favor by belittling then praising. Her second sister had lectured her about that 800 times already. At that thought, Qiu Tianzi's image in her mind shifted in an instant from a mysterious, powerful savior to a calculating opportunist, a despicable suitor seeking to climb by attaching himself to nobility. Beside her, Qiu Tianzi listened to her changing expression in silence. He sighed. Unbelievable. Traveling so far and encountering such an extraordinary specimen. During those few seconds of his silence, while Valentina knitted her pretty brows and with a trace of impatience pressed him for an answer. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? My grace is not bestowed on just anyone. She swung the boot that hovered in midair, the metal buckle at the toe flashed under the lamp. This is only because you saved me otherwise. HMHM. The 2 suggestive hums were heavy with warning, even a hint of menace. An utterly untimely snort of laughter shattered the uneasy silence on the bridge. Olivier could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly. His laughter shook his whole frame. The features of his toddler face crammed together until tears of mirth spilled from his eyes. The laughter drew every eye at once. Before Qiu Tianzi could speak, Valentina flared up, jerking her foot back and planting her hands on her hips as she glared angrily at the little sprite rolling with laughter. You little runt. What are you laughing at? She pointed down at Olivier from her lofty perch, her face twisted with disgust and disdain. You have no manners. Do you even understand noble etiquette? Olivier's laughter instantly cut. At that retort, his expression became a spectacle. The boy was utterly bewildered. Bao Ting instinctively stepped back half a pace, staring at the reckless princess in terror, afraid the little terror would suddenly lash out and cover him in blood. I, the illustrious scion Olivier, scion of the noble bloodline, a candidate member of the Forever Night Council, who slept for 1,000 years and has awakened for 2 centuries. While I was studying courtly manners and savoring the vintaged blood brew of 82 your ancestors, might still have been nothing but an egg. And now, you point your finger at my nose and call me a runt. You dare ask whether I know noble etiquette. A.O. Liweier slowly straightened his small frame, the smile drained from his face, and his features grew grave with an unnatural solemnity. Those originally crimson eyes darkened, visibly deepening at a speed one could watch. A frigid, violent aura radiated wildly from his diminutive body. Yet the very cause of it all, while Luan Ti Na remained oblivious. She still held her chin high and swept a scornful gaze over A.O. Liweier, as though regarding a rustic bumpkin. What? You dare take offense at a word? Rude scum like you should be thrown to the mining worlds to dig energy stones for life. Bao Deting, utterly hopeless, pressed his hand to his forehead in despair. As the terrifying aura within A.O. Liweier climbed to its apex and threatened to erupt, a soft, syrupy voice suddenly rang out. Oh my! Luna, who had been squatting nearby watching with curiosity, suddenly pointed at A.O. Liweier, her wide eyes alight with fresh wonder. Master, his little tail is sticking up. For an instant the air on the entire bridge froze. The rampaging aura deflated, as if someone had popped a balloon. With a soft hiss, it leaked away. A.O. Liweier was left rigid where he stood. His sullen, murderous little face collapsed in an instant from black to red to blue and finally to a ghastly white. He painfully, inch by inch, twisted his stiff neck to look at Lu Na, who blinked her innocent wide eyes with an utterly guileless expression. A little tail. Sticking up. Bao Deting could not hold it in. He doubled over with laughter on the deck, burying his face too ashamed to look at A.O. Liweier. A sound not quite human choked with boundless indignation and shame tore from A.O. Liweier's throat. He spun on his heel, shot Bao Deting a look as if staining him with the blood of a murdered parent, and without another glance transformed into a streak and vanished into a corner of the bridge. He retreated into his shell, watching the flustered retreat while Luan Ti Na curled her lip in contempt. Humph, truly an uncouth barbarian who lacks manners. She naturally credited A.O. Liweier's rout to her own noble bearing, then turned her gaze back to Qiu Tianzi, resuming that condescending, patronizing expression. Very well, now that no one troubles us. Qiu Tianzi's expression answered her with blank incomprehension. Go where it's cool, then stay there. His voice was flat, like shooing away a noisy fly. While Luan Ti Na's temper flared instantly as she opened her mouth to unleash a petty tantrum, only to lock eyes with Qiu Tianzi. What were those eyes like? Cold, serene, utterly devoid of emotion. All the sharp retorts she had prepared lodged in her throat, not a single word escaped. A chill from the depths of her soul made her shiver uncontrollably. In the end, she stamped her foot in mortified pique, turned away to sulk with her back to the others. Young master, the system has taken preliminary control. We may depart. Bao Deting stifled his lingering amusement, scrambled to his feet, and came to report. Qiu Tianzi nodded and paid no further heed to the farce. At his command, the landing ship that bore disparate destinies began to power up, adjust its course, and silently slip into the boundless starry sea. About 10 minutes after they left that sector, 3 gleaming new capital ships bearing the Ka Mi Luo Zhu emblem tore through space and appeared at the edge of the asteroid belt. The lead captain stared at 2 blips on his radar that should have been friendly, but were utterly extinguished, and at the vast wreckage drifting in the void. His face was so dark with dread it seemed as if it might weep. 2 capital ships destroyed. The landing ship of Wei La Des force has gone silent. What on earth happened? Report, Captain. Detected residual traces of spatial jump. The target departed only moments ago. Pursue. The captain's eyes burned with killing intent as he slammed his hand on the rail. Notify the 3rd Fleet. Seal off the star lanes ahead. I want to see who dares do such a thing. No sooner had his command been issued than the alarm bellowed. Warning. Warning. Large fleet detected approaching. It is the Yun Izu. The shrill siren filled the bridge. From the dead silence of the deeper asteroid belt, 2 grotesque biowarships emerged like demons clawing out of hell. Behind them came an even larger conventional fleet of the Yun Izu. The curtain of death already set into place tightened with brutal resolve. 7 hours later, the landing ship safely sailed out of the magnetic levitation corridor. Ahead, a gigantic and colorful planet hung in the darkness with countless ships entering and exiting its orbit like a swarm of bees. This was the last large trading transit station before the giant wormhole, Qiu Star. Inside the bridge, the rescued survivors cheered in unison upon seeing the planet, a chorus of joy for having survived the calamity. The landing ship successfully docked. My lord, thank you for saving my life. This is all my savings, please accept it. A octopus-like man with 8 arms knelt before Qiu Tianzi, tears streaming down his face as he clutched a pile of sparkling ores. Qiu Tianzi did not even lift his eyelids, merely gazing out the window. The assistant understood and immediately went over to help him up, beaming. Our young master saves lives without expecting anything in return. Ooh, please hurry and leave. After sending off the last batch of sobbing gratitude givers, the bridge finally fell silent. As the star network was reconnected, everyone's personal terminals began to ring frantically. Ding dong. Qiu Tianzi's terminal also popped up a message. He glanced at it and paused slightly. Your star bank account received 500 star coins. Transfer Qiu Mo Yuan. Note your mother sent you living expenses. 500 billion. Living expenses. Qiu Tianzi looked at the amount, then glanced at the note, his brow furrowing. This money should have arrived a long time ago, but this time it not only arrived late, but also passed through the hands of his stingy father. Was something happening to his mother? But recalling his mother's background, he shook his head. He pondered for a moment. Qiu Tianzi tapped lightly with his fingertip, ultimately deciding to package the various dangers encountered while transforming the Night Crow, including the mechanical race implantation, into a brief message and forward it directly to the contact named Mo. Although he did not expect them to truly uncover anything, he still needed to give this busy head of the family something to do, didn't he? At the headquarters of the Wansu Qiu Interstellar Group in the top-level study, with the scent of sandalwood wafting, a tall and imposing middle-aged man was closing his eyes, savoring tea. He was the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Mo Yuan. Buzz. The terminal on the table lit up. Qiu Mo Yuan casually opened it, and the moment he saw the content of the message, the relaxed aura surrounding him instantly dissipated. The temperature in the study began to drop at an unreasonable speed. A layer of visible frost rapidly formed on the outer wall of the teacup in his hand, and with a crack the hard white porcelain cup was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. When Qiu Mo Yuan expressionlessly placed the cup back on the table, it made a sound of cracking. The expensive desk, made of a whole piece of starry wood, was instantly engulfed by a layer of pale frost centered around the teacup, and the wooden structure emitted a sound of overwhelming fracture, collapsing into a pile of cold debris within seconds. Master! A startled voice called as Fu Bo appeared at the doorway. He froze in place with just a chilling aura that could freeze one's soul rushed towards him, making even this powerful figure, who was halfway into the nebula realm, shiver involuntarily. How many years has it been? How many years has he not seen the head of the family lose control like this? At that moment, from the center of that chilling aura came Qiu Mo Yuan's voice, cold and devoid of emotion. Find out for me. In the 7th level dock area, I want all the personnel responsible for modifying the Night Crow during that time, the technicians, including all the surveillance records on site, gather all of them for me. Not a single one can be missed. Fu Ba's heart trembled as he immediately bowed yes. Just as he turned to leave, that cold voice echoed once more. Additionally, investigate everything about the second young master during this period whom he met. What he did every minute and second should not be missed. Investigate everything and bring it to me. Boom. At that moment, Fu Ba's expression finally changed. Investigate the second young master. He stood there dazed until a suppressed roar filled with endless anger erupted. Go quickly. Fu Bo jolted and, no longer daring to hesitate, turned and rushed out. Behind him, that pale, cold aura had already spread out through the doorway like a living creature. After a dozen minutes, when Fu Bo returned again, the courtyard outside the study with its artificial hills and flowing water, exotic flowers and plants had all turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and cautiously walked in. Master, Fu Ba's voice was incredibly dry. In the 7th level dock area, 3 core technical personnel have disappeared. All their information has been deliberately erased with no records of entry or exit, as if they simply evaporated into thin air. The cold gaze turned towards him. At all costs, dig them out from underground for me. Yes, Fu Bo nodded, continuing the report. Also, everything is normal on the second young master's side. The study fell into a deadly silence. After a long time, Qiu Mo Yuan waved his hand. Fu Bo felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quietly retreating. The cold aura slowly receded, revealing Qiu Mo Yuan's grim face. He rose slowly, walking to the window, gazing at the frozen courtyard outside with eyes as deep as the abyss. Finally, you couldn't help but make a move again. Those who got away over a decade ago. I've regretted it for over 10 years. Now that hand hiding in the gutter has reached out again, once more targeting his son. This time, I will find you. Then I will erase you and everything behind you from this starry sky, inch by inch. On the other side, at the dockport of Qiu Star, Qiu Tianzi had just sent that brief message when he turned around and saw a figure standing not far behind him. 2 blue eyes were staring at him intently. It was none other than the uniquely minded 7th princess. Qiu Tianzi felt a dull pain in his temple. Everyone else has left. What are you still doing here? He said impatiently, waiting for me to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Valentina's somewhat dusty face instantly flushed. She gritted her silver teeth, staring angrily at the man before her. Although he did save her, why did his attitude toward her have to be so annoying? Especially that overt disdain. This feeling was something she had never experienced in her life. Yet for some reason, this unprecedented feeling made her want to understand this guy better. So with a defiant lift of her chin, she said stubbornly, I have nowhere to go. Qiu Tianzi's brow furrowed even deeper. Nowhere to go. He looked her up and down. If you were still in the magnetic levitation corridor, it would be understandable that you couldn't contact the outside. Now that you're connected to the star network, you, a princess, still can't contact anyone. It seemed like he had hit a sore spot, and Valentina stubbornly replied, I'm afraid my family will find me, so I threw away my personal terminal. At this declaration, the air in the entire bridge fell silent. Qiu Tianzi looked at her self-righteous expression as if she were recounting some great achievement, and for a moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. He really wanted to give this princess a thumbs up. What a talent you are. Why not just throw yourself away too? Just as he thought of this, Qiu Tianzi suddenly paused, and then looked at her again with the eyes of someone admiring a rare treasure. Oh no, she really did throw herself away. And now this lost item was preparing to cling to him. At the Qiu star port, a sea of people surged. A small, unremarkable man wrapped himself in a large hood, weaving through the gaps in the crowd like a slippery loach. His name was Kamra. Just a few minutes ago, he had knelt before the mysterious powerhouse, tearfully expressing his gratitude for being saved. But now all that remained in his mind were the fragments of words he had heard on the landing ship. Blessing. That foolish, bubbly blue-haired girl. And that impatient remark, the unfortunate princess. Kamra was a mineral appraiser, and his profession granted him an almost pathological sensitivity to the concept of value. In the cage of the fallen crocodile clan, he survived by discerning the value of other goods, trading them for scraps to make it through to today. He could see the hidden veins within an unremarkable stone. Naturally, he could also sniff out the scent of money from a person's words and actions. That girl was a walk. Kamra dove into the most secluded corner of the starport where a row of neglected public information terminals stood. He nervously rubbed his hands together and began typing rapidly on the screen. Princess missing status. Buzz. A pinned missing person notice instantly took over the Find the 7th princess of the ethereal empire de Augustus Valentina. A reward of 10 billion star coins for anyone providing valid clues. Anyone who directly escorts the princess back will receive a reward of 100 billion and the title of Count in the empire. 100 billion. Kamra's breath instantly caught in his throat as he stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, his throat making a dry, choking sound. In his mind, the image of the blue-haired girl arrogantly extending her shoe tip merged with the official photo on the screen that had been beautified countless times, appearing holy and noble. I'm going to get rich. This is unfathomable wealth. He trembled all over, half in fear and half in uncontrollable ecstasy. He didn't know how terrifying the man who saved him was, but he had witnessed it himself. The dark golden beast that could change size. He was unwilling to settle for just the 10 billion reward. He wanted 100 billion. And that title of... He recalled the desperate screams of his companions being dragged out of the cage of the fallen crocodile clan and the humiliation of licking scraps like a dog. To hell with gratitude. I only believe in money. Kamra clenched his teeth. The astronomical numbers danced wildly in his mind, completely destroying his last bits of rationality, fear, and gratitude. Gratitude for saving my life. In the face of wealth that could change my life, that means nothing. I need to find a way to let these people and some other forces turn on each other, fighting until both are severely weakened. Then I can reap the benefits and rescue the princess myself, personally escorting her back. Only then can I minimize the risks and maximize the profits. With that thought in mind, Kamra finally made up his mind. He took one last look in the direction of the landing ship, and without looking back slipped into a filthy alley exuding a foul stench. On the bridge of the landing ship, Qiu Tianzi felt his temples thumping. He looked at Valentina, not far away, who was glaring at him with a "why aren't you coming to please me" expression, and finally lost the last vestiges of his patience. Find someone to take care of it. Young master, I'm here. The lackey perked up and hurried over. Go buy her a personal terminal. Sure. Young master, what specifications do you want? How about the latest star tier from the ethereal empire royal family? Or the Pegasus star? The lackey was about to ramble on when he was impatiently interrupted by Qiu Tianzi. The cheapest one. Huh. The lackey was momentarily confused. Qiu Tianzi shot him a glance and added, as long as it's durable. The lackey was completely flabbergasted. His mouth opened and closed as he looked between his young master and the princess, his mind a muddle. The cheapest and durable. Isn't that the kind used by miners or low-level mercenaries, a brick machine that can crack walnuts? Using that for the princess. Is this something a person would do? Don't understand. Qiu Tianzi's voice turned cold. I understand. I understand. The lackey was scared out of his wits and dared not ask another word, bolting out while his heart raced. He truly couldn't make sense of his young master's actions anymore. However, this conversation sounded entirely different in Valentina's ears. Is he concerned about me? Afraid I would find it inconvenient without a terminal, so he specially sent his subordinate to buy one for me. The cheapest, durable. Her mind raced, and in an instant a perfect explanation formed. He must think that I am in an adventurous state of running away from home, and using the royal family's exclusive terminal would be too eye-catching easy to expose my identity. That's why he specifically instructed to buy the most ordinary and sturdy one. How thoughtful of him. I'll give you credit for that. Valentina's fleeting displeasure vanished instantly. She lifted her chin with poise, glancing at Qiu Tianzi with a look that said, this princess has already forgiven you. That's more like it. Qiu Tianzi's eyelid twitched violently. He decided to close his eyes. If he continued to watch, he truly feared he would lose control and slap the guy straight into space. Outside the bridge of the landing ship, a massive cargo shuttle glided past, like a mountain, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire port for a moment. Qiu Tianzi looked at the shuttle and remembered something. The landing ship he was piloting struggled even to run the magnetic suspension corridor, let alone pass through a giant wormhole. I need to get a new ship. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze and waved his hand at the two bored individuals behind him. Let's go. He led Luna and Olivier, not looking back as they headed towards the hatch. Valentina, left behind, was completely bewildered. Leaving? Just like that? Leaving me all alone here? Her proud princess heart was suddenly filled with grievance. But a few seconds later, as she watched the three disappearing figures, she panicked and hurriedly jogged after them, continuously finding reasons for herself. This must be a test for me. Yes, he must want to see if I, as a princess, still possess the ability to survive independently after abandoning my identity. What a scheming man. Qiu Tianzi operated a few things on his personal terminal and quickly locked onto the largest ship trading market in Qiram. That place was like a steel jungle floating in the starry sky, with all sorts of ships docked at countless berths, ranging from private airships dozens of meters long to interstellar vessels over 1,000 meters long. Unfortunately, after a long search, Qiu Tianzi's frown only deepened. These ships were either flashy junk or barely meet specifications, yet priced exorbitantly, as if they were being drained of their marrow. None of them caught his eye. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the crowd behind him suddenly parted, as if they had seen a ghost creating a pathway. A group of people was walking towards him. At the forefront was Kamra. Following him were 5 towering muscular men over 2.5 meters tall, resembling gorillas. As they walked, their knuckles nearly brushed the ground, and their murky eyes brazenly scanned the crowd. Qiu Tianzi's brows twitched. He saw that the gorilla-like men paused noticeably when their gaze swept over Valentina behind him. Their eyes seemed glued, unable to move away. Interesting. Qiu Tianzi captured this detail, but remained silent, quietly watching them approach. Kamra hurriedly walked up to Qiu Tianzi, wearing a smile distorted by flattery, pointing at Qiu Tianzi and saying to the burly men behind him, "Brothers, this is the benefactor. He's the one who saved us." The gorilla-like men grinned wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth surrounding Qiu Tianzi without a word. Luna's small hand was about to summon a black vortex, but Qiu Tianzi stopped her with a glance. He wanted to see what these people were up to. The next second, he found out. As they neared within 3 meters, one of the gorilla-like men flipped his wrist, and a palm-sized hexagonal metal box appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he pointed the box at the dark golden little gecko, curiously blinking its 6 eyes and looking around on Qiu Tianzi's shoulder. Buzz. A dark red beam shot out from the box, instantly enveloping Gustav. The little creature didn't even have time to let out a sound. Its tiny form twisted in that red light and vanished into thin air. The gorilla-like man looked down at the metal box where a countdown was flashing. 0459. 0458. His face changed instantly, and he turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Kamra beside him, then bellowed in a coarse voice to his companions, "Move quickly. This thing's energy index is too high. Air can only seal for 5 minutes." Before he finished speaking, the other gorillas instantly revealed savage expressions, their fangs protruding from their lips, and their auras turned violent. Yet the gorilla holding the hexagonal box did something that no one expected. He grabbed Kamara by the throat, lifting him like a chicken. In Kamara's terrified and confused gaze, he grinned. Thank you. You can die now. Crack, a crisp sound of bones cracking. Kamara's head hung at a strange angle. His wide eyes, filled with fear, could never comprehend what had happened until his last breath.